Chapter 1. How to choose the zombie mother body start. Urgent. Wei Gong slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing that caught his attention was the iconic McDonald's logo. At that moment, he was sitting in a corner of a McDonald's restaurant, with a burger and a cup of cola in front of him, his familiar poor man's meal. Wei Gong reached out to touch the cold cup of cola, the chill instantly rushing through his fingertips to his brain. This game feels quite realistic. A voice devoid of emotion echoed in his mind. Welcome to the apocalypse survival game. The zombie apocalypse will commence in 1 week. Please prepare yourself. To win the 50 billion prize, Wei Gong had joined this game called the Apocalypse Survival Game. A total of 100,000 players would enter a virtual world on the brink of an apocalypse, where they would play as either human survivors or zombie mothers. If the humans eliminated all the zombies and zombie mothers, the survivors would win and share the 50 billion prize. Conversely, if the zombies won, they would claim the prize for themselves. Despite the allure of the 50 billion prize, the punishment for failure was equally terrifying: death. If a player died in the game, their real-world counterpart would die as well. It was a true death game. Your identity is that of a zombie mother. Upon hearing this, Wei Gong couldn't help but frown. This identity seems a bit difficult to play. Although zombies in movies wreak havoc during the apocalypse, the difficulty level for zombie mother players was dozens of times higher than that of survivor players. First, there were only 1,000 mother players, facing 100 times that number of survivors. Moreover, mother players not only had to contend with survivor players, but also with the human society within the game. Especially in the early stages, both the mother players and zombies had relatively low combat power. If they encountered armed human forces, they would be slaughtered like pigs. Just after infecting dozens of people, the military would show up with firearms. Under absolute firepower, as long as you were still a carbon-based life form, it didn't matter if you were a zombie or even a zombie king, you'd be eliminated in no time. As a zombie mother, you can choose one buff to start with. Option 1. Physical enhancement, increasing your physique to that of a level 1 athlete, allowing for quick recovery from damage. Option 2. Randomly gain 1 level superpower. Option 3. Randomly obtain 10 NPCs who are 100 loyal to you. Looking at the 3 options presented in his mind, Wei Gong fell into a brief silence. The first option was a buff to enhance his own attributes, which could help the mother body better infect humans in the early stages, giving him some fighting chance even against armed personnel. With robust vitality, he would be hard to kill. But the problem was, even with his physical enhancement, if he got shot in the head, he would still die. No way he'll pass. Next, Wei Gong turned his attention to the second option. The system kindly displayed all the level superpowers available to him. Invisibility for 30 seconds, releasing mist to envelop oneself, Berserk gaining explosive speed and strength, life recovery. As he scanned the extensive list of superpowers, Wei Gong's face darkened. While there were several useful abilities, the vast majority were useless. These superpowers were random, and if he got unlucky and drew something useless from the pool, he might as well say goodnight. Second option, rejected. What is this nonsense? Is the organizer genuinely trying to make it hard for the mother body players? Helpless, Wei Gong had to place his last hope on the third option. 10 loyal NPCs. Wei Gong rubbed his chin. So, you mean I get 10 zombie farmers to help me infect people, right? This inevitably reminded him of the farmers given at the start of games like Warcraft, Red Alert, and StarCraft. He couldn't say they were useless, but they certainly weren't very helpful. What do you want me to do with them? Chop wood, mine, or build houses? What good are so many farmers to me? Just as Wei Gong was about to complain, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Wait a minute, are the identities of these NPCs random? After posing the question, he immediately received a response from the system. All identities are random. They can be male or female, a homeless person, a driver, or even a doctor or lawyer. Since that's the case, can I utilize these people's identities? If he infected these NPCs, he would only end up with 10 zombies that lack combat power. But if he didn't infect them and instead made good use of their identities, wouldn't he gain 10 100 loyal and obedient pawns? I choose 10 NPCs. The moment Wei Gong made his choice, 10 information cards appeared in his mind. Delivery person, nurse, teacher, cleaner, bus driver, travel agency owner. When Wei Gong saw the last information card, he couldn't help but gasp. Zheng Xiaoyu, daughter of the mayor of Shaodan City and the mayor's secretary. An overwhelming sense of excitement surged within him. If the delivery person and cleaner were just disposable items from the pool, Zheng Xiaoyu was like a luxury flat-screen TV. System, how do I control these NPCs? Direct mental control, no matter how far away. You can issue commands. A map appeared in Wei Gong's mind, showing him where each of the controlled NPCs was, what they were doing, and what they looked like. Min Xingye, come over and buy me a box of McNuggets. Wei Gong selected the nearest NPC and issued the command from a distance. At the same time, in a private travel agency, Min Xingye, who was having dinner with his wife, suddenly paused. Receiving the command, Min Xingye grabbed the keys to his electric bike and rushed out. Honey, eat first, I have something to do. His wife looked bewildered as she watched her husband leave. What's gotten into him? About 15 minutes later, Min Xingye arrived at the McDonald's where Wei Gong was. He bought a box of McNuggets and presented it to Wei Gong. Master, your McNuggets. They can think independently and will find a way to complete tasks once commanded. This NPC seems quite intelligent. Wei Gong was satisfied with this outcome. Just then, the system's voice echoed in all the mother players' minds. Player XXX's mother identity has been exposed and has been eliminated. What happened? Not only Wei Gong, but all the mother players around the world felt a jolt in their hearts. They summoned the mother player list in their minds, and amidst a sea of question marks, a gray player name stood out. A number 10 appeared next to the player's name, indicating their zombie count. Evidently, this player had chosen the same third option as Wei Gong. Perhaps eager for the first phase reward, they had infected those 10 NPCs right at the start, only to be discovered by the outside world and met with ruthless elimination. This perfectly illustrated the saying, haste makes waste. Wei Gong frowned. System, will the exposure of that player affect the NPC society? If the NPC society became aware of the existence of zombies, they would surely become more vigilant. This would severely restrict the actions of the mother players, making an already difficult start even harder. It will not. After receiving the system's response, Wei Gong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If the existence of zombies were exposed, he and the other mother players would definitely curse that idiot's ancestors for generations. However, with this warning in mind, I really need to be cautious. Wei Gong glanced at the cameras on the restaurant ceiling. In this highly advanced technological era, cameras were everywhere. If he wanted to infect zombies, he would have to avoid these electronic eyes. Chapter 2. Mentorship in Northern Myanmar. Oh my, this travel group is truly a bargain. 7 days and 7 nights of homestay and agritourism for just 500 yuan. Indeed, accommodations and meals included, plus complimentary agricultural products. What a delight. Within the confines of a tour bus, a lively discussion unfolds among a diverse group of individuals, men and women, young and old. Despite their varied backgrounds, they share a common trait, a penchant for seizing every opportunity to save a little money. Attention everyone, please settle down. From the front of the bus, Wei Gong rises to address the crowd. We are approaching our destination shortly, and I have a few important announcements to make. At that moment, Wei Gong, adorned with a tour guide hat and wearing a vest emblazoned with the travel agency's logo, brandishes a small red flag, embodying the very essence of a tour guide. As he begins to speak, the bus falls into an immediate hush. With a warm smile, Wei Gong tips his hat slightly. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Wei, but you may call me Xiao Zhang. I am your guide for this journey. Should you have any questions during the trip, please do not hesitate to approach me. All right, Xiao Zhang. With his youthful good looks and amiable demeanor, Wei Gong quickly wins the favor of all aboard. Our destination lies deep within the mountains, where the signal is rather poor. I suggest that everyone posts a message on their social media, stating that you're vacationing in the mountains and may be out of reach. This will prevent friends and family from worrying when they cannot contact you. Wouldn't you agree? The passengers exchange glances, having never considered this matter before. Xiao Zhang, that is a brilliant reminder. We hadn't thought of that. One by one, they pull out their phones, following Wei Gong's advice to leave a message on their social media. Wei Gong glances back, noting a tunnel ahead, its surveillance cameras dismantled and several signal jamming devices installed. An ideal blind spot for monitoring. Everyone must be weary and thirsty after such a long journey. Xiao Zhang has brought some freshly squeezed juice from our farm for you all to try. Just as the bus enters the tunnel, Wei Gong produces a box of vibrant red juice, distributing it among the passengers. Touched by his hospitality, the passengers express their gratitude. "Xiao Zhang, you're truly kind. You know just what we need. Please, do taste it and let us know your thoughts." With his enthusiastic hospitality, the passengers, unable to refuse his warmth, crack open the juice bottles and take a sip. Xiao Zhang, this juice has a rather peculiar taste, doesn't it? The drinkers furrow their brows, detecting an odd flavor, as if mixed with something unidentifiable. "Oh, really? Perhaps it's the unique blend of ingredients we use for our juice." Wei Gong's smile remains, concealing a darker secret. Indeed, the beverages are laced with his own blood, the blood of a zombie progenitor. This is akin to consuming wild bats. The moment they sip the juice, the viral infection infiltrates their systems. Naturally, this method is effective only in small doses. Larger volumes would dilute his blood too much to be effective. "Xiao Zhang, you didn't add any strange additives, did you?" "Ah." As the passengers begin to question him, a sudden scream pierces the air. They turn to see a man violently attacking his female companion, blood spilling everywhere. "Ah!" In horror, the bus erupts into chaos as individuals frantically attempt to distance themselves from the gruesome scene. Yet, this is merely the beginning, as more succumb to the zombie virus, turning on their fellow passengers. "Help! Help!" Those yet to be infected scream desperately, yearning to escape this hellish nightmare. But within the confines of this speeding bus, where can they flee? "Driver, stop the bus. Xiao Zhang, tell the driver to open the doors." Wei Gong tilts his head, feigning ignorance. The passengers' cries echo in vain. They remain oblivious to the fact that this seemingly gentle young man is the architect of their doom. "Help! Help!" Some attempt to call for help via their phones, only to discover that the bus is enveloped in a signal-dead tunnel, rendering their pleas futile. "Let us escape through the windows." A few survivors think of this, quickly attempting to open the windows. Yet, they find that these bus windows are specially designed to prevent passengers from jumping out, only allowing a mere 15 centimeters of opening, barely enough for escape. "Quick, use the emergency hammer to break the windows." The panicked passengers search for the hammers, but they have mysteriously vanished. In a fit of desperation, one individual attempts to force their body through the narrow opening, only to have their backside bitten by a zombie. With their last glimmer of hope extinguished, the remaining passengers are ultimately consumed by the ravenous undead. In their final moments, they realize the trap laid by Wei Gong, their eyes wide with terror as they curse him with their last breaths. "Zhang Wei, you fiend, may you suffer a most terrible fate." Yet, they die unaware that Zhang Wei is merely a pseudonym for Wei Gong. Turning to Ming Qingye, the travel agency owner at the wheel, Wei Gong remarks, "Collect all the phones after we return, and periodically post images of delectable dishes and scenic views on their social media." Such culinary and scenic posts, alongside the earlier signal disruption notification, will effectively prevent their friends and family from raising alarms due to their inability to contact them, significantly reducing Wei Gong's risk of being discovered. This low-cost travel scheme has ensnared multiple groups, proving to be a reliable bait for those eager to save a few yuan. Wei Gong has borrowed these tactics from common scams employed by fraud organizations. As the last human succumbs to the infection, a voice resonates in Wei Gong's mind. "Congratulations, you have infected 300 individuals, successfully advancing to a level 2 zombie progenitor." Shortly thereafter, another voice chimes. "The first level 2 zombie progenitor has emerged. Award, 1D class super ability." This announcement is heard not only by Wei Gong, but by all other zombie progenitor players as well. What? Someone has already infected 300 individuals. Is this person insane? To infect so many at once, do they not fear being discovered and eradicated? Ha! A reckless fool, just waiting to be caught and eliminated. On the third day of this game, over a dozen zombie progenitors have already perished, each one discovered while attempting to infect others and subsequently eliminated. With so many cautionary tales, the overwhelming majority of zombie progenitors have chosen to lie low, avoiding any attempts to infect humans. In their eyes, players like Wei Gong, who engage in mass infections, are merely courting disaster. Upon ascending to the rank of level 2 zombie progenitor, Wei Gong distinctly feels an invigorating surge of strength coursing through his limbs, greatly enhancing both his speed and power. He could likely lift a 100-pound dumbbell with ease. However, What excites him even more is the D-class super ability he has been awarded, one-time use storage spheres. Wei Gong can conjure glass bead-sized storage spheres, each possessing a capacity of 10 cubic meters. These can be used to store inanimate objects as well as zombies. With this remarkable skill, I can carry zombies with me, opening up a plethora of possibilities for future endeavors. Previously, to avoid detection, Wei Gong had buried the zombies deep within the mountains. Now, such precautions are unnecessary. The sole limitation is that creating storage spheres consumes a significant amount of Wei Gong's mental energy. At his current level, he can create no more than 5 spheres in a single day. Beep. At that moment, Wei Gong's phone buzzes with an unfamiliar message. Boss, I have contacted the person you were looking for. The meeting place is at the abandoned factory on the outskirts of North City. Ah, as expected from a woman capable of serving as the mayor's secretary. Her efficiency is truly commendable. The message is sent by Zheng Xiaoyu. Chapter 3. A short video plan? At the factory on the outskirts of the northern city, when Wei Gong arrived, a bespectacled middle-aged man had already been waiting for some time. Master, here is the 100,000 cash that Zheng Xiaoyu prepared as per your instructions. The middle-aged man's profession was that of a teacher, one of the initial 10 NPCs assigned to Wei Gong. Due to Zheng Xiaoyu's special status, it was inconvenient for Wei Gong to meet her directly, thus he entrusted the teacher with the delivery. Let us go. Wei Gong did not open the box to verify its contents. He had faith in the loyalty of the NPCs and strode directly into the factory. Ascending the dilapidated stairs to the second floor, he encountered several timid middle-aged men. Although these men varied in appearance, they shared a common characteristic. Each was ensnared in a midlife crisis, burdened by suffocating debts, and in dire need of money. Boss. Faced with the younger Wei Gong, these men instinctively recoiled. This was indicative of their cowardice. Still masked, concealing his true identity, Wei Gong reassured them, there is no need to be afraid. I merely wish to entrust you with a simple task. As he spoke, the teacher behind him opened the box, revealing stacks of cash. The sight of the crisp bills left the middle-aged men wide-eyed. What is it? We want to engage in any illegal activities. Rest assured, it's nothing serious. Wei Gong patted one man on the shoulder to ease his tension. All I need from you is to orchestrate a traffic accident tomorrow evening at 8. The men gasped in shock. Don't worry. It is not something out of a drama or movie, just a minor fender bender will suffice. Wei Gong chuckled. If that proves too difficult, you can simply pretend your vehicle has broken down in the middle of the road. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged men were even more perplexed. We are a self-media group conducting street experiments. We wanted to engage you for a street experiment aimed at observing the myriad of human behaviors when traffic congestion occurs. Wei Gong displayed a Douyin account homepage to the group, showcasing various street experiment videos. This account, purchased online for a few thousand, boasted around 60 to 70,000 followers, lending it an air of authenticity despite its modest fame. Oh. The middle-aged men nodded in understanding. With the Douyin account as evidence, their wariness quickly dissipated. One cautious man inquired, but if we disrupt traffic and cause a jam, won't the traffic police come to investigate? Another man quickly retorted, are you foolish? If you park your car and puncture a tire, just claim it's a flat and turn on your hazard lights. What traffic cop would bother you for that? The cautious man shrank back. I don't drive much. I've never done anything like this. Ha, there is no need for concern. We have obtained approval from the city hall for this experiment. Even if something goes awry, we will assist you in explaining the situation to the traffic police. Wei Gong further displayed the official document from the city hall, complete with the municipal seal, confirming that this was an educational short video experiment. Oh. Seeing the government's endorsement, the men immediately shed all apprehension. Wei Gong lifted a stack of cash. Once you sign the labor cooperation contract, the deposit will be given to you, and the remainder will be paid upon completion of the video shoot. With the sight of the heavy cash in Wei Gong's hands, the middle-aged men were elated. Great. Without Wei Gong needing to intervene, the male teacher handled the contract signing and deposit distribution seamlessly. Hey, do you think my son will see the video once it's released? This is a government-approved educational warning video. It's possible the school might indeed show it to your son. Well then, I must make sure to dress nicely and leave a good impression on camera. Watching the middle-aged men leave joyfully with their money, the male teacher furrowed his brow and asked with concern, Master, aren't you worried these individuals might leak your plans? Wei Gong's intention in recruiting these individuals was not merely to film a video, but rather to incite traffic accidents at various critical junctures throughout the city, thereby paralyzing the entire urban transportation system. Without vehicles, how could ordinary people hope to outrun the relentless zombies? Leak what? A short video plan. Wei Gong had divulged to them merely a filming project. Even if they informed the police, he faced no risk. The plans, accounts, and even names he provided were all fictitious. What if they take the money and don't follow through? Wei Gong remained unfazed. With the contract in place, given their timid nature, they wouldn't dare. These individuals were inherently cowardly. Even with tenfold courage, they wouldn't risk breaching a labor contract backed by the government. How are preparations for the tasks I assigned you coming along? The middle-aged teacher promptly replied, tomorrow evening at 8. I will gather all the boarding students for a lecture in the school auditorium. When the apocalypse begins, I will lock the exits and unleash the zombies we've prepared. In addition to the middle-aged teacher, his subordinates, including doctors and nurses, had received identical assignments. Schools and hospitals were not only densely populated but also predominantly filled with the elderly, infirm, and young, lacking the capability to independently confront a crisis. Once faced with zombies, the infection rate would undoubtedly surpass that of other locations. Such prime targets were naturally of utmost priority for Wei Gong. Moreover, he had also made arrangements for crowded areas such as subways, shopping malls, and pedestrian streets. If all went according to plan, at Wei Gong's command, the entire city would swiftly succumb. All right, you may all go prepare. With that, Wei Gong parted ways with the middle-aged teacher and exited the abandoned factory alone. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in the minds of all players. Attention all players, the zombie apocalypse will commence tomorrow evening at 8. Please prepare accordingly. The appearance of the system notification signified the impending conclusion of the prologue's first phase, with the true climax drawing near. The beasts lurking in the shadows were beginning to reveal their fangs. A gust of wind swept past, dislodging Wei Gong's hood and tousling his bangs. Beneath that fringe were fervent eyes, and as Wei Gong grinned, he declared, "Let us commence the true game." Chapter 4: The Power of Coordinates. Brother is so handsome. I love you, brother. Brother smiled at me. I'm coming. It was now 7:50 in the evening, and the Olympic Sports Center in the heart of Shoutan City was hosting an extraordinarily lively concert, where thousands of fans fervently cheered for the brother on stage. How noisy. In the shadows of the concert, Wei Gong, disguised as a staff member, impatiently stuffed earplugs into his ears. Not only had his physical prowess evolved, but his senses had also sharpened. The discordant melodies from the stage and the cacophony of shouts from the audience were nothing short of torment to his ears. Wei Gong glanced at the stage and then at the crowd. Sing your hearts out, shout to your lungs content. When the zombie crisis begins, I shall see how you all manage to escape in your exhausted state. To Wei Gong, such crowded and chaotic large-scale events were nothing less than a feast for the undead. To ensure he did not miss this golden opportunity, he had ordered Zheng Xiaoyu to postpone the concert, citing fire safety issues, even though it was originally scheduled to take place 3 days prior. And now, it was the day the zombie crisis was about to erupt. Wei Gong checked the time. Only 10 minutes remained before the crisis would unfold. It's time to head to the control center. Armed with the floor plan of the Olympic Sports Center obtained from Zheng Xiaoyu, Wei Gong arrived smoothly at the door of the control center. He pushed the door, only to find it locked, indicating that those inside wished to avoid any disturbance from outsiders. Let us get straight to it. With only 5 minutes left until the apocalypse commenced, Wei Gong, disinterested in hesitation, kicked the control center door open with brute force. Bang! The sound echoed as the 2-meter-high iron door flew inward, knocking an unfortunate staff member to the ground. What is happening? The remaining staff members were still trying to grasp the situation when a shadow darted into the room like a cheetah. Who are you? Without further ado, Wei Gong charged at one of the staff, his sharp nails transforming into lethal daggers that pierced into the man's throat. As he destroyed the vocal cords, he also injected the zombie virus into him. Withdrawing his hand, the crimson blood pooled on the floor. Those on the brink of death need not know who they were. Call the police. A staff member reached for the intercom on the table in a desperate plea. Don't cause me any trouble. Wei Gong threw a glass marble at him, which accurately struck the intercom from his grasp, simultaneously releasing the contained zombie. Before the staff member could utter another word, the zombie lunged at him, severing his throat and extinguishing his life. As long as he eliminated all witnesses, it would be a flawless assassination. The same principle applied during the lurking phase. As long as he killed everyone before the news spread, his identity would remain concealed, protecting him from system eradication. I don't want to die. The deaths of 2 people ignited a frenzy of panic among the remaining staff, who frantically rushed towards the exit. But would Wei Gong allow them to escape? Once more, 2 glass marbles containing zombies were launched. Anyone attempting to flee the room was met with a gruesome demise at the hands of the undead. Within a minute, every staff member in the room had been transformed into zombies by Wei Gong's influence. The number of zombies he had infected reached a terrifying count of 310. Ding! Phase 1 complete. Rewards are now being calculated and distributed. Just 2 minutes remained before the impending zombie apocalypse, and the system's notification resounded in every player's mind, marking the end of the first phase. Player Wei Gong. Number of zombies infected: 310. Rating: S-Class. Reward: C-Class Super Ability, Power of Coordinates. Soon, an introduction to the Power of Coordinates ability materialized in Wei Gong's mind. Similar to the one-time storage orb, the Power of Coordinates was also a spatial ability. By touch, Wei Gong could leave coordinate marks on any entity, with a maximum of 10 marks existing simultaneously. Within a 10-meter radius centered on him, he could freely interchange the positions of items marked with coordinate marks. Each swap would consume Wei Gong's mental energy. Should an item marked with a coordinate mark be destroyed, the mark would vanish. For instance, if a bomb were marked and subsequently exploded, the mark would disappear along with it. By touching again, Wei Gong could also cancel the coordinate mark. After reviewing the skill description, Wei Gong touched a nearby zombie and then a mobile phone on the table. After marking both items, he seized the phone and hurled it away. As the phone soared through the air, Wei Gong's eyes widened. Power of Coordinates. Instantly, the phone switched places with the zombie. Wei Gong smiled lightly. An intriguing ability. Though the lethality of this power was not particularly strong, its practicality and potential for development were impressive. In just a few breaths, he had conceptualized several applications for the ability. Currently, however, it consumes a bit too much. With Wei Gong's present mental energy, he estimated he could use it about 10 times in an hour, and if used consecutively, 5 times would be the limit. I should enhance my mental energy as soon as possible. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the system's voice echoed once more. Player Wei Gong. Number of zombies infected: 310, currently ranked first. You have 3 opportunities to choose rewards. A pop-up appeared before Wei Gong, displaying the leaderboard for the lurking phase of the zombie faction. Unmistakably, Wei Gong topped the list. Apart from his name, he also noted the infection counts of other entities: 231, 197. Wei Gong observed that more than half of the top 20 entities had infected counts exceeding 100. This suggested that the zombie faction was not without its adept individuals. Desiring to investigate further, he realized that the system's confidentiality prevented him from seeing player names or specific details, only the infection counts. Wei Gong chose not to dwell on this, dismissing the thought, it's better not to see the names. If he could not view others' information, then naturally, others would not be able to see his, ensuring that his intelligence remained secure. Even among the zombie entities belonging to the same faction, Wei Gong preferred they not be overly informed. This was a matter of caution. Chapter 5. The zombies glanced back at life and death. After closing the leaderboard, Wei Gong opened the reward selection interface. Although the rewards were indeed plentiful and varied, the majority were of little use to him at this stage. After a swift perusal, he quickly made his decision. I choose to enhance the zombie level twice and strengthen my mental power once. Next came the phase of a massive zombie outbreak. The higher the strength of the zombies, the faster they could infect ordinary people. 1 infects 10, 10 infects 100, 100 infects 1,000. The snowball effect would grow increasingly larger, ultimately brewing into an uncontrollable catastrophe of terror. Enhancement complete. Wei Gong glanced at the strength of the zombies under his command. Level 3 zombies, moving at a speed of 10 kilometers per hour, possessing low intelligence, capable of ascending stairs, climbing ladders, and exhibiting basic self-healing. As long as their heads remain intact, their bodies will gradually recover. 10 kilometers per hour. Wei Gong's lips twitched slightly. It is worth noting that even an amateur runner who trains regularly might only reach a speed of 9 to 10 kilometers, in the absence of external interference. These zombies could easily overpower 8 out of 10 ordinary people. Even more terrifying was that the zombies under Wei Gong's command would not experience fatigue. The thought of a horde of relentless, faster-than-him zombies pursuing him sent a chill down his spine. Fortunately, I am the zombie progenitor. Wei Gong grinned, issuing a command in his mind. Everyone, commence action. Although the reward selection had delayed him for a few minutes, Wei Gong was in no hurry, for he had a substantial number of subordinates at his disposal. In the auditorium of Shaotan High School, a multitude of students filled the seats, all of whom were boarding students in their final year. What is Teacher Yu up to? We've been summoned here to sit idly for an hour. Discontent brewed among the students, who were in the critical sprint phase of their final year, where every moment was of utmost importance. The man referred to as Teacher Yu leaned against the entrance of the auditorium, patiently waiting. Everyone, commence action. The moment Wei Gong's command echoed in his mind, Teacher Yu swiftly produced a key and locked the door behind him. This door was the sole exit. Once it was secured, the auditorium would transform into a sealed chamber. Click. Immediately following this, Teacher Yu extinguished all the lights in the auditorium. The space, once brightly lit, was plunged into an oppressive, silent darkness in an instant. What happened? Is there a power outage? The sudden shift startled all the students present. Just as confusion set in, a chilling scream reverberated through the darkness. Ah? What is going on? What happened? Is it haunted? Who is that screaming? Teacher Yu. Where are you? The pitch-black void, coupled with the unexpected scream, ignited a primal fear in each student. Don't panic. I still have my phone for light. A quick-thinking student immediately activated the flashlight function. But the moment the light flickered on, a withered figure came into view, currently lunging at another person. Goor in the darkness, the unsettling sound of teeth gnawing on flesh echoed. The person being attacked appears to be wearing our school uniform. This revelation meant that the victim was one of their classmates. The flashlight-wielding student's pupils dilated in horror, a spine-chilling dread creeping up his spine. There was a monster feasting on his classmate. Perhaps sensing the gaze upon it, the withered figure slowly turned its head. It bore a bloodied human face, with milky white eyes devoid of pupils, skin wrinkled and desiccated, and remnants of human flesh clinging to its lips. A zombie. The student immediately recalled the iconic scene from Resident Evil 1, the unforgettable moment of the zombie turning back. Though he had witnessed that scene countless times, seeing it unfold in reality elicited an uncontrollable scream from him. His scream instantly attracted the attention of the zombie, which abandoned its meal and lunged straight at the student. Don't come near me. Stay away. The student attempted to flee, but the combined effects of darkness and panic caused him to collide with another person. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the individual also wore the same school uniform, mistaking them for a classmate. Don't just stand there. Run. There are zombies. As soon as he shouted this, he watched in horror as the classmates slowly turned their head. What he saw was a bloodied face, with eyes devoid of pupils, the whites completely overtaken. Even more horrifying was the fact that a large chunk of flesh was missing from the left side of that face, with crimson blood flowing steadily from the wound. Such a grotesque sight triggered a wave of nausea in the student, and he doubled over, retching violently. Gah! Just then, a withered hand landed on his shoulder, the pain of torn flesh. The warmth trickling from his neck. Soon, he lost consciousness, becoming a member of the zombies in the darkness. Approximately 5 minutes later, Teacher Yu turned the lights back on, revealing that the auditorium had transformed into a gruesome hell on earth. Those vibrant students, filled with youthful vigor and boundless hope for the future, had now become mere shells, wandering the auditorium in search of potential survivors. Teacher Yu navigated through the throng of zombies, counting their numbers. As a direct subordinate of Wei Gong, the zombies of the same faction did not attack him. Adjusting his glasses, he noted, 240 individuals, plus the 10 zombies I initially brought, totals 250. The count is accurate. He then proceeded to unlock the auditorium's main door. The zombies surged forth like students rushing to the cafeteria at mealtime. Nearby, a residential area filled with school district housing lay in wait, and as it was now 8 in the evening, many people were out for leisurely strolls. The arrival of such a vast horde of zombies would undoubtedly incite a massacre of unimaginable brutality. Yet, Teacher Yu, the instigator of this chaos, felt not a flicker of remorse. Though he appeared human on the surface, his heart had long since transformed into that of a member of the zombie army. Empathy, guilt, the fate of humanity, none of it mattered to him. His sole focus was on how to perfectly execute the task assigned by his master. Approaching the podium in the auditorium, Teacher Yu retrieved a backpack from within. What lay ahead was to disguise himself as a survivor, providing Wei Gong with intelligence on other human survivors, as well as identifying those human faction players hidden within the city. Chapter 6. The fear of zombies. Watching the surveillance. Completion of the infection task at the first hospital. Completion of the infection task at the municipal hospital. Completion of the infection task on Walking Street. Completion of the infection task at Wanai Mall. In the surveillance room of the Olympic Sports Center, Wei Gong, the mastermind behind the events, sipped on his sugary beverage while perusing the reports sent by his subordinates. Everything was progressing precisely as he had anticipated. Within just a short hour, the number of infections had soared to a staggering 5,000, far outpacing his competitors. Turning off his phone, Wei Gong redirected his attention to the surveillance screens. The concert, once filled with the fervor of youth, had devolved into a scene of unspeakable carnage. The densely packed crowd had transformed into a breeding ground for the zombie virus, with hundreds succumbing to the infection every passing minute. Those who had been infected would in turn attack others, creating an unstoppable avalanche of chaos. There is a small room in Exit 7, harboring 20 individuals. Dispose of them. Below the stage, there is an elevator shaft concealing 3 people. Send 3 zombies. In the backstage makeup room, there is a hidden compartment with 17 individuals. Dispatch 34 zombies. As the saying goes, it is not the number of zombies that instills fear, but their omnipresent vision. With the aid of the surveillance system, Wei Gong effortlessly pinpointed the locations of the majority of survivors. At a mere command, the zombies would launch organized and targeted assaults on their hiding places, leaving the survivors with no means of escape. Before long, those cowering in the corners were systematically hunted down, joining the ranks of the undead. At that moment, Wei Gong received a message, "Master, the vehicle is ready." The sender was none other than his most capable secretary, Zhang Xiaoyu. Wei Gong drained the last drop of his sugary drink. The task of infecting the civilians is complete. It is now time to target the armed forces of this city. In the wake of such a grave catastrophe, inquiries arose. Where are the police? Trained and armed, the police represented the city's most formidable line of defense against the initial outbreak of the zombie crisis. Their intervention could not only mitigate the disaster but also effectively slow the spread of the infection, thereby saving countless ordinary citizens. Yet, at this critical juncture, their silence was deafening. The reason for this predicament lay in their entrapment on the roads. Within 5 minutes of the outbreak at the concert, the headquarters had dispatched police forces from various precincts to provide support. However, the majority found themselves ensnared on the elevated highways, as Wei Gong had orchestrated a series of traffic accidents at key intersections throughout Shout'an City. Had only a few of these traffic hubs been congested, it would have posed little issue. Traffic police could have easily managed the flow. However, today, every major artery was choked. This represented a paralyzing blow to the city's traffic, with no hope of restoration for at least an hour. The inability of the armed forces to mobilize swiftly resulted in a missed opportunity for timely rescue. Once the horde of zombies had fully matured, the situation would exceed the capabilities of ordinary law enforcement. Olden, the driver, furrowed his brow. What on earth is happening on this road? Will it still be congested at 8 tonight? Despite special vehicles having priority during missions, the sheer volume of traffic rendered any advantage moot. Even with priority, one could not simply bulldoze through the vehicles ahead. Sitting in the passenger seat, old Liao stared intently at his phone, his expression grave. The newly graduated officer, Wang Xia, leaned in. "Master, what troubles you?" Old Liao displayed his phone screen, revealing the traffic conditions across Shout'an City, with every critical route vividly marked in crimson. At this hour, the evening rush should have subsided. There is no way it could be this congested. Even if one road encountered an incident, it is improbable that all routes would be affected. He paused, yet, coincidentally, the Olympic Sports Center has just experienced a massive incident. Wang Xia, having just graduated from the police academy, was quick to grasp the implications. "Are you suggesting that this traffic jam is a deliberate obstruction to hinder our approach to the Olympic Sports Center?" "Indeed. Old Liao nodded, yet a far more unsettling thought lingered in his mind. He recalled that the concert at the Olympic Sports Center was initially scheduled a few days prior, but had been postponed due to an unforeseen fire hazard. The emergence of such a crisis today felt suspiciously coincidental. If it were not mere coincidence. Old Liao inhaled sharply, a chill running down his spine. Once their task was complete, he vowed to investigate the matter thoroughly. Olden, wait in the vehicle. Wang, accompany me to the front to assess the situation. Unbuckling his seatbelt, Old Liao exited the car and strode toward the forefront. Traffic jams typically stemmed from accidents, and where there were accidents, traffic police would be present to manage the chaos. He intended to inquire about the individual responsible for the incident and perhaps borrow a motorcycle from his police colleagues. Newcomer Wang Xia promptly followed suit. Certainly, 4 trained officers, a distance of 3 kilometers, posed little challenge. A brisk jog would suffice, as Old Liao had surmised. A vehicle accident had caused a significant backlog on the elevated highway. Gradually slowing his pace, he observed the opposite side of the highway, noting that construction was underway on the far left lane, while the accident occurred in the far right lane. This situation had effectively reduced the 3-lane highway to a single lane, forcing vehicles on either side to merge into the center, drastically slowing the flow of traffic. Moreover, this frequent lane changing led to a heightened risk of collisions. During their run, Old Liao had already witnessed 2 or 3 disputes arising from minor fender benders. The more accidents that occurred, the more exacerbated the traffic congestion would become. Old Liao's brow furrowed slightly. This scenario was beginning to seem less like a mere accident and more like the work of an unseen hand orchestrating the chaos. Master, it seems our colleagues are becoming overwhelmed. Wang Xia pointed toward 2 traffic officers, one directing traffic while the other managed the various accidents. Meanwhile, the black SUV that had caused the commotion was left unattended. Wang, go greet our colleagues. I will investigate the owner of that vehicle. Since this matter fell outside his direct jurisdiction, a preliminary introduction was prudent. Understood. Chapter 7. The unseen puppet master Lao Liao approached the sleek black SUV, rapping lightly on the tinted glass. Driver, could you please lower the window? Inside the vehicle sat a balding middle-aged man who was nervously puffing on a cigarette, his eyes darting towards the rearview mirror as though searching for someone. Police. The already anxious man nearly dropped his cigarette upon seeing the uniformed figure outside. Observing the man's extreme reaction, Lao Liao's expression darkened. It appeared there was indeed something nefarious afoot. He retrieved his identification from his pocket. Please lower the window and cooperate with our investigation. The timid man, intimidated by the firm demeanor of Lao Liao, hurriedly opened the car door, not daring to delay for even a moment. Why yes, what seems to be the problem? He stammered, his eyes still flickering nervously to the rearview mirror. Lao Liao, puzzled by the man's incessant glances, glanced into the mirror himself but found nothing amiss. He briefly introduced his identity before inquiring, Driver, is there an issue with your vehicle parked here? The man quickly explained, My tire is flat. It has a puncture. A puncture? Lao Liao leaned in to inspect the dashboard, discovering that it was indeed the left rear tire that was deflated. He said nothing further, striding directly towards the left rear tire. Upon closer inspection, Lao Liao's brow furrowed. The tire had a long, clean gash, suggesting it had not been damaged by accident, but rather deliberately slashed with a sharp object. Measuring the length of the cut, he noted it was approximately 5 to 6 centimeters long. Such a sizable incision could deflate a tire in less than 5 minutes. It would be impossible to drive even out of the neighborhood, let alone onto the highway. This indicated that the cut had been made after the vehicle had been parked. Lao Liao snapped a photo, confronting the balding man. Driver, I expect a reasonable explanation. The man attempted to justify himself, but Lao Liao's deductions systematically dismantled his claims. As the questioning progressed, the man became increasingly drenched in sweat, soon rendered speechless by Lao Liao's inquiries. Since you cannot respond, I must request your cooperation and escort you to the station for further questioning. Lao Liao sensed that by firmly holding onto this lead, he could unravel the conspiracy behind it all. Upon hearing he might be taken to the station, the balding man panicked. What have I done wrong? It's just a broken car. Lao Liao pointed towards the congested road behind them. You are suspected of deliberately obstructing public transportation, and I have the authority to detain you. The man's face flushed red as he spread his hands in desperation. Evidence. What evidence do you have? Evidence. Lao Liao gestured towards the vehicle's dashcam. First, your car is equipped with a dashcam. We will determine whether the damage was indeed accidental by reviewing the footage. Secondly, the tool used to slash the tire may still be in your vehicle. Once we find it and send it for examination, we will ascertain whether its material matches that of your tire. Lastly, Lao Liao took a deep breath, pointing towards the surveillance cameras mounted on the overpass, speaking with solemn authority. In this high-tech society, surveillance is omnipresent. No crime can escape notice. In the past, it was said, man is doing, and heaven is watching. Now, it is man is doing, and the eye of heaven is watching. In today's society, any unlawful act will inevitably face the righteous repercussions of the law. The balding man slumped in his seat, as if all strength had been drained from him. All right, I confess that I was participating in filming a social experiment video. The contract explicitly stated that unless absolutely necessary, the fact that they were filming a video could not be revealed. The rationale was that doing so would compromise the project and render the entire footage unusable, resulting in a significant waste of resources. Consequently, anyone who divulged this information would incur a 70 deduction from their wages. Lao Liao's confusion deepened as he furrowed his brow. A social experiment video? Yes, we even received permission from the city government. Permission? Lao Liao's expression soured. If this was the case for this route, it was undoubtedly the same for others. A grave experiment that severely disrupts the city's traffic. Those who would authorize such an experiment must either be foolish or have malicious intent. Headquarters, I suspect today's traffic congestion is orchestrated. The planner is likely connected to the incident at the Olympic Sports Center. I request that other colleagues investigate the vehicles involved in the congestion. Lao Liao promptly reported the matter. The more individuals involved in this scheme they apprehended, the easier it would be to trace the mastermind behind it. Headquarters received. Lao Liao then turned his attention back to the balding man. What is your name? Age? Occupation? The interrogation-like tone made the man tremble. My name is Shou Kongyu, 46 years old, recently laid off from my company. Shou Kongyu felt a wave of regret. Had it not been for being unceremoniously dismissed, he would never have taken part in such a nonsensical endeavor. What do you know about the person who directed you? What is their objective? I don't know. All I know is they're filming a video, and their account is called Social Experiment Group. Headquarters, please assist me in investigating the account, Social Experiment Group. To be honest, Lao Liao had little hope for this account. The perpetrator was likely a meticulous individual, and the account was probably a fabricated one. What can you tell me about the person who directed you? Any distinguishing features or names? Shou Kongyu shook his head. I don't know. That day he wore a baseball cap and a mask, dressed in long sleeves and pants. I only know he was a young man in his early 20s. A young man in his 20s. Lao Liao's brow furrowed deeper. This mastermind was indeed meticulous, perfectly concealing all identifying traits while deceiving the lower-tier executors. Even if the lower-tier executors were captured, they would reveal nothing of value. Master, we have a situation. At that moment, Wang Xia rushed over, breathless and visibly alarmed. Xiao Wang, you arrived just in time. Take this man back to the station for further investigation. Lao Liao began, but was interrupted by Wang Xia. Master, there's trouble. A group of individuals has suddenly emerged beneath the overpass, attacking civilians. Those who are attacked will also become infected and begin to assault others. Lao Liao's eyes widened. This was eerily reminiscent of the description of the assault at the Olympic Sports Center. Could it be that the mastermind's targets extended beyond just the Olympic Sports Center to encompass the entire city? Lao Liao's expression shifted dramatically. If that were the case, the severity of the situation would escalate tremendously. He demanded of Shou Kongyu, what else do you know? I truly don't know. Shou Kongyu exclaimed, looking bewildered as he hurried to distance himself from the situation. Headquarters, a collective assault incident has occurred on the elevated road in the northern part of the city. Requesting backup. Lao Liao set down the radio and turned to Wang Xia. Xiao Wang, take this individual to find Laoan, then escort him back to the station. Ensure his safety. He is a vital lead. What about you, Master? Lao Liao's expression hardened. I will coordinate with the traffic police to evacuate the crowd and intercept those assailants. Their existence was to safeguard the safety of the populace. Even though he understood that his efforts might be like an ant trying to stop a chariot, he would charge forward without hesitation. Chapter 8. Truth or Falsehood. A gentle female voice drew Wei Gong back from the enchanting realms of comics and music. Master, we have arrived. Wei Gong set aside his comic book and removed his headphones, lifting his gaze. Have all the tasks I assigned been meticulously prepared? Before him stood a young woman, likely in her late 20s, with a poised bob haircut, clad in a sleek black business suit, and adorned with black-rimmed glasses that exuded the allure of a mature woman. This was Wei Gong's most capable secretary, Zheng Xiaoyu. The successful execution of the zombie infection plan relied heavily on the contributions of the 10 NPCs under Wei Gong's command. Yet if one were to assign credit, Zheng Xiaoyu would undoubtedly be the foremost contributor. Many tasks were accomplished seamlessly thanks to her adept manipulation of her authority to create shortcuts and forge documents. Zheng Xiaoyu nodded emphatically. I have conducted 3 thorough checks to ensure there are no discrepancies. The upcoming operation is exceedingly perilous. Even the slightest flaw could plunge us into an abyss of irretrievable doom. Wei Gong's expression grew grave, for they were about to infiltrate a military base located 20 miles outside Xiaoding City. This base, the closest military installation to the city, housed nearly 500 soldiers. Should they commence armed suppression of the zombies, this force would undoubtedly be the most formidable. Hence, Wei Gong must eliminate them before their mission began. Zheng Xiaoyu reiterated her assurance. There will be no errors. Wei Gong nodded. Then let us depart. He and Zheng Xiaoyu entered the sedan at the front, followed by a large truck emblazoned with the logo of Green City Pharmaceuticals. This company, engaged in drug research and development, collaborated extensively with the Xiaoding City government. The vehicles traveled swiftly, soon halting before the heavily guarded military base. Upon noticing the approaching vehicles, the sentinels stationed at the gate promptly stepped forward to intercept them. This is a military-restricted area. Please leave at once. Zheng Xiaoyu exited the vehicle, retrieving her identification and several documents from her briefcase. I am Zheng Xiaoyu, secretary to the city government, here to transport vital supplies. The sentinel compared her credentials, finding them satisfactory. We have received no orders regarding the arrival of supplies. Without directives from above, the sentinel was clearly unwilling to grant Wei Gong and his companion entry. Wei Gong, stepping out of the car, glanced at the military base, noticing soldiers swiftly assembling and heavy weaponry being mobilized. Clearly, preparations were underway to suppress the zombie outbreak in the city. Wei Gong approached. Greetings, we represent Green City Pharmaceuticals. This is an urgent operation and formal orders have yet to reach us. However, I assure you that these supplies are crucial for your upcoming mission. I request that you inform the base commander, so we may explain in person. At that moment, Wei Gong donned a white lab coat and black-framed glasses, his face still concealed by a mask, projecting the air of a laboratory researcher. The sentinel scrutinized the large truck behind him, then glanced at the documents in his hand. Remove your mask. Wei Gong, taking note of the nearby surveillance camera, adjusted his position to obscure the camera's view before removing his mask. Thank you for your cooperation. Once the sentinel completed his verification, Wei Gong promptly donned his mask once more. The credentials and documents were authentic, bearing the seals of both the city government and Green City Pharmaceuticals. Given the classified nature of the mission, which had never been disclosed to the public, Wei Gong's detailed knowledge indicated they were indeed personnel dispatched from above and could be trusted. Please hold on. I will notify our company commander. Approximately 5 minutes later, 2 impeccably postured soldiers emerged from the military base. Point 1, clad in a helmet and armed with weaponry, appeared ready for deployment. Explain the situation. The sentinel saluted. Commander, they claim to be from Green City Pharmaceuticals, here to transport operational supplies. I have verified their documents and they are legitimate. However, we have not received any orders for incoming supplies. The man referred to as Commander Gao Lian was the highest-ranking officer at this military base. Gao Lian took the documents and scrutinized them, finding no apparent issues. He then turned his gaze towards Zheng Xiaoyu and Wei Gong. What supplies are in the vehicle? Gao Lian's eyes were sharp, akin to a dagger piercing the heart. Clearly, he was a seasoned veteran with exceptional insight and vigilance. Wei Gong adjusted his glasses. It is an antibody agent to suppress the viral infection. Upon hearing this, Gao Lian's wariness intensified. If this is such a crucial medication, why was there no prior notification? Because the development of this medication is a closely guarded secret. We cannot disclose any information until the viral outbreak occurs, for fear of inciting unnecessary public panic. As he spoke, Wei Gong presented a forged research report to Gao Lian, detailing the research on the zombie virus and research on virus antibodies. The virus that has recently emerged is highly contagious. Should news leak into society, it would trigger widespread panic. At that point, the real trouble would not lie with the infected, but rather with the ordinary people gripped by fear. An incident occurring overseas can lead to a rush on iodine salt. A mere flu outbreak can result in the complete sellout of cold medications, regardless of their effectiveness. In the face of panic, people lose their rationality. Should those with ulterior motives seize the opportunity in a society gripped by fear, it could result in a catastrophe rivaling the zombie crisis. Gao Lian furrowed his brow. Wei Gong's reasoning held merit, yet he remained uneasy about the origins of the unknown medication. Since the antibody has been developed, why not distribute it in advance to avert potential disasters? The antibodies produced thus far are merely preliminary samples. Their efficacy is not optimal. Given the urgent nature of the crisis, we can only offer this as a temporary solution. Wei Gong retrieved a vial from the truck. Although labeled as a medication, it was merely a tube of saline solution. The quantity of preliminary samples is limited, sufficient only for the military and key city officials. After hearing Wei Gong's explanation, Gao Lian fell silent in contemplation. Initially, he considered contacting his superiors for verification, but realizing the confidentiality of the matter, he knew that few were privy to the truth. Even if he were to confirm the authenticity, it would likely consume considerable time, severely delaying their mission. Gao Lian fixed his gaze on the vial in Wei Gong's hand, pondering for a moment. How can you prove the safety of this agent? If Wei Gong's words were true, he would undoubtedly need to administer the antibody to all soldiers in the camp, as it could effectively safeguard their lives. Quite simply, I can inject a dose before your eyes. Without hesitation, Wei Gong unwrapped the packaging of the syringe, drew the saline solution into the syringe, and injected it into his arm. He performed the task with such ease that he appeared indistinguishable from a seasoned pharmaceutical researcher. Wei Gong turned to Zhang Xiaoyu. Please bring over subject 1. Certainly. Zhang Xiaoyu turned and walked towards the large truck. Shortly thereafter, 2 individuals clad in lab coats arrived, pushing a large iron cage. Within this cage was a fearsome zombie. Chapter 9. Testing the poison. Upon the appearance of a living being, the zombie within the cage immediately emitted a deep, guttural growl. Had it not been for the iron chains and bars restraining it, it would have lunged forward to bite. The emergence of the zombie instantly aroused the vigilance of all the soldiers present, who instinctively raised their firearms, aiming them at the zombie and Wei Gong. Observing their reaction, Wei Gong simply chuckled. Although they were all trained soldiers, it was their first encounter with such a perilous, infectious creature, and it was only natural for them to feel apprehensive. Wei Gong pressed his hands together. This specimen is completely under our control. There is no need for concern. The zombie was bound by chains on all 4 limbs, and its head was securely fixed by a collar around its neck. It was impossible for it to bite, let alone turn its head. Gao Lian did not instruct the surrounding soldiers to lower their weapons, but instead spoke in a low voice. Continue with your demonstration. Wei Gong raised an eyebrow, and, in the presence of all, extended his arm towards the zombie. Just as everyone anticipated the zombie to bite Wei Gong's arm, they were astonished to find that the creature completely disregarded it, its pupil-less eyes fixated on the soldiers outside the cage. Wei Gong retracted his arm. After injecting this antibody, the infected will mistake you for one of their own and will not initiate an attack. Gao Lian's brow nearly furrowed into a shape. Based on Wei Gong's experimental report and demonstration results, his words appear to be entirely truthful. If this antibody could be injected, the risk factor of the mission would be significantly reduced. Yet, for reasons unknown, Gao Lian's years of military intuition continuously warned him that there was something amiss with this man's words. How to decide? Gao Lian found himself in a dilemma. At that moment, a soldier standing silently beside Gao Lian spoke up. Captain, we cannot trust him just yet. Gao Lian glanced at the soldier. Does Vice Officer Shi have any insights? I cannot discern where the problem lies, but that does not imply that everything is genuine. Vice Officer Shi shook his head. Documents can be forged, and the demonstration could have been staged, provided the antidote was injected beforehand. Gao Lian nodded. Indeed. If you all think this way, then it is meaningless. After all, to you, everything is a deception. Wei Gong shrugged helplessly. We have already wasted considerable time. I suggest you make a decision promptly. Wei Gong was not the slightest bit worried that they would reject this batch of medication as it pertained to the safety of their soldiers' lives. It is simple to make us believe you. Vice Officer Shi extended his hand towards Wei Gong. Let me be the first to receive an injection. Gao Lian was taken aback. This truly seemed to be the best course of action. Vice Officer Shi was one of their own, unlikely to lie. Nor had he injected any antidote in advance. As long as Vice Officer Shi experienced no adverse reactions after receiving the medication, it would indicate its safety. However, should the medication prove faulty, Vice Officer Shi would undoubtedly perish. He was willing to risk his life for the sake of the entire battalion. Gao Lian immediately refused. No, my constitution is superior to yours. Even if there is danger, I can endure it longer than you, so I will test the drug. Vice Officer Shi shook his head. You are the captain, the leader of this unit. The subsequent tasks require your command. You cannot afford to be harmed. Captain, let us do it. Immediately, several soldiers stepped forward, willing to risk their lives to pave the way for their comrades. Enough. Our unit has no tradition of soldiers testing poison for the commander. I will do it as the vice captain. A commendable resolve. Wei Gong smiled slightly, speaking as he opened the medicine cabinet beside him, preparing to inject Vice Officer Shi with the antibody. Vice Officer Shi interrupted Wei Gong's actions. I do not want the medication from that cabinet. I want to inject from the truck, and I will retrieve it myself. Vice Officer Shi pointed towards the truck. The substances in Wei Gong's medicine cabinet could very well be smoke bombs. Only the agents within the truck could ascertain their authenticity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyu immediately grew anxious. No, you are not professionals. You could damage the medication. Zhang Xiaoyu was understandably worried, for the truck contained virus agents mixed with Wei Gong's blood. If Vice Officer Shi injected too early and transformed, their plan would be utterly ruined. Everyone, including Wei Gong, would perish. Click. However, the response to Zhang Xiaoyu was the simultaneous sound of bullets being chambered, with Gao Lian's sidearm pressed directly against Wei Gong's temple. You have no right to refuse. In an instant, dozens of barrels were aimed at Wei Gong and the others. Even with Wei Gong's enhanced physique, enduring such a barrage would likely result in immediate demise. In this dire moment, however, there was not a trace of panic on Wei Gong's face. He maintained a sunny smile akin to a neighborly boy. Our medication is sound. How could we possibly refuse? Facing the gun barrels, Wei Gong turned and walked towards the truck. Come, I will lead you to retrieve the antibody. Gao Lian and Vice Officer Shi exchanged glances and followed in Wei Gong's footsteps. The remaining soldiers continued to stand guard over Zhang Xiaoyu and the others. Should Zhang Xiaoyu make any sudden moves, they would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Wei Gong opened the rear container of the truck, revealing it packed with tightly stacked medicine boxes. These boxes contained the virus agents capable of transforming humans into zombies. Vice Officer Shi looked at Wei Gong. I will select an antibody myself. Is that acceptable? Wei Gong shrugged. Of course, feel free to choose whichever appeals to you. Just be gentle with it. Vice Officer Shi stepped into the container, surveying the array. The boxes appeared identical, with no discernible markings. The agents within were likely the same. He randomly opened one box and selected a vial. I choose this one. Vice Officer Shi's choice was entirely arbitrary. He did not believe Wei Gong could foresee his selection and tamper with it. Certainly, no issue at all. Wei Gong reached into the box and retrieved a pristine, factory-sealed syringe, still in its packaging. Here, allow me to administer the injection. Vice Officer Shi promptly declined. No need. I can do it myself. He was wary of Wei Gong's potential deceit. Wei Gong raised an eyebrow. This agent is still in the experimental phase. Self-injection by non-professionals carries risks. I still recommend a professional administer it. Vice Officer Shi fixed his gaze firmly on Wei Gong. Every action of Wei Gong was under the scrutiny of both himself and Gao Lian. No minor movements could escape their watchful eyes. Allowing Wei Gong to administer the injection seemed feasible. All right, but I will choose the syringe myself. Vice Officer Shi randomly picked another syringe and handed it to Wei Gong. Wei Gong chuckled softly. This fellow was indeed cautious. Chapter 10. The outcome is determined in the face of such significant matters. Caution is imperative. Therefore, I suggest you gather several mobile phones to form a circle, recording the entire process of my drug preparation. This not only prevents any potential foul play on my part, but also enables us to share the video with all the soldiers in the camp, allowing them to administer the injection themselves, thus saving considerable time. Wei Gong spoke with an air of calm confidence, embodying the notion that a person of integrity has no fear of shadows. Gao Lian and Deputy Officer Shi exchanged glances, finding merit in Wei Gong's reasoning. The urgency of their mission left no room for further delays. Agreed. Soon, 7 or 8 soldiers formed a circle, directing their phones at Wei Gong as they began recording. Surrounded by soldiers and under the scrutiny of multiple cameras, even if Wei Gong were a world-class magician, he would find it impossible to engage in any deception. This significantly lowered the vigilance of Gao Lian and Deputy Officer Shi. Such swiftness could only be likened to a seasoned master. While everyone marveled at Wei Gong's dexterity, they were unaware that he had already activated his ability. Coordinate power, activate. Wei Gong marked the vial in his hand, simultaneously swapping it with another containing saline solution from the medical box. In the blink of an eye, the vial containing the viral antibodies was replaced with the harmless saline. Step 2. Use the syringe to extract the solution, then inject it into the lateral deltoid of the upper arm. There is no need to penetrate a vein. An intradermal injection will suffice. Instead of injecting the syringe into his own body, Wei Gong elaborated. If you cannot locate the injection site, do not worry. Simply remember that it is located 2 to 3 finger breadths below the acromion on the outer side of the upper arm. This area is devoid of major blood vessels and nerves, making it an absolutely safe zone for vaccination. Seeing Wei Gong's considerate guidance in locating the injection site, the soldiers responsible for filming felt a surge of appreciation for his thoughtfulness. After concluding his explanation, Wei Gong handed the syringe to Deputy Officer Shi. You should know the location now, right? You expect me to administer it myself? Wei Gong's nonchalance took the Chief of Staff by surprise. Wei Gong shrugged indifferently. If you prefer, I could inject you myself. I think I will handle it myself. Deputy Officer Shi took the syringe, deciding it better to inject himself than risk Wei Gong's interference. Following Wei Gong's instructions, he located the spot and injected the syringe. Before the watchful eyes of everyone, the solution was slowly administered into Deputy Officer Shi's body. Click. Suddenly, the sound of a bullet being chambered echoed as Gao Lian's firearm was pressed against Wei Gong's forehead. Should Deputy Officer Shi exhibit any signs of discomfort? No, even the slightest change in expression, Gao Lian would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Everyone, except Wei Gong, felt a wave of tension wash over them. Gao Lian and the soldiers were anxious about Deputy Officer Shi's fate, while Zhang Xiaoyu and her companions shared the same concern. After all, if anything went awry, their heads could be blown off like watermelons. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute, 5 minutes. Zhang Xiaoyu gasped anxiously, her heart racing. From her perspective, Deputy Officer Shi had just injected a solution containing the virus. Yet why, after all this time, had he not transformed into a zombie? Could it be that the virus had failed? Unlike Zhang Xiaoyu, Wei Gong appeared utterly unconcerned, even squatting down to entertain an ant. 15 minutes. Deputy Officer Shi glanced at his watch. It's been 15 minutes. If there were an issue with the antibodies, he should have felt unwell by now, yet he felt no reaction at all. It was time to test the waters. To everyone's astonishment, Deputy Officer Shi boldly brought his hand close to the mouth of the caged zombie. What on earth is he doing? Everyone, except Wei Gong, was thrown into a frenzy. No, the solution was fine. It hadn't poisoned him, and now he was practically inviting disaster. However, the zombie merely tilted its head, showing no signs of aggression towards the offered hand. Deputy Officer Shi was elated. It really works. Seeing his Chief of Staff smile, Gao Lian lowered his weapon aimed at Wei Gong's head. What do you mean? Deputy Officer Shi nodded. No problem, it's usable. With this affirmation, Gao Lian finally relaxed, turning to the soldiers. Immediately distribute the instructional video and the solution to every soldier. Once the antibodies are administered, the entire battalion is to set out. The soldiers had already lined up, and within 3 minutes, each would receive their injection. Gao Lian holstered his weapon and addressed Wei Gong. While the solution appears effective, the procedural protocol is flawed. We need you to remain at the camp for the time being. Once the mission concludes, further inquiries and investigations will be necessary. Though the solution had proven safe, what if complications arose later? To prevent Wei Gong from escaping, Gao Lian resolved to detain him at the camp. If the investigation revealed Wei Gong's innocence, he would then apologize. Whether this action would offend Wei Gong or lead to repercussions from superiors was of no concern to Gao Yan. He simply understood that he must be accountable for each soldier under his command. However, Wei Gong seemed oblivious to Gao Yan's words. Instead, he drew out the viral agent, smiling slyly. "Commander, would you prefer that I assist you with the injection, or shall I trouble Deputy Officer Shi? Deputy Officer Shi, I must impose upon you once more." Gao Yan was quite uneasy about placing his life in the hands of a suspicious stranger. "Very well." Deputy Officer Shi took the syringe from Wei Gong and promptly injected it into Gao Yan's arm. As the final drop of the viral agent was administered into Gao Yan's body, Wei Gong breathed a sigh of relief, grinning. "Ah, no matter how meticulously one plans, I ultimately possess the superior skill." Deputy Officer Shi felt an ominous sensation at Wei Gong's triumph. As if to confirm his premonition, anguished cries echoed from the camp behind them. Deputy Officer Shi's pupils dilated as he witnessed the soldiers, once filled with trust, transformed into Some soldiers may have been affected late due to delayed injections, while others simply reacted too slowly. Yet, they did not escape their fate, falling victim to their former comrades. Even those with professional training were unable to mount a timely defense in such chaos. After all, who could foresee that those comrades they had trusted with their backs would turn into zombies and attack them? "You scoundrel!" Fuming with rage, Deputy Officer Shi swiftly drew his weapon, chambered a round, and released the safety in a heartbeat. His rise to Chief of Staff was not solely due to his tactical acumen. He was also a soldier of exceptional caliber. Bang! The gun erupted in a blaze of fury, the bullet aimed squarely at Wei Gong's head. Even in death, Deputy Officer Shi was determined to eliminate Wei Gong, the architect of this calamity. Chapter 11. Value, however, just as the bullet was about to shatter Wei Gong's skull, his figure vanished like a wraith. In his place appeared a diminutive ant. During the 15 minutes of waiting for the drug's effect, Wei Gong was not merely toying with ants. He had marked one of them, at the precise moment when Officer Shi fired. That very ant happened to scuttle behind him. The power of coordinates activated, and their positions were exchanged. Wei Gong stood with his back to Officer Shi, now positioned behind him. "Your caution is indeed impeccable, but alas, you could never have anticipated my extraordinary abilities." Had it been anyone else facing the impeccable vigilance of Gao Yan and Officer Shi, they would undoubtedly have met their demise. Yet, Wei Gong, that rascal, resorted to underhanded tactics, utilizing the power of coordinates to swap out the crucial potion. A divine maneuver, General. Bastard! Officer Shi's eyes, aflame with fury, turned to fire another shot at Wei Gong. Yet, a searing pain surged through his neck. His most trusted partner was savagely tearing at his throat. The virus coursing through his veins, coupled with the massive loss of blood, sent Officer Shi's mind into a dizzying whirl, a wave of weakness crashing over him. "You personally infected Captain Gao, and in turn, Captain Gao has infected you. You are now even." This was the last phrase Officer Shi heard before losing consciousness. "I betrayed my comrades, and now I am slain by the very comrade I trusted most." Ha! What poetic justice! Officer Shi coughed up a mouthful of blood, his guilt towards his fallen comrades transforming him into a soulless zombie. Officer Shi had betrayed his comrades by administering a virus-laden potion, ultimately leading to their transformation into zombies. His comrades, too, had betrayed Officer Shi, tearing into his throat and condemning him to a fate of guilt and zombification. They had both betrayed one another, yet this betrayal was maliciously orchestrated. "Master." At that moment, Zhang Xiaoyu limped toward Wei Gong. To Wei Gong's surprise, among the 3 NPCs he had brought, only Zhang Xiaoyu remained. She had also sustained injuries, appearing to have been shot. What happened? Zhang Xiaoyu, still shaken, patted her chest. At the onset of the infection, a soldier who had yet to be infected reacted swiftly and opened fire on us. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance and managed to hide in the vehicle under the pretense of retrieving something, narrowly escaping disaster. Wei Gong glanced over to find his 2 NPCs lying lifelessly on the ground. He approached the 2, sighing in resignation. What a pity. These 2 were beyond saving. Rather than allowing them to become mere corpses, it was better to transform them into zombies and allow them to continue contributing their worth. Wei Gong plunged his hands into the bodies of the 2, injecting the virus. Soon, both succumbed to death, and 2 newly formed zombies stood by Wei Gong's side, resembling devoted bodyguards. Wei Gong then turned his attention back to Zhang Xiaoyu, who, despite her non-fatal gunshot wound, appeared weak and pale. The city of Shouten had devolved into a hellish nightmare, making it exceedingly difficult to heal Zhang Xiaoyu's injuries. If this continued, she would inevitably perish. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Wei Gong's mind. Due to your conquest of the military base, special area, you have earned a reward opportunity. Please make your selection. Wei Gong was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated such an unexpected gain. So, conquering a militarized zone comes with rewards after all. It made sense, considering the difficulty of assaulting a military base far surpasses that of other locations. Had Wei Gong not been adequately prepared, had he not possessed the critical power of coordinates, achieving success would have been impossible. The system essentially granted him a reward for tackling a challenge beyond his level. Wei Gong scanned the rewards, which were essentially the usual options: strengthen zombies, enhance self, acquire superpowers. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "System, since I can strengthen zombies, can I also enhance my NPCs?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyu was taken aback. Huh. Indeed. In that case, I choose to strengthen my subordinates' NPCs. Given the limited number of your NPCs, the reward system will automatically balance, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of all NPCs' physical abilities, conferring powerful healing, firearm mastery, and hacking skills to all. You have quite the conscience. Excluding the two who had perished, Wei Gong was left with only 8 NPCs. Sacrificing a reward opportunity to enhance just 8 NPCs would have been a significant loss. However, the current balance of the reward allowed Wei Gong to gain 8 exceptionally capable subordinates, a result that pleased him immensely. Under the influence of powerful healing, Zhang Xiaoyu's gunshot wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Soon, aside from the tattered clothing, no traces of the bullet injury remained on her body. Zhang Xiaoyu felt a wave of shame. Master, being shot was entirely due to our own inadequacies. It's hardly worth lamenting. You consuming a reward opportunity on our behalf is truly wasteful. Wei Gong, however, waved his hand dismissively. No, not at all wasted. Compared to the numerous zombies, you few are my most vital troops. While the quantity and lethality of NPCs could not rival that of zombies, they possessed irreplaceable advantages: intelligence, the capability for independent action, and their humanity. Many tasks could only be accomplished by NPCs. Not to mention, these NPCs had now acquired such practical special skills. If you feel ashamed, then prove my decision correct through your actions and bring me benefits. Wei Gong glanced at Zhang Xiaoyu behind him. He had a premonition that, if utilized correctly, these 8 NPCs would undoubtedly serve as a crucial trump card. Zhang Xiaoyu promptly bowed deeply, vowing her loyalty. I will not disappoint your expectations. Previously, Zhang Xiaoyu had followed Wei Gong merely due to the system's dictates. Now, however, she was utterly captivated by his leadership charisma. I now assign you your first task: sabotage the military base's surveillance system. Although the requirement for concealing identity was no longer stringent, Wei Gong's cautious nature led him to make this decision. Understood. With her newly acquired hacking skills, sabotaging the surveillance system would be a breeze for Zhang Xiaoyu. Once she had completed the sabotage, Wei Gong ordered the zombies to destroy all mobile devices, preventing any instructional videos from revealing their identities. After all matters were settled, he departed the military base with Zhang Xiaoyu. Chapter 12. I am a master of hide and seek. Master, where shall we go next? Zhang Xiaoyu, who was driving, glanced sideways at Wei Gong, only to find him engrossed in searching something on his phone. Are there any companies in Shoutang City that specialize in custom safe houses? Having temporarily neutralized the threat from the military, Wei Gong intended to shift his focus to the players. Just like himself, the human faction players possessed a terrifying rate of growth. If they were not suppressed in their infancy, the zombie city under his control would likely descend into chaos at their hands. Wei Gong immersed himself in the mindset of a human faction player. If he were to find himself in this world, aware that a zombie crisis would erupt in a week, he would undoubtedly pour all his resources into constructing an impregnable safe house. Thus, he planned to procure information from companies that customized safe houses to apprehend those human players lurking within the city. Zhang Xiaoyu recalled, indeed, there is such a company in Shoutang City, but its existence is shrouded in secrecy. Only a handful of wealthy individuals and high-ranking officials are privy to it. These companies had a very precise target demographic: affluent and influential magnates. As for the impoverished, they would not even give them a glance. Exclusively serving the wealthy? Each core player chooses a reward at the outset, and thus human players surely have similar opportunities. Therefore, becoming wealthy and powerful was not a daunting task for them. Let us go. Lead me there. Understood. With a deft drift, Zhang Xiaoyu steered the vehicle in a specific direction. It was now 1 a.m., and 7 hours had passed since the outbreak of the zombie crisis. Under Wei Gong's orchestrations, the entirety of Shouteng City had succumbed to the infection, with the number of contaminated residents reaching a staggering 500,000. Have the survivors all hidden away? Wei Gong mused as he surveyed the desolate streets from within the car. Unlike the initial outbreak, the city now lay in eerie silence. Survivors cowered in their homes, fearful of making even the slightest sound that might attract the nearby zombies. Zhang Xiaoyu halted the vehicle at the roadside. Master, we have arrived. Stepping out of the car, Wei Gong's gaze fell upon an utterly mundane office building, its sign reading Yuancheng Building. The company is called Anbang Construction Company, Limited, located on the 3rd floor of Yuancheng Building, Zhang Xiaoyu informed him as she led the way to the elevator. It was evident that this building had already experienced an assault from the zombies. Throughout their journey, Wei Gong had only encountered wandering undead, with no sign of living souls. This was fortuitous for him. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Anbang Construction Company, Limited. Wei Gong surveyed the area and noted that the entire 3rd floor was occupied by this company. Indeed, a firm dedicated to serving the wealthy, it exudes extravagance. You go right, and I'll go left. To expedite their search, Wei Gong and Zhang Xiaoyu opted to split up. Simultaneously, Wei Gong redirected all the zombies within Yuancheng Building to the 3rd floor in search of survivors. Upon entering the left office area, Wei Gong noticed the prominent words, Design Department. He opened the nearest computer, only to find it locked, inaccessible without a password. Wei Gong raised an eyebrow. Of course, it would be unusual for a computer in this line of work to lack a password. His attention drifted from the computer as he scanned the design department. These computers are likely password protected as well. Just then, his gaze froze. He discovered an open takeout box resting on one of the desks. The entire office was spotless, so why was there a takeout box on this desk? Curious, Wei Gong approached the desk and picked up the receipt from the takeout packaging. Delivery time? 8:18 p.m. A smile crept across his face. It seemed a hapless soul had been working late. Casually, he moved the mouse beside him, and the computer screen illuminated instantly, albeit still requiring a password. It was merely in sleep mode, not shut down. Clearly, during the outbreak, the computer's owner had been working late, eating takeout, and upon sensing something amiss, had hastily sought refuge without turning off the computer or collecting their meal. Wei Gong searched his memory. In his recollection, no zombies had appeared on the 3rd floor, suggesting that this employee might not have been infected and could still be hiding within this office area. So, where could they be hiding? He raised his head, scanning every corner within his sight. At that moment, a bespectacled designer was cowering in a corner, observing Wei Gong's every move. Upon seeing Wei Gong approach his desk, his heart nearly leapt from his throat. With the zombie crisis erupting outside, this man entered the company without any defensive gear, striding boldly. How peculiar. Moreover, he seemed intent on accessing their computer. What could he possibly want? If it were anyone else, they would likely engage with this seemingly harmless survivor, forming alliances or seizing supplies. Yet, instinct told the designer that this man was perilous. Absolutely. Under no circumstances should he become entangled with him. Suddenly, the designer noticed Wei Gong turn and head toward the exit, seemingly preparing to leave. A wave of relief washed over him. Oh, was he finally going to depart? Before he could fully rejoice, he observed Wei Gong halt abruptly at the doorway. Just one step, and he could exit the design department, yet he steadfastly refused to take that step. Move! For heaven's sake, just move. Please, hurry and leave. The designer felt on the verge of tears. Unbeknownst to him, his heartbeat quickened, and his breathing grew erratic and labored. Your heart rate has increased. Wei Gong's eyes, previously shut tight, slowly opened, a smile gracing his lips. His ears had captured that almost imperceptible sound, and after the enhancement from the zombie crisis, his senses had evolved to a formidable degree. Although he couldn't pinpoint the designer's exact location, he could roughly deduce it. above, on the ceiling. To the one above, would you prefer to come down on your own accord, or shall I invite you down? Wei Gong's tone was courteous, reminiscent of a gentleman. The designer's eyes widened in shock. How did he discover my presence? No, he mustn't have found me. He is merely trying to intimidate me into revealing myself. I have always opposed violence, yet some compel me to resort to it. Wei Gong sighed, shaking his head as he lifted a nearby granite coffee table with one hand. Come down, would you? With that, Wei Gong hurled the granite coffee table like a projectile, crashing it into the ceiling. The gypsum board ceiling crumbled, creating a hole just a couple of meters from the designer's hiding spot. The impact startled the designer profoundly, nearly knocking the breath from him. What in the world? Is this still a human being? Chapter 13. The worthless have no need to live. I'm coming down. I'm coming down. Don't kill me. The designer scrambled out of the hole, terrified that Wei Gong might take offense and crush him to death. Wei Gong chuckled softly as he settled onto a sofa. Please, have a seat. The designer trembled as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking to himself, how is it that you, the outsider, are acting like the host? All right. The designer sat down opposite him, exuding a sense of compliance. I have a few questions for you, and I expect honest answers, Wei Gong said, raising a finger. First question. From April 23rd until today, has your company received any commissions for constructing a safe house with a requirement for completion within a week? Since he had entered the game on April 23rd, any other players wishing to build a safe house could only do so after that date. The designer nodded vigorously. Yes. He recalled it vividly, as he had personally designed that safe house. If it weren't for the finishing touches on that order, he wouldn't have had to work so late. Excellent. Wei Gong extended his hand. Please provide me with the design blueprints, the location, and the homeowner's personal information. Upon hearing this, the designer's expression turned somewhat awkward. It's not that I don't want to give it to you, but according to our company's regulations, all order information must be completely deleted after completion, down to the last detail. Wei Gong scrutinized the designer for a moment, sensing no deceit in his demeanor. Where might I obtain this information? It should be on the boss's computer, the designer replied hastily, not daring to be sluggish. Wei Gong stood up. All right, I understand. As Wei Gong prepared to leave, the designer let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. But before he could fully rejoice in his narrow escape, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. The worthless have no need to live. Wei Gong departed calmly, leaving behind a corpse that would soon become a zombie. Walking straight out, Wei Gong arrived at the right side of the office area, which housed the administrative section of Anbong Construction Company. The offices for personnel, finance, and other positions were located here, including the boss's office. Zhang Xiaoyu reported to Wei Gong, Master, I've hacked into most of the computers here, but I haven't found any useful intelligence. Let us head directly to the boss's office, Wei Gong said as he pushed open the door to the office at the end of the hallway, revealing an office that was utterly ordinary. A desk, a coffee table, cabinets, and tea sets. Nothing but commonplace furniture. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, from the moment he stepped inside, the office emanated a sense of discord, as if something was amiss. Zhang Xiaoyu approached the desk and began to hack into the boss's computer. During her intrusion, Wei Gong started to examine the trinkets on the desk. Hong Wugua, position. Chairman. Wei Gong set down the business card and glanced at the ashtray, which was crammed with a multitude of cigarette butts, indicating that the chairman, Hong Wugua, was indeed a heavy smoker. About 5 minutes later, Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly frowned. Master, I've gained access to the computer, but all the information is locked within a specialized system that requires facial verification from Hong Wugua to enter. Can it be hacked? Yes, but it would take a week. Anbong Construction Company specialized in security services, thus considerable effort had been invested in their network information security. Even with Zhang Xiaoyu's hacking skills, breaching such a system would require a substantial amount of time. Wei Gong was unwilling to waste that much time. A week would be ample for players in the human faction to develop and grow. Wei Gong's gaze shifted to a particular direction, where he spotted an open window. Zhang Xiaoyu, when you first entered this room, was the door locked? No, I just pushed the door open and walked in. Wei Gong narrowed his eyes slightly. Why was there no one in the office to open the window? To ventilate the smoke. Furthermore, a boss like Hong Wugua would surely lock the door when leaving the office. Zhang Xiaoyu, I recall there being surveillance at the entrance of this company. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, this computer can access it. Wei Gong's gaze swept around the office once more. Check today's surveillance footage. I suspect Hong Wuguo is still in the company. Zhang Xiaoyu promptly began to investigate the footage from today. After entering the company in the afternoon, Hong Wuguo has not left. So, this means he is still in the company. Wei Gong paused before continuing. No, he should still be in this room. Wei Gong's eyes sharpened. He recognized where the sense of unease upon entering had originated. The right side of the office area was considerably smaller than the left design area. There must be a safe house in this room, and Hong Wuguo was hiding inside it. A smile crept onto Wei Gong's face. Naturally, the owner of a company specializing in constructing safe houses would also have one for himself. The safe house is probably located behind this cabinet. Wei Gong, unwilling to search for mechanisms, simply used brute force to move the only cabinet in the office aside, revealing a hidden door made of pure alloy. Wei Gong approached the concealed door, raised his arm, and took a deep breath. In the next moment, he thrust his arm forward with tremendous force, his fist crashing into the hidden door like a battering ram. Bang! The resounding noise echoed throughout the office. Wei Gong silently withdrew his fist. His full-powered strike had not breached the hidden door. It had only left a prominent fist imprint on its surface. Zhang Xiaoyu gazed at the hidden door. From what I understand, the materials used by this company to construct safe houses are on par with those of bank vaults. Attempting to open the door with sheer strength may prove troublesome. Given the rate of the master's growth, Zhang Xiaoyu believed it wouldn't be long before he could break through the hidden door with a single punch. But for now, that was not the case. Since brute force won't solve the problem, let us use our wits instead. Wei Gong was not one to be easily discouraged. He immediately turned his attention to the ashtray on the desk. To prevent anyone trapped inside the safe house from suffocating, a ventilation duct would surely have been included in the design from the outset. What Wei Gong needed to do now was locate it.as for how to find it. Wei Gong placed his hopes on the ashtray. Hong Wuguo, being a heavy smoker, would undoubtedly continue to smoke one cigarette after another, even while hiding in the safe house. Furthermore, under enclosed conditions, anxiety would only exacerbate a person's craving for nicotine. If Wei Gong's conjecture was correct, then the safe house must be enveloped in a haze of smoke by now. What Wei Gong needed to do next was to discern the intensity of the smoke in the air, following the trail to uncover the hidden ventilation duct concealed within the room. Chapter 14. Are you qualified? Ha! Within the confines of the safe house, Hong Wuguo took a deep drag of his cigarette, releasing a long plume of smoke. As Wei Gong had surmised, the safe house was already shrouded in a haze, and the dim lighting made it nearly impossible to discern the entirety of the space. Browsing through news articles on his phone, Hong Wuguo found a plethora of reports detailing the outbreak of a zombie crisis. It appears that the infection is not confined to Shaodan City. Cases are emerging worldwide. He extinguished his cigarette, a frown creasing his brow. His concern was not for his own safety, but rather for when the zombie crisis in Shaodan City would be resolved. He was eager to leave this place. The sudden global outbreak of the zombie crisis had awakened a sense of opportunity within him. Regardless of whether the crisis was ultimately quelled, the seeds of panic would undoubtedly take root in the hearts of the populace. To avert similar disasters in the future, they would surely go to great lengths to construct safe houses. At that point, wouldn't his expertise as a safe house manufacturer yield him considerable profits? I'm not the only one eyeing this lucrative opportunity. I must devise a plan to escape swiftly. At that moment, he recalled a recent client, a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. This client was rather peculiar. Despite being the heir to a fortune exceeding 100 million, Hong Wuguo had never heard of him. Moreover, the terms of his order were strange, demanding the safe house be completed within a week, as if he had foreseen this impending zombie crisis. Hong Wuguo's frown deepened. It seems imperative that I engage with that young man once more. He had a habit of lighting a cigarette whenever he pondered a dilemma, and this occasion was no different. Just as he placed the cigarette between his lips and prepared to ignite it, a lighter unexpectedly approached, igniting his smoke. Thanks. Hong Wuguo instinctively began to express his gratitude, only to be seized by a sudden chill. He was alone in the safe house. Who had just lit his cigarette? Wei Gong stood beside him, smiling as he closed the lighter. No need for thanks. Startled, Hong Wuguo immediately distanced himself from Wei Gong. Who are you? How did you get in here? Wei Gong waved his hand dismissively. I came through the ventilation ducts, of course. In Hong Wuguo's office, Wei Gong had utilized his acute sense of smell to discern the concentration of smoke in the air, leading him to the concealed ventilation system. He had marked various small objects, shredded napkin fragments, a few insects, or specks of dust, and introduced them into the ducts, successfully navigating them into the safe house via the ventilation system. With these preliminary steps completed, Wei Gong could effortlessly enter the safe house with a mere thought, utilizing his spatial abilities. Hong Wuguo glared furiously, waving his hands in protest. Impossible! Absolutely impossible. The ventilation ducts were no larger than plumbing pipes, obstructed by fan blades. How could a normal adult possibly fit through? Unless he were not human. How I entered is of no concern to you, Wei Gong gestured toward the door. All I need to do is open it and access your company's system. As a seasoned businessman, Hong Wuguo quickly regained his composure. In that case, shall we negotiate a partnership? I will assist you in accessing the system and you. Before he could finish, Wei Gong's hand tightened around his throat, lifting the 6-foot man with one hand. This is an order, not a negotiation. Wei Gong's strength was astonishing. In an instant, Hong Wuguo's face flushed red from lack of oxygen. If I die, you'll never access the system. He understood all too well that unlocking the system was his only leverage. Once it was open, Wei Gong would no longer need him, sealing his fate. Wei Gong tilted his head slightly. Are you threatening me? Ah. In the next moment, Wei Gong twisted one of Hong Wuguo's arms painfully, the excruciating agony nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Whether the system can be accessed is of no consequence to me, Wei Gong coldly regarded him. But you will suffer greatly if this continues, and I will move on to your other arm. Wei Gong's power surpassed Hong Wuguo's wildest imagination. He felt like a fish on a cutting board, completely at the mercy of his captor. Ugh. Hong Wuguo's eyes widened. His complexion paled. In the realm of business, there exists no greater challenge than engaging with an adversary who holds you in utter contempt. No matter how you maneuver, it is of little consequence to them. If you are deemed inadequate, they will simply seek another option. Just as Hong Wuguo opened his mouth to speak, he was struck by another wave of excruciating pain. Wei Gong had brutally wrenched off the remaining arm. The strength required to tear off a grown man's limb was beyond human capacity. Hong Wuguo's mental defenses shattered completely. How could one negotiate with a monster? His lips turned ghostly white, trembling as he uttered, I will unlock the system. You're wasting my time. Wei Gong hoisted Hong Wuguo as if he were a lifeless bird, exiting the safe house. He unceremoniously tossed Hong Wuguo into a chair at the computer desk. Unlock the system in 5 minutes. I want all the information on that individual. Zhang Xiaoyu, who had been prepared for this moment, nodded, understood. Utilizing Hong Wuguo's facial recognition and Zhang Xiaoyu's hacking expertise, Wei Gong swiftly obtained the intelligence he sought. The pain rendered Hong Wuguo's consciousness hazy. He slumped over the chair like a defeated animal. Can you let me die quickly? Wei Gong cast a glance at Hong Wuguo. He had no interest in prolonging suffering. Since Hong Wuguo had cooperated, it was only fair to honor his promise. Wei Gong's nails sank into Hong Wuguo's neck, the zombie virus swiftly infiltrating his body. The transformation occurred rapidly, with Hong Wuguo barely registering the pain before he became a zombie. Thanks to the zombie's remarkable regenerative abilities, Hong Wuguo's arms began to mend at an astonishing rate. Aside from his pallid complexion and the whiteness of his eyes, he appeared unchanged. Go infect humans. Wei Gong issued a simple command, and the newly transformed Hong Wuguo instinctively rushed toward the company exit. Wei Gong perused the information he had just acquired. Ning Kaifeng, male, 27 years old, address, Four Seasons Garden, Spring Garden, Building 17. In addition to Ning Kaifeng's basic details, Wei Gong also obtained the blueprint for his safe house. However, upon viewing the schematic, his expression grew grave. This Ning Kaifeng had not merely constructed a safe house. He had transformed an entire villa into a fortress. Not only was there an underground safe house, but significant renovations had also been made to the above-ground structure and yard, creating an environment fraught with peril, an unequivocal danger. This solidified Wei Gong's suspicion that Ning Kaifeng was, without a doubt, a human player. Chapter 15. Man triumphs over heaven. Though the clock has struck 1 in the morning, the conference room in Yin City is brimming with individuals. These attendees hail from diverse fields, politics, the military, healthcare, and transportation, among others. Despite their varied backgrounds, they converge here for a singular purpose: to address the sudden outbreak of zombie attacks that erupted across the nation on April 30th at 8 p.m. Most of the attendees have arrived. Time is of the essence, so let us delve directly into the matter at hand. An aged voice reverberated, emanating from the head of the table, the organizer of this meeting, Liang Sun. At precisely 8 p.m. on April 30th, 13 cities nationwide experienced a large-scale malignant infection. The virus currently lacks an official name, so we shall refer to it as the zombie virus for now. As Liang Sun spoke, images of the 13 afflicted cities streamed across the large screen in the conference room, with Shout'an City included among them. The contagiousness of the zombie virus is alarmingly high, and those infected exhibit extreme aggression, posing a significant threat to the populace. The screen was filled with gruesome and horrifying visuals that made many in attendance shudder. Those with weaker constitutions felt their stomachs churn, on the verge of retching. Is there any hope for those infected by this virus? A voice queried. Liang Sun replied gravely, it remains uncertain at this time, but the military has successfully captured over 10 live specimens of zombies, which have been dispatched to the Academy of Sciences and the medical school for dissection and study. Upon hearing this, the attendees exchanged glances. Within mere hours of the outbreak, such a number of live specimens had already been acquired for research. Is this the formidable power of the state machinery? Is this calamity a natural disaster or a man-made catastrophe? If the latter, which faction is responsible? Liang Sun gestured to an assistant, and the images on the screen shifted once more. It is not only our country. 131 nations globally, encompassing 873 cities, have reported similar outbreaks. The number of victims may already reach into the tens of millions. The audience recoiled at this staggering figure. A disaster of such global magnitude could scarcely be orchestrated by any single entity. Even more terrifying is the fact that this catastrophe appeared without warning. If there were indeed a mastermind behind it, it would likely be none other than the so-called God. But does such a deity truly exist? Liang Sun rapped the table. Regardless of who the hidden hand may be, or how the zombie virus came into existence, our immediate priority is to establish a quarantine zone to prevent further spread of the virus and ensure the safety of the populace. Here are the directives from the upper echelons of Dian. 1. Immediately establish a quarantine perimeter around the 13 cities to contain the virus. 2. Expedite the development of a systematic screening mechanism to accurately and swiftly distinguish between the infected and the uninfected. 3. Mobilize all available armed forces to promptly proceed to the disaster-stricken areas, prioritizing the rescue of those trapped within, with the preservation of civilian life as the utmost concern. 4. Ensure that disaster relief supplies are swiftly transported to the affected regions to provide basic sustenance for the populace. 5. Enforce a nationwide curfew. Whether in affected areas or not, all individuals should remain indoors and isolate themselves. 6. With each directive issued, a sense of calm began to settle over the crowd, akin to a reassuring balm for their frayed nerves. Suddenly, someone posed a question. What about public opinion online? In this era of advanced technology, the zombie virus had sparked rampant discussion on the internet within mere moments of its emergence, with conspiracy theories and apocalyptic rhetoric threatening societal stability. Public opinion is a double-edged sword. It can be a beacon of warmth and hope in the darkness, yet it can also incite destruction. We must manage public discourse, but not suppress every voice indiscriminately, Liang Sun stated gravely. We need to convey our resolve to address this calamity through public discourse, demonstrating our tangible actions to instill a sense of security in the populace. I propose the establishment of an official channel to provide real-time updates on our relief efforts, disclosing all information that can be made public. Additionally, we should create survivor channels and self-rescue channels within the official platform to offer avenues for survivors to seek help. Government and citizens must work hand in hand to swiftly overcome this disaster. As for those unscrupulous individuals who seize this opportunity to undermine social stability, they must be dealt with swiftly and severely. As Liang Sun uttered these final words, the attendees glimpsed a ferocious glimmer in the eyes of this elderly man, reminiscent of a lion's fierce gaze, stern and resolute. Subsequently, Liang Sun began issuing specific directives centered around core instructions to the various representatives present. As the meeting approached its conclusion, a military leader interjected, "Will heavy firepower be deployed in this operation?" The question hung in the air, plunging the conference room into an oppressive silence. What would the use of heavy firepower signify? It would indicate that this incident had escalated beyond a mere viral outbreak, transforming into a full-scale war. These 13 cities, now resembling hell on earth due to the zombie virus, were still their cities, integral parts of their nation. Within them resided millions, even billions of compatriots. Should war erupt, these cities would be reduced to ruins, homes would cease to be sanctuaries, and countless lives would be reduced to mere ashes amidst the chaos of battle. No person of conscience would wish to witness a familiar city consumed by war, lost to the annals of history. Liang Sun furrowed his brow deeply. This was indeed a grave matter. If heavy firepower were not utilized, it would severely diminish the military's combat effectiveness, rendering them impotent against the hordes of zombies and complicating rescue operations. Yet, if heavy firepower were employed. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Sun reached a decision. For now, we shall refrain from deploying heavy firepower. We remain in the rescue phase, and our focus must be on saving lives. Liang Sun paused for emphasis before continuing. While we may not deploy heavy weaponry, our soldiers must not be left defenseless. They are permitted to carry individual heavy weaponry during operations and may take decisive action in emergencies. However, a detailed action report must be submitted following the operation. The military leader nodded in understanding. Understood. The lives of the populace are paramount, and the lives of our soldiers are equally precious. Our soldiers must ensure their own safety while carrying out their missions. I will relay the orders. Having concluded the discussion, Liang Sun redirected his attention to the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, this is undoubtedly a catastrophe. Yet, I firmly believe that man can triumph over heaven. As long as we unite in purpose, no obstacle is insurmountable. The future of Dian rests in your capable hands. Liang Sun's impassioned speech stirred the hearts of those present, invigorating their spirits. We shall not falter in our mission. We are committed to doing everything in our power to weather this storm together. Chapter 16. Invitation to collaborate. Chapter 17. The Blind Box. Immortal, let us not discuss cooperation beforehand. You may enter the house first. I fear that your ostentatious presence at the doorway will attract the attention of zombies. Ning Kaifeng remotely opened the grand entrance, while simultaneously deactivating the concealed mechanisms hidden within the courtyard. Yu Zimo gazed at the welcoming door, a faint smile gracing his lips. At this juncture, he understood that his mission had been accomplished. Without a hint of hesitation, Yu Zimo swiftly crossed the threshold, traversing the courtyard and stepping into the interior of the villa. Ning Kaifeng's voice echoed through the intercom. Now, heed my instructions and proceed to the room on your right at the end of the corridor. Yu Zimo cast a cursory glance around the villa. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, yet having perused the architectural schematics of the safe house, he was aware that every room had been transformed into a perilous trap. The room Ning Kaifeng referenced was no exception. Yu Zimo refrained from contesting, complying with Ning Kaifeng's directive and entering the designated room. As soon as Yu Zimo crossed the threshold, the door behind him slammed shut with a resounding thud. Rather than succumbing to panic, he surveyed his surroundings with a calm demeanor. Ning Kaifeng, is this your hospitality? Ning Kaifeng let out a cold chuckle. Hospitality? I have never regarded you as a guest. Surrender your glass beads, supplies, and weapons immediately. What if I refuse? Just as Yu Zimo's words left his mouth, the walls of the room began to shift ominously, closing in from all sides as though intent on crushing him. Ning Kaifeng's expression twisted into a snarl. Haven't you heard the saying? Wealth should not be flaunted. Yu Zimo's countenance darkened, feeling the sting of betrayal. Ning Kaifeng, I came to you in earnest seeking collaboration. Yet you wish to put me to death. Collaboration? Do you take me for a fool? Ning Kaifeng bellowed, his voice low and menacing. You covet my safe house, intending to usurp it for yourself? He would never allow an unstable element to infiltrate his sanctuary, especially one armed with a firearm. Realizing his intentions had been laid bare, Yu Zimo shot a defiant glare at the camera. Stop the mechanism and let me go, and I shall relinquish everything. Are you jesting? Once you are dead, everything in your possession will rightfully belong to me. Yu Zimo clenched a glass bead in his palm. This is my superpower, and naturally, I possess the ability to destroy it. If you do not let me leave, I shall shatter these beads. If I perish, so shall you gain nothing, not even that gun. Ning Kaifeng hesitated. He could forego other supplies, but he was unwilling to part with that gun. Very well. Leave the supplies and get out. Tempted by the allure of the firearm, Ning Kaifeng eventually halted the mechanisms. TSK, What a loss of both men and resources, Yu Zimo thought begrudgingly as he reluctantly deposited all the glass beads from his backpack onto the floor. As the victor of this confrontation, Ning Kaifeng let out a triumphant laugh. All right, you may leave. Ning Kaifeng, wait for me, I will settle this score. Yu Zimo shot one final glare at the camera before making a hasty retreat from the villa. Once Yu Zimo departed, Ning Kaifeng immediately activated all security measures, firmly locking the door to prevent any chance of a surprise attack. Am I foolish enough to offer you an opportunity? Ning Kaifeng turned to the figure of Naishi Chan behind him. You stay put in your room. All right, all right. To streamline management of the underground safe house, Ning Kaifeng had confined each cosplayer to individual rooms, releasing only one at a time while locking the rest away. This strategy was designed to prevent any potential collusion against him, ensuring his control remained steadfast. After securing Naishi Chan in her room, Ning Kaifeng hummed a little victory tune as he navigated through a secret passage to the designated room. He picked up the glass beads and the gun from the floor. How could I possibly refuse such a fortuitous delivery? Subsequently, Ning Kaifeng returned to the underground safe house via the secret passage, seated himself on the sofa, carelessly tossing the handgun beside him, and scattered the collection of glass beads across the coffee table. He picked up one glass bead, examining it closely. It bore no difference from those he had played with as a child, and from the outside, one could not discern what lay hidden within. What emerges from within is entirely reliant on luck. Is this not akin to opening a blind box? Ning Kaifeng's interest was piqued in the realm of reality. He was a fervent aficionado of blind boxes, famously dubbed the blind box immortal. Regardless of rarity, there was no item he could not procure when he set his sights upon it. With excitement coursing through him, Ning Kaifeng rubbed his hands together, selecting a particularly appealing glass bead. I suspect there lies some sauerkraut fish within. If Yu Zimo could draw out boiled meat slices, surely he could extract sauerkraut fish as well. The mere thought of tender fish, tangy sauerkraut, and chewy vermicelli made tears of anticipation stream from the corners of Ning Kaifeng's mouth. How delectable! Without further ado, Ning Kaifeng eagerly crushed the glass bead in his hand. Come forth, my sauerkraut fish. However, the coveted dish did not materialize. Instead, he beheld a pair of shoes atop the coffee table. Following the shoes up the legs and torso, Ning Kaifeng found himself gazing up at a dark-haired man, who looked down at him with great amusement. You, my friend, are quite fortunate. You've drawn me, the grand prize, on your very first attempt. From the very beginning, Wei Gong had concealed himself among the sea of glass beads. Once Yu Zimo delivered the beads to the villa, Wei Gong's Trojan horse strategy had successfully unfolded. As for his delay in revealing himself, it was merely out of curiosity to see when Ning Kaifeng would crush the bead he had hidden within. Little did he anticipate Ning Kaifeng's extraordinary luck, drawing him forth on the very first try. Damn! Finally grasping the situation, Ning Kaifeng swore under his breath and lunged for the handgun at his side. To his dismay, his hand met nothing but emptiness. Are you searching for this? Ning Kaifeng lifted his gaze to find the gun's muzzle pressed against his forehead. A mere twitch of the trigger would result in his head bursting like a watermelon. Ning Kaifeng's voice trembled with fear. Why you? How did you do this? Wei Gong chuckled softly. Because this gun is mine. It recognizes its owner. This handgun had been given to Yu Zimo by Wei Gong and had long since been marked as such. No matter how swift or close Ning Kaifeng was, he could never outpace Wei Gong's spatial movement. As he stared into the eyes of the dark-haired man before him, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Ning Kaifeng's brow. It dawned on him that this individual was the very superpower user responsible for creating the glass beads. Chapter 18. The Hunter, let us speak calmly. Do not fire. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Kaifeng raised his hand. This safe house will be yours. All the supplies and women within are yours. At this point, Ning Kaifeng was desperate. All that mattered was preserving his life. As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. Wei Gong chuckled softly. What use do I have for your safe house? I am not human. Ning Kaifeng's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Not human, yet you understand the player's affairs. You are the zombie matriarch. To his astonishment, Ning Kaifeng had not anticipated that, merely 2 days into the apocalypse, the zombie matriarch would come knocking at his door. He had yet to leave the novice village when the boss had him cornered. What dreadful luck! His mind raced, and he quickly proposed, "Then we can still form an alliance. I can act as your spy, gathering intelligence from other players." In the realm of human and zombie players, information is paramount. The one who possesses intelligence first holds the initiative. Wei Gong had effortlessly conquered Ning Kaifeng precisely because he had acquired intelligence ahead of time. Wei Gong gazed down at Ning Kaifeng with a cold, discerning eye. "I do not appreciate the presence of unstable elements around me." With those words, Wei Gong shot through Ning Kaifeng's heart. To prevent any potential counteraction from Ning Kaifeng, Wei Gong opted to severely wound him rather than immediately infect him. Ah! At that moment, a woman's scream echoed from the room behind Wei Gong, evidently startled by the gunfire. Wei Gong glanced over. This fellow has quite the playbook, hiding so many women in his safe house. He regarded this behavior with disdain, for it not only squandered valuable resources but also introduced unnecessary instability, a truly foolish act. Disregarding the women, Wei Gong plunged his hand into Ning Kaifeng's body, allowing the zombie virus to invade and assimilate him into the ranks of the undead. Congratulations, you have infected a human player. Please choose whether to convert him into A. Special Infected or A. Minion. This was Wei Gong's first experience infecting a human player, and he was taken aback by the existence of a special option. What is the difference between the two? Special Infected lacks intelligence, operating solely on instinct like a beast. Correspondingly, A. Special Infected possesses a physique far superior to that of an ordinary zombie, along with enhanced regenerative and destructive capabilities. A. Minion, on the other hand, retains the wisdom, personality, and abilities of the infected individual while lacking the raw power of A. Special Infected. However, they share the same potential for infinite growth as zombie players. Regardless of whether it is A. Special Infected or A. Minion, both are 100% loyal to their master. Converting to A. Special Infected does not require any points, whereas converting to A. Minion necessitates the expenditure of 200,000 points. Unbeknownst to human players, zombies acquire points solely through the continuous infection of humans. The more humans they infect, the more points they accumulate. Infecting specialized humans, such as soldiers or human players, yields even greater rewards. Wei Gong, at present, already possessed over 600,000 points. These points could be utilized to enhance himself or the zombies, serving myriad purposes. Wei Gong looked disdainfully at Ning Kaifeng, now transformed into a zombie. 200,000 points? Spend it on him? Truth be told, Wei Gong held Ning Kaifeng in utter contempt. In terms of intellect, capability, and physical prowess, Ning Kaifeng fell short in every regard. To squander 200,000 points on him would be a travesty. Convert him into A. Special Infected. Commencing conversion. In no time, Ning Kaifeng's transformed zombie began to swell at an alarming rate. Within a minute, his body had grown to 3 meters in height, every inch filled with powerful, sinewy muscle. His arms alone boasted a diameter of an alarming 20 centimeters. The tips of his fingers, enormous, exaggerated claws had developed, each fingertip's nail far surpassing that of a military knife, resembling a cluster of blades stacked together. The mutation had caused his heart and spine to protrude grotesquely from his body, presenting a terrifying visage that sent shivers down the spine. Thud, thud, thud. The mutated Ning Kaifeng took a few steps, producing a heavy thudding sound, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. He knelt before Wei Gong, signaling his submission. "I do not care for the name Ning Kaifeng. From now on, you shall be called the Hunter." Roar. Stripped of reason and the ability to articulate, the Hunter could only emit a primal roar. The Hunter, your first task is to infect all remaining survivors within this safe house into zombies. Roar. The Hunter immediately rose and charged toward a nearby room, his senses keenly attuned to the scent of survivors within the safe house. Crash. With a single swipe, the Hunter obliterated the iron door, crafted from reinforced alloy, into a pile of debris. Ah! The woman hiding in the room fainted at the sight of such a terrifying creature. The grotesque claws pierced through her body, transforming her into a zombie. 1 room, 2 rooms, 3 rooms. In less than 5 minutes, the Hunter had successfully infected all the survivors within the safe house, displaying astonishing efficiency. Good, very good. Wei Gong was quite pleased with this transformation. A preliminary assessment indicated that the Hunter's strength had reached an incredibly formidable level, capable of tearing through steel plates, hurling cars, and demolishing metal barricades with ease. At long last, he had acquired a capable subordinate, alleviating the need to personally intervene in every matter. Ding! At that moment, Wei Gong's phone chimed with a new message from a human NPC. Inside a building on North 2nd Ring Road, 3 police officers have gathered over 30 survivors, one of whom is named Shou Kongyu, a participant in the traffic blockade plan. They are currently attempting to create a portrait of the master based on Shou Kongyu's testimony. The message concluded with a location share. Wei Gong was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that someone could track him down through such minute clues. During the execution of the plan, he had maintained excellent concealment, and he was not concerned that they could extract accurate and complete information from Shou Kongyu. However, this was ultimately a potential threat. Regardless of its magnitude, Wei Gong would not permit any risks to exist. The hunter, your next task is to eliminate all these individuals, leaving none alive. Roar! The hunter let out a deep, menacing growl. Murder was the sole purpose of its existence, and it was, by far, the activity in which it excelled the most. Chapter 19. Courage. In a modest building along the 2nd Ring North Road, the rookie officer Wang Xia stood by the window, his gaze fixated on the horde of zombies wandering the street below. Even as his eyes grew dry and weary, he refused to blink. He feared that the moment he did, the relentless undead would surge forward, tearing him apart. Over the past few days, he had witnessed countless souls consumed by the tide of corpses, their bodies ripped asunder, blood and flesh scattering. The more he witnessed such horrific scenes, the more frequent his hallucinations became, imagining himself being bitten and shredded by the zombies, ultimately joining their ranks as a mindless creature. No, please, Wang Xia murmured softly. He forced himself to divert his thoughts, yet his mind remained uncontrollable. Xiao Wang. A rough hand landed on his shoulder. Ah! Startled like a frightened bird, Wang Xia instinctively drew his gun, aiming it at the figure behind him. However, he soon realized that the person who had touched his shoulder was not a zombie, but his mentor, Lao Liao. Apologies, master, I was just too on edge. Wang Xia quickly retracted his weapon, bowing in apology to Lao Liao. The older man regarded Wang Xia's bloodshot eyes, his pale complexion, and slightly purplish lips, all signaling a dire state of mental strain. Yet, Wang Xia's condition was hardly surprising, given the overwhelming events of the past 48 hours. Countless lives had been lost before their eyes, and they had felt utterly powerless, forced to flee. Lao Liao patted Wang Xia's shoulder. Xiao Wang, you've been awake for nearly 40 hours. I'll take over the watch. You need to rest for a while. Lao Liao knew he could do little to improve Wang Xia's state, save for encouraging him to get some much-needed sleep. Master, I can still stand guard. Let me do it, Wang Xia insisted. Lao Liao shot him a stern look. Proper rest is essential for executing our duties effectively. Do you take my previous words lightly? Wang Xia recoiled slightly. I do not. After a moment, he added, Master. I'd rather talk with you. I'm afraid if I close my eyes, my mind will spiral into chaos again. Lao Liao sighed, resigned. Very well. Having endured countless tribulations himself, Lao Liao's spirits were also waning. Nevertheless, his greater experience allowed him to maintain a slightly better composure than the rookie. Master, how did the interrogation with Uncle Lin go? Lao Liao shook his head. That fellow was cooperative, but neither I nor Laoan specialize in interrogations. Our sketching skills are insufficient to produce an accurate depiction of the mastermind. Ah, if only we had someone with better artistic skills, Wang Xia lamented, acknowledging his own lack of profiling talent. As they conversed, Wang Xia's expression suddenly froze as he gazed out the window. Whether it was his imagination or not, he seemed to see a zombie slowly turning its head, directing its gaze towards their window. Wang Xia shifted his focus to another zombie, only to be horrified to discover that not just one or two, but the entire horde in the vicinity was now staring at them. A chilling dread coursed through Wang Xia's body, akin to wandering through a wax museum only to find all the figures turning to fix their unblinking eyes upon you. Master, did you see that? Lao Liao's face turned ashen. I noticed it as well. Not only were the zombies fixated on them, but the entire street's horde began to converge towards their location. They had been compromised. Laoan, barricade the entrance on the first floor to buy us some time. Xiao Wang, wake everyone up. We need to evacuate through the back door. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, Lao Liao had previously blocked the back entrance with an abandoned bus. This not only served as an obstacle but could also act as an emergency means of escape if danger arose. All three men were professionally trained, their execution skills exceptional, and the evacuation proceeded swiftly and orderly. Upon reaching the first floor, Lao Liao and Wang Xia found over a dozen zombies battering against the entrance. Fortunately, they had set up numerous obstacles in advance, effectively sealing the door. Given its limited size, only the few zombies at the front could exert any real force. Thus, it would take them some time to break through. At this pace, they should be able to escape. Bang! Just as Wang Xia and Lao Liao entertained this thought, a concrete wall beside them shattered violently, and a towering 3-meter-tall monstrosity barreled in, blocking their path to the stairs. The hunter had joined the hunt. Staring at the 3-meter-tall creature, armed with fearsome blades, both Wang Xia and Lao Liao's minds momentarily froze. If zombies still bore some semblance of humanity, this being was a wholly unrecognizable abomination. One blow had shattered a reinforced concrete wall. Was this real? Such a barrier was not so easily breached. At that moment, a group of fleeing survivors descended from the second floor, colliding directly with the hunter. Their screams drew its attention, and it promptly abandoned Wang Xia and Lao Liao, charging towards the survivors on the stairs. Damn it! Lao Liao cursed. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his gun and sprinted towards the hunter. Hey, over here, you beast! The gunfire erupted, bullets raining upon the hunter. In the face of such a formidable creature, Lao Liao doubted whether his handgun could inflict any real damage. Yet, there was no room for retreat. The lives of innocent people were at stake, and as their protector, he had to take a stand. Even if the bullets proved ineffective against this behemoth, as long as he could draw its attention and buy time for the evacuation, it would be deemed a success. Roar! Though the bullets inflicted no pain, they succeeded in enraging the hunter. It forsook the survivors and redirected its focus on Lao Liao. Seeing the bullets had some effect, Lao Liao shouted to Wang Xia, "Xiao Wang, fire with me, draw its attention." However, Wang Xia hesitated. He stood frozen, staring at the towering monster before him. Images of being shredded by its steel claws flooding his mind. Am I really going to fight this creature? He was, after all, a police officer, but he was merely an ordinary human, not a superhero. Did he truly have to engage in such a seemingly futile battle? Did he really need to sacrifice himself for others? Was his life not valuable? The emergence of the hunter felt like the final straw that broke the camel's back, and Wang Xia's mind shattered completely. Turning on his heel, he abandoned all other considerations and fled towards the back door without a glance back. Chapter 20. Modern Firepower, Little Wang. Wang Xia's escape exceeded Lao Liao's expectations, yet the urgency of the situation left him no time to ponder further. The claws of the pursuer were already swinging towards him. Lao Liao exerted every ounce of strength, rolling forward just in time to evade a rather unremarkable strike from the pursuer. Bang! Though Lao Liao managed to dodge, the wall behind him was not so fortunate. The pursuer's claws sliced through the wall as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, leaving it in ruins. Covered in dust and dirt, Lao Liao rose and gazed at the devastated wall, unable to suppress a thought. Perhaps turning to flee like Little Wang was indeed the wisest choice. Lao Liao, the horde of zombies has breached in. At the stairwell, Lao stood his ground, utilizing a handgun and a scant supply of ammunition to fend off the zombies surging through the breach. However, the sheer number of the undead was overwhelming. A solitary handgun could scarcely hold them at bay. Don't ask me. I have no idea. The perilous situation Lao Liao faced was even graver than Lao An's. Each attack from the pursuer had the potential to be fatal, while Lao Liao's bullets merely tickled the creature. Deprived of sustenance and rest for an extended period, Lao Liao's stamina was depleting rapidly. In less than a minute, he would be completely exhausted, torn to shreds by the pursuer's might. In this critical moment, a voice resonated from behind him, "Duck?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lao Liao instinctively lowered his head. At that instant, a drone appeared abruptly before the pursuer. Rat-a-tat-tat. Furious tongues of fire erupted from the minigun beneath the drone, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets upon the pursuer. While the caliber of the bullets was modest, the sheer volume effectively obstructed the pursuer's advance. Shatter the window. Following the drone's arrival, the window nearby exploded with a thunderous crash, and 30 well-trained figures surged onto the battlefield. Upon closer inspection, Lao Liao's heart finally found solace. These individuals donned uniform attire, fully armed and impeccably trained. More importantly, each bore a distinctive emblem, the national insignia of Dian. The military forces of Dian had arrived. Without a doubt, this was the greatest reassurance. The first soldier to breach the scene surveyed the chaotic battlefield with a mere glance before issuing commands. Team 3, suppress the zombies. Team 2, assist in evacuating civilians. Team 1, engage the mutated entities with me. Understood, squad leader. Promptly responding to the orders, the soldiers sprang into action, moving like a well-oiled machine. Team 3, armed with machine guns and submachine guns, established a formidable position and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the horde of zombies. Despite their fearsome appearance, the zombies became nothing more than defenseless targets in the face of the overwhelming firepower. The net of gunfire formed, and the advancing zombies were either left with shattered skulls or obliterated bodies, unable to retaliate. Once Team 3 achieved fire suppression, Team 2 rushed to the second floor. Aware that Lao Liao and Laoan were the leaders among the group, they inquired directly, "Is there an evacuation route?" Laoan readily responded, "There's a bus at the back door, with a maximum capacity of 80. It will suffice for all of us to evacuate." "Excellent." The squad leader turned to his team. "5 of you, set up a defensive position at the bus. The rest assist in evacuating the civilians." "Understood." As Teams 3 and 2 executed their missions with precision, the strongest Team 1 engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the pursuer. Fire suppression. After assigning tasks to his team, the squad leader helped Lao Liao to his feet. "How are you? Are you injured?" Lao Liao waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing serious, just superficial wounds." "Good." After confirming Lao Liao's well-being, the squad leader continued his inquiry. "Do we have any intelligence on this behemoth?" Lao Liao shook his head. "It came charging in unexpectedly. We are just as clueless." Just then, a soldier rushed over with a report. "Squad leader, bullets and grenades are ineffective against this creature." In the heat of battle, various calibers of bullets had already rained down upon the pursuer. Despite their relentless efforts, the soldiers could not inflict any substantial damage. The only effective strike came from a grenade, which created a significant gash in the pursuer's chest. Yet, even as the wound appeared, the creature's formidable regenerative abilities swiftly filled it, rendering the assault futile. Indeed. The squad leader glanced at the surrounding environment and quickly devised a strategy. Demolitions expert, rig explosives to the load-bearing walls of this building. The rest, continue suppressing the mutated entity and expedite the evacuation of civilians. His plan was straightforward. If he could not kill it, he would bury it alive. The building they occupied was not particularly tall and was quite old, making demolition a feasible task. Copy that. The professionalism of the trained unit was evident in their swift execution. In less than 10 minutes, the survivors and soldiers had all relocated to the bus, ready for immediate departure. Demolitions expert, is the bomb set? A soldier holding the detonator signaled with an OK gesture, ready to detonate. Roar. The pursuer, sensing its prey was about to escape, emitted a furious roar and charged towards the back door, disregarding the bullets that could no longer impede its advance. Noticing the futility of conventional weapons against the pursuer, the squad leader hefted a 93mm rocket launcher. This rocket launcher weighs a formidable 12 kilograms, with the projectile itself tipping the scales at 3.6 kilograms. This device serves as the sole heavy weapon in their squad, the ultimate trump card in terms of firepower. That's enough to fill a cauldron. The rocket was launched with precision, striking the pursuer head-on. The unparalleled force of impact was such that even the pursuer could not withstand it, being violently hurled away. Boom! The rocket launcher detonated simultaneously with the prepositioned explosives, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Bang! The explosive force not only obliterated the entire building, but also reduced the surrounding zombies to mere ashes. The horde of zombies, numbering in the hundreds, proved utterly helpless against modern firepower. Retreat. The squad leader, aware that the explosion would attract more zombies, promptly ordered the rear unit to evacuate to the bus, taking the remaining survivors away from the scene. Not far off on a balcony, Wei Gong furrowed his brow, pondering, He had refrained from intervening in the recent battle, choosing instead to observe as a bystander, witnessing the entire ordeal. In terms of the outcome, he found himself profoundly dissatisfied. Chapter 21. The world within the mirror. From the moment he witnessed soldiers entering the battlefield, he surmised that the outcome would be dire. Wei Gong, standing on the balcony, furrowed his brow. I knew we would lose, but I did not anticipate such a complete defeat. A military squad of 30 was effortlessly able to suppress a horde of over 100 zombies. The casualty ratio was indeed a disgraceful sight. While zombies pose an extreme threat to unarmed civilians, they become mere targets for professionally trained soldiers, provided that distance is maintained. The sheer number of zombies under Wei Gong's command paled in comparison to the firepower of the Dian army. Moreover, in this instance, the Dian army refrained from deploying weapons of mass destruction to ensure civilian safety. Otherwise, the pursuers would not have been met with bullets and rocket launchers, but rather high-explosive incendiary bombs dropped from bombers. Ultimately, zombies are— If this issue remains unresolved, the zombie crisis will inevitably meet its end at the hands of human civilization. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Gong outlined his forthcoming actions. First, even in his current state, enduring a few rocket blasts would leave him crawling. He needed to not only bolster his physical resilience, but also to amplify his supernatural abilities. After experiencing several previous incidents, Wei Gong discovered that superpowers possess an extraordinary quality, often manifesting miracles in dire situations, turning the tide in his favor. If he could acquire a more formidable power, his chances of success would significantly improve. Second, he needed to find a means to augment the strength of the zombies. It was not merely a matter of increasing their mobility. Wei Gong also had to devise ways to enhance their resistance to thermal weaponry, transforming the zombies from mere targets into formidable adversaries against heat-based arms. In the near future, a war between zombies and humans was unmistakably on the horizon. If Wei Gong could not resolve this issue before hostilities erupted, the future would lead to a dead end. Third, he must recruit several intelligent subordinates, possessing both formidable strength and the capability to command zombies. Ultimately, Wei Gong has only one mind and cannot simultaneously direct all the zombies. With 600,000 zombies, Wei Gong had essentially allowed them to roam freely. If he could secure a few adept commanders capable of directing the zombies, integrating the 600,000 into a cohesive legion, their combat prowess would experience a qualitative leap. Fourth, he needed to find a way to buy time. As the situation escalated, it was only a matter of time before the Dian authorities would resort to bombers, unleashing devastation. Before all problems were resolved, Wei Gong had to devise a strategy to delay that eventuality. System, I wish to exchange 300,000 points for a superpower. 300,000 points represented half of Wei Gong's wealth. He was uncertain what superpower he would obtain. Congratulations, you have acquired a B-level superpower. The world within the mirror. As the system's voice echoed, the capabilities of the world within the mirror flooded into Wei Gong's mind. Upon acquiring the world within the mirror, the user can open a passage to the mirror world through a reflective surface. Wei Gong glanced back at the floor-to-ceiling glass door behind him, recognizing it as a mirror of sorts. The world within the mirror. When Wei Gong touched the surface, he found his hand effortlessly penetrating through, clearly indicating that the portal to the mirror world had been opened. Stepping into the mirror, he discovered he had entered an alternate realm. This world, devoid of life, mirrored the outside environment perfectly. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in Wei Gong's mind once more. As the master of the mirror world, the user can freely control the inorganic materials within it. Freely control? An intriguing thought dawned upon Wei Gong. He pulled out a handgun he always carried, aimed it at himself, and promptly pulled the trigger. Bang! Just as the bullet exited the barrel, Wei Gong uttered, "Stop!" The bullet, traveling at high speed. This ability truly invoked the sensation of being a creator. Wei Gong inquired, "Can I draw other living beings into this world?" Provided the user consents, other beings may also traverse the mirror passage into the mirror world. Conversely, without the user's permission, entities entering the mirror world cannot exit through the passage. Wei Gong was taken aback. Is it truly that powerful? If human players were to acquire this ability, it would effectively grant them an impenetrable safe haven. Then how do I leave this world? You still exit through the mirror passage. However, be advised that upon leaving the mirror world, you will not return to the entry point, but instead emerge next to whichever mirror you exit from. Is that so? Wei Gong leaped from the balcony, effortlessly landing on the balcony of the adjacent building. He extended his hand to touch a mirror on that balcony. Passage, open. Wei Gong once again traversed the passage back to the real world, discovering that, as the system had stated, he appeared next to the mirror rather than the floor-to-ceiling glass door. With this characteristic, can I not go wherever I please? Wei Gong felt a surge of delight. One must admit, the strong are indeed full of surprises. Just then, Wei Gong's phone received a text message. We are heading to Mirror Mountain Park. They seem intent on leaving Shout'an City by boat. Mirror Mountain Park? Wei Gong opened the map navigation app, discovering that this park is situated along the Ring City River. By boarding a sightseeing boat, one could smoothly depart Shout'an City by following the river downstream. Wei Gong could not help but admire. What a clever idea. With zombies now rampant throughout Shout'an City, escorting such a large group out via land routes, hence, the waterway emerged as the optimal choice, for zombies cannot swim. Roar. A roar erupted from below the balcony, as a pursuer buried beneath the rubble was finally unearthed by other zombies. Wei Gong cast a glance and smiled faintly. With my new ability acquired and my subordinates nearly assembled, it is time we continue this delightful hunt. As a reward for their victory over the pursuers, Wei Gong would bestow upon them despair. Chapter 22. The Choice, Xiao Wang. If you can still hear me, come to Mirror Mountain Park. We plan to set sail from Shout'an City. The dimly lit room echoed with the incessant repetition of this message. How can I still face them? Wang Xia raised his head, his eyes bloodshot and his pallid face etched with guilt. His retreat in the face of danger had indeed preserved his life, yet the weight of his remorse gnawed mercilessly at his nerves, rendering his spirit exceedingly frail. His voice, hoarse and trembling, he lamented, Do I still have the right to be a police officer? Am I worthy of confronting those whom I vowed to protect? Yet, if time were to rewind to that moment, would he make an entirely different choice? Wang Xia himself was unsure. Suddenly, a zombie staggered through the door, shambling towards Wang Xia. Overwhelmed by guilt, Wang Xia's mental state crumbled, extinguishing the last flicker of his will to survive. Perhaps I am but a coward, he muttered bitterly, collapsing to the ground. Let me perish in this dark corner. As the footsteps of the zombie drew nearer, he closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. However, death did not grant him the release he sought. Inexplicably, the zombie turned and left. Wang Xia opened his eyes in confusion. What is happening? He stepped out of the room, only to find that all the nearby zombies had disregarded him, converging in a specific direction. This scenario was all too familiar. It mirrored the moment when the horde had attacked their refuge. A sudden wave of unease washed over Wang Xia as he ascended to the rooftop terrace. There, he beheld a terrifying sight. Thousands of zombies amassed, all heading towards the same destination. His breath hitched in his throat. That is the direction of Mirror Mountain Park. Undoubtedly, these thousands of zombies were en route to confront his master and the others. Should they be attacked, their demise would be inevitable. Vivid images of his master being torn apart by the undead flashed through his mind. Wang Xia closed his eyes in anguish. What should I do? Once more, he faced a choice. To gamble his life in aid of his master or to cower like a coward. There was no doubt that retreating offered the greatest chance of survival. With the nearby zombies drawn away by his master, he had ample time to construct a safe haven, perhaps one that could endure until the In the midst of his chaotic thoughts, his police badge fell to the floor. The moment he glimpsed the emblem, clarity surged through his tumultuous mind, and a flood of memories burst forth. Master, I vow to become a competent police officer. For the safety of the people, I fear not sacrifice. I swear to courageously fight for social stability and the peace of the populace for the rest of my life. The echoes of past pledges resonated like thunder within Wang Xia's mind. His expression gradually transformed into one of resolve. This time, I shall not evade. On the bus, Olden inquired of Old Liao, has Xiao Wang still not responded? Old Liao sighed, this child, Xiao Wang. Do you blame him? Old Liao shook his head. I do not blame him. Seeking safety is an instinct inherent to all living beings. At that time, I was rather relieved he fled. At least he could survive. Life is equal and everyone harbors fear. Each individual possesses the right to live, and one cannot impose moral judgment upon others for their instincts. Indeed, it is the greatness of heroes that lies in their triumph over the fears and instincts of mere mortals. The anthem of humanity is, after all, a song of courage. Report, Squad leader. We have a situation ahead. The soldier responsible for drone reconnaissance promptly transmitted footage to the squad leader. Upon viewing the images, the squad leader's countenance darkened instantly. What nonsense is this? Noticing old Liao's unease, he inquired, "What is it?" The squad leader showed old Liao the footage from the drone. "See for yourself." Old Liao gasped in shock. The image depicted a wall of zombies, numbering in the thousands, blocking the road, with Mirror Mountain Park looming ominously behind them. Old Liao's expression soured drastically. He pulled the squad leader aside, away from the crowd. "I have held my tongue due to mere speculation." He glanced back at the survivors. "I suspect there may be an infiltrator among them." In an instant, the squad leader's eyes widened in disbelief. An infiltrator among the zombies? In his mind, zombies were mindless beasts, devoid of intelligence, driven solely by instinct. Old Liao recounted the peculiar behavior of the zombies before their attack and conveyed the details regarding Shou Kongyu. He presented the sketch of Shou Kongyu's description to the squad leader. "This is merely my conjecture. I fear it may incite unnecessary panic." The squad leader's brow furrowed deeply. "Your intelligence is of utmost importance. It may even determine whether this zombie crisis can be resolved." He turned to the communications officer. "Immediately report this information to headquarters." This intelligence was critically vital. If the puppet master behind the scenes were neutralized, the zombies would crumble into disarray, posing no threat to a colossal entity like Dian. Let us set aside the matter of the puppet master for now. The immediate concern is how to address the zombies before us. If the bus charged directly into the horde, it would be halted in mere meters, and their fate would be one of being torn apart by the undead. Old Liao inquired, "Can we take a detour?" "I fear not." The squad leader shook his head. "A detour would waste precious time. The zombies would only gather in greater numbers, and our escape would become increasingly difficult. The puppet master has no intention of letting us go, and no matter where we attempt to flee, the outcome remains the same." Now, they were left with but one choice: execute a rapid, direct breakthrough. Yet, how could they achieve this? The sight of the densely packed wall of zombies sent chills down their spines. Bullets might slay the undead, but their bodies would remain, obstructing the bus's passage. If the bus could not advance, their end would still be death. Just as despair enveloped them, a calm voice emerged from old Liao's radio. "Master, you proceed ahead. The rest is up to me." Boom! With the roar of a revving engine, a small truck laden with barrels of gasoline surged past the bus, charging headlong into the wall of zombies. Chapter 23. Transforming my fractured body into flames in an instant. Lao Liao comprehended Wang Xia's intentions, roaring loudly, "Wang Xia, what do you desire?" Wang Xia's gaze was clear, devoid of any trace of confusion. "Master, this is the only way." The explosion would annihilate the zombies, while the searing flames would reduce the obstructing corpses to ash. Without a doubt, this was the optimal plan. The cost was merely the death of a coward. Silence enveloped the passengers on the bus in the small truck. Wang Xia gripped the steering wheel with one hand while igniting a cigarette with a lighter in the other. "Master, do you think I am a competent police officer?" Although Wang Xia was not a habitual smoker, he had always admired the tough characters in films who indulged in this act before facing their demise, so he wished to try it himself. "Indeed, you have always been a commendable police officer." Lao Liao smiled with a sense of relief. Who could hinder a hero's resolve to face death? "I am proud of you, my disciple." In that moment, the inner demons that had tormented Wang Xia for days were finally dispelled. With a swift motion, Wang Xia hurled the lit lighter into the back of the truck. Prior to their departure, he had filled the cabin with gasoline. Now, as the lighter struck the ground, the small truck was instantly transformed into a chariot of flames. "Master, in my next life, I will still be your disciple." Wang Xia grinned, flooring the accelerator and crashing into the wall of corpses at a speed of 180 kilometers per hour. Any zombie that approached the truck would be reduced to ashes by the righteous flames. Just as the night can never obstruct the dawn's light, Wang Xia's truck soon breached the center of the corpse wall. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions erupted at the heart of the corpse wall, the purifying flames consuming the malevolent entities, determined to incinerate all evil. On the bus, everyone rose in unison, their eyes fixated on the explosions. They wished to witness the hero's departure. "All soldiers salute." Every soldier paid the utmost respect to their unseen comrade. "Brother, well done." We'll come down to drink with you later. The squad leader turned to the soldier at the wheel, charged through at full speed. The bus surged forth with an unprecedented velocity, barreling through the inferno and crossing the wall of corpses composed of thousands of zombies. The bus halted at the entrance of Mirror Mountain Park. From there, they could only proceed on foot, as there was no way to transport further. The squad leader handed 2 automatic rifles to Lao Liao and Laoan. We will hold off the tide of corpses here. The civilians are in your hands. To enter Mirror Mountain Park, one could only pass through the visitor center, as the remaining areas were barricaded by walls standing 3 to 4 meters high. As long as they could defend this visitor center, the survivors would be able to retreat safely. Gazing at the weapon in his hands, Lao Liao fell into silence. Even with firearms and ammunition at their disposal, facing the relentless tide of zombies would likely lead to certain death. These soldiers were evidently prepared for sacrifice as well. Lao Liao extended his hand toward the squad leader, Liao Zhongping from the 2nd Team of the Nanshan Division, Shoutang City. The squad leader returned the gesture with a knowing smile. Mu Lang turned to his soldiers and declared, "Brothers, establish a firepower line and let these beasts know our might." Understood. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Unlike before, this battlefield was open, and they no longer needed to worry about harming the survivors. The warriors of the 3rd Squad unleashed their full firepower, bullets pouring forth as if they were free. Any zombie daring to advance a step would be turned to a sieve by the relentless barrage. No matter how resilient the zombies were, if they were reduced to pulp, they would meet their demise in an instant. A vacuum zone was cleared within 50 meters of the visitor center. Roar. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed. Accompanied by footfalls akin to the beating of war drums, a 3-meter-tall monstrosity joined the fray. The pursuer barreled through the zombies with unstoppable force, charging directly toward the visitor center. Should this bloodthirsty juggernaut breach their defenses, the firepower line would be obliterated in an instant. Fortunately, the 3rd Squad was well prepared. The squad leader shouted into the intercom, "All drones, take off and incinerate it." Bang! Bang bang! The glass windows of the 2nd floor of the visitor center shattered as 4 military drones launched into action. Switched to incineration mode. As a new generation of high-tech weaponry, these 4 military drones were equipped with machine gun, reconnaissance, self-destruct, and incineration modes. When dealing with zombies, the straightforward and brutal incineration mode was undoubtedly the most practical, as the flamethrower activated. Roaring flames engulfed the pursuer, and no matter how tough. However, the operators of these drones were all highly trained experts, effortlessly executing aerial maneuvers and dodging the projectile with ease. Roar. The pursuer emitted an enraged bellow. Even with its immense strength, it could not fly, and thus could do nothing against the drones above. Just as the creature's outer flesh began to regenerate, it was once again reduced to ash by the flames. If this continued, even the pursuer would meet its end in the distance. Wei Gong shook his head helplessly. In the end, it falls to me to intervene. Taking a step back, Wei Gong slipped into the mirrored world through the shards of glass beneath his feet. While the outer world was ablaze with chaos, bullets flying, the mirrored realm was eerily silent. There were no zombies, no bullets, only Wei Gong strolling alone within. With no one to impede him, Wei Gong easily made his way to the interior of the visitor center. I recall that the drones launched from the 2nd floor. The operator should be up there as well. Wei Gong casually ascended to the 2nd floor, standing before a glass window. He could see the situation outside through the mirror, while those outside remained oblivious to his presence within. Behind that glass, a soldier was intently piloting a drone, completely unaware of the impending danger. The first one. Suddenly, Wei Gong's hand emerged from the glass, grasping the soldier's head with a swift motion. The soldier could hardly fathom that a hand would reach through the glass. Just as he was about to alert his comrades, Wei Gong had already crushed half of his skull, extinguishing his life. Thud. The lifeless body collapsed to the ground, startling the remaining 3 soldiers. Xiaozhuang. They stared in disbelief at their fallen comrade, bewildered that he had perished. What had transpired? Chapter 24:1 Step 1 Kill. The terror of the unknown instantaneously enveloped their minds. Stay alert. Fortunately, they retained a semblance of reason and immediately formed a triangular formation, back to back, with each person guarding a different direction. Yet, was this truly effective? A ghastly pale hand suddenly emerged from the shards of glass beneath their feet, grasping one man's ankle. Ah! accompanied by a scream. Yet another comrade vanished without a trace. Oldly, the remaining two were rendered utterly paralyzed, their minds crashing in confusion. What was happening? Just moments ago, they were back to back, yet in the blink of an eye, one had disappeared. Do not worry, you shall see him soon. A ghostly voice whispered from behind them, akin to the murmur of death itself. The two turned simultaneously, only to find a figure cloaked in black robes, a masked man standing there. Without a sound, it seemed he had always been there. In his grasp lay the lifeless body of their comrade, Oldly. You bastard! The two abandoned their drone controls, drawing their weapons to retaliate. Swoosh! With a swift strike, the assailants severed their throats as if wielding the scythe of death. Blood gushed forth as a virus invaded their bodies. In less than a minute, these battle-hardened soldiers were transformed into mindless zombies, utterly defenseless. Who are you? Turning around, they found Mu Lang had arrived with several soldiers, their dark guns aimed squarely at the masked man's head. Oh! Quick on the uptake, I see. The moment the first drone plummeted, Mu Lang realized something was amiss on the second floor. Although their response was swift, the killer's speed was even swifter. By the time Mu Lang and his team reached the second floor, they were met with 4 bodies on the verge of becoming zombies. Young men in their 20s, always hiding beneath hoods and masks. Mu Lang's pupils dilated in shock. You are the mastermind behind this. The masked man's voice was hoarse and low, exuding an inexplicable sense of oppression. Correct? Open fire. Without hesitation, Mu Lang commanded his troops to shoot. If they could eliminate this foe, the crisis in Shout-An City would be resolved, saving millions of lives. However, as they pulled the triggers, before the bullets could even fly, the masked man vanished once more. Ah! The soldier at the rear let out a blood-curdling scream as he was lifted by the masked man, his fingers like daggers piercing the soldier's throat, blood gushing forth. I was pondering what reward to bestow upon you. The body was carelessly discarded, and through the mask's openings, malevolent red eyes glimmered. How about despair? As his words fell, the 5 corpses on the floor rose simultaneously, resembling loyal guardians encircling their king. The term, Zombie King, aptly described the masked figure before them, cold-blooded, murderous, devoid of compassion. His existence seemed solely for the annihilation of humanity, the destruction of the world. Do not let him intimidate you. Stay calm and continue firing, Mu Lang roared, striving to steady his troops. Since the opponent was darting about, it suggested he also feared bullets. Otherwise, he would have charged in and slaughtered them all. The priority now was to uncover the reason behind his elusive movements. Squad leader, help! The masked figure vanished once more, taking a soldier with him, leaving no chance for defense. Mu Lang's eyes widened, desperation flooding his vision with crimson. Yet, even in his panic, his mind continued to analyze the situation. Why was he not targeting me? With his intellect, he must surely deduce that I am the commander. If I were to perish, the squad would be leaderless. Logically, I should have been the first to die. Mu Lang suddenly noticed the shards of glass scattered across the floor. The drone's ascent had shattered several windows, leaving the corridor littered with fragments. Yet, curiously, there were no shards at his feet. He was not refraining from killing me. Rather, he was unable to do so without being detected, because there were no glass shards near me. Everyone, shatter the glass fragments on the ground, then steer clear of all reflective surfaces. Mu Lang's decision was both without the glass shards as a medium, the masked man could not approach them undetected. What an exceptional commander! The masked figure clapped as he emerged from behind a shattered window. In just a few exchanges, you've discerned my movement patterns, quite astute. Superpowers? Mu Lang's expression turned grave. With zombies now present, the emergence of superpowers was hardly surprising. The pressing question was, how could he eliminate this foe? Shatter the glass on the ground. Keep away from the mirror-like windows. Surely you do not naively believe this will render you safe from me? The masked man raised his weapon, but instead of aiming at any individual, he targeted the ceiling. What was he planning? Including Mu Lang, everyone was bewildered by the masked man's actions. Bang! In the next instant, the bullet pierced the ceiling and ruptured a water pipe. In a venue like the visitor center, fire safety measures were undoubtedly in place. Should a fire break out, sprinklers would activate. Where there were sprinklers, there would be water pipes. Water cascaded down like raindrops, forming small puddles on the floor. Water surfaces can also refract light. They too act as mirrors. Glass shards could be shattered, but puddles would simply reform. The masked man advanced through the puddles, his movements ghostly and ephemeral, flickering with each step. Suddenly, he stood before Mu Lang, less than a meter away, his crimson eyes fixated on him. Farewell? The masked man's voice was flat, akin to the Grim Reaper delivering a death sentence. Swoosh! His sharp hand plunged into Mu Lang's body, crushing his heart. Mu Lang, being merely human, was doomed to die. Squad leader. The sacrifice of their leader incited fury in the remaining soldiers, who unleashed a frenzied barrage at the masked man. Do not rush. You shall soon join him. The masked figure vanished in rapid succession. With each disappearance, another body fell. Soon, the second floor was devoid of life. Roar. A chilling roar erupted from the first floor of the visitor center, the gunfire quieting as the hunters and the horde of zombies breached their defenses. The masked man gazed at Mu Lang's lifeless body, exhaling a sigh. The system provided no notification. It seemed he could not convert Mu Lang into a subordinate. With Mu Lang's command abilities and situational judgment, he could have formed a formidable zombie squad. Alas, it was not to be. The dim streetlights failed to illuminate the entire street. For reasons unknown, the masked man found himself humming this tune. Next, it was time to seek out others. Chapter 25, Death Old Liao. The gunfire has ceased. The expressions of Old Liao and Olden were steeped in sorrow. The silence of the gunfire could only yield two outcomes. Either the zombies had been vanquished or the entire third squad had perished. Given the brevity of time, the latter seemed far more probable. Wang Xia, third squad, Mu Lang, we shall remember them. Old Liao clenched his fists tightly. Only by ensuring the safety of the survivors could their courageous sacrifices be honored. Fortunately, they bought us ample time. The boat has now reached the center of the city's circular river, and the zombies cannot approach. Olden glanced back, noting that the Shoutan City circular river spanned 50 meters in width and boasted a depth of 7 to 8 meters. Given the current capabilities of the zombies, they would be unable to cross. Old Liao turned to look at the survivors behind him. He had long harbored suspicions that someone among the survivors was alerting the zombies. To thwart any potential traitor from wreaking further havoc, he had gathered everyone together for easier surveillance. Yet, the traitor had remained inactive thus far. Meanwhile, Wei Gong arrived at the riverbank and spotted the boat gliding through the center of the waterway. Although the river's surface resembled a mirror, its depth rendered it impossible for Wei Gong to find a foothold. Thus, he could not utilize the mirrored world to transport himself onto the boat and had to devise another method. Wei Gong picked up a flat stone from the ground. It's been ages since I've skipped stones. Let us have some fun. With that, he tossed the stone across the water surface. Wei Gong's stone skipping technique was quite proficient, managing to skip the stone over a dozen times and sending it nearly 10 meters away. Coordinate power. Activate. Wei Gong maneuvered. Just as he was about to plummet into the water, he calmly tossed another stone. As the stone soared 10 meters away, he executed the same technique, swapping places with it. After 3 consecutive exchanges, Wei Gong elegantly landed at the bow of the boat, not a drop of water touching him. His sudden appearance startled everyone aboard. Old Liao and Olden immediately aimed their submachine guns at Wei Gong. Who are you? Just then, Shou Kongyu, mingling within the crowd, sprang up like a startled bird, pointing at Wei Gong and exclaiming, "It's him. It's him." Although he had never seen Wei Gong's true visage, Shou Kongyu recognized him instantly. The masked Wei Gong tilted his head. I didn't expect you to have such a good memory. Given his remarkable recall, he could not allow Shou Kongyu to live. Before Wei Gong could strike, a bespectacled, seemingly demure young girl among the survivors suddenly produced a syringe with a pinhole needle and plunged it directly into Shou Kongyu's neck. What is happening? The sudden turn of events diverted the attention of Old Liao and Olden. It was precisely in that fleeting moment of distraction that Wei Gong approached them and struck lethally. Wei Gong's hands pierced through the chests of both men, crushing their hearts simultaneously. The invading virus would subsequently transform their corpses into zombies. Thus, two exceptional police officers who had fought valiantly to survive in this apocalyptic landscape ultimately met their demise at Wei Gong's hands. Ah! The survivors shrieked in terror, scattering like frightened birds. Yet, they were on a boat, surrounded by water. Where could they possibly flee? Eliminate them all. The now unprotected survivors were akin to sheep awaiting slaughter. Merely 3 zombies were sufficient to wipe them out entirely. Master. Among the survivors, only the bespectacled girl remained unscathed. Cheng Ming, you performed admirably on this mission. This young girl, Cheng Ming, was an inconspicuous nurse from the Shaotan City Municipal Hospital and one of Wei Gong's initial 10 NPCs. She had been discreetly embedded within the survivors' ranks, continuously relaying intelligence to Wei Gong. This is what I ought to do. You've worked hard during this period. I grant you a respite. Pursue whatever endeavors you desire. Wei Gong was a conscientious employer. He would never impose overtime on his employees. Thank you, Master. Upon returning to solid ground from the boat, Wei Gong was pleasantly surprised to find his points had surged by several thousand, merely for having eliminated a well-equipped armed squad. Wei Gong licked his lips. The greater the storm, the larger the fish. That saying holds true. Infecting a fully armed soldier was worth the equivalent of dozens of ordinary individuals. It was simply exhilarating. For a moment, Wei Gong found himself eagerly anticipating the impending war. If an army of tens of thousands were to be transformed into zombies, how many points could that yield? Naturally, the prerequisite was that he must win the war. This matter has reached a conclusion. I can afford a brief respite. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, Wei Gong had been tirelessly on the move, without a moment's pause. Just as he prepared to grant himself a day off, a phone call interrupted him. Wei Gong's expression grew increasingly peculiar. In the real world, whenever he attempted to enjoy a moment of rest, his inept boss and foolish clients would invariably call him. Now that he had become the boss in the game world, how could anyone still dare to call during his downtime? What is it? The voice on the other end belonged to Yu Zimo. Master, their SA situation at Linglong residence. After resolving the issue with Ning Kaifeng, Wei Gong had dispatched Yu Zimo to collect intelligence on other human players, and it seemed he had made progress. What situation? On the other end, Yu Zimo held his phone in one hand while sifting through the corpses of zombies at his feet. A massive number of zombie corpses have appeared at Linglong residence, all sharing a common characteristic. Just as Yu Zimo was about to elaborate, the line fell silent. Wei Gong then heard the sound of the phone dropping to the ground. Simultaneously, he lost control over Yu Zimo. Wei Gong's brow furrowed tightly. At this stage, it was impossible for Yu Zimo to escape his control. Thus, only one possibility remained. Why Yu Zimo had been killed. To eliminate a large number of zombies while simultaneously erasing Yu Zimo without him noticing indicated a formidable adversary. Had this individual grown to such strength in merely 2 days? This was no longer a typical human player. Decisive action was imperative. It seems my respite will have to be postponed once more. Wei Gong ended the call and dialed Zheng Xiaoyu's number. Zheng Xiaoyu, please retrieve the surveillance footage from near Linglong residence, and I require information on all residents of Linglong residence. Wei Gong had a foreboding sense that the enemy he was about to confront would be exceedingly perilous. Chapter 26. A quiet beginning. This was the first impression Wei Gong had upon entering the Linglong residence. The community not only bore no signs of human activity, but even the zombies that might have been lurking nearby were conspicuously absent. Wei Gong lifted his gaze, furrowing his brow once more. The Linglong residence was one of the few high-rise complexes in Shaotan City, with each building starting at a height of 20 stories. The greater the number of floors, the more residents it contained. Locating the human players hidden within such a multitude of apartments was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Perhaps, Yu Zimo's corpse is the key. For safety's sake, Wei Gong stepped into the mirror world. He navigated through the Linglong residence, diligently searching for Yu Zimo's remains. At last, he discovered Yu Zimo's corpse near Building 12 of the complex, surrounded by a multitude of zombie bodies. It was likely that Yu Zimo had come to this location due to the presence of these corpses. Wei Gong examined Yu Zimo's body, as well as the surrounding zombie remains. He noted a commonality among them. The cause of death was a single bullet to the head. Isn't this marksmanship a bit too precise? Even in the most obscure corners, amidst a plethora of obstacles, each shot had found its mark without wasting a single bullet. Wei Gong scoured the vicinity, yet found not a single bullet hole. This isn't mere accuracy. It feels as if aimbots and wall hacks are at play. Even a seasoned soldier like Mu Lang would exclaim, "Wow, that's definitely a hack." Whoosh! Just as Wei Gong was investigating, the sound of a bullet slicing through the air reached his ears. His hair stood on end. The enemy's attack came with such swiftness that it truly exceeded Wei Gong's expectations. He had no time to ascertain the bullet's origin and immediately activated his ability to enter the mirror world, taking refuge within the reflective surface he carried. There had been no forewarning, no gunfire to signal the attack. Had it not been for his extraordinary hearing, detecting the bullet's passage through the air, he would undoubtedly have met a fate akin to Yuzimo's, his head shattered, lying motionless on the ground. She has detected my presence. I must relocate. Utilizing the properties of the mirror world, Wei Gong emerged from a rearview mirror of an electric bike. This position was in the underground parking lot, not only several hundred meters away from the site of the ambush, but also separated by a layer of ground. This should be a safe spot. However, just as Wei Gong's feet touched the ground, the chilling sound of a bullet whistling through the air echoed once more. More terrifyingly, this bullet was aimed directly at the back of his head, as if it had been waiting for his emergence in a way. So you really are using hacks? The bullet's proximity was alarmingly close, leaving no time for Wei Gong to retreat back into the mirror world. The bullet pierced through his scalp, shattering his skull. Boom! Wei Gong's body collapsed in the deserted parking lot, unknown to anyone. Research from the Academy of Sciences indicates that this crisis, rather than being a viral outbreak, is more accurately described as a parasitic crisis. A resolute woman in military attire stood at the forefront of the conference room, reporting recent findings to the senior officials of Dian. Post-autopsy analysis revealed that the brains of the zombies harbor a previously unrecorded parasite. As the military woman elaborated, images of the parasite were displayed for all to see. This parasite is the essence of the zombies. As long as it survives, the zombies can continuously rise again. Under normal circumstances, this parasite resides solely within the zombie's brain. However, there are rare mutations in which the parasite moves within the host, seeking a secure location. In addition to these two types, we have also identified a unique individual, which we refer to as the mother zombie. As her words fell, an image of a specimen nearly indistinguishable from a human appeared on the large screen. Upon dissecting the mother zombie, we discovered that its brain does not contain parasites, but rather a crystalline substance of exceptionally high hardness. Upon hearing this, the conference room erupted in astonished murmurs. What? You not only captured a mother zombie, but also completed an autopsy? How long had it been since the outbreak of the zombie crisis? Perhaps 50 hours. Indeed, we have successfully eliminated one mother zombie and captured another for dissection. I've read the briefing. These two operations were personally organized and commanded by you, Liang Sun remarked, glancing at the report detailing the military woman's credentials. Rongyu nodded, affirming, that is correct. Liang Sun continued, having dealt with two mother zombies, I believe you are now the nation's foremost expert. I would like to hear your insights. A decapitation strike, Rongyu asserted firmly. I believe this is the only viable solution to this crisis. Liang Sun's tone grew somber. And the reasoning? In response, Rongyu began to play footage of the operations against the two mother zombies. First, the mother zombie serves as the sole brain of the entire horde. Once it is eliminated, the remaining zombies will revert to instinctual beasts, drastically reducing their threat level. Second, the combat capabilities of the mother zombie are formidable. It possesses physical attributes and vitality far superior to ordinary zombies, along with an array of peculiar abilities. Third, the potential for the mother zombie's growth is alarming. As the number of zombies under its command increases, its strength will escalate exponentially. Currently, the combat capability of these mother zombies remains within manageable limits, but should we allow them to continue to grow unchecked, the consequences would be dire. Liang Sun's expression darkened severely. To devour the lives of other beings and transform them into its own essence, what a repugnant mode of survival. To put it bluntly, the mother zombies are humanity's enemies. They are entities that must be eradicated. Liang Sun continued, now, share your battle plan. Currently, there are still 11 cities in our country under zombie assault. Based on the severity of the situation, I have classified them into 3 tiers. Dangerous, catastrophic, and natural disaster. The dangerous tier has relatively low casualties, with zombie infections remaining in the 4-digit range. Even without deploying the Central Army, local armed forces could temporarily suppress the threat. The catastrophic tier has a higher level of impact, with zombie infections reaching 5 digits. Local forces can only slow the spread of infection but cannot contain it. The natural disaster tier represents the highest level of threat, with zombie infections exceeding 300,000. If left unchecked, it will soon spread to other cities. Fortunately, currently, there are only 2 cities in this tier, with Shoutan City being one of them. What is your next target? Shoutan City. Chapter 27. Terrifying speculations at this moment, someone inquired below. Why is it not Donghai City, given that both are classified as natural disaster levels? Donghai City, as one of the core cities of Dian, not only boasts a population that far exceeds that of Shoutan City, but its annual economic output is also significantly higher. No matter how one looks at it, the priority for saving Donghai City should be greater than that of Shoutan City. Rongyu declared emphatically, it is because the progenitor zombie in Shoutan City is far more dangerous than that of Donghai City. Simultaneously, Rongyu displayed images of both cities on the projection screen. The classification of Donghai City as a natural disaster level is purely due to its high population density. The progenitor zombie in Donghai City employs no strategies, merely seeking densely populated areas to infect individuals one by one. However, Shoutan City is different. The zombie crisis erupted simultaneously across the entire city, with multiple sources of infection spreading rapidly. This indicates that the progenitor in Shoutan City had planned in advance, demonstrating a level of cunning that far surpasses that of the progenitor in Donghai City. It is akin to cooling a building. Donghai City has only activated the air conditioning in one room, while Shoutan City has multiple rooms cooling simultaneously. Clearly, the combined effect of several rooms cooling will be significantly faster than just one. Then, Rongyu displayed a photograph of a fierce man with scales on his face. Currently, we have identified the progenitor zombie in Donghai City. Satellite surveillance is providing 24-hour real-time tracking. As soon as we wish, we can mobilize a large force to eliminate it. However, we have yet to pinpoint the progenitor zombie in Shoutan City. Its counter-surveillance capabilities are alarmingly strong. With limitless potential for growth, a terrifying rate of development, cunning intelligence, and formidable counter-surveillance abilities. Such a multitude of ominous attributes converging upon one individual sent shivers down the spines of all present. Given time to mature, it could undoubtedly evolve into a monstrous entity capable of annihilating Dian. Nay, even the entire world. Liang Sun spoke gravely. I will bear any consequences that arise. The fall of Donghai City would indeed represent a significant economic blow to Dian, yet in the grand scheme, the threat posed by the progenitor in Shoutan City far outweighs that of Donghai City's progenitor. It must be eradicated in its infancy before it can grow. Liang Sun asserted firmly, from this point forward, Rongyu shall lead the operation to eliminate the progenitor in Shoutan City. All departments must cooperate fully and without error. The outcome of this operation would determine the future trajectory of Dian. A successful elimination would allow Dian to navigate this crisis smoothly. Conversely, failure would result in a complete loss of control over the zombie crisis within Dian's borders. At that point, Dian would have no choice but to wage war, sacrificing 11 cities in pursuit of the safety of the entire region. The progenitor in Shoutan City must be treated with utmost seriousness, while we cannot allow the situation in Donghai City to spiral unchecked. Inform the Eastern War Zone to immediately mobilize for a large-scale military suppression of Donghai City. Even if we cannot eliminate its progenitor, we must maintain control over the situation and prevent further escalation. Donghai City is one of the economic cores of Dian, housing the headquarters of numerous leading companies. Should we neglect it, those companies will undoubtedly voice their dissent. As Dian navigates its most precarious period, it requires the financial, logistical, and resourceful support of these corporations. Thus, Donghai City cannot be abandoned. If there are no further issues, we shall adjourn the meeting. As the conference concluded and those who received orders departed, only Rongyu and Liang Sun remained. Please wait for me outside. Once the bodyguards and secretary withdrew, Liang Sun turned his attention to Rongyu. You mentioned having something to report? What is it? Rongyu's expression was serious as she approached Liang Sun. I have a suspicion that, due to its gravity, I refrained from mentioning it during the meeting. Liang Sun's demeanor grew solemn. Is it that severe? What could possibly be more significant and alarming than the progenitor zombie? Rongyu lowered her voice deliberately. I suspect that the source of this zombie crisis may be a higher dimensional existence. A higher dimensional existence? Are you implying? Liang Sun hesitated before uttering the word, God. The world had long since transitioned into a high-tech era, rendering tales of deities and spirits obsolete. They preferred to believe in the so-called higher dimensional realms. The God Liang Sun referred to was merely a euphemism for this higher dimensional existence. How confident are you in this hypothesis? Although we have identified the progenitor of the zombies, the Academy of Sciences remains unable to provide a rational explanation for the phenomenon, as its very existence defies common sense. A life form that neither consumes nor drinks, yet is capable of maintaining its bodily functions and indefinitely repairing itself, fundamentally contradicts the law of energy conservation. Moreover, the growth of the progenitor zombie is truly unfathomable. Why does infecting humans result in increased strength? Is there a correlation between the two? What grants them the ability to grow stronger through infection? Is it possible that these zombies possess some form of energy absorption technique, absorbing the abilities of others to enhance themselves? Yet the issue is that ordinary individuals lack inner strength. No matter how much they absorb, it is impossible to extract superpowers. Rongyu contemplated for a moment and articulated her theory. I feel this resembles a game. The god is the orchestrator of this game, while the progenitor zombies are the players. The progenitor zombies acquire something akin to points through infecting humans, which they can then exchange for greater power from the god. Even Liang Sun, who had faced numerous crises with unwavering composure, felt a cold sweat break out at this speculation, for it was extraordinarily terrifying. Should this prove true, and should the outside world become aware, societal order would collapse in an instant. Zombies, after all, are tangible entities capable of being slain, allowing people to muster the courage to oppose them. But if the adversary is an unseen, omniscient deity who could summon the bravery to confront such a foe, Rongyu flipped her wrist, and an object materialized in her palm. This is what I obtained upon slaying the first progenitor. As it appeared, a voice resonated in my mind, stating that it was a reward for me. At that moment, Liang Sun felt as though his heart had plunged into an icy abyss. The emergence of this object undoubtedly corroborated Rongyu's conjecture. Even if there were discrepancies, they were scarcely deviated from the truth. If the enemy is indeed a deity, then how are we to contend with it? The elderly man's hands trembled slightly. This was the first time since the outbreak of the zombie crisis that he had exhibited such a lapse in composure. The notion of opposing a deity, often depicted in various works to showcase humanity's indomitable spirit and courage against divine beings, now stood before them as a tangible reality. In their quest to challenge the divine, could they still utter such words with tranquility? Chapter 28. All killed, I believe that the deity does not wish to annihilate us. Rongyu gazed at the object in her hand. If it truly intended to eliminate us, it would not have bestowed this item as a reward. A fortune squandered, solely for the sake of witnessing an exhilarating clash. As long as we continue to triumph, we can not only resolve the zombie crisis, but also become even more formidable, ultimately confronting the deity, vanquishing the god. Liang Sun clenched her fists, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. At that moment, Rongyu proposed a theory. Since the deity desires to witness a slaughter, and given the existence of players within the zombie faction, could it be possible that there are players in the human faction as well? Single-player games never garner the same level of popularity as competitive ones. The thrill of human versus human is what captivates the audience most. You make an excellent point. I will immediately arrange for someone to investigate. Liang Sun grew increasingly impressed with the young woman before her. She had a remarkable ability to discern the essence of matters from the faintest clues. More importantly, she possessed an exceptionally calm mind and the courage to confront any challenge. I shall proceed to the front lines. I leave the matters at the rear in your capable hands. The dangers of Shouten City were beyond imagination, and Rongyu was uncertain of what might unfold. She confided these concerns to Liang Sun, fearing that should she perish in Shouten City, her speculations would be buried with her, forever unknown. Liang Sun sighed deeply. Rongyu, you are the future of Dian. You must take care. If it were up to her, Liang Sun would prefer not to send Rongyu to Shouten City at all. Yet, only Rongyu could resolve the crisis there. For the sake of countless lives in Shouten City and the future of Dian, Rongyu had no choice but to go. As she approached the door, Rongyu paused. I will. Ultimately, with unwavering resolve, she pushed open the door. This step marked not merely her exit from a conference room, but her entrance into a den of peril. In the mirrored world, flesh writhed incessantly as a brand new body was continuously reconstructed. Wei Gong sat up from the ground, stretching his limbs. The reconstruction of the body took quite some time. At the moment the bullet shattered his skull, Wei Gong decisively abandoned his body, transferring the core crystal to the mirrored realm. The bullet did not pursue the core, indicating she was unaware that this was my weakness. She merely aimed for my head. One could only say that intelligence is indeed paramount, having once again saved his life. Wei Gong scanned the surroundings with the mirror and found no bullets tracking him. It should be safe now. He cautiously exited the mirrored world, the mirror in his hand poised for action. Should any bullets appear, he would immediately retreat into the mirrored realm. Once he confirmed his safety, Wei Gong finally exhaled in relief. She must know that I am not dead. If he received rewards for infecting human players, then certainly human players would also receive rewards for slaying the mother body. The absence of a reward suggested that his survival had indeed been exposed. But her failure to continue attacking me implies that her abilities are also limited. From the recent assault, Wei Gong deduced that the opponent's capability might involve magical bullets that lock onto targets, or a causality-based ability, an assured hit. Once the bullet is fired, it will inevitably strike its target. As for the conditions of use, it likely required sight of the target or knowledge of its location. The floors of Linglong Mansion are quite high. The buildings behind would obstruct the view of those in front. Thus the assailant must be within the circle of houses surrounding the square. Wei Gong opened the navigation map, identifying 12 suspicious buildings. 12, 13, 22, 23, 32, and 33. He dialed a number. Zhang Xiaoyu. Please check the surveillance footage for buildings 12, 13, 22, 23, 32, and 33, around the time of April 30th. This time frame coincided with the outbreak of the zombie crisis. As a human player, that individual would undoubtedly take action. Understood. After waiting for more than an hour, Zhang Xiaoyu reported a rather peculiar phenomenon to Wei Gong. Building 33 has had no one enter or exit since 5 o'clock on April 30th. No one. Moreover, not a single shadow has been seen in Building 33 up to today, nor has a light been turned on. The absence of entries and exits could be interpreted as the outbreak of the zombie crisis, with individuals hiding in their homes. A reasonable explanation. However, the lack of any lights was exceedingly suspicious. Unless, in addition to that player, no one else was present in Building 33. But that could not be right. Surveillance had captured numerous individuals entering the building around 3 or 4 o'clock on April 30th, making it impossible for there to be no one else inside. There are many points of suspicion. To uncover the truth, it seems I must make a visit. Wei Gong arrived at the base of Building 33 in the mirrored world, discovering that the entrance had been barricaded from within. In the real world, gaining entry might require considerable effort, but within the mirrored realm, such obstacles posed no hindrance. With a mere flourish, the door swung open, and the obstructions were reduced to dust. The mirrored world harbors no other life forms. To investigate the truth, I must start from the real world. Stepping through a pane of glass, Wei Gong emerged, confronted by the blocked door and a multitude of barriers. Upon entering the interior of Building 33, a wave of blood and decay assaulted his senses. The nauseating stench made even Wei Gong, accustomed to navigating through hordes of zombies, wrinkle his nose. Many have perished in this place. He first approached room 101. The door was unlocked, and with a gentle push, it swung open. However, he was met with an even more intense stench of blood and decay. Wei Gong frowned. What has transpired here? 3 corpses lay in a pool of congealed blood, dark crimson stains scattered throughout. A family of 3 had met a tragic end. This was evidently a massacre of unimaginable horror. The absence of any activity in Building 33 cannot be because all its inhabitants have perished, can it? To verify this hypothesis, Wei Gong checked the doors of rooms 102, 201, and 202. Without exception, every occupant had been slain, leaving no survivors. Examining their wounds, he noted the clean cuts, each death swift and decisive, clearly the work of a single assailant. As long as those in an ambush, given that she is wreaking havoc within this building, locating her should prove to be a straightforward task. Wei Gong sought out a residence equipped with surveillance cameras and enlisted Zhang Xiaoyu to execute a remote hack. Before long, Wei Gong obtained the footage from the time of the massacre. It featured a woman clad in a black hood. Her method of killing was remarkably proficient. Upon encountering a target, she exhibited no extraneous movements, delivering lethal blows with absolute precision. This inevitably led Wei Gong to ponder whether this individual had been a professional assassin prior to engaging in the game. Zhang Xiaoyu, after meticulously comparing the household information, swiftly identified the assassin's name and intelligence. Kalin, residing in room 2302. 2302, you say? Judging by Kalin's modus operandi, these traps, even if they do not claim Wei Gong's life, would certainly alert Kalin. Let us traverse the mirror world. Just as Wei Gong set foot on the staircase, he distinctly sensed the floor beneath him shift precariously. Almost immediately, a sharp ding echoed. Explosives concealed beneath the floor had been triggered. Fortunately, Wei Gong wielded absolute control over the inorganic matter within the mirror world. In an instant, he hurled the explosive away just as it detonated. Boom! The explosion ravaged the corridor, leaving chaos in its wake. I'm grateful I ventured into the mirror world beforehand. The sound of the blast was so pronounced that it likely reverberated even to the neighboring building, not just to Kalin on the 23rd floor. To prevent such surprises from reoccurring, Wei Gong activated his abilities, uprooting the entire flooring and walls of the building. To his astonishment, the moment he tore them up, a trove of explosives tumbled forth. First a sniper rifle, now explosives. Where on earth does this person acquire such an arsenal? The quantity he unearthed was sufficient to arm an entire platoon. Disregarding the explosives, Wei Gong proceeded directly to the 23rd floor. Meanwhile, on the balcony of room 2302, a woman cradling a sniper rifle sat on the floor, her back against the wall. Kalin, with her flowing burgundy hair and a hood that shrouded her delicate, icy visage, maintained a calm gaze fixated on the distant door. He will inevitably find this place. Kalin was acutely aware that the shot she fired had not slain Wei Gong. Thus, the exposure of her location was merely a matter of time. An attack from the shadows could materialize at any moment, perhaps in an hour, or perhaps in just a second. She withdrew an adrenaline syringe from her pocket, expertly injecting it into her thigh. It had been 78 hours since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, during which Kalin had not rested even for a moment, relying solely on her willpower and adrenaline to stay alert. She understood that if she were to close her eyes during this precarious time, she might never open them again. Ding-ling at that moment, a crisp sound suddenly resonated from the corridor, an alert triggered by a tripwire. This indicated that someone was moving in the hallway. Having eliminated every resident of the building, the only possible intruder could only be an enemy from the outside. Kalin sprang to her feet, chambering a bullet, her dark gun barrel aimed directly at the door. From where will you emerge? Rather than directing her gaze at the door, Kalin's focus was drawn to a shard of glass at her feet. If her intuition was correct, the commotion outside the door was merely a diversion, and the true assault would likely originate from the shard of glass. After the initial attack, Kalin had been vigilantly observing Wei Gong's corpse. The glass shard on Wei Gong's body. After all, what sane individual would carry a piece of broken glass? Although she was unaware of the exact nature of his abilities, her instincts suggested that Wei Gong's miraculous survival was somehow linked to the glass. Embracing a spirit of experimentation, Kalin positioned a shard of glass at her feet. If Wei Gong were to strike, that shard would serve as the perfect conduit. Sure enough, 10 seconds after the tripwire was triggered, a pale hand abruptly shot forth from the shard, grasping towards Kalin's ankle like a specter. Got you. Without hesitation, Kalin squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet from her sniper rifle inexplicably curved a full 270 degrees mid-air, obliterating Wei Gong's arm. Seizing the moment while his arm was still retracting, Kalin drew a pistol from her waist and emptied the magazine toward the glass shard. 7 bullets penetrated the interior of Wei Gong's arm, using it as a conduit to traverse the passage of the mirror world, flying straight towards Wei Gong's head. Am I being outmaneuvered? Wei Gong activated the mirror world, attempting to command the bullets to halt. However, the outcome left him astounded. The bullets did not cease. Instead, they continued their relentless journey toward his head. What? This was a clash of superhuman abilities. The dominion of the mirror world could not impede the bullet's advance, indicating that Kalin's power level surpassed that of. She must at least possess an A-level ability. This individual is advancing faster than I am. With little time to ponder further, Wei Gong utilized another mirror in the room to exit the mirror world, sealing it shut. For the moment, the bullets could not penetrate the barrier between their two realms. As long as he refrained from opening the passage again, the bullets would be unable to continue their pursuit. The price to pay was that he could not re-enter the mirror world until Kalen was dealt with. Do not move. Kalen stood approximately 10 paces away, her gun trained on Wei Gong's head. At this distance, Wei Gong could not reach her, yet she could promptly blast his head apart, striking a perfect balance. The mangled arm visibly regenerated before Wei Gong's eyes, which he could only consider a minor injury. How did you know I would emerge from there? Guesswork, intuition. Kalen's tone remained devoid of any fluctuation, as if she were a machine devoid of emotion. Heh. Prior to the attack, Wei Gong had dispatched a zombie down the corridor to trigger the tripwire, hoping to divert Kalen's attention. Who would have guessed that she had anticipated his anticipation, meticulously setting a trap for him? Nevertheless, Wei Gong glanced at the shard of glass at Kalen's feet. Her previous actions had undoubtedly transformed her into bait to lure a predator. By plunging herself into the fray, she had gained a significant advantage, a highly effective strategy, yet fraught with peril. Any miscalculation in her assumptions could lead to her demise. This individual was ruthless not only to those around her but also to herself. Our idle chatter has come to an end. It is time for you to die. Kalen, unburdened by the habit of engaging in needless dialogue with her adversary, mercilessly squeezed the trigger. This time, she aimed not only to obliterate Wei Gong's head, but to annihilate every inch of his flesh, and only in this way could she ensure his death. Is it not a touch premature to declare victory? As the bullet erupted from the barrel, Wei Gong hurled a reflective shard of glass at Kalen. In the name of the mother entity, I cannot afford to lose. Chapter 30. Explosions. The velocity of a sniper rifle bullet is approximately 900 meters per second. With only a few paces separating the two individuals, the bullet would strike Wei Gong in the blink of an eye. However, just as the bullet was about to make contact with Wei Gong's forehead, he smiled and declared, "Coordinate power, activate." In an instant, Wei Gong's position exchanged with the bullet did not hit Wei Gong. Instead, it shattered the glass fragment. Before the bullet could alter its course, Wei Gong promptly opened the portal to the mirror world, confining the bullet within that realm. Mirror world, close? Wei Gong executed this series of maneuvers with remarkable swiftness, completing the task before the tracking bullet could even emerge. Not only did he neutralize the attack, but he also executed a sudden displacement. One hand bent Karun's rifle barrel, denying her the opportunity for a second shot. With the other hand, he grasped Karun's head and forcefully drove it toward the ground. This was the second phase of coordinate power. Bang! Karun's head struck the floor with a resounding thud. With a mere exertion of force, Karun would be infected and transformed into a zombie. The tide of offense and defense had shifted. A gun is fast from 7 steps away, but what of within 1 step? Even in such dire straits, Karun's expression betrayed no hint of fear. It was as if she were inherently devoid of the capacity for such an emotion. Karun simply gazed calmly at Wei Gong, asserting, "I believe explosions are faster." As her words fell, Wei Gong was suddenly enveloped by a wave of heat rising from beneath his feet. This madwoman had filled the floor below with explosives. Madwoman! Wei Gong could not help but exclaim at her near-suicidal assault. Not only did the explosives beneath them detonate, but those in other rooms followed suit, triggering a chain reaction. Boom! Boom boom! The shockwaves from the explosions ravaged the entire floor, leaving chaos in their wake. Furthermore, the intense heat from the detonations ignited the gas lines in the kitchen, resulting in a secondary explosion. Countless windows shattered, and the outer walls were blown apart, creating a vast chasm. Debris rained down from above, wreaking havoc on vehicles parked by the roadside, rendering them utterly wrecked. Some have stated that explosions are a form of art. Well, the 23rd floor was now steeped in artistic essence. Cough, cough, cough. Amidst the thick smoke, Wei Gong struggled to rise, his charred flesh sloughing off as new muscle rapidly filled the void. Fortunately, my evolutionary level is relatively high. I can withstand explosions. At the moment of the blast, Wei Gong accelerated the metabolism of his surface cells, forming a protective keratin layer akin to armor. Shielded by this layer, he barely withstood the ferocity of the explosion. Once he had regained a semblance of recovery, Wei Gong discovered a barely conscious Karun amidst the rubble. Unlike Wei Gong's terrifying vitality, the shockwave from the explosion had swiftly obliterated her frail body, leaving no unscathed flesh upon her. Her once smooth, fair skin was now charred black, emanating a pungent odor of burning flesh. With breaths that could only be inhaled and not exhaled, she was mere moments from succumbing to death. Yet even in such a state, Karun's countenance remained tranquil, betraying not a shred of fear regarding her impending demise. She simply stared at the ceiling, awaiting the arrival of death. Wei Gong crouched beside her, remarking, "You truly fear not death." To Wei Gong, Karun's demeanor was not an exhibition of fearless bravery, but rather a manifestation of a near self-destructive pathology. Such a remarkable individual, it would be a pity to lose her. Her swift decisiveness, lethal efficiency, extraordinary observational prowess, exceptional tactical planning, and that intangible A-level superpower all showcase the rarity of Karun's talents. Losing such a perfect asset would haunt Wei Gong for a month, robbing him of sleep. Wei Gong pierced his finger into Karun's shattered body, attempting to revive her with the zombie virus. However, he soon realized that the virus could not salvage her fading life. Her breaths continued to weaken. "System, what is happening?" The system promptly replied, "Her body has completely perished. The energy of the initial zombie virus is insufficient to restore her physique." Has the damage exceeded the threshold? Wei Gong had encountered similar situations before. Even if a regular zombie's head remained intact, if its body was pulverized, it would succumb to death due to insufficient energy for repair. Is there any way to save her? The system continued, "Feed her your flesh and blood. As a mother zombie, your blood cells contain immense energy that can aid in her recovery." Without hesitation, Wei Gong made a deep incision, allowing his blood to flow into Karun's mouth like water. As long as he could secure Karun as an invaluable ally, any price would be worth paying. Gulp. Under Wei Gong's nourishment, Karun's shattered form began to heal at a visibly accelerated rate, akin to parched earth receiving much-needed rain. Once the wounds had closed, Wei Gong made another incision to continue feeding her blood. As long as Karun had yet to revive, Wei Gong would persist in this act, draining his own blood until her complete restoration. After nearly 1,000 cubic centimeters of blood, Karun's body finally underwent rebirth. Her charred skin shed, revealing a delicate, newborn-like complexion, smooth and supple. Wei Gong understood that this was not sufficient. While Karun's body had healed, her soul remained in disarray. He would need to expend an additional 200,000 points to convert Karun into his vassal. System, expend 200,000 points to transform her into my vassal. Points deducted, conversion ritual commencing. As the last of his 200,000 points vanished, Wei Gong felt a pang of regret. This was his final reserve. Do not let me down, my first vassal. Soul restoration complete. Initiating link. A halo of milky light surged from Karun's body, embedding itself into Wei Gong's mind. Wei Gong inquired, "After being converted into my vassal, will her identity be classified as a zombie or a human? Is she alive or dead in the real world?" Upon conversion, her identity will be that of a zombie. Like the mother player, she too will possess the right to exchange points. As for her original state of being, it is entirely within your control. With but a thought, her original body may perish. Naturally, if the original body dies, the vassal in the game will also perish. The system answered comprehensively, leaving no room for ambiguity. Wei Gong was exceedingly satisfied with this response. This is acceptable. This meant that the vassal not only had unlimited potential for growth, but also guaranteed absolute loyalty. The expenditure of those 200,000 points had proven worthwhile. Link complete. As the link was established, Wei Gong not only gained control over Karun's soul, but also synchronized her past memories into his consciousness. Chapter 31. All or nothing. Give me one more chance. This time I am certain I can win it all back. Heh, didn't you just stake your wife and daughter? What else do you have left to wager? I can bet my own life. Fool, you lost your life in the 7th round. Drag him off to the mines as a slave. No, let me gamble one more time. In the raucous, chaotic underground casino, the same scene was perpetually unfolding. Clad in a lead gray coat and hood, Kalen navigated through the throng to the counter. Which game here offers the quickest returns? This was a gray market casino, devoid of alluring croupiers. Instead, a burly man covered in dark tattoos manned the counter. Without raising his eyelids, he continued polishing his gun in response to Kalen's inquiry. Roulette, poker, dice, horse racing, slot machines, blackjack. Choose as you will. As long as your stakes are high enough, the speed of returns is roughly the same. Such queries were a daily occurrence, and his ears had grown calloused from hearing them. Is that one quick? Kalen pointed at the prominent sign above the counter. Russian roulette, 500,000 a round. Only then did the muscular man lift his head, revealing a gruesome grin. Going all in, are we? Countless gamblers flocked here daily to alter their fates, yet few ever dared to select Russian roulette. For in other games, even in loss, one would merely forfeit chips. But in Russian roulette, a loss meant certain death. Enough prattle. I'm pressed for time. The muscular man sprang to his feet, shouting to the entire casino. Everyone, look here. Someone wishes to play Russian roulette? At this proclamation, the crowd surged towards the counter, encircling it tightly. Ha ha ha. Who's the brave soul? I'm curious to see which fool dares to tempt fate. The more bloodthirsty and violent the scene, the more it excited the hormones within. They anticipated the spectacle of an unwitting soul having their head blown apart. The muscular man placed the revolver on the counter. 6 chambers, 5 of them empty, 1 live round. Pull the trigger against your temple. If it's empty, you win 500,000. If it's loaded, rest assured, it's game over. If I pull the trigger twice, do I win 1 million? No. If you dare pull the trigger twice, it's 2 million. 3 times, 5 million. 4 times, 10 million. The muscular man paused. Of course, if you dare pull it 5 times, it's 50 million. The prize for Kalen calmly regarded the revolver on the table. I'll go for 5 pulls. In an instant, the noisy, chaotic casino fell silent. A singular thought echoed in every mind. This person truly seeks death. The muscular man at the counter was similarly stunned. He had never encountered such madness. Are you serious? Deadly serious. The muscular man grinned widely, retrieving an unopened bottle of whiskey from beneath the table. I've hidden this bottle for years, unable to bring myself to drink it. If you survive, today, it's yours. Macallan whiskey is an exceedingly expensive liquor, with a single bottle fetching upwards of 60,000. It was a curious phenomenon indeed. If you only pulled the trigger once, everyone hoped for your demise. But if you opted for 5 pulls, suddenly, everyone wished for your survival. The muscular man ceased his chatter, loading the bullets into the revolver's chambers before swiftly spinning the cylinder. With a resounding click, the cylinder locked into place, and none could discern where the live round lay hidden. The muscular man set the revolver on the table. Please, commence your performance. All held their breath, fixated on Kalen as she grasped the revolver and aimed it at her temple. At that moment, beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads, backs, and palms. It seemed as though it was not Kalen participating in Russian roulette, but rather them. In stark contrast to the anxious onlookers, Kalen maintained an expression of tranquil composure, devoid of any tremor. Just as the spectators anticipated hesitation before she pulled the trigger, Kalen, with an air of nonchalance, squeezed the trigger. Click, 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 click. To their astonishment, Kalen did not merely pull the trigger once. She resolutely pulled it 5 times, her eyes unwavering. Wow! The crowd collectively gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. Was this a game to be trifled with? Did she think this was a toy gun? Enough! Kalen placidly placed the revolver back on the counter, devoid of fear, surprise, or the exhilaration of surviving a life-and-death gamble. It was akin to sipping a glass of water, utterly devoid of flavor. The muscular man at the counter was left dumbfounded. Was this game truly so simple? He began to suspect whether the gun was malfunctioning or if the bullets had jammed. He picked up the revolver and aimed it randomly at an unfortunate soul. A loud bang rang out, and the unfortunate individual collapsed. This confirmed that both the gun and bullets were functional. It was simply that this individual's luck was incomprehensibly extraordinary. Ha ha ha, you've won. The muscular man kept his word, promptly uncorking the expensive whiskey and filling Kaylin's glass to the brim. Kaylin surveyed the golden liquid, her demeanor as calm as a still pond. When do I receive my money? Ha ha ha, don't rush, first, drink this glass. The money will be there, every penny. Kaylin lifted the glass and gulped it down. I've finished. Now, where is my money? The muscular man's mouth twitched. That glass of whiskey was worth several thousand. Did she treat it as mere water? Down in one go, without savoring it. At that moment, a bodyguard in a black suit and sunglasses approached. Excuse me, our boss invites you to the VIP room. And the money? The money is already prepared, waiting in the VIP room. Lead the way. In stark contrast to the preceding underground casino, the VIP area was serene and elegant, lavishly decorated yet not gaudy. Evidently, the owner of this underground casino possessed taste. After you. No sooner had Kaylin stepped into the VIP suite than a knife emerged from the shadows, pressed against her throat. Just a fraction further, and the blade would sever her carotid artery. Chapter 32. An unprecedented beginning. Why not evade? The knife-wielding figure emerged from the shadows, revealing an elegantly dressed noblewoman. Because I am unafraid? Even with a blade pressed against her throat, Karen's demeanor remained utterly unperturbed. Why are you unafraid? Unafraid is simply unafraid. Interesting. The noblewoman retracted her dagger and elegantly settled onto the sofa. This card on the coffee table holds 50 million. The password consists of 6 zeros. There is a POS machine on the table. You may verify its authenticity right here. Emotionless, Karen took the card and inserted it into the POS machine. The balance is 55 million. Karen looked at the noblewoman. That's 5 million more. The noblewoman waved her hand, smiling as she said, that 5 million is a gift from me. Consider it a token of friendship. The noblewoman had been observing Karen's earlier demeanor. Such a resolute individual held considerable value for persuasion. Very well, I accept. Now that they were friends, it was imperative to extend mutual respect. Karen sat before the noblewoman. I need to purchase some items from you. With that, Karen presented a list before the noblewoman. The list included not only supplies and medications but also firearms and ammunition, i.e. the Great Yen. Many of these items were strictly regulated contraband, obtainable only through underground casinos abroad. Military rations, adrenaline, firearms, ammunition, explosives. The noblewoman furrowed her brow. What do you intend to do with these? Karen picked up a pen from the table and wrote down a date, the date the zombie apocalypse commenced. These items will be invaluable, both to me and to you. What do you mean by that? Nothing much. This is merely the final delivery date. The noblewoman squinted her eyes. Karen did not explicitly state what would transpire, but one thing was certain. On April 30th, a significant event would occur. Military rations, medications, and adrenaline all shared a common label, survival. Under ordinary circumstances, they were unnecessary, as there existed tastier or safer alternatives. It was only in times of scarcity, amidst dire living conditions, that such items became essential. From this, one could infer that post-April 30th, the survival environment would deteriorate drastically, leading to scarcity of resources. Following that, the mention of firearms and explosives indicated the emergence of assailants, necessitating defensive weaponry. Following this logical progression, only one conclusion remained. It could manifest as a third world war among humans, or perhaps a conflict between humanity and extraterrestrial beings. What else do you know? Karen remained indifferent. I know nothing. It would be futile to ask me. Karen merely mentioned a date and specified her needed supplies. This information bore no relation to the impending zombie crisis. Thus, even if she disclosed it, she would not face annihilation by the system for violating any rules. Her intent in revealing this information to the noblewoman was solely to gain her trust. Only in this manner could Karen procure the contraband she urgently required. All right, I understand. Thank you for the information. The noblewoman did not need to know the specifics of what would happen. She merely needed to prepare for the impending upheaval. Gazing at the items on the list, the noblewoman remarked, "These are controlled contraband in the Great Yen, and their transportation will be somewhat complicated, requiring some time. Money is not an issue. Feel free to utilize the 50 million in the card, but it must all be delivered before April 30th. Days later, within room 2302 of Linglong Mansion, Individuals clad in moving company uniforms were transporting various boxes inside. The supplies you requested have been delivered. Please sign for them. These individuals were members of the underground casino's underworld, tasked with delivering Karen's supplies. Karen opened each box, confirming that everything was in order, then stated, "No issues. You may leave now." Understood. As the door closed, room 2302 was left with Karen alone. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in Karen's mind, "Death protocol completed, commencing supply point settlement." Human players, much like maternal players, are presented with a choose one of three option at the onset of the game. A wealthy and powerful background, exceptional physical prowess, or a random D-class superpower. However, Karen chose none of these beginnings. She opted for a hidden starting point, the death protocol, a clean slate, devoid of any background, an ordinary physique, lacking special abilities, and possessing only 1,000 yuan. Furthermore, during her period of dormancy, Karen needed to amass sufficient supplies, or she would face immediate extermination by the system. This was unequivocally a hellish beginning. Of course, greater risks yield greater rewards. If Karen could successfully complete her tasks, she would garner a substantial amount of points. 1 year's worth of individual military rations, 5,000 points, 3 independent generators, 3,000 points, 50 doses of adrenaline, 4,000 points. In the grand scheme of the world, she stood as a paragon atop the pyramid. 800,000 points exchanged for an A-class superpower, guaranteed hit. Just as Wei Gong had surmised, it was a causality-based ability that ensured a hit. Upon sighting her target, any thrown or launched projectile would strike with absolute certainty. Being a causality-based ability, the only means to resist such an attack would be to endure it or, like Wei Gong, confine it within another space. If utilized for assassination, this could prove to be a daunting capability. Having acquired sufficiently potent weaponry and strength, Karen dispatched all residents of Building 23 and sealed the exits. Her reasoning was straightforward. She would not permit the presence of any unstable factors. Subsequently, the apocalypse commenced. Karen relentlessly eliminated nearby zombies with her firearms, achieving remarkable success under the guarantee of her causality-based ability. Her points surged, multiplied, and skyrocketed, until Wei Gong made his appearance. Chapter 33, Karun. It is fortunate that I discovered this early. After perusing Karun's memories, Wei Gong could not help but feel a pang of melancholy. The apocalypse had only commenced 3 days prior, and Karun had already evolved to such an extent, if given a bit more time, it might not be he who sought her out for trouble, but rather she who would proactively bring chaos to his doorstep. Link established. Now commencing synchronization of vassal information. Vassal, Karun. Level 1 Zombie Master. Wei Gong destructive power, pure physical strength E, slightly stronger than an average adult. Defensive power, pure physical defense E, slightly stronger than an average adult. Vitality, regeneration speed after injury. C, capable of rapid recovery even with missing limbs. Agility, pure physical mobility D. Level of a first-class athlete. Intellect, independent thinking ability, a special ability. Guaranteed hit, A-level superpower, a causality-based superpower that ensures any thrown or launch projectile will hit its target with absolute certainty, provided the target is in sight. At first glance, Karun's attribute panel was disheartening. It was essential to note that the dimensional panel of the invincible war god, Hunter, was uniformly A grade, with the exception of intellect, which was merely B. In comparison, the Hunter was akin to a supermodel of numerical prowess. Gazing at Karun's statistics, Wei Gong mused, although her panel appears rather lackluster, her unique ability compensates for some of that. If she were to take on a direct combat role, there might be instances where she struggles. The best approach, now that time allowed, he realized that Karun's beauty and figure possessed a certain allure. Approaching her side, Wei Gong removed the bothersome hood, revealing cascading wine-red hair and a strikingly cold face reminiscent of an ice mountain. Beautiful, yet difficult to approach. If one were to inquire what aspect of Karun's face was the most captivating, without a doubt, it would be the teardrop-shaped beauty mark beneath her right eye, which hinted at the beauty concealed beneath her frigid exterior. His gaze traveled down her alabaster neck to a lead gray coat. Beneath it lay a crimson shirt, accentuating an enticing curve that was elevated by her full bosom. Wine-red strands of hair fell beside her, with a few particularly wispy locks resting directly atop her prominent attire. As his gaze lingered there, He could discern the deep crevice between the parted fabric of her shirt. In terms of demeanor, appearance, and figure, Karun was undeniably exceptional. It was hard to fathom that such a stunning individual harbored a disposition so ruthless. Is it beautiful? Unbeknownst to him, Karun had awakened from her stupor and their gazes collided. Wei Gong chuckled softly, unabashedly stealing a few more glances. Indeed, it is beautiful. Karun sat up from the ground, twisting her wrist as if acclimating to her new body. Are you not curious as to why you have been resurrected? You have taken an interest in my abilities and wish for me to serve you, she replied, her tone as cold and efficient as ever. Wei Gong lifted her chin, compelling her gaze to meet his. Her eyes, a chilling orange-yellow, revealed no hint of emotion. As a vassal, Karun's demeanor starkly contrasted with Zhang Xiaoyu's. Wei Gong could not help but question whether Karun was truly as loyal as the system had claimed. There was no trace of panic in her eyes as she fixed her unwavering gaze upon him. You need not doubt my loyalty. I have always spoken thus. Wei Gong released her chin. What is your purpose in participating in this game? Both the memories he had witnessed and their recent confrontation confirmed that Karun was an individual of action, eschewing trivialities in favor of achieving her objectives with direct efficiency. As long as their ultimate goals did not conflict, even if she were not the most loyal subordinate, she would still prove to be a reliable collaborator. I wish to taste fear. Wei Gong raised an eyebrow. Her statement struck him as not only juvenile but also somewhat pretentious. Karun ignored his peculiar look and continued. I was born devoid of the emotion of fear, a condition that modern medicine is unable to cure. Indeed, whether it was their recent life or death struggle or the memories of the Russian compass, both corroborated her assertion. She lacked the capacity for fear. It was precisely this absence of fear that rendered her unable to appreciate the value of her own life or comprehend the preciousness of others' lives. To her, killing a person was no different than slaughtering a chicken. The organizers claim this game can cure me, hence my participation. Wei Gong stroked his chin. This game possesses such a function? Karun's original body had perished completely. This form could be regarded as a completely new creation. Logically, upon acquiring a new body, her affliction of lacking the emotion of fear should also have been remedied. Yet, the reality was otherwise. Is it not a corporeal ailment, then? Perhaps it resides within the soul? Wei Gong mused, but does the soul truly exist? Since entering this game, a myriad of questions had incessantly plagued his mind. In what form did this world exist? Had his physical body also entered this realm, or was it solely his soul that had traversed, with this body merely a data-constructed vessel? If this world were merely a game, a series of codes, then why did the NPCs within it seem so vividly alive? They could think, feel fear, akin to genuine, sentient human beings. And the most pressing question of all, what was the ultimate objective of the organizers? A torrent of chaotic inquiries surged forth, intertwining like a tangled ball of yarn, becoming increasingly convoluted. At that moment, Karun abruptly inquired, what is your purpose for entering this game? Wei Gong paused, taken aback. Me? His reasons for entering this game were far less complicated. He had simply come to play. After all, who could resist a groundbreaking game of unprecedented scope? Wei Gong's face broke into a relieved smile. Naturally, I am here to play a game. Indeed, he had come merely to play. And since he was here to engage in a game, his foremost concern should be how to successfully navigate through it. Once he completed the game, all these tangled riddles would inevitably unravel. Chapter 34. The Blitz at Shaojiang Bridge, betting one's life merely for the sake of indulging in a game? A rare expression of perplexity graced Kaelin's strikingly cold visage. She found herself unable to comprehend Wei Gong's actions. Wei Gong raised an eyebrow. Indeed, is that not permissible? While others might elevate such discussions to matters of value or the meaning of life, delving into a series of verbose reflections, Wei Gong was distinct. He sought merely the thrill of the game and the exhilaration of battle. The rest, he deemed unworthy of his attention. Kaelin let out a soft chuckle. A person like Wei Gong, even a seasoned gold miner with a decade of experience, would likely declare him a once-in-a-century treasure. Did Kaelin detest such a person? Quite the opposite. She not only harbored no disdain but found herself somewhat enamored. His life was imbued with vibrant emotions, rich and captivating. qualities she found lacking in her own existence. Perhaps being in the company of such a reckless madman would allow her to truly savor the essence of fear. The contemplation of life's philosophies ends here. It is time to take you to slay monsters and level up, while I witness your prowess. Following the decree from the upper echelons of the Dayin government to seal the city, the military sprang into action, with their first order of business being the destruction of roads. Whether narrow paths or highways, any route connecting to Shout'an City was to be obliterated. But that was merely the beginning. They also requisitioned nearby construction equipment, deploying hundreds of tons of heavy machinery, effectively transforming the landscape into a formidable steel barrier, severing the possibility of zombies escaping Shout'an City along with any remaining survivors. In addition to roadblocks, the Dayin military unleashed thousands of military drones, which patrolled the borders of Shout'an City ceaselessly, 24 hours a day, and no matter whether one attempted to traverse mountains or cross seas, they would be promptly detected by the drones. If the target was a survivor, they would be escorted back to base by specialized military teams. Conversely, if the target was confirmed to be a zombie, the drones would immediately open fire, eliminating the threat. Wei Gong lowered his binoculars, a frown creasing his brow. Is the only remaining route the Shaojiang Bridge? Currently, the sole path leading out of Shout'an City was indeed the Shaojiang Bridge. Spanning over 1,500 meters, this bridge arched across the Zhelujian River, serving as a vital connection between Shout'an City and Pingjiang City. Wei Gong's next objective was to conquer Pingjiang City, making the Shaojiang Bridge an insurmountable obstacle. Can we handle it? Setting aside the question of whether the tanks and artillery amassed on the opposite bank were formidable foes, the very terrain of the Shaojiang Bridge was exceedingly disadvantageous for a zombie assault. The vast expanse of flat ground offered no cover, the path was narrow, and there was but a single route to traverse. Should the horde charge recklessly, it would surely lead to their demise. Wei Gong's gaze shifted towards the Shaojiang Bridge, now teeming with a dense throng of people. These individuals were survivors who had fled from Shout'an City, currently queuing for inspection to gain entry into Pingjiang City. The military's method for discerning humans from zombies was rather straightforward. Each person entering the checkpoint would receive a cut on the back of their hand, and the speed of healing would determine their fate. If the wound did not heal instantly, they were deemed human. Should it heal on the spot, the military would not execute them immediately. Instead, they would be detained and placed in isolation for observation. After a 72-hour monitoring period without issues, they would be released. Though this method appeared rudimentary, it was, at present, the simplest, most direct, and efficient means of verification. Why not seize the opportunity for a surprise blitz while they remain unsuspecting? At this moment, the bridge was filled to capacity with survivors, and should a zombie emerge from their midst, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. If they could strike Pingjiang City while the military's guard was down, success might indeed be within reach. Wei Gong turned to Kalen. Kalen, it is your time to shine. Understood. Kalen nodded, retrieving a sniper rifle from behind her. This weapon was no ordinary firearm. It had been modified with the zombie virus, serving as Kalen's companion weapon since her transformation. Crack! With a swift motion, Kalen forcefully severed her left index finger. The severed digit twisted and morphed at a visible pace, the bone at the tip piercing through flesh to become a sharp, resilient bullet head, while the skin hardened and dried, safeguarding the vibrant flesh within. As the flesh bullet took shape, Kalen's left index finger regrew. Click! Kalen loaded the flesh bullet into the chamber, then slowly aimed at the crowd several kilometers away. Bang! The trigger was pulled, and the flesh bullet shot forth. Empowered by her innate precision, Kalen needed no aim. Her shots transcended the limits of conventional range. As long as she could see her target, even at 10 kilometers, she would strike true. The flesh bullet penetrated the body of a survivor without obstruction, and before the individual could comprehend the situation, they were transformed into a zombie by the virus contained within the bullet. Ah! The newly minted zombie let out a howl, immediately pouncing on an unfortunate soul nearby, commencing a frenzied assault. Ah! The sudden appearance of the zombie triggered widespread panic, causing those around to frantically attempt to escape. As the military on the opposite bank of the Shaojiang Bridge scrambled to respond, Kalen unleashed several more flesh bullets, infecting numerous survivors and swiftly multiplying the horde. 1 became 10. 10 became 100, and within moments, the Shaojiang Bridge was overrun with hundreds of zombies. While witnessing this scene, even Wei Gong couldn't help but exclaim, "This is utterly phenomenal. A long-range strike with guaranteed infection, without risk. This was the very ability every aspiring zombie desired. Move quickly. There are zombies here. Don't push. The front is already blocked. Idiot, you stepped on my foot. Who the hell just shoved me? If you push me again, I'll kill your whole family." Yet the sheer number of survivors on the Shaojiang Bridge rendered the space overcrowded, leaving no room for them to maneuver, and the chaos reached a fever pitch. Just as the situation appeared on the brink of spiraling out of control, a stern female voice resonated through the loudspeakers. "If you wish to survive, everyone must cover their heads and lie down." Though the voice was feminine, it exuded an undeniable authority. Under this command, the majority of survivors instinctively obeyed, huddling down with their heads cradled. "Snipers, open fire." A cacophony of gunfire erupted from above the Shaojiang Bridge, an uncountable barrage of bullets raining down, each one striking true upon the heads of the zombies. Amidst the hail of bullets, the chaotic throng of zombies was swiftly cleared, not a single one remaining. Chapter 35. So, it is a targeted attack. Upon witnessing this scene, Wei Gong was taken aback. Who could be so formidable as to effortlessly neutralize his blitzkrieg? Following the trajectory of the bullets, Wei Gong looked up to find the skies above Shaojiang Bridge teeming with armed helicopters. The number was alarmingly vast. A mere glance revealed over 100 of them. Such an intimidating display made even Wei Gong break into a cold sweat. He couldn't help but curse. So this is how it is? Have they mobilized the entire core force of Dine against me? What about the other cities? This scenario resembled a MOBA game, where within 5 minutes of the match, the opposing team abandoned their lanes, disregarded their minions and towers, and converged as a quintet to besiege him alone. One opponent? Wei Gong could easily dominate point 2. He remained unfazed point 3. He could still maneuver point 4. He was confident in his ability to flee point 5. Forget it. Kalen glanced at Wei Gong, inquiring, "Do we need to proceed further?" Wei Gong brushed his hair back and swiftly regained his composure. "Let us retreat for now. The commander of such a formidable force is certainly no ordinary individual." From the earlier commands, it was evident that the voice's owner possessed exceptional situational command and judgment skills. Continuing the assault would likely lead her to their location. Given their current physical capabilities, they could not withstand the relentless bombardment of modern weaponry. For their safety, they must remain concealed and undisclosed. In times of crisis, retreat is the best strategy. After the chaos at Shaojiang Bridge subsided, a helicopter descended upon the open ground behind the checkpoint. The door of the armed helicopter swung open, and Rongyu, clad in military attire, stepped down, inquiring, "What transpired earlier?" "Reporting, sir. The zombies appeared unexpectedly. By the time we reacted, it was already too late." The officer reporting was the head of the checkpoint, his complexion a ghastly shade of green. He had been aware that significant figures would arrive today and had specifically instructed his soldiers to be on high alert, ensuring no unexpected incidents occurred. His subordinates had also been vigilant to prevent any mishaps. Yet, as Murphy's Law suggests, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to occur. Who could have anticipated that individuals who appeared normal on surveillance for several hours would suddenly transform into ravenous zombies? Sudden appearance? Bring me the drone footage. Whether for reward or punishment, Rongyu refrained from making any hasty judgments before thoroughly investigating the situation. Understood. The checkpoint head's expression softened considerably, and he promptly presented the drone's surveillance footage to Rongyu. Taking the tablet, Rongyu accelerated the playback to 6 times its normal speed. The footage revealed the first survivor to become a zombie, a male, appearing to be just over 30 years old. This survivor entered Shaojiang Bridge 5 hours ago, accompanied by his wife and child. As Rongyu examined the drone footage, the officer provided additional context. Throughout these 5 hours, his emotional state remained stable, with no peculiar behavior. 5 hours. That far exceeds the incubation period of the zombie virus. He must have been infected upon entering the bridge. Rongyu swiftly rewound the footage to 5 minutes before the man was infected. The checkpoint head gasped in horror, but everyone around him was human. As the footage continued, Rongyu's eyes narrowed suddenly, Perhaps it was not the people beside him who infected him. She immediately extended her finger, adjusting the playback speed of the surveillance footage to 0.1x, causing the video to slow dramatically. It's right here. In the fleeting seconds before the man transformed into a zombie, Rongyu abruptly pressed the pause button. The footage revealed a mysterious projectile, resembling a bullet, piercing the man's body. Witnessing this scene, the head of the checkpoint was left dumbfounded. What is that? It appears to be a finger. A bullet fashioned from a zombie's finger. This is what infected him and turned him into a zombie. Ah, zombies can fire bullets. Upon hearing this, the checkpoint chief was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, he had stood resolutely at the forefront of the battle against the zombie onslaught. He had confidently proclaimed to everyone, "No one understands zombies better than I do." Yet even he, a frontline warrior, had never heard of zombies possessing the ability to shoot bullets. Zombies not only fire bullets but can also breathe fire and spray water, Rongyu remarked, disregarding the checkpoint chief as she continued to observe the surveillance footage on her tablet. They can also breathe fire and spray water? The corners of the checkpoint chief's mouth twitched as a frenzied image unconsciously surfaced in his mind. Countless zombies no longer merely shuffling forward as living targets, but rather monstrous beings capable of flight and evasion. Some would unleash flames, others would spray high-pressure water, and still others would exhale toxic mist, each exhibiting their own unique abilities. The checkpoint chief's gaze shifted downward, resting on the ceaselessly flowing Jilu River. Surely, there wouldn't be a Godzilla-sized zombie suddenly emerging from the water, would there? Such scenes only belonged in novels or films, didn't they? If that were to occur, could their humble checkpoint withstand the tide of corpses? Rongyu commanded, "Deploy all drones. Centered around Shaojiang Bridge, conduct a thorough search of all areas within a 5-kilometer radius. Additionally, recover and dissect the bodies of the initial infected. We may uncover vital intelligence regarding that zombie." The zombies responsible for this attack not only possessed intelligence and the ability to wield firearms, but also had the capacity to infect humans from an extraordinary distance. Such a perilous zombie could very well be the progenitor of the crisis plaguing Shout-An City. Even if it were not the progenitor, it was undoubtedly a critical force under its command. If useful intelligence could be gathered in advance, the odds of a successful decapitation operation would be significantly enhanced. Understood. Just before departure, the checkpoint chief suddenly posed a question. "Commander, do you believe there is still hope for Shout-An City?" The zombie crisis had only erupted 5 days prior, yet he had already witnessed countless shattered families and numerous tragedies of loss. Not only he, but many soldiers at the checkpoint shared this sense of disillusionment. Rongyu looked at the chief, her gaze resolute. "There is hope. I have come to save this city. I will drive out every single one of these zombies that ravage our home, leaving not a single one behind." Chapter 36, The Deception. On May 6th, more than 50 armed helicopters infiltrated the city, establishing a forward military base centered around Shout-An University. According to intelligence relayed by scouts from the front lines, this military base is garrisoned by no fewer than 1,000 troops, equipped with formidable heavy weaponry. Given the current combat capability of the Zombie Legion, it is exceedingly challenging to seize this stronghold. Even if they were to succeed in occupying it, the Zombie Legion would incur significant losses, rendering them incapable of confronting the main forces of Dian. Simultaneously, the Dian authorities announced through the Survivor Channel that the main army has taken residence in Shout-An City, offering survivors a sanctuary where they may seek refuge. This sanctuary not only assures safety but also boasts ample supplies and medical provisions to sustain the needs of the survivors. In 7 days, the military will utilize armed helicopters to evacuate the first batch of survivors from Shout-An City. The sanctuary will dispatch specialized rescue teams for their retrieval. Zhang Xiaoyu stood before the projection screen, reporting to Wei Gong on the movements of the Dian military in Shout-An City. Wei Gong reclined in his executive chair, his feet resting on the table. "How many survivors have entered this sanctuary?" The operational capacity of this military force is quite robust. Preliminary estimates suggest they have already accommodated over 10,000 survivors. Over 10,000 survivors. Wei Gong mused, stroking his nose. "Kalen, what is your perspective?" The shadows within the room began to writhe, coalescing into a distinct form. This sanctuary is a bait. Kalen, akin to Wei Gong's shadowy guardian, typically remained ensconced in the darkness, ready to emerge at a moment's notice upon receiving his command. Wei Gong scrutinized Kalin as she stepped forth from the shadows, still exuding an aura that warded off strangers, enveloped in a lead gray coat. The hood and her wine-red hair obscured much of her visage, while her cold, orange-yellow eyes emanated a menacing aura that deterred direct gazes. Only the sharp, pale chin and the tear-shaped mole beneath her right eye betrayed the allure hidden beneath her frigid exterior. The dim lighting in the room accentuated Kalin's captivating silhouette, igniting the imagination. Wei Gong propped his head with one hand, a serene smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this is a cunning stratagem to invite the enemy into a trap. Should they choose to evacuate the survivors, a batch at a time, would undoubtedly be the most prudent course of action. Yet, the Dayan military opted for a different approach, congregating over 10,000 survivors within the sanctuary, blatantly signaling, "I have a multitude of survivors here. Will you come?" Should one take the bait and lead the zombie army to assault the sanctuary, they would be met with an unrelenting barrage of gunfire and ammunition. Even if they ultimately overcame the sanctuary, the battered zombie army would be ill-prepared to confront the imminent advance of Dayan's main forces. To mitigate the losses of the zombie legion, the only viable solution would be for Wei Gong, as the commanding officer, to intervene. In doing so, the Dayan military would achieve its secondary objective, identifying the true identity of the mother zombie. Once Wei Gong appeared on the battlefield, the Dayan military would have myriad methods at their disposal to locate and target him, unleashing a comprehensive bombardment that would leave no trace. The most disheartening aspect is that the sanctuary cannot be ignored. If they were to stand idly by while the Dayan military evacuated all the survivors, Wei Gong and the zombie army would be left to contend with an unencumbered. Reducing a city to rubble is not a daunting task for a superpower like Dayan. Their reluctance to act stems from concern for the civilian populace of Shoutan City. As long as the voices of survivors persist within the city, Dayan will refrain from deploying large-scale strategic weaponry. However, once all survivors are evacuated from Shoutan City, Dayan will not engage in pleasantries. They will unleash missile strikes indiscriminately. Zombies, you say? Resilient, aren't they? Even half a body can crawl, correct? Then I shall reduce you to ashes. Let us see if you can rise again. Whoever conceived this cunning stratagem is truly a talent. This inevitably reminded Wei Gong of the 9 turns of the intestines meme from the real world, where one is acutely aware of the filth within but is compelled to consume it nonetheless. Master, what shall we do next? The thunderous arrival of the Dayan military heightened the pressure, leaving Zhang Xiaoyu somewhat bewildered. When the soldiers come, let them meet their match. When the water rises, let the earth conceal it, though not panic, Wei Gong replied with a calm smile, uncrossing his legs and sitting upright, adopting a serious demeanor. I will now issue commands. Pay close attention. Zhang Xiaoyu, I want your intelligence team to infiltrate the survivor channel as much as possible, pinpointing the locations of survivors from their distress signals. These survivors had previously hidden in the nooks and crannies, akin to rats in the sewers, evading capture. Now that they are revealing themselves, it presents a rare opportunity for the zombies. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded. Understood. We will accomplish this task. Before the rescue team arrives, set up an ambush. Launch an attack while the rescue team is transporting the survivors. To accommodate these burdensome survivors, the combat effectiveness of the rescue team will undoubtedly be significantly diminished. This is undoubtedly the optimal moment to strike. Kalin, you will lead the team. Understood. Wei Gong's objectives were twofold. Firstly, to infect the survivors and increase his own score, thereby enhancing the combat capabilities of himself and the zombie legion. Secondly, to infect and weaken the soldiers of the rescue team, reducing the defensive strength of the sanctuary before the main assault commenced. The sanctuary is your home turf, and I am powerless against you there. However, once you leave the sanctuary, it becomes my domain. I will find a way to eliminate you. Cheng Ming, you are clever and possess the credentials of a medical professional. I require you to infiltrate the sanctuary as a spy and ascertain the internal situation. Most importantly, I need you to identify the commander of this operation. In warfare, the most effective method to conclude a battle is invariably through a decapitation strike. Locate the enemy commander, and then Wei Gong will strike decisively to eliminate him. Without the leader's direction, even the most fortified sanctuary will inevitably crumble. I will depart immediately. After issuing all the commands, Wei Gong rose to his feet, casting his gaze towards the sanctuary, his eyes alight with martial fervor. Apart from his confrontations with Kalen, the remainder of Wei Gong's battles had primarily been one-sided routes. Frankly, engaging in such crushing victories lacks excitement. Only triumphing over formidable adversaries in high-stakes encounters brings a sense of accomplishment. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you in a grand game. Chapter 37. Infiltrating the shelter, Xiaotang University has transformed into a heavily fortified military bastion, with its surrounding walls not only reinforced and heightened, but also adorned with countless fixed machine guns, each manned by soldiers on standby around the clock. Should any zombie dare to approach even a step closer, they would be mercilessly riddled with bullets. To put it bluntly, this is undoubtedly the safest place in the entirety of Xiaotang City, bar none. The survivors hiding in the shadows flock towards Xiaotang University like moths drawn to a beacon of hope, forming long queues at the entrance. Counting the sentry in the building across, this marks the 18th visible lookout I have encountered, Cheng Ming observed with a quick glance before promptly averting her gaze. Though she had yet to step through the gates of Xiaotang University, she had already entered the military's alert zone 2 kilometers away. Within a 2-kilometer radius centered around Xiaotang University, all zombies had been eradicated by the military. Along her journey, Cheng Ming had already spotted 18 sentries. This number only accounted for the deliberately exposed lookouts. Should one include those concealed in the shadows, the tally would undoubtedly double. Such a formidable level of security means that not even a bird could dare to enter, let alone a zombie, Cheng Ming noted, also observing that the military had deployed numerous screens to obstruct visibility. Clearly, these screens were specifically designed to counteract Karen's abilities. Without a clear line of sight to the target, Karen could not execute long-range sniping. Although Karen's powers had remained undisclosed, the attack on the Shaojiang Bridge had raised the military's vigilance. Cheng Ming murmured softly, just as Zhang Xiaoyu's intelligence indicated, the defensive level of this shelter is astonishingly high. Not to mention the assault on the main body of Xiaotang University, merely reaching the front gates would entail significant losses for the zombie horde. Extend your hand, came the command. Unbeknownst to her, Cheng Ming had already reached the checkpoint at the main entrance. Besides the personnel conducting the checks, a full platoon of soldiers stood guard, not only warding off zombies but also maintaining order among the lines of survivors. Regardless of whether one was a survivor or a zombie, any hint of insubordination would be met with gunfire. Cheng Ming obediently extended her hand. All right. She watched as the attendant tore open the packaging of a disposable scalpel, using the blade to make a 5-centimeter incision on the back of her hand. The wound was shallow, with only a trace of blood seeping forth. Such a minor injury typically required no suturing. A simple iodine disinfection would suffice, and it would heal naturally within a few days. While the wound was not large, its visibility made it easy to assess whether it was healing rapidly. After waiting for a minute to confirm that the wound had not begun to heal, the attendant disinfected it with iodine and wrapped it briefly. All set, you may proceed. Thank you, Cheng Ming replied, quickly passing through the checkpoint. Phew, I'm relieved it was me who came. Wei Gong's subordinates had all undergone enhancements, enabling them to heal quickly even when not infected. Had any of the others arrived, they would likely have been shot on sight by the military, mistaking them for zombies. However, Cheng Ming was different. She had previously worked as a nurse and possessed a wealth of medical knowledge. She knew how to precisely control her body cells to temporarily halt the healing process of her wound. This was one of the key reasons why Wei Gong had sent her as an undercover operative. Standing in the middle of the road, Cheng Ming pondered her next course of action. That moment, a small team passed by her, carrying a stretcher upon which lay a frail survivor. An idea struck her, and she hurriedly approached the team. Hello, I used to be a nurse. Is there anything I can assist with? One member of the team, seemingly a military medic, glanced at Cheng Ming. Who are you? With a smile, Cheng Ming introduced herself. My name is Cheng Ming, and I am a survivor who just entered the shelter today. Before the disaster, I worked as a nurse at the city hospital. The military medic remained somewhat skeptical. No need, thank you. Survivors should head to the gathering area up ahead to rest. We will handle the rest. Cheng Ming moved closer to the stretcher, conducting a preliminary examination on the survivor. I observed that this patient suffers from asthma and appears to have gone several days without using their inhaler, which explains their weakness. I recommend intravenous administration of glucocorticoids and provision of an inhaler. Delaying treatment could pose a life-threatening risk. The military medic regarded Cheng Ming with mild surprise. As the saying goes, knowledge comes in many forms and expertise varies. While they were both doctors, they operated in different environments and specialized in distinct fields. In battlefield first aid and emergency response, the military medic would undoubtedly be more proficient. However, in the realm of chronic illness assessment and care, Cheng Ming was far more adept. Despite the presence of numerous military medics for this operation, the number of patients in the shelter far exceeded their capacity. While these patients had not been infected and turned into zombies, prolonged hunger and dehydration had inflicted varying degrees of physiological and psychological damage upon them. Coupled with the fact that many survivors already suffered from chronic illnesses, the extreme conditions of the apocalypse had led to various adverse reactions due to the lack of medical care. With these compounded issues, the already insufficient number of military medics found themselves increasingly overwhelmed. The military medic scrutinized Cheng Ming for a moment before saying, "Come with me." Following the team, Cheng Ming soon arrived at the temporary hospital within the shelter. Just as she had anticipated, the makeshift hospital was teeming with patients exhibiting a plethora of ailments, mild cases of malnutrition and gastric issues due to prolonged starvation and dehydration, severe cases like the survivor on the stretcher who could face life-threatening risks if not treated promptly. The military medic handed Cheng Ming a form. "Please fill in your identification information here." "Oh." As Cheng Ming cautiously accepted the form, the military medic quickly explained, "Please don't take offense. It's protocol. We need to rigorously verify the identity of every survivor." Cheng Ming scratched her head. I understand. We had many such protocols at the hospital too." The military medic then reassured her, "Rest assured, the state is fair in its rewards and punishments. This form serves not only to verify your identity, but also to document your survivor profile. All your contributions and efforts within the shelter will be recorded. Once the disaster passes, the state will issue rewards based on your contributions." Cheng Ming's eyes twinkled like crescent moons. "Will they reward me with a house? I still can't afford one at my age." "Perhaps," the military medic replied. "Ha ha ha, then I must work hard." Chapter 38 Investigation of the Shout and Base. Cheng Ming. This is today's lunch. In the makeshift hospital of the refuge, the military doctor presented a lunchbox to Cheng Ming. Upon opening it, she discovered a meal consisting of 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish, stir-fried greens, edamame mixed with corn, and a large pork chop. Cheng Ming accepted the lunchbox, pouting slightly. "I'm so hungry." Another pre-packaged meal. "I find myself reminiscing about hot pot, barbecues, and milk tea." The doctor chuckled heartily. "Count your blessings. You must remember, a decade ago during our disaster relief efforts, we could only subsist on instant noodles and steamed buns, and if we were lucky, a single sausage. Now, with the economy flourishing, our provisions are vastly superior." Cheng Ming snapped open her chopsticks. "Oh, I'm merely venting my frustrations, indulging in a little complaining." Though it was indeed a pre-packaged meal, it was undeniable that this lunch was perfectly suitable for the current circumstances. Grains, legumes, cooking oil, fruits, vegetables, and meat provided a comprehensive array of nutrients essential for human survival. Despite being pre-prepared, it was steaming hot, unlike the cold, unpalatable biscuits and bread. The military doctor patted Cheng Ming on the shoulder. "Once this calamity is over, I shall treat you to hot pot, barbecues, and unlimited milk tea." Cheng Ming fixed him with a mischievous grin. "I'll hold you to that." Don't try to back out. Absolutely no backing out. This marked Cheng Ming's 3rd day in the refuge, and throughout these days of collaboration, she had successfully forged bonds with the personnel in the temporary hospital. The military doctor engaging her in conversation was named Ping Gang. He had served as a military doctor for over a decade and had participated in numerous operations, a true seasoned veteran. As they chatted, a helicopter roared overhead, eventually landing on a nearby soccer field. The doors of the armed helicopter swung open, and a woman clad in military attire, accompanied by a fully armed squad, boarded the aircraft. Cheng Ming had been observing this individual for quite some time. She frequently undertook missions aboard armed helicopters, and whenever she was present, she was invariably the commanding officer. Cheng Ming's intuition told her that this woman was far from ordinary. Chewing on her pork chop, Cheng Ming nudged Ping Gang with her elbow. "Old Gang, who was that impressive big sister who just boarded the helicopter?" Ping Gang cast a sidelong glance at Cheng Ming. "What is it to you?" "Just curiosity," Cheng Ming replied, swallowing her morsel of meat before taking another bite of the pork chop. "In my recollection, the representation of women in the military is quite sparse, and commanders like her are even rarer. Ping Gang raised his chopsticks. You're exhibiting inherent gender bias. My wife holds a higher rank than I do. Oh, so you're living off your wife then? Ping Gang shot her an incredulous look. What is that supposed to mean? Regardless of her rank, she still has to listen to me at home. Chang Meng elongated her tone teasingly. I find that hard to believe. Disbelieve? Once this disaster concludes, I'll bring my wife out for you to see. You'll know the truth at a glance. You're getting sidetracked. You still haven't answered my question. I believe her name is Rongyu, though I'm not entirely sure. In any case, she holds quite a significant position. While they continued their banter, the armed helicopter on the soccer field had already taken off. The pilot inquired of Rongyu, "Commander, where are we headed?" "To the Shouten base outside the city. The clearance operations there have been completed." The Shouten base referred to by Rongyu was a military installation infected by the outbreak. Upon entering Shouten City, she promptly dispatched troops to investigate and eliminate the zombies within the base. Following the outbreak of the zombie crisis in Shouten City, the Shouten base was expected to become a pivotal force in combating the zombie horde. However, this crucial strength fell silent within hours of the crisis erupting, severing all communication with. Rongyu was convinced that the anomaly at the Shouten base was the doing of the mother zombie. Clarifying what transpired at the Shouten base would lead to crucial clues regarding the mother zombie. As the armed helicopter landed at the Shouten base, the advanced team responsible for exterminating the zombies had been waiting for some time. Rongyu disembarked from the helicopter. "Report the situation." The leader of the advanced team saluted and opened a folder to begin the briefing. Upon our arrival, the entire Shouten base was already infected. While exterminating the zombies, we discovered that the infected soldiers fell into two categories. One group appeared intact, showing no signs of bites, while the other group was disfigured, likely infected by the first group of soldier zombies. Under the guidance of the advanced team leader, Rongyu proceeded to the training grounds of the Shouten base. The training field was littered with headless corpses, all belonging to the soldiers of the Shouten base. They had been transformed into zombies, ultimately meeting their demise in a gruesome separation of body and head. The headless corpses were divided into two groups. The left group was relatively intact, showing no signs of bites, while the right group exhibited clear signs of having been bitten. Rongyu approached the left side and crouched beside. Not a single phone remains intact. The advanced team leader presented a seal bag to Rongyu, containing a smashed phone. Rongyu gazed at the broken device. The more the perpetrator attempts to cover their tracks, the more it indicates that these devices contained extremely vital information. Can the technical department attempt to repair them? The advanced team leader shook his head. The technical department has already tried. These devices were destroyed by physical means, rendering their hardware completely irreparable. Rongyu set down the corpse she held. Has the body of the Shouten base commander been located? Yes, I'll take you to it. Situated in a remote suburb, the Shouten base had not been infiltrated by any living individuals, allowing the zombies within to remain trapped and wandering the base. The advanced team found them with relative ease. The leader brought Rongyu to two headless corpses, stating, "The owner of the left one was Captain Gao Lian, and the one on the right belonged to Deputy Shi." Gao Lian has injection marks on his body, while Deputy Shi does not. Chapter 39. No sacrifice is ever in vain. After inspecting the body of Gao Lian, Rongyu proceeded to examine the corpse of the aide, Shi. As she rummaged through the remains, she suddenly noticed an unusual wound beneath the aide's right ribcage. This injury did not appear to be inflicted by a bullet, nor did it seem to be a bite from a zombie. It resembled a gash made by the aide's own knife. "Have you examined this wound?" The captain of the advanced team paused for a moment, then scratched his head. "There are too many wounds on these headless corpses. I didn't pay attention to it." Rongyu, seemingly undeterred by the grotesqueness of the bloody injury, boldly inserted her hand into the gash. As her fingers explored the wound, she unexpectedly encountered something hard. I found it. With a swift tug, she extracted a pristine mobile phone from the 8S body. What is this? Rongyu conducted a cursory inspection. Apart from being out of battery and unable to power on, it bore no visible external damage and could be restored to functionality with minor repairs from the technical department. Looking at the headless corpses strewn across the ground, her eyes filled with reverence. Even as he was being devoured by zombies, he remained lucid. Aware of the vital information contained within the phone, he used his knife to carve a niche beneath his right ribcage, forcibly concealing the device inside. What courage it must have taken to stuff such a large phone into it. The mere thought was painful. He prided himself on his strong willpower. Yet in the presence of the aide, he could not help but feel a sense of shame. Perhaps it was this very courage that earned him the favor of fate, allowing the phone to remain intact all this time. Days had passed, and the phone had withstood the saturation of blood and flesh while miraculously evading the trajectory of bullets, preserved in an almost miraculous state. One could not help but marvel. Indeed, it is humanity's courage and will that are the greatest miracles. Send this phone to the technical department. I wish to see its contents in 5 minutes. Understood. Rongyu gazed at the multitude of corpses scattered across the playground, a sense of desolation creeping into her heart. The equipment on these bodies indicated that they had gathered and prepared to depart, yet they encountered misfortune before they could embark. It evoked a poignant sense of a mission unfulfilled, a tragic end before the journey began. Transport all these bodies back. They shall receive a hero's burial. Very well. 0.5 minutes later, in the operations meeting at Xiaotan Base, the technical department projected the contents of the phone onto the screen. A video played, featuring a man clad in a researcher's lab coat and wearing a mask, demonstrating how to inject a serum. You were correct in your deductions. The soldiers at Xiaotan Base were infected and turned into zombies due to the injection of the virus. Rongyu paused the video, and Wei Gong's face filled the screen. Though he wears a mask to obscure his identity, it is almost certain that he is the suspect reported by Soldier Mu Lang. Mu Lang, the squad leader of the 3rd Platoon, successfully reported Wei Gong's likeness to headquarters before he was killed. Although the image was blurred, it provided crucial clues for later identifying the original zombie. No sacrifice is ever in vain. They are all heroes of humanity. In addition to this information, there lies a critical piece of intelligence within this video. Rongyu advanced the timeline, ultimately pausing on a frame that, when magnified, revealed the face of a woman, Zhang Xiaoyu. Despite the fleeting moment and her image being no larger than a speck, it had been successfully captured. According to investigations, this individual is Zhang Xiaoyu, the daughter of the mayor of Xiaotan City and also the mayor's secretary. When Rongyu revealed this name, the room erupted in astonishment. Her position in Xiaotan City was indeed significant. The outbreak of the zombie crisis in Xiaotan City undoubtedly stems from this person's machinations. The unmasking of Zhang Xiaoyu simultaneously raised another concern. There existed individuals among humanity who served the zombies. From this moment forward, launch a thorough investigation into Zhang Xiaoyu. I need to know what actions she took during the onset of the zombie crisis and whom she associated with. Understood. The thought that there were traitorous zombies hiding among the survivors instilled a sense of urgency in Rongyu. If these insiders infiltrated the refuge, it would be akin to a ticking time bomb, poised to obliterate the entire sanctuary at any moment. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the city, an armored vehicle sped recklessly down the ravaged streets, pursued by an unending horde of zombies. A 3-team requests assistance. A 3-team requests assistance. This team was tasked with rescuing survivors, but as soon as they loaded the survivors onto the armored vehicle, zombies surged forth like a tidal wave from all directions, as if lying in ambush. Bang! Bang, bang. Just then, the ground trembled violently, as if a colossal beast were advancing with thunderous steps. All personnel, take cover. The team captain, we must flee. In just 3 days, 8 rescue teams had already been annihilated by the pursuers. Their impenetrable flesh, terrifying vitality that defied death, and catastrophic destructive power had turned the pursuers into the nightmare of every soldier. In their eyes, apart from the yet-to-emerge original zombie, the pursuers were the most dangerous monsters in the city. Roar! The pursuer let out a guttural growl, colliding head-on with the speeding armored vehicle, which weighed over 10 tons, flipping it effortlessly. Subsequently, the pursuer raised its fearsome claws, tearing through the armored vehicle's metal skin as if it were a mere can. Rocket launchers, rocket launchers. At the moment the armored vehicle was dismantled, 2 rockets shot forth from the front. The pursuer, relying on its thick skin and high defense, did not even flinch, meeting the incoming fire with its face. Bang, bang, bang. The close-range explosions generated a shockwave. The pursuer remained unscathed, while the humans inside the armored vehicle were left dazed and disoriented, their blood surging. Before they could recover from the aftermath of the explosion, several bullets, slender as fingers, pierced through the smoke and embedded themselves in their bodies, courtesy of Kalen's ultra-long-range sniping. This was the synergy between Kalen and the pursuer. The pursuer was responsible for providing visibility, while Kalen handled the infection, efficient and swift. No rescue team had emerged unscathed from this deadly combination. In mere moments, every individual inside the armored vehicle succumbed to the infection, transforming into zombies. Chapter 40. The other shore, in the basement of a certain villa. Finally, today, he had made a breakthrough. Clenching his fists, he declared, "I shall name this technique mirage of flowers and water." Just as Wei Gong reveled in his success, the mechanical notification of the system echoed in his mind once more. Congratulations! You have accumulated 1 million points and earned an A-level lottery draw. Wei Gong was taken aback. Truly, Kalen is exceptional. Her efficiency is unparalleled. The points garnered by infected soldiers were several times greater than those of ordinary individuals. Each time Kalen engaged in battle, she managed to bring Wei Gong nearly 10,000 points. I owe it to Kalen for assisting me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the time to devise new techniques. Once this matter is settled, I shall reward her. With a smile, Wei Gong opened the lottery interface. This A-level lottery was unlike any before. Even the least desirable prize in the pool was of A-level quality. Any item drawn would significantly enhance Wei Gong's combat abilities. Let the draw commence. The enormous lottery will spun rapidly before his eyes, a dazzling array of items flashing by, finally slowing to a halt on a long sword. Congratulations! You have obtained the A-level weapon, the other shore. As the lottery wheel vanished, a long sword with a hidden blade within a black sheath fell into Wei Gong's hands. The sword was extraordinarily long, measuring nearly 130 centimeters. The black sheath was heavy and profound, resembling a seal that imprisoned a primordial beast within. Does this sword possess any special abilities? Wei Gong examined the blade named the Other Shore, but aside from its length and striking appearance, it revealed no apparent advantages or unique powers. Must I draw it to discover its abilities? Wei Gong grasped the hilt determinedly and pulled with force. However, the moment he drew the sword, the Other Shore awakened like a feral beast, voraciously consuming Wei Gong's strength. What the hell? Wei Gong attempted to release his grip, only to find the hilt clinging to his hand like a magnet. This is bad. As Wei Gong's power waned, the blade of the Other Shore gradually rose several centimeters, exposing a mesmerizing blood-red edge. The sword was peculiar. Once one initiated the act of drawing it, one was compelled to withdraw it entirely, lest it ceaselessly siphon one's strength. Wei Gong bellowed, summoning every ounce of his energy to fully draw the Other Shore, its bloodthirsty blade finally basking in the light. With a flourish, Wei Gong swung the Other Shore forward. The Other Shore's funeral. An invisible blade wind surged forth, cleaving anything it touched in twain. This was no ordinary blade wind. It was a spatial slash capable of rending the very fabric of space itself. While your defenses may be impeccable, how shall you respond when I tear apart the space you occupy? Ha, ha, ha! Wei Gong hastily sheathed the Other Shore and collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. The sword's power was undoubtedly worthy of an S-level weapon, yet its ravenous consumption restricted it to a level. That single strike had not only drained all his mental energy but had also exhausted his physical strength. Now, Wei Gong found it challenging to even move a finger, let alone rise to his feet. After lying on the ground for nearly half an hour, he finally gathered enough strength to sit up. Looking at the Other Shore beside him, he mused, "This sword possesses terrifying power, Yet the cost of wielding it is extraordinary. With such a strike, the enemy would surely perish, but Wei Gong would be rendered utterly powerless, temporarily becoming a mere shell of his former self. Without trustworthy allies to guard him, he could never afford to use this weapon. A bitter smile crept onto Wei Gong's face. To acquire such a formidable weapon, yet be unable to wield it, what a predicament. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. Should an enemy attack him now, it would spell disaster. Master, it is I, Zhang Xiaoyu. As the footsteps drew nearer, Zhang Xiaoyu's face emerged into the light. Upon recognizing her as an ally, Wei Gong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Did we not agree that unless there was an urgent matter, no one was to enter without my permission? I have something extremely urgent to report. Wei Gong glanced up and noticed Zhang Xiaoyu's anxious demeanor. It was evident that she bore grave news. Cheng Ming has relayed information that the commander of the Diyan operation appears to be a woman named Rongyu. Is there any detailed intelligence regarding her? Zhang Xiaoyu opened her tablet and presented it to Wei Gong. Specific details are still pending, but we found 2 reports concerning her on Diyan's official channel. Upon seeing the titles of the reports, Wei Gong's expressions turned grave. Shocking! Heroine Rongyu slays the mother zombie amidst a million foes, resolving the zombie crisis in Ning City. Legend reborn. Heroine Rongyu successfully captures the mother zombie, saving the citizens of Litai City from catastrophe. Just these 2 in less than a week since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, this woman named Rongyu had already quelled the crises in 2 cities, and even more astonishingly, the second mother zombie had been captured alive. It was known that capturing a mother zombie was exponentially more challenging than merely killing one. Was the mother player in Litai City simply incompetent? As this thought crossed Wei Gong's mind, he shook his head. Statistics indicate that the mother player in Litai City has likely infected at least 10,000 humans. No matter how incompetent, it would be improbable for her to end up captured by someone else, unless this Rongyu was extraordinarily powerful. Could it be that this Rongyu is a player? Wei Gong's speculation held. My identity may have been compromised. Zhang Xiaoyu's anxiety stemmed not from fear of her own exposure leading to her demise, but rather the concern that her identity being revealed would endanger her master, Wei Gong. Chapter 41. The truth gradually unveiled. Though it was already 2 in the morning, the temporary command center at Xiaotan University was ablaze with light. An atmosphere of tension and busyness pervaded the entire room, punctuated by the incessant clacking of keyboards. Each individual was wholly absorbed in fulfilling their respective tasks. Their objective was to unearth the hidden traitors among the human survivors amidst a sea of intelligence. The difficulty of this task was immense, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, they remained resolute in their mission. Should these infiltrators manage to breach the sanctuary or flee Xiaotan City, the repercussions would be unfathomably dire. Rongyue, your coffee, announced her aide, Luo Wan, as she placed a steaming cup before Rongyue. Thank you, Rongyue replied, taking a sip with Luo Wan, taken aback, exclaimed, Wait, this coffee was just brewed. Isn't it too hot for you? The coffee had been made with freshly boiled water, likely around 80 to 90 degrees Celsius. Was it not scalding for Rongyue to drink it so casually? Only then did Rongyue realize, apologies for causing you concern. I'm perfectly fine. After vanquishing the first mother zombie, she had distinctly sensed a transformation in her body, one that set her apart from ordinary humans. Not only did her physical attributes far exceed those of the average person, but she also exhibited remarkable resistance to extreme heat. A mouthful of boiling water was no different from sipping warm water to her now. Luo Wan glanced at the desk before Rongyue, which was cluttered with numerous personnel files, each belonging to individuals who had interacted with Zhang Xiaoyu prior to the outbreak. It was worth noting that Zhang Xiaoyu held the position of secretary to the municipal government, engaging daily with people from all walks of life. The magnitude of the task to identify the mastermind among so many was daunting. Rongyue, you haven't slept in 3 or 4 days. If you continue like this, your body will not withstand it, Luo Wan urged. Since the onset of the zombie crisis, Rongyue had been at the forefront of the battle, first resolving the crises in Ning City and Litai City, and now tirelessly addressing an even more complex and perilous situation in Xiaotan City. Once the issues in Xiaotan City were resolved, she would likely have to rush to Donghai City to tackle another crisis. If this continued, it would be a miracle if she did not succumb to exhaustion, collapsing at her desk. Rongyue pinched the bridge of her nose, attempting to alleviate the fatigue that had accumulated over days. If I exert myself a little longer, the disaster may come to an end sooner, allowing more people to survive this calamity. Luo Wan sighed helplessly, patiently advising, even the most urgent matters require a methodical approach. If you ruin your health, rendering yourself incapable of leading the fight or stepping onto the battlefield, wouldn't that be a loss greater than the gain? Rongyue fell silent for a moment before conceding, "All right, I will rest after reviewing these files." Just then, a soldier rushed in, clutching a report, his face alight with excitement. "Report, Commander. We have located the source zombie in Shout'an City." Rongyue's eyes brightened. "Speak quickly." The soldier unfolded the report. "We investigated several initial outbreak locations of the zombie crisis in Shout'an City and reviewed all available surveillance footage from these areas. We compiled the appearances of the earliest zombies into a comprehensive database. Through data comparison, we discovered a commonality among these zombies. They all participated in a tour organized by the same private travel. Here is all the information regarding this travel agency." The sheer magnitude of this investigative approach was immense. Without the support of supercomputers and the technological prowess of major internet companies, they would never have accomplished it. Rongyue perused the report, the first page detailing the travel agency owner, Meng Qingye. Meng Qingye, male, 47 years old. His physique and age diverged entirely from the intelligence previously gathered. Clearly, this man named Meng Qingye was not the mother zombie. The soldier continued, brimming with enthusiasm. "Next, we will investigate all of Meng Qingye's movements. We will inevitably capture the mastermind behind this." Though Meng Qingye was merely a pawn, they were convinced that by following this lead, they would eventually ensnare the larger. Rongyue scrutinized Meng Qingye's intelligence report. The investigative direction was sound. As a human, should he wish to turn others into zombies, it would require the direct involvement of a mother zombie. By tracking the movements of the tour group and meticulously reviewing the surveillance footage, they would ultimately identify the mother zombie. However, the pace of their investigation was excruciatingly slow. The behavioral patterns of the mother zombie indicated a strong counter-surveillance capability. It would avoid any location where it could be captured on camera. Relying solely on reviewing footage frame by frame would consume an inordinate amount of time. April 23rd. A date materialized in Rongyue's mind. This was the date the mother zombie in Litai City had revealed to her. Initially, she had intended to extract more information, but that mother zombie had simply collapsed unconscious. "I will review it personally." Understood. Soon, a file appeared on Rongyue's computer containing all surveillance recordings from April 23rd, amounting to several dozen gigabytes. If she were to scrutinize it frame by frame, it would take an eternity. Rongyue opened the first folder, which housed the surveillance footage from the travel agency. She located the footage from April 23rd and commenced playback at quadruple speed. As the footage reached midday, Rongyue observed a peculiar scene. Meng Qingye, who had been eating normally just moments before, abruptly stood up, disregarding his wife at the table, and rode off on his electric bike. How could he abandon his meal just as he was about to take a bite? Instinct told Rongyue that this behavior was suspicious, as if he were under some form of control. She instructed, "Follow this time point and ascertain Meng Qingye's subsequent movements." The personnel in the command center collaborated swiftly, quickly tracking Meng Qingye's whereabouts. He appeared in the surveillance of a McDonald's. Luo Wan, puzzled, remarked, "How did he go from enjoying a meal to riding several kilometers away to a McDonald's?" "We shall find out shortly," Rongyue replied, sensing they were on the verge of uncovering the mastermind behind the crisis in Shout'an City. If his sole intention was to indulge in McDonald's, Meng Qingye should have chosen the nearest location. Yet, the McDonald's in the footage was a full 5 kilometers from his home. The surveillance revealed Meng Qingye approaching the counter to purchase a box of McNuggets, which he then delivered to a young man waiting nearby. Chapter 42. Revelation. The moment the young man entered the command room, everyone instinctively held their breath. The slender figure of the young male, standing approximately 6 feet tall, perfectly matched the intelligence previously gathered. It was likely that even Wei Gong himself could not have anticipated that a minor experiment upon entering the game would turn out to be a pivotal moment in revealing his identity. Rongyue abruptly rose from her seat, slamming her hand down on the table. "Enhance the image of this individual and upload it to headquarters immediately." Understood. A wave of joy spread across the faces of everyone in the temporary command room. There was no doubt that this was a crucial discovery. Once the appearance of the mother zombie was clarified, the military would be able to unleash a barrage of firepower without any blind spots. No matter how formidable one may be, under the onslaught of the Chi-Feng missile, all beings are rendered equal. The demise of the mother zombie would herald the swift resolution of the crisis in Shaotan City. However, before the elation in the temporary command room could linger, a soldier burst in, pointing outside and shouting, "Report, sir!" The fifth dormitory building. To accommodate the large number of survivors, the military converted 4-person dormitories into 8-person ones, resulting in a dramatic increase in the population of each building. In such circumstances, a fire could easily lead to catastrophic casualties. If survivors, who had narrowly escaped the clutches of the zombies, were instead consumed by flames, it would undoubtedly undermine the military's credibility among the populace. Especially in this critical period, the public's nerves were exceedingly frail. At that moment, a fierce blaze raged within, thick plumes of smoke billowing from the windows. A number of soldiers were already on the scene attempting to extinguish the flames, but due to the rudimentary conditions, they could only use makeshift pots and pans, making their efforts painfully slow. Rongyu seized a soldier fighting the fire. How many people are still inside? At least several hundred remain trapped. The fire broke out in the early hours, when many had already succumbed to sleep, oblivious to the impending disaster. Moreover, many injured patients lay within the dormitory, incapable of fleeing in such circumstances. Prepare stretchers. I will go in to rescue them. Rongyu disregarded the raging flames and thick smoke, charging headlong into the inferno. The flames roared like a furious beast, voraciously consuming everything in their vicinity, accompanied by the crackling of explosions and the hissing of fire, weaving a heart-stopping symphony. Illuminated by the firelight, the entrance to the dormitory twisted into a grotesque silhouette, resembling a portal to hell, poised to devour all living souls. Amidst the dense smoke, the acrid scent of burning and toxic gases caused breathing difficulties and stung the eyes. The flickering flames cast light upon the throngs of people fleeing in panic, their faces etched with terror and despair as they ran and cried out, seeking to escape the fiery abyss. Rongyu was uncertain of which rooms held survivors, so she began to search each one. "Help me, I can't move. Don't be afraid. I'm coming." Upon finding a survivor, Rongyu effortlessly lifted them and dashed away from the flames. "Take care of them." After bringing the survivor to safety, Rongyu plunged back into the inferno with astonishing speed. Her unique physique rendered her immune to the flames and intense heat, allowing her to traverse the blazing chaos with ease. Utilizing her superhuman speed, Rongyu darted back and forth through the flames, rescuing one trapped survivor after another. Before long, she reached the highest floor of the 5th dormitory, the only level yet to be searched. "Is anyone there? Help, please." Suddenly, a woman's voice called from beyond the wall of fire. Without a moment's hesitation upon hearing the plea, Rongyu charged towards the flames. The instant she made contact with the fire wall, a shimmering, ethereal white aura enveloped her. Yet, as she stepped away from the flames, the luminescent veil vanished. "Where are the teammates? Help, please." Amidst the fire and smoke, a young woman in her 20s struggled to carry an unconscious old man, seemingly disoriented in the inferno. This young woman was none other than Chengming, the mole sent in by Wei Gong. Finally spotting Rongyu, Chengming beamed with joy, waving her arm. "Over here. Come help." However, as she waved her arm, a burning piece of wood suddenly fell from above, plummeting directly towards her. "Watch out above," Rongyu shouted. "Ah!" Seeing the wooden block, Chengming instinctively, witnessing the escalating flames surrounding them, Rongyu disregarded this detail, grasping the old man Chengming was carrying while simultaneously taking her by the arm. "Hold on tight. I'll get you both out of here." To save time, Rongyu abandoned the first-floor exit and instead leaped from the 5th-floor window like a superhero. "Wow, a flying person." In the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, Rongyu landed gracefully, gently placing the old man and Chengming on the ground. "Are you hurt?" Chengming nodded. "I'm fine." As she observed Rongyu, who resembled a superhero, Chengming couldn't help but think. It seems this woman is indeed not an ordinary person, as Zheng Xiaoyu's intel suggested. In reality, this bizarre fire had been instigated by Chengming herself. Testing Rongyu's capabilities was one of her objectives in igniting the flames. From the looks of it, her initial goal had been achieved. By the way, I saw you just swat away that burning piece of wood. Your hand must be burned, right? Before Changming could respond, Rongyu seized her hand to examine it. It was a shocking sight. Changming's burned skin was rapidly shedding, with new skin visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate. Rongyu was taken aback. This rate of recovery was beyond that of an ordinary person. Noticing the change in Rongyu's expression, Changming quickly withdrew her hand. Ha ha ha, I'm fine. With that, she turned and fled without looking back. Witnessing Changming's furtive demeanor, Rongyu narrowed her eyes. This remarkable recovery rate did not resemble that of a normal human. Yet her behavior did not fit that of a mindless zombie either. Was she a zombie mole? Or perhaps the human player I suspect? It seems necessary to investigate this individual further. Chapter 43. Illusions of Flowers and Waters. Keep up, hurry. As Changming emerged from the tent, she witnessed a battalion of fully armed soldiers rushing past her, while helicopters ascended one after another from the training ground. Changming touched her face, perplexed. What are you looking at? I've heard that the command center has pinpointed the location of the mother zombie. Half of the forces at the shelter have been dispatched, and now the command center is nearly deserted. Changming couldn't help but feel a twinge of skepticism. How do you know all this so clearly? Changming rubbed her nose and chuckled. I smell a conspiracy. She sensed that Ping Gang's demeanor was somewhat deliberate. Her gaze drifted to the nearby teaching building, the temporary command center, which, as Ping Gang had indicated, now had noticeably diminished security. Should I sneak in for a look? Ever since entering the Shaotan University shelter, Changming had been devising ways to infiltrate the temporary command center. Unfortunately, the heightened security had thwarted her efforts. With the reduced guards, however, this presented an unprecedented opportunity. Ping Gang's words lingered in her mind. Had the Dian army truly identified the Master's identity? If so, she must relay this intelligence to the Master promptly to thwart a potential ambush. Changming slipped a small mirror into her pocket. Time to take a look. Changming navigated through the teaching building, effortlessly evading patrols. Isn't this a bit too easy? If the previous security level resembled that of a military base, the current one felt akin to that of a residential community. Aside from delivery personnel, anyone could wander about freely. I remember this place. Changming tentatively pushed open a door, revealing indeed the temporary command center. Just as Ping Gang had said, it was utterly deserted. Changming shrugged. All right, I take back what I just said. This is a public restroom. You can come and go as you please. Since no one was present, she decided to abandon pretense and strolled inside nonchalantly, even leaving the door ajar. Let me guess, which computer holds the information I seek? Just as she settled into a chair, preparing to employ her hacking skills on the computer, a chilling voice resonated from behind her. What are you searching for? Unbeknownst to her, Rongyu had materialized silently behind Changming. In an instant, dozens of fully armed soldiers surged into the temporary command room, surrounding Changming. All the information had been deliberately divulged by Rongyu to test Changming's identity. If she were an insider for the zombies, upon discovering the identity of the mother, she would undoubtedly attempt to infiltrate the command center to verify the truth in Rongyu's absence. Yet, they had not anticipated that Changming would fall into the trap so effortlessly. Even with so many guns aimed at her, Changming displayed no sign of panic, confidently stating, "What I am looking for, isn't it quite clear to you?" As she spoke, her hand reached for the small mirror in her clothing pocket. Rongyu's keen observation immediately caught Changming's subtle movement. What do you intend to do? Goodbye. Just as Rongyu's hand reached for Changming's shoulder, her figure inexplicably vanished, leaving behind only a palm-sized mirror. Is this a mirror? Rongyu picked it up, but this scene mirrored something straight out of a horror film. Rongyu's reaction was remarkably swift. Before the hand could touch her, she hurled the mirror away. The surface rippled, and under the gaze of all present, a strikingly handsome man with black hair slowly stood up. Oh dear, the heart of a woman is truly elusive. You once strived to find me, and now that I present myself, you cast me aside. The mother zombie. In an instant, everyone's nerves tightened, countless guns trained on Wei Gong's head. Fire! At Rongyu's command, bullets rained down upon Wei Gong's head. Is this how you Dian people greet each other? Quite impolite. Wei Gong raised his hand, gently grasping the incoming bullets. Illusions of Flowers and Waters. In the blink of an eye, the bullets that had filled the room vanished without a trace. What just happened? Aside from Rongyu, all the soldiers were left stunned by Wei Gong's seemingly magical feat. What was this? A magic trick? No. Who could make such a barrage of bullets disappear? This was akin to sorcery. Seeing their jaws nearly drop in astonishment, Wei Gong felt quite satisfied. This was his meticulously devised spiritual fusion technique, illusions of flowers and waters. The execution of this technique involved 3 steps. First, using his eyes as a mirror to anchor the spatial dimensions of the entire room. Second, compressing the entire space into a one-time use containment sphere. Third, marking this containment sphere and exchanging it with the pre-prepared markers in the mirrored world. In this manner, Wei Gong could forcibly pull those he could see into the mirrored realm. Of course, this skill had its limitations. It could only anchor a space of 50 cubic meters. Beyond that range, Wei Gong would be powerless. To entice Rongyu into this range, he had intentionally revealed Changmeng's identity. Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. Wei Gong fully extended his arms, and then clapped his hands together forcefully. Illusions of flowers and waters. In the next moment, all living beings in the room were swept into the mirrored world, leaving Wei Gong standing alone. Meanwhile, in the mirrored realm, the soldiers looked around in confusion, searching for Wei Gong's figure. Where did that mother go? In stark contrast to the soldiers' panic, Rongyu remained chillingly calm. It didn't flee. Rather, we have been transferred to another location. Commander, how did you know? The sound. Rongyu pointed out the window. This world is almost identical to the real one, the only difference being that aside from us, there are no other living beings in this realm. Chapter 44. The offensive begins. Silence, an eerie stillness, enveloped the atmosphere. Apart from the sound of their breathing, no other noise pierced the air, invoking an unsettling sensation. Clap, clap, clap. Wei Gong suddenly appeared amidst the crowd, clapping his hands. Truly commendable, to have triumphed over 2 matriarchs. Your powers of observation are indeed sharp. It was akin to a brick shattering the tranquil surface of a lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. Many soldiers, already pushed to their mental limits, crumbled under Wei Gong's sudden intimidation. Quick! Kill him! Before Rongyu could issue the command to fire, the soldiers began to unleash a frenzied barrage at Wei Gong. Don't shoot! Before Rongyu could intervene, bullets rained towards Wei Gong like a torrential downpour. A soldier crawled out from the pile of bodies. Is everyone dead? Positioned further back, his comrades had shielded him from the brunt of the bullets, granting him a second chance at life. Gazing at the carnage strewn about, a wave of despair washed over him. Can we truly defeat this man? He was a seasoned general under Rongyu, having participated in 2 campaigns against the matriarch zombies. Despite the formidable enemies faced on those occasions, they had never reached the point of invincibility. Even when struck by bullets, they could still bleed. However, this individual before him was different. The bullets fired at him were not only incapable of inflicting harm, but barely even grazed him. Oh, a fortunate survivor. The soldier turned stiffly, only to find Wei Gong standing behind him like a specter. Then let me reward you by granting you the honorable evolution to become one of the undead. Just as Wei Gong's hand was about to make contact with the soldier, a striking figure dashed forth, rescuing him from Wei Gong's grasp. Rongyu's eyes were fixed intensely on Wei Gong, not daring to avert her gaze. Are you all right? Commander. Upon seeing Rongyu's arrival, the soldier felt an immense surge of hope. After all, she was the one who had triumphed over 2 matriarch zombies. As long as she was present, there remained a glimmer of hope. Wei Gong surveyed his empty palm and grinned. Those I wish to kill have never had the option to live. Suddenly, a steel rod erupted through the concrete wall behind them, thrusting towards the soldier. Rongyu, swift as lightning, yanked the soldier behind her with one hand while grasping the incoming steel rod with the other. Not on my watch. With a fierce exertion, she astonishingly snapped. Rongyu endeavored to block them, yet she overlooked the peril at the soldier's feet. Commander, save me, ah! A steel rod pierced through the soldier's back, wreaking havoc within, before erupting from his mouth in a gruesome display. Thud. The soldier's tragic demise diverted Rongyu's attention, and in that fleeting moment, a steel rod breached her defenses, plunging brutally into her right abdomen. Drip, drip. Blood flowed ceaselessly from the wound, pooling at her feet in a crimson puddle. Rongyu. Ah, what a gruesome death. Rongyu disregarded the steel rod embedded in her abdomen, breaking the one lodged in the soldier with her bare hands before gently laying his body to rest on the ground. She closed the soldier's eyes with a tender touch. Rest in peace. Wei Gong looked upon the soldier's grotesque fate, shaking his head in disapproval. Since death is inevitable, had you not saved him, you might have suffered less. Rongyu slowly rose to her feet. If your intention was to provoke me, then I congratulate you. With a sudden, fierce gaze, she resembled an enraged beast. Her eyes locked onto Wei Gong. You have succeeded. Rongyu's left hand gripped the steel rod piercing her body, and with sheer determination, she wrenched it free. The blood-stained rod pointed menacingly at Wei Gong. You have sealed your own fate. Meanwhile, the real-world Shouten University had descended into chaos. Suppressing fire. Suppressing fire. Do not let it near the survivor shelter. Roar. Amidst a hail of bullets, a towering giant stood 3 meters tall, rampaging and wreaking havoc. Regardless of whether it was man or armored vehicle, anything that dared to obstruct its path was shredded to pieces by its fearsome claws. In just 5 minutes, 3 armored vehicles and over 80 lives had already fallen to the hands of the hunter. Moreover, those humans attacked by the hunter would rise again as zombies, attacking other humans. Boom! Just as the hunter was about to breach the defensive line, a rocket exploded upon its face, momentarily halting its advance. Continue firing rockets at it. We cannot allow it to advance any further. Luo Wan tossed a rocket to a soldier beside her. Where on earth did this creature come from? It suddenly charged out from the teaching building. No one knows how it appeared. Luo Wan observed the hunter, which had withstood 5 or 6 rocket hits without succumbing. Her brow furrowed. Can we establish contact with Commander Rongyu? She had long heard of the hunter's notorious reputation. Within the entire refuge, only Rongyu seemed capable of subduing it. Yet, at this very moment, Rongyu and her squad had gone missing. Wasn't she supposed to catch the traitor? How did she end up captured herself? In Rongyu's absence, Luo Wan held the highest military rank in the entire refuge, and all the pressure weighed heavily upon her. Report, Commander. A massive tide of zombies has appeared outside the refuge. According to intelligence from the drones, the number of zombies is at least 100,000. 100,000? Are you joking? Upon hearing this figure, Luo Wan was infuriated to the point of wanting to choke someone. Anger aside, Luo Wan maintained her composure, reinforced the soldiers we've dispatched, consolidate firepower to defend Shouten University, deploy helicopters and drones, utilizing aerial firepower to suppress the zombie tide. Send a company of soldiers to swiftly clear the zombies within the refuge. We absolutely cannot allow a zombie tide to encircle us from both inside and outside. Finally, dispatch another company of soldiers to escort the survivors, ensuring all non-combatants are relocated to the underground refuge for concentrated protection. Chapter 45. The only way to save oneself. Armed helicopters, as the aerial blades of modern warfare, are indispensable airborne support forces on the battlefield due to their unique flying capabilities, formidable firepower, and flexible tactical applications. They hovered above the entrance of Shouten University, resembling falcons clad in steel armor, delivering devastating blows to the surging tide of corpses with the force of thunder. Just the machine guns of 5 helicopters had already rendered the horde of zombies nearly immobile. Callan, with those helicopters around, we can hardly charge in. Zheng Xiaoyu's voice crackled with urgency over the walkie-talkie. These armed helicopters, suspended in the air, posed an insurmountable challenge for the zombies, who, as ground units lacking long-range capabilities, were utterly helpless against them. On a rooftop 3 kilometers away, Callan cradled a mutated sniper rifle in her arms, stating simply, "I will handle it." Those 4 words alone instilled a profound sense of reassurance. Callan deftly removed a finger from the rifle and slowly chambered a round. Through the 16 times magnification scope, she effortlessly locked onto the pilot of one of the armed helicopters. Bang! With a seamless motion of loading, aiming, and firing. With her unerring marksmanship, even the bulletproof glass manufactured by Diane could not shield the pilot from certain death. The pilot let out a horrific scream before losing consciousness, collapsing against the control stick. The helicopter, now bereft of its pilot, spiraled out of control and plunged directly into Shout'an University. Boom! The crash ignited a significant explosion, inflicting substantial casualties on the station troops below. What is happening? Why did the helicopter fall? What can I say? The bewildered soldiers below were perplexed. Weren't zombies merely simple-minded melee fighters? What could possibly have brought down the helicopter? Surely it couldn't be due to a single large prisoner aboard. Get back! Another helicopter is going down. Before the soldiers could grasp the situation, helicopters began to plummet from the sky like dumplings, one after another. This spectacle left Luo Wan incensed. What on earth is happening? It was crucial to understand that the armed helicopters were their core firepower. If they faltered, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand the relentless tide of 100,000 zombies. Report. The drone has transmitted footage showing a bullet fired from 5 kilometers away striking the helicopter's pilot. A bullet from 5 kilometers away killed the pilot in the helicopter. Do you even hear yourself? Setting aside the miraculous notion of a bullet traveling 5 kilometers, the very idea of piercing the helicopter's bulletproof glass was ludicrous. The bulletproof glass on armed helicopters is specially designed to withstand hundreds of pounds of weight without issue. To penetrate such fortified glass, one would need at least a 12mm heavy machine gun. What kind of advanced technology could fire so far and still penetrate that kind of armor? Why was I unaware of such capabilities? But the footage shows exactly that. As she gazed at the images displayed on the tablet, Luo Wan's complexion drained of color. The mother zombie of Shout'an City was likely engaged in a standoff with Rongyue, and now, a new enemy possessing special abilities had emerged. What did this imply? It meant that there were at least 2 mother zombies within Shout'an City. Moreover, the threat level of these 2 surpasses that of any previously encountered mother zombies. If this were true, even the disaster-level EC City would not be worthy of carrying Shout'an City's shoes. A separate classification should be established for Shout'an City. Apocalyptic level. Luo Wan took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She activated communication with the Dian headquarters through her walkie-talkie. The situation in Shout'an City has far exceeded our expectations. The danger level is well beyond that of a natural disaster. Should the circumstances continue to deteriorate, I request authorization to execute the Scorched Earth plan. On the other end, Liang Sun fell silent. Is it truly that severe? Luo Wan surveyed the endless horde of zombies, her voice grave. The situation will only worsen from what I've described. Although the 2 mother-level zombies had been revealed, their special abilities remained unclear. Whether the Scorched Earth plan could eliminate them was still a significant uncertainty. All right, if necessary, I will issue the order. For now, let us trust Rongyue. Trust Rongyue? Indeed, at this moment, they could only place their faith in Rongyue. But where had Rongyue gone? No, we cannot place all our hopes solely on Rongyue. The nation known as Dian was not only Rongyue's homeland but also Luo Wan's, a sanctuary for everyone present. For this reason, the battle to defend their homeland was not the struggle of one alone but a fight belonging to every citizen of Dian. Turning to the soldiers beside her, Luo Wan commanded, "Bring me my drone." The soldiers gasped, "Commander, are you intending to join the fight personally? The one who shot down the helicopter is far too dangerous for you to confront. It must be me who takes action. But what about the command of the shelter?" With the horde of zombies closing in, Luo Wan sighed in resignation. She understood the command of the shelter was critical, yet eliminating that special zombie was of utmost urgency. As long as that uniquely capable zombie lived, the aerial firepower the army took pride in would remain mere targets. Without aerial firepower to suppress the horde, the shelter would inevitably fall. For the sake of ultimate victory, Luo Wan had to make a choice. This disaster is beyond the control of any single individual. Not me, nor Rongyue. If humanity wishes to survive this calamity, we must save ourselves. War has always been thus. Without the unwavering unity of the entire army, what can even the mightiest gods achieve? What use is strategy if it lacks execution? Only when every individual gives their all to combat the disaster can they hope to seize a sliver of survival. Luo Wan's words etched deeply into the hearts of all present, resonating like a bell tolling, awakening the spirit within each person. Commander, it's far too dangerous for you to go alone. Let us accompany you. I understand your sentiments, but the adversary we face is not an ordinary zombie, but a special entity with dangerous abilities. Luo Wan smiled as she adjusted her glasses. Compared to battling it, your responsibilities are of greater importance. Taking a deep breath, Luo Wan declared firmly, all troops, heed my command. Hold the shelter with your lives until I and Commander Rongyue return. Not a single zombie must set foot here. Yes, at that moment, the morale of the army soared to unprecedented heights, their voices echoing like thunder. Ringing in their ears, Commander Luo Wan smiled gently and clasped her fists in gratitude. Entrusting your lives to me, I shall not fail you. Chapter 46. The Fire Armor in the Mirrored World. A pearlescent transformation device suddenly materialized in Rongyu's hand. Do not underestimate its power simply because it resembles a child's toy. Is worth noting that this is the very device Rongyu received as a reward for her first kill of a mother zombie, a bona fide A-grade weapon. The emergence of this transformation device led Rongyu to suspect the existence of a higher dimensional deity behind this catastrophe. Pressing the buttons on either side of the device, Rongyu declared, "Come forth, let us enumerate your sins." In the next moment, a colossal firestorm ignited beneath her feet. Accompanied by the appearance of a fiery vortex, the temperature in the air surged at a visible rate, escalating wildly. After engulfing Rongyu's form, the fiery tornado expanded exponentially, ultimately soaring skyward and tearing apart the entire ceiling. Target locked, engage. As the crimson circle locked onto Wei Gong, a silver-white figure descended from above, enveloped in roaring flames, striking down upon Wei Gong with tremendous force. Bang! In that instant of descent, the terrifying impact shattered the ground beneath them. Furthermore, Rongyu's assault carried a secondary wave of damage. The descending force compressed the searing flames into the ground, culminating in a final explosive surge. Much like a volcanic eruption, a pillar of fire shot into the sky. Were it not for Wei Gong's timely evasion, he would have been utterly obliterated by that devastating blow. The flames roared, and the silver-white knight stood resolutely amidst the inferno. The name of this A-grade weapon. The Fire Armor. Apart from a smattering of azure and white accents, this suit of armor predominantly displayed a striking black and silver palette, as if a silver armor were embedded upon a black base. The silver of the fire armor was not merely a cold, metallic dark silver, but rather a hue interlaced with a hint of luminous white. Its silver glimmered with a smooth, sleek surface, exuding both an inherent beauty and the aesthetic of post-industrial precision. The clash of black and silver intricately delineated the various parts of the armor, resembling taut and muscular forms, imbued with a palpable sense of strength. The flowing metallic sheen of the armor exuded a noble aura befitting a knight, radiating charisma. The helmet of the fire armor featured a fully encompassing visor, its sharp and menacing design akin to a devil's mask. Coupled with its angular, geometrically defined chest and shoulder plates, it emanated an aura of decisive ferocity. In summary, it could be described in a single word: handsome. Wei Gong smirked, turning his head away. Who are you trying to impress with that look? Despite his words, his body betrayed him, as his gaze was drawn repeatedly toward Rongyu. Witnessing her magnificent entrance, Wei Gong felt a twinge of envy, if not outright jealousy. Transforming with the device, donning striking armor, and descending to deliver justice upon nefarious villains. A scene every boy would find irresistible. With a resigned sigh and a shrug, Wei Gong lamented, Alas, who can blame me for being a naturally malevolent mother zombie? Gazing enviously at Rongyu's impressive armor, he mused that he would also like to exchange points for a set of his own someday. Empowered by the fire armor, Rongyu's speed surged dramatically, and within the blink of an eye, she stood before Wei Gong. What are you mumbling about? The surging flames coursed through Rongyu's gauntlet and fist, and with a propulsion from her elbow joint, she unleashed a rapid and powerful punch directed at Wei Gong's chest. Bang! Each of Rongyu's strikes, augmented by the fire armor, was imbued with fiery energy. That last punch not only shattered several of Wei Gong's bones, but also forced the searing flames into his body, incinerating his internal organs. What a powerful punch! It was noteworthy that Wei Gong's body had undergone several enhancements. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have already collapsed. Wei Gong began to understand why the mother zombie in Litai City had been captured so easily. This Rongyu was indeed formidable. You there! Rongyu's leg armor erupted with intense flames, propelling her upward as she soared into the air. What are you daydreaming about? The furious knight's kick descended like a blazing meteor, aimed directly at Wei Gong. Yikes! Gah! The force of this knightly kick was several times greater than that of her previous punch, creating a massive hole in the wall behind Wei Gong. He himself was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing onto the playground outside. This kick shattered at least 60% of Wei Gong's bones, inflicting devastating damage upon nearly half of his internal organs. Staggering to his feet, Wei Gong grinned. I acknowledge your strength. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, he felt capable of contending with Rongyu. Ha! As one of the most powerful entities within the mother zombie faction, Wei Gong possessed a terrifying self-healing ability. With this regenerative power, his shattered bones and organs rapidly reassembled and healed, swiftly returning him to his pre-injury state. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he declared, Your attacks have concluded. Now it is my turn. No objections, I trust. Humph! Rongyu scoffed. Combat is not a turn-based game. Who would engage in an exchange of blows? As long as her opponent remained standing, she would relentlessly assault them until they could no longer move. Boom! Boom boom! The armor erupted once more with flames, charging toward Wei Gong with great speed. However, just as she reached the halfway point, a boulder the size of a shipping container hurtled toward her. This was the mirrored world, Wei Gong's domain. With a mere thought, he could move not just a boulder of that size, but an entire building. As Rongyu prepared to shatter the boulder with a punch, another boulder of similar size flew at her from behind. With one in front and one behind, the two boulders trapped her like a sandwich. And that's not all. Wei Gong clapped his hands, summoning even more boulders from all directions, layering them around Rongyu. Goodbye. Wei Gong turned to leave, and a sphere with a diameter of 10 kilometers quietly hovered in the sky of the mirrored world. At its core lay Rongyu, sealed away. Chapter 47. Modern Tactics, Temporary Hospital Zone, Infection Complete. On a rooftop several kilometers away, Kalen fired another, targeting bullet, transforming a fleeing doctor within the shelter into a zombie. In this operation, Kalen's objectives extended beyond merely suppressing the aerial power of the Great Yin Army. She was also tasked with dismantling various critical facilities within the refuge. Armed with intelligence from the map stolen by Cheng Ming, Kalen was poised for a flawlessly precise strike. Once she had locked onto her target, survival was not an option for anyone. Just as Kalen prepared to assault her next target, the sound of whirring rotors reached her ears. Although faint as a whisper, Kalen detected it immediately. A drone. Rat-a-tat-tat. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted towards Kalen's position. Fortunately, she had anticipated the threat and executed a roll to evade the initial wave of gunfire, seeking refuge behind cover. Where is it? Hiding behind her barricade, Kalen, just as she was about to bring it down, a deafening buzz approached from behind. Another drone was hurtling towards her at breakneck speed. This was a self-destructing drone laden with explosives. Another one. Kalen abandoned her pursuit of the armed drone and redirected her focus to the self-destructing one. No aiming was necessary. Once Kalen identified a target, the bullets would find their mark. Boom! Although her shot struck the self-destructing drone, it detonated less than 3 meters from her position. The metallic fragments scattered like shrapnel from a grenade, their destructive power far exceeding that of a conventional hand grenade. The proximity of the explosion left Kalen with no time to evade. Numerous metal shards sliced through her flesh, leaving a trail of gory wounds. The enemy had no intention of granting Kalen the opportunity to tend to her injuries. The gun-equipped drone above swiftly redirected its fire towards her, unleashing a relentless barrage. Ignoring the agony of her wounds, Kalen bolted. However, she had scarcely taken a few steps before two more self-destructing drones surged towards her. I cannot remain on this rooftop. Drawing her sidearm, Kalen swiftly dispatched the two self-destructing drones before they could close the distance. Boom! Taking refuge behind the stairwell, she locked the door leading to the rooftop. Kalen retrieved her walkie-talkie. I am being targeted by drones. There are numerous of them. Can you assist me in locating the operator? Zhang Xiaoyu promptly hacked into the nearby cameras. This is a swarm of drones? The concept of drone swarm warfare is an emerging tactical approach, comprising a multitude of drones capable of communication, automatic perception, and autonomous decision-making. Drone swarm operations allow for a diverse array of combat tasks. Depending on operational requirements, the swarm can flexibly carry various payload modules, including command and control communications, electronic warfare, reconnaissance, early warning, and fire strikes. This enables drone swarms to perform reconnaissance, targeted strikes, relay communications, and effectiveness assessments, thus catering to different operational needs. Such a collective system plays a pivotal role in modern intelligent warfare, boasting formidable battlefield survivability, diverse combat missions, rapid command and control, cost-effectiveness, and intelligent collaboration. A remarkably efficient modern tactical approach. Is there a way to track them? Yes, but first, you must bring back one of the drones. Due to limitations in construction, cost, and propulsion, the individual performance of drone swarms is restricted. Among the main issues are slower speeds, shorter ranges, and inferior protective capabilities. This implies that the drone operator is not far from Kalen's position. What must I do? You need to eliminate the queen drone. It serves as the eyes of the entire drone swarm. Much like a natural hive, the drone swarm consists of a queen, worker drones, and drones tasked with various roles. The initial drones that rained gunfire upon Kalen were worker drones, the largest in the swarm, equipped with the most powerful weaponry for offensive operations. The drones that executed self-destructive attacks on Kalen were also worker drones, the least expensive and most numerous in the swarm, designed to sacrifice themselves to protect the combat and queen drones. As for the queen drone, it is the smallest in the swarm and carries no weapons. Its sole function is to provide situational awareness for the drone operator. Rat-a-tat-tat. The iron door behind Kalen emitted a mournful creak, clearly indicating that the drones outside had begun to assault it. This location was no longer safe. Kalen hastened down to the lower floors. I haven't spotted the queen. I suspect the queen is coated with optical camouflage, rendering it invisible to the naked eye. Upon reaching the next floor, Kalen discovered that drones were already patrolling outside the windows. As she set foot on this level, a self-destructing drone crashed through the window and flew in. Kalen had no time to dodge and could only shield her head with her arm. Boom! The drone detonated at close range, and metal shards pierced her flesh like knives. Fortunately, Kalen managed to protect her head, sparing her vital areas such as her brain and eyes from injury. Kalen, are you all right? Continue. Ignoring the pain, Kalen forcibly removed the metal fragments embedded in her flesh. Kalen's physical resilience was far inferior to Wei Gong's. The frequency of such assaults significantly delayed her wounds healing process. Before long, Kalen had become a bloodied figure. The principle of optical camouflage involves utilizing nanocomputers to gather information about the surrounding. When the ambient light experiences a sudden and drastic change, the drone becomes exposed due to the nanocomputer's inability to collect information in real time. Understood. Kalen kicked open the door to the adjacent room and promptly turned on the lights. Upon entering, she dashed to the other side of the room and drew the curtains on the sole window. This action left the room illuminated solely by the overhead light. Ha! After completing this series of maneuvers, Kalen quietly awaited behind the door. Once the drone operator lost track of her, the queen drone would inevitably be dispatched to scout the room. That moment would present her with the perfect opportunity to strike. Chapter 48. The Weeping Cat's Head. Are we playing hide and seek? In a small room several kilometers away, Luo Wan was alone, skillfully maneuvering a swarm of drones. Her ascension to the position of deputy officer under Rong Yu was not attributed to her exceptional physical prowess in military affairs, nor was it due to her remarkable command capabilities. Rather, it stemmed from her possession of a rare and unparalleled talent, the ability to control an entire swarm of drones single-handedly. A typical drone swarm comprises at least 100 independent drones, and executing complex coordinated operations with such a multitude would conventionally require a team of no fewer than 5 individuals, each of whom would need extensive training to develop a seamless working relationship. Yet, Luo Wan was an exception. She had developed her own operational system, enabling her to program the entire drone hive temporarily to accomplish various intricate tasks. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that she alone constituted an entire army. Luo Wan popped a lollipop into her mouth, declaring, "Then I shall join you in this game." She maneuvered the queen drone, which provided her with a view, and surged into the room where Ka Luan was located. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Although Ka Luan could not visually confirm the presence of the drone, the faint sound of its rotors was enough for her to deduce that the target had entered the trap. Without hesitation, Ka Luan shattered a light bulb and slammed the door shut with a swift kick. Instantly, the brightly lit room was engulfed in darkness. In that obscurity, Ka Luan indeed spotted the egg-sized miniature drone, undoubtedly the queen of the entire swarm. Bang! In such a dark environment, most would find it nearly impossible to hit such a diminutive target. However, Ka Luan was different. She possessed an extraordinary ability that ensured her aim was always true. If she saw it, there was no possibility of missing. Once we lose the queen, the entire drone swarm will experience a brief state of blindness. Seize a drone during this moment, but be cautious not to damage its body. Ka Luan moved with urgency, bursting out of the room. By sheer coincidence, there was a self-destructing drone patrolling the corridor just outside. Ka Luan swiftly seized the self-destructing drone and promptly snapped off its rotor blades. Zhang Xiaoyu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Ka Luan, what on earth have you done? You've dismantled its wings. How is it supposed to come to me now?" She stamped her foot, glaring at Ka Luan through the surveillance camera. Her plan was to remotely guide Ka Luan in altering the drone's flight path, allowing it to make its own way to her. Ka Luan cast a nonchalant glance in Zhang Xiaoyu's direction. "It's simple. I'll just throw it over." Zhang Xiaoyu, who was Ka Luan's accomplice, was not far away. From Ka Luan's vantage point, she could even see Zhang Xiaoyu's head peeking out from behind a distant window. Huh. In an instant, Zhang Xiaoyu's expression froze. Ka Luan raised her hand, adopting a throwing posture. Target locked, Zhang Xiaoyu's head. A-class superpower, guaranteed hit, activate. There was no need for a projectile. Anything thrown by Ka Luan was destined to strike its target with absolute certainty. The moment Ka Luan uttered those words, Zhang Xiaoyu felt a chill run down her spine. Instinctively, she glanced out the window, only to witness a dark shape growing larger and closer. What was it? A bird? A superhero? No, it was that very drone hurled by Ka Luan. Hey, hey, hey. Zhang Xiaoyu instinctively attempted to dodge, but suddenly realized a critical truth. The drone had been imbued with Ka Luan's guaranteed hit ability. No matter where she fled, be it to the ends of the earth or the corners of the sea, the drone would inevitably strike her head. No, buddy. Seriously. Is this how one utilizes superpowers? Clang. The drone shattered the glass window, striking Zhang Xiaoyu's head with pinpoint accuracy. Ping. Pong. A melodious sound, indeed. Zhang Xiaoyu clumsily rose from the ground, clutching the self-destructing drone, and roared into the intercom. This is a self-destructing drone. Aren't you worried it might detonate when it hits me? I do not possess such sentiments. Zhang Xiaoyu was momentarily at a loss for words. She had merely made a casual remark, unaware that Ka Luan would respond with such earnestness. I'm so exhausted. She understood that Ka Luan had not intended to harm her. It was simply that, in Ka Luan's view, this was the most efficient method. Ka Luan's modus operandi was invariably thus. While Zhang Xiaoyu was furious, she found no justification to scold her. It felt akin to punching a cotton ball. Forget it. She chose to disregard Ka Luan and redirected her focus to the self-destructing drone. It was at that moment that Zhang Xiaoyu noticed an endearing yet grotesque weeping cat head drawn on the back of the drone. What is this? Ordinary drones would not bear such insignia. This was evidently a unique mark belonging to someone. Ka Luan, I have a plan. Speak. I am listening. Let me be clear. I am absolutely not seeking revenge on you. Meanwhile, Luo Wan quickly became aware of the loss of 2 drones, their signals unmistakably severed. Clearly, they had been shot down by the enemy. Quite capable, aren't they? Luo Wan arched an eyebrow. But I possess 100 such drones. Let us see just how many you can take down. Just as she was about to deploy new drones to take over, an adorable yet grotesque weeping cat head icon popped up in the lower right corner of her screen. Under attack from an unidentified signal, they dismantled my drone and tracked my location through residual data. Luo Wan suddenly chuckled. Should I interpret this as a challenge? Beyond her name, Luo Wan harbored another lesser-known identity. The premier hacker of Diyin, the weeping cat head. Years ago, a massive cyber assault by thousands of foreign hackers wreaked havoc on Diyin's network, yielding dire consequences. Just as the officials were struggling to cope, the attackers mysteriously vanished. In the subsequent month, a cartoonish weeping cat head icon began to appear on every foreign website, be it a civilian or official site, resolutely occupying the upper right corner. Despite the foreign hackers enlisting various experts and deploying every conceivable tactic, they could not eliminate it. It was utterly infuriating. Ultimately, the foreign hackers publicly conceded defeat and apologized, after which the weeping cat head icon quietly disappeared. From that moment on, a legend surrounding the weeping cat head took root in the international cyberspace. As a proud top-tier hacker, nothing delighted Luo Wan more than being challenged by the audacious. Since you wish to play, then I shall indulge you. Chapter 49. I anticipated your anticipation based on the residual data positioning. This is the hiding place of the drone operator. After evading the relentless pursuit of the drones, Kalin, guided by Zheng Xiaoyu, arrived at a concealed door. All right. After loading the bullets, Kalin slowly pushed open the dark door, revealing a dimly lit small room. At the far end of the room, a humanoid figure was covered by a black cloth, appearing as if someone was hiding beneath it. Where did that guy run off to? Kalin held his breath and approached the figure with almost silent steps. Seizing the moment when the person beneath the black cloth was distracted, Kalin abruptly yanked off the black cloth. However, what lay hidden beneath was not Luo Wan, but a cache of explosives composed of self-destructing drones. Above the explosives, a laptop stood, and the earlier sound had emanated from this very device. As Kalin unveiled the black cloth, the screen of the laptop displayed an adorable yet grotesque crying cat head. The crying cat head danced comically while taunting. Is it activated? I mean, the intelligence. You fell for such an obvious trap. As the taunting voice concluded, the dozen or so drones in the room simultaneously self-destructed. Boom! The violent shockwave obliterated the entire room. Kalin, what is happening over there? Upon hearing the explosion, Zheng Xiaoyu sprang to her feet on the other end of the intercom. Zzz. However, the only response was a crackling electrical sound, indicating that Kalin's intercom had been destroyed. Enduring the self-destruct attacks of numerous drones at such close range, even Kalin, with his undead body, found it difficult to escape unscathed. Simultaneously, Zheng Xiaoyu's computer was also infected by a virus, forcibly shutting down all programs, leaving only a meme video on the screen that played on repeat. If you're bad, just practice more. If you can't handle it, don't play. Not accepting disciples, nor mounts. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Wan had appeared behind Zheng Xiaoyu, her sidearm pressed against the latter's head. With a mere flick, Zheng Xiaoyu slowly rose to her feet, raising her hands high above her head. How did you find me? Luo Wan chuckled. Am I not allowed to use drones to track your position just because you used them to locate mine? From the very beginning, Luo Wan had noticed Zheng Xiaoyu's little maneuvers. Therefore, she turned the tables, deliberately leading Kalin to incorrect coordinates and utilizing the room full of self-destructing drones to eliminate him. Subsequently, through hacking techniques, Luo Wan executed a twofold success. Luo Wan could have remotely eliminated Zheng Xiaoyu with the drones. However, in order to extract more information regarding the mother zombie, she ultimately chose to take matters into her own hands and capture her alive. This round, I anticipated your move. With Kalin's fate unknown and Zheng Xiaoyu at gunpoint, the outcome of this confrontation between hackers seemed all too clear. Or was it? Zheng Xiaoyu slowly turned to face Luo Wan and the gun's muzzle. How can you be so certain that I did not anticipate your anticipation? Before Luo Wan could comprehend the meaning behind her words, a figure kicked through the ceiling and descended from above, pinning Luo Wan to the ground. Who was this newcomer? It was Cheng Ming, who had been lurking above the ceiling for quite some time. Luo Wan was taken aback. She had assumed there was only one person in the room, not anticipating another lurking in the shadows. How did you get here? In Luo Wan's understanding, Zhang Xiaoyu crouched down in front of Luo Wan, gripping her hair. Do you know why you lost? It is precisely because of your so-called victorious arrogance. Upon seeing the insignia on the drones, Zhang Xiaoyu immediately recognized the identity of the operator. Compared to a top hacker like the Crying Cat Head, challenging her skills was akin to pitting the brother of a renowned fighter against an opponent, utterly foolish. Zhang Xiaoyu was acutely aware that she would lose and that Luo Wan would track her position through reverse tracing techniques. Thus she too had devised a plan, intentionally provoking Luo Wan into attacking her. Aren't you afraid I would simply kill you from a distance? Not at all, for to you, I am nothing more than an inconsequential loser. Rather than killing me outright, capturing me alive would be far more valuable. Zhang Xiaoyu smiled. Haven't you always been this way? Her past performances indicated that this had always been her character, embodying the notion of victorious arrogance. Luo Wan let out a cold chuckle. Heh. She admitted, yet she never expected it would ultimately become a prelude to her downfall. However, I wouldn't consider it a complete loss. At least I have taken out one of your key forces. Luo Wan remarked, you may think you've made a significant profit, but I certainly do not suffer any losses. Upon reflection, this battle was essentially 3 against 1. To be outnumbered and still be countered was a display of incompetence. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyu chuckled. How can you be so certain that she is dead? Of course, I personally witnessed her body being blown apart through the surveillance. You yourself stated that you only saw it through the monitor. There was no on-site verification. Due to size constraints, the amount of explosive material within the self-destructing drones was limited, and their lethality primarily stemmed from the shrapnel that scattered upon detonation. As long as she safeguarded the core within her head, even if a dozen drones self-destructed and turned Kalen's physical form to mush, he could still reconstruct his body through the core, ultimately achieving resurrection. Of course, this method came with 2 drawbacks. Point 1 was that Kalen's self-healing ability was insufficient, requiring a considerable amount of time to reconstruct his body. The other was the pain, immense, unbearable pain. After all, his entire body had been blown to pieces. Therefore, prior to executing the plan, Zhang Xiaoyu explicitly stated that this was certainly not a personal vendetta. Luo Wan felt a wave of frustration. Damn it, I got overconfident and forgot to deliver the finishing blow. No more chatter. You are now our captive. Cheng Ming not only confiscated all of Luo Wan's weapons, but also stripped her of her clothes entirely. Zhang Xiaoyu could only watch in disbelief. Why are you undressing her? It's for safety reasons. As she spoke, Cheng Ming produced a bundle of rope from somewhere and expertly bound Luo Wan as if wrapping a large crab, her technique remarkably proficient. Observing this rather undignified scene, Zhang Xiaoyu's face flushed. Is it really necessary to tie her up like this? Since she is a trophy for the master, I find it quite necessary. Chapter 50. Ignite, ignite, ignite. Very well, it is time to conclude this game. Just as Wei Gong prepared to depart from the mirrored realm, a sudden, thunderous sound erupted from behind him. He turned to see the sphere that had sealed Rongyu shatter into fragments, fiery stones cascading like a meteor shower, striking the ground with tremendous force and creating numerous deep craters. At the center of this celestial display stood a silver knight, engulfed in flames. Unlike her previous appearance, the heavenly fire armor was now enveloped in a conflagration, resembling a god of war amidst the flames. The intense heat radiating from her body scorched the air, warping the very fabric of space. Should Wei Gong be struck by the current manifestation of the heavenly fire armor, it would not merely result in burns, but rather immediate carbonization from the extreme temperatures. With arms crossed before him, Wei Gong gazed up at the night in the sky. How do you still possess a second phase? Isn't that exclusive to bosses? Could it be? He pondered, stroking his chin, and suddenly had an epiphany. I see now. It turns out I am the challenger. Rongyu regarded the fiery, X-shaped flames erupting from her chest plate, feeling an inexhaustible power coursing through her limbs. This was her first time activating the hidden backup energy, entering this formidable state known as Meltfire Core, which allowed her to achieve a breakthrough in strength by overclocking the heavenly fire armor. In this state, not only did the armor experience explosive enhancements to all its attributes, but it also granted her the fleeting ability to fly what it was, without a doubt, a display of immense power. However, this state came with its drawbacks. It could only be sustained for 3 minutes. Following this period, the heavenly fire armor would revert to Sage mode, rendering it unusable for the next month. The X-shaped flames on the armor's chest served as an indicator. Should the flames extinguish, it would signify the expiration of the 3-minute limit. 3 minutes is more than sufficient. In the blink of an eye, Rongyu traversed nearly 100 meters, appearing directly before Wei Gong. His pupils dilated in shock. How swift! This speed was nearly indistinguishable from teleportation. Without granting Wei Gong a moment to contemplate, Rongyu's fist was already upon him. Coordinate power. This punch not only carried tremendous force, but also unleashed a fire pillar several meters long and as wide as a barrel upon impact. Had Wei Gong not activated the coordinate power in time to shift behind Rongyu, he would have been reduced to ashes. Seizing the opportunity before Rongyu could launch a second assault, Wei Gong transformed the metal hidden beneath the earth into high-density alloy, unleashing countless steel spikes directed at her. However, he soon realized that the ground beneath him was filled with scrap metal. Even when forged into alloy, its melting point was not significantly elevated. As soon as these alloy spikes made contact with the surface of the heavenly fire armor, they melted away under its terrifying heat. Wei Gong couldn't help but mutter, "What a disgrace. Since you are so fiery, allow me to temper your flames." With a sweeping gesture, Wei Gong summoned the water from the artificial lake within Shaotan University. The lake's water, measured in tons, coalesced into a colossal water dragon that roared forth toward Rongyu. This technique was known as water release, water dragon bullet. Do you truly believe that floating water can extinguish the fire of a star? Rongyu did not retreat an inch, as the energy contained within the heavenly fire armor surged forth, radiating like the eternal sun. As she declared, "Do you think floating water can extinguish the fire of a star?" Such a notion was nothing but a fool's errand. The massive water dragon, upon nearing Rongyu, was instantly vaporized by the boundless heat, shrouding the entire arena in mist. "You are correct in your assertions, but I never intended for the water to extinguish your flames." Suddenly, Rongyu felt the ground beneath her tremble violently. This time, the earth did not rise but rather sank rapidly. In mere seconds, Wei Gong had sent Rongyu hundreds of meters underground. Moreover, as she descended, the space above her was swiftly sealed, leaving her no opportunity to escape. Below the surface, Rongyu faced not only the weight of the rocks above, but also the immense pressure exerted by the earth itself. Wei Gong shrugged. "If I cannot break through your defenses, then I shall entomb you alive." The power Rongyu displayed in her second phase was extraordinarily formed. It was evident that she had sacrificed something to achieve this temporary surge in strength. Such enhancements must have a time limit. If he could endure this phase, victory would be his. Previously employing the water dragon to attack Rongyu was a strategic move to create a thick vapor, obscuring her vision temporarily and preventing her from escaping. "Allow me to bury you 700 meters deep. Surely you cannot escape now." Wei Gong exhaled softly, a hint of fatigue crossing his expression. While the mirrored realm was his domain, allowing him to manipulate inorganic matter indiscriminately, exerting such power came at a cost. The extensive and frequent manipulation was a burden on him. Gazing at the spot where Rongyu was entombed, Wei Gong felt a twinge of unease, sensing that she could emerge from the cracks in the rocks at any moment, akin to a monkey king rising. Perhaps it would be prudent to retreat for now. Once he exited the mirrored realm, no matter how powerful Rongyu was, she could not harm him. He could wait until her energy was depleted before re-entering to easily seize victory. Though evasion may seem dishonorable, it is indeed quite effective. Just as Wei Gong prepared to seek a mirror to exit the mirrored realm, a towering pillar of fire erupted into the sky, seemingly intent on tearing the heavens apart, shooting straight toward the galaxy. Witnessing this infernal column striving to breach the firmament, Wei Gong felt an overwhelming weariness wash over him. How has it begun again? Will this never end? TSK. Not only was Wei Gong fatigued, but Rongyu was also nearing her limits. In her desperate bid to break free from the ground, the heavenly fire armor had consumed a vast amount of energy. The initial 3 minutes of explosive power now dwindled to but a single minute. "To be frank, I have but one final strike left in me. And with this strike, I shall end your life." She had reached the brink of her capabilities. and there was no longer any need for subterfuge. Rather than hiding, she chose to face him head-on, ready for a decisive confrontation. Should she hit her target, Wei Gong would perish. Should she miss, she would not need Wei Gong's intervention. She would meet her own demise. Gazing upon the proud figure of Rongyu, standing defiantly amidst the chaos, Wei Gong fell silent. Revealing one's limits to an adversary was undeniably foolish. Yet, he, Wei Gong, thrived on such tactics. What was this? This was the final strike in a duel of the strong, a gamble of life and death. Passionate, filled with glory, Wei Gong could resort to despicable means to achieve victory, but such a triumph would not be true victory, nor would it be the victory he sought. There is a saying that rings true. In the face of life and death, the concepts of dignity and honor become utterly meaningless. Yet, a life is not solely defined by survival. It encompasses passion and impulse. Should one choose to live a numb and complacent existence, or should one embrace the fervor and impulse of death? How others choose, Wei Gong did not know. But he, Wei Gong, would undoubtedly choose the latter without hesitation, for he had staked his life on this game of hope, all for the sake of that passion and fervor. With head held high and resolute steps forward, brimming with fighting spirit, Wei Gong declared, "I accept your challenge." Chapter 51. A single strike, roar. You dare to approach me instead of fleeing? The celestial being, Rongyue, gazed at Wei Gong and could not help but smile charmingly. You are not as insufferable as I thought. In that moment, Rongyue expended all her strength, shattering the limits of her heavenly fire armor. Damn it, complete overload release, 1,000,000 horsepower. Boom, boom, boom. A torrent of raging flames erupted from behind her, unfurling like a pair of gigantic wings. With a gentle flap of her wings of flame, Rongyue's form soared like a rocket, piercing through the troposphere, traversing the stratosphere, and crossing the mesosphere, reaching the outer layers of the atmosphere. This was the outer realm of Earth, the terminus of the sky. Here, she would unleash a descending attack to conclude this battle. Rongyue turned her gaze towards the distant sun, extending her hand. "O sun, grant me the power to incinerate all darkness." At that instant, the ultraviolet rays and cosmic rays from the sun, detached from the atmosphere, converged upon Rongyue, as if undergoing a fusion of light energy. Boom, boom, boom. The already charged heavenly fire armor erupted with an even more explosive force. If the previous output was 1,000,000 horsepower, now she could unleash 10,000,000 horsepower. Bring it down. Armed with this cataclysmic power, Rongyue descended like a miniature star, striking the earth with all her might. Accompanying her fall were countless fiery meteors. This finishing move was named supernova descent. Meteors, how beautiful, Wei Gong murmured as he gazed up at the falling stars. Though it resembled the onset of apocalypse, one could not deny its breathtaking beauty. Since ancient times, countless have struck down stars. Wei Gong slowly took his first step, gripping Bian in his hand. Yet, those who sever stars are few and far between. He stepped forward again, his right hand firmly clasping the hilt of Bian. And today, I shall accomplish this grand feat. Wei Gong's hand gradually withdrew Bian, unleashing a terrifying suction, a force 100 times more fearsome than a spring breeze, voraciously consuming Wei Gong's power. Yet this time, he exhibited no trace of panic. If you wish to feast, then indulge to your heart's content. Today, not only would he triumph over the formidable foe before him, but he would also completely tame this cursed blade, making it aware of who the true master is. With arms raised high above his head, the eerie red blade was fully unsheathed. Together, Wei Gong and Rongyue bellowed. With this strike, I sever the stars, I shall incinerate the heavens. Supernova descent. Bian sends you to your grave. With a slash towards the myriad stars, Wei Gong released a wave of black blade wind. In its initial use, the blade wind he unleashed extended only a few meters. Yet this time, it stretched over 100 meters. This signified that he had utterly tamed Bian. Compared to the celestial display, this blade wind appeared so simple, so ordinary. Yet, this unassuming gust of energy effortlessly engulfed the torrential rain of fire, as though it were a chalkboard eraser wiping away written words with ease. Were it anything else, it would likely vaporize before even nearing, succumbing to the terrifying heat of the fiery deluge. But the blade wind from Bien was different. Its target was space itself. It was akin to attempting to remove a stain from a tile floor. No matter how much one scrubs, the stubborn blemish clings on. In a fit of frustration, one might simply smash the tile, and the stain would naturally vanish, and no matter how high the temperature or how impenetrable the defenses, I shall erase the very space you occupy. How will you respond to that? The black blade wind obliterated the celestial stars, bringing a curtain down on this battle, as well as an end to Rongyue's life. Even the most robust defenses of the heavenly fire armor could not withstand a strike that severed space itself. The blade wind cleaved through Rongyue's waist, rendering her helpless as she fell from the sky. The soaring birds of the heavens, too, must one day exhaust their all and plummet to the earth. In her final moments, Rongyue gazed at the sky, watching the false canopy above her gradually crumble and dissipate. That single strike had drained Wei Gong of all his strength, rendering him incapable of maintaining this mirrored world, and thus, both were forcibly returned to reality. Today, I can finally see the stars. As the illusory world shattered, the first thing Rongyue beheld was a dimming star, akin to the flickering flame of her own life, slowly extinguishing. How many years had it been since I last saw the stars? A year, 5 years, or perhaps 10? I can no longer recall. Think I could glimpse them before my end. How fortunate. Rongyue attempted to reach out, only to find her body numb and uncontrollable. She could only watch helplessly as the star drifted away, powerless to intervene. But at the very least, I must accomplish one final task. Rongyue's lips parted slightly, issuing her last command. Agreement confirmed, executing Scorched Earth Plan. After being drawn into the mirrored world by Wei Gong, Rongyue's communication had remained disconnected. Now, with the collapse of this realm, the radio finally re-established connection. Received. Upon completing her final task, Rongyue cast a glance towards the exhausted Wei Gong, who lay limp on the ground. She noticed that he was also gazing at her. At that moment, their eyes met in a silent, understanding collision. They smiled, both of them sharing a moment of mirth. Though they could no longer utter a sound, Rongyue silently conveyed her final words, "Let us journey into the underworld together." These words were not a vicious curse to an enemy, but rather the last confession between lovers on the brink of demise. Just then, a thunderous sonic boom echoed through the sky, as a supersonic bomber streaked across the night, trailing a long plume of smoke as it arrived at the battlefield. This was the true nature of the Scorched Earth Plan, wherein Rongyue would bind the mother zombie in place, and then the supersonic bomber would unleash a devastating bombardment with 15 tons of explosives. Enduring a bombardment of 15 tons of explosives, even the King of Hell would be unable to refuse entry, as they would blast a hole into his domain and forcibly drop you inside. Whether you are accepted or not, you shall be taken. Of course, this plan came at a price. The sacrifice of Rongyue and all surviving beings within dozens of miles. After such a bombardment, be you human, zombie, or structure, it was a last resort that would only be employed in dire circumstances. The sword of Damocles hung over Wei Gong's head, yet he found himself powerless, for even moving a finger was a challenge. Wei Gong chuckled softly. Is this the price of reckless ardor? Even in such peril, he maintained a semblance of lightheartedness. Taking a deep breath, Wei Gong summoned his last reserves of strength to call out that name. Kalen, I am here, seizing the moment. As long as you need me, I shall certainly appear. Just as she had promised, the moment he called her name, she would be there to assist him. With unwavering resolve, Karun positioned herself firmly between Wei Gong and the danger, brandishing a rocket launcher. Gazing at her reassuringly beautiful silhouette, Wei Gong smiled. This was not a smile of survival, but rather one of pride, as if proclaiming, "Do you see? This is my companion, beautiful, capable, and always at my beck and call." Do you have such a companion? Do you? Target acquired. Bomber.lock-on capability. Engage. Karun squeezed the trigger, the rocket trailing smoke as it soared toward the bomber in the sky. Meanwhile, shooting a plane with a rocket launcher? Can your infantry rocket even reach such heights? Clearly, the pilot was unaware of an adversary with a penchant for unconventional tactics. Him, The notion of striking an aircraft with a rocket was merely an exaggerated plot device from cinema, and thus he had no intention of evading. Instead, he continued to manipulate the controls, preparing to release his payload. Can you take me out in an instant? If you can shoot me down with a rocket, I'll eat all 15 tons of explosives on this plane. However, the next moment, the radar's warning tone left him dumbfounded. Warning! Warning! Unidentified flying object is rapidly approaching. 10 meters. 5 meters. What on earth? What brand of rocket can fly this high? The pilot hastily accelerated the aircraft, barely skimming past the rocket. Phew, that was close. Just as he wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed in relief, a violent explosion erupted from behind, shaking the entire bomber. The aircraft's central system blared an urgent announcement. Aircraft has been hit. Imminent crash. Please parachute immediately. At that moment, the pilot's mind went blank. He even forgot to deploy his parachute, his thoughts consumed by a single phrase. What the hell? Gunfight skills. After dealing with the aircraft, Karun knelt down to check on Wei Gong's condition. Clearly, there are more efficient ways to resolve a conflict, yet you insist on risking yourself to the brink of exhaustion. Are you foolish? Karun's tone remained indifferent, yet for some reason, Wei Gong felt that her words were less an insult and more an expression of concern. Are you worried about me? Without a moment's pause, Karun retorted, No. Isn't it reassuring to know you have my back? As long as he couldn't be killed, he might as well take risks. Divine gold. After a thorough examination, Karun concluded that Wei Gong bore no serious injuries. He was merely fatigued from exertion, and no treatment was necessary. He just needed to rest, of course. Resting here wasn't wise. Although Shaotan University had succumbed entirely, there was no telling if Di Yin would launch a second wave of attack. For safety, they needed to relocate Wei Gong. Karun draped Wei Gong's left arm over her shoulder, preparing to assist him away from the area. However, due to their height difference, Wei Gong's arm naturally hung down, resting against Karun's chest, where he instinctively touched. At that moment, Wei Gong furrowed his brow, realizing the situation was more complicated than it seemed. With a serious expression, he remarked, It's smaller. Why has it shrunk so much? Karun's expression darkened. It was the first time in her life she felt an overwhelming urge to strike someone. Why had it shrunk so much? Was it not for saving you? You reckless fool? Normally, with Karun's self-healing abilities, reconstructing her body would take 1 or 2 hours. However, to rescue Wei Gong before the bombing commenced, she sacrificed some less critical aspects, such as those 2 unsightly bulges. As they passed by Rongyu, Wei Gong noticed that she was still clinging to life, barely hanging on. Perhaps it was due to the heavenly fire armor still being in effect, granting her tenacity. Wei Gong spoke up, Karun, stop for a moment. Karun, having noticed the still-breathing Rongyu, replied, What? Do you wish to seize the moment? Wei Gong looked at her as if she were a ghost. He could never have imagined that the typically aloof and serious Karun would utter such outrageous words. Had her character crumbled? Moreover, he detected a hint of acidity in her tone. Wei Gong could no longer contain himself. What are you thinking? I want to infect her and turn her into a zombie. He had long suspected that Rongyu was a player. If he could convert her into his companion, they would possess 3 core-level superpowers. With the 3 of them united, who could stand against them? Wouldn't the world be theirs for the taking? Oh, what kind of reaction is that? Do you think of me as such a perverse individual? Karun remained silent, merely casting her gaze elsewhere, wearing an expression of, I can't say. Wei Gong glanced in another direction and muttered softly, If we are to seize the moment, it isn't here. The lower half is in another direction. Suddenly, Wei Gong felt a jolt as Karun unceremoniously tossed him onto Rongyu. As he was in a state of exhaustion, he resembled a limp dog sprawled atop her. What are you doing? Wei Gong lamented, his voice strained. We need to hurry. She's about to expire. Wei Gong awkwardly shifted his head, managing a weak smile. Just a little help. I'm out of energy. At that moment, Karun felt akin to a victim. Her partner was out flirting with another woman, and she not only couldn't be angry, but also had to give him a push when he was out of strength. What a bizarre narrative! Karun retrieved a dagger from her waist and plunged it into Wei Gong's arm without hesitation. Are you retaliating against me? Is that how hard you stab? Karen's strike was so fierce remarkably, during his fierce battle with Rongyu, he had not sustained such severe injuries. No. Karen maneuvered Wei Gong's arm to Rongyu's mouth, allowing his blood to flow into her. Just like when she had been infected, the dying Rongyu needed Wei Gong's lifeblood to revive her. Rongyu gradually absorbed Wei Gong's essence. The system's voice echoed in his mind once more. This time, Wei Gong received 2 messages, one good and one bad. Chapter 53. You are strong. You belong to me. The unfortunate news is that Rongyue is not a survivor player. She is, in fact, a bona fide NPC character. The silver lining, however, is that Rongyue is a hero-class unit within the NPC faction, and she can still be transformed into a follower. The titles of Senior General of Dian, Savior of Human Civilization, and Hero-class Unit succinctly encapsulate her elevated status. If we were to draw a parallel with other games, Rongyue resembles the 2 formidable gate towers at the forefront of a base. She serves as the bulwark of the NPC faction. As long as she is present, Dian will not easily succumb to ruin. She is the genuine savior. Wei Gong suddenly grasped the situation. No wonder she was able to drain me completely. Rongyue serves as a mechanism deployed by the game developers to restrain player progression. Her presence not only curtails the over-smooth development of the primary players, preventing their power from ballooning indefinitely, but also acts as a stabilizing force, deterring survivor players from exploiting their unique status to seize control of the nation. Under normal circumstances, when primary players encounter Rongyue, they would simply flee to a different map to re-establish their growth. However, Wei Gong, in his naivety, had yet to learn his ultimate ability and had already dismantled the opposing gate tower. Wei Gong chuckled derisively. Ha! I've resolved the greatest nuisance of the early game. Surely the other primary players will owe me a debt of gratitude. Given the display of strength exhibited by Rongyue, any primary player would have no choice. It is unlikely they would even withstand the first phase, let alone the final one. The 2 unfortunate souls from Ning City and Litai City serve as prime examples. Rongyue's physical reconstruction has been completed. Would you like to expend 200,000 points to convert her into a follower? Without hesitation, Wei Gong exclaimed, "Convert." After conquering the Shouthan University shelter, Wei Gong found himself with an unexpected surplus of 600,000 points. Points deducted, commencing transformation. Wei Gong felt no remorse in spending the 200,000 points. Instead, he considered it a lucrative investment. With the infection in Shouthan City nearing completion, Wei Gong was preparing to depart for other cities to expand his territory. Naturally, his loyal bodyguard, Karun, would accompany him. With the departure of the 2 top-tier combatants, who would safeguard their home, rely on Zheng Xiaoyu. By then, he would likely receive reports that his newly conquered city had been plundered. At that moment, Rongyue's true value would be revealed. As a top general, she possessed combat abilities that rivaled Wei Gong's, along with exceptional command skills. With her presence, Wei Gong would be free from worries, making her the perfect defender. Much like when he transformed Karun, Wei Gong also acquired Rongyue's memories. However, compared to Karun's legendary experiences, he placed greater importance on the intelligence revealed through Rongyue's memories. The organizational structure of Dian, the current leader Liang Sun, and the primary zombies in other cities. Among these individuals, the one who piqued Wei Gong's interest the most was a seemingly frail scientist wearing glasses. This scientist was named Chu Zhangqing, the individual responsible for all zombie research conducted by Dian thus far. The essence of zombies, the dissection of primary zombies, and the study of their core were all carried out by Chu Zhangqing himself. Of greater concern to Wei Gong was Rongyue's evaluation of this individual, a righteous man with malevolent tendencies. Without restrictions, this person's potential danger was on par with any primary zombie. Meanwhile, in Liang Sun's office within Dian, the elderly leader, feeling despondent, stared blankly at the ceiling, having learned of the shelter's demise and the complete annihilation of the army. The loss of Rongyue, a gamble he placed on the future of Dian, had aged him further. The situation for Dian was spiraling out of control. Without Rongyue's suppression, the primary zombies in various cities would likely launch attacks on others in no time. At that point, it would no longer be a crisis for a single city, but for all of Dian. Alas! Liang Sun let out a long sigh. As a leader, he could not afford to display any negative emotions, even in such dire circumstances. His every word and action would influence the entire system of Dian, so he needed to maintain his composure. Sitting up straight, he concealed his inner sorrow and presented his best demeanor. "Secretary." "I am here," replied his secretary, who had been waiting just outside the door. "Convey my directives," Liang Sun instructed. "First, completely seal off Shout-An City. No one is to enter or exit, including survivors. Second, regularly dispatch drones to Shout-An City to deliver relief supplies. This is the only assistance we can provide to the survivors there at this stage. Third, designate the area bordering Pingjiang City and Shout-An City as a military exclusion zone, strictly prohibiting entry or exit by any unauthorized personnel. Fourth, deploy a legion into the military exclusion zone of Pingjiang City. Remember, only to defend, not to attack. Without my orders, not even an armored vehicle or a military dog is to cross the bridge. Fifth, redirect the main force of the army to various afflicted cities, prioritizing the suppression of other primary zombies. Sixth, expedite research at the Institute to develop means of combating the virus. Seventh, accelerate the search for survivor players and implement special management for those already found, establishing an independent system. Liang Sun's directives were clear. Temporarily abandon Shout-An City and redirect efforts toward other vulnerable primary zombies. Before they could pose a threat, they must be suppressed to minimize Dian's losses. If Rongyue could not neutralize the enemies, the remaining hope would rest with the survivor players. Understood, the secretary acknowledged, opening the door to leave the office, only to see a bespectacled researcher poised to knock, seemingly preparing to enter. The secretary offered a respectful smile. "Director Chu." The researcher, referred to as Director Chu, nodded with a smile and entered the office. "Thank you for your efforts." The secretary promptly yielded his position to Director Chu. "You may speak with Minister Liang." "I shall not intrude." With that, the secretary closed the door, leaving Liang Sun and Chu Zhengqing alone. Upon seeing Chu Zhengqing, Liang Sun felt a sense of relief that research was progressing. "Zhengqing, I appreciate your hard work during this time. It is my duty." "There is no concept of hardship in that," Chu Zhengqing replied with a smile, presenting the latest research report to Liang Sun. "Here is the latest report from the Institute. Please review it." Liang Sun's spirits lifted upon reading the report. "Excellent, excellent. Zhengqing, you have achieved a significant breakthrough." Chu Zhengqing humbly replied, "The success of the experiment is owed to Rongyue's assistance. She deserves part of the credit." At the mention of Rongyue, a flicker of sadness crossed Liang Sun's eyes. "Zhengqing, Rongyue has already sacrificed herself. You must ensure your safety. Dian cannot afford to lose another pillar." Chapter 54. Chu Zhengqing. To the uninitiated, the nature of war appears straightforward. Those stationed in the rear merely conduct experiments and pen reports. However, for those on the front lines, the considerations are far more complex. The reality is quite the opposite. Despite being a researcher safely ensconced in the rear, Chu Zhengqing's work is fraught with dangers that rival those faced by any frontline combatant. Each of his investigations necessitates close encounters with zombies, and every experiment is akin to extracting a tooth from a tiger's mouth, where a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Adjusting his glasses, Chu Zhengqing spoke shyly. "Rest assured, Elder Liang, our laboratory has comprehensive safety protocols in place. The security of our operations is assured." Liang Sun sighed deeply. "That is for the best. Remember, safety must always come first." "Certainly, I will emphasize the importance of safety to the other researchers upon my return." "Very well. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." As Chu Zhengqing turned to exit, his hand brushed the doorknob when he suddenly halted. Without turning around, he addressed Liang Sun. "By the way, Elder Qin asked me to convey a message to you before my arrival." Liang Sun furrowed his brows. What could he possibly want to say? That old hothead should speak for himself. Clearing his throat, Chu Zhengqing mimicked the man's tone. "You coward! You fret over trifles too much. If it were up to me, I would have resolved the issue with a single nuclear strike." Upon hearing this, Liang Sun's anger flared, and he slammed his fist onto the table with such force. "Those were not my words but Elder Qin's." As Chu Zhengqing opened the door, a gust of wind tousled his bangs. Had Liang Sun been observant at that moment, he would have noticed a surgical scar on Chu Zhengqing's forehead, still stitched, indicating it was a recent operation. A closer inspection would reveal that Chu Zhengqing's right eye was concealed behind colored contact lenses, the eye beneath resembling that of a mother zombie, blood red and eerie. However, Liang Sun, in a somewhat emotional state, failed to notice these details. Director Chu has returned. He has returned. Director Chu, I will go to the tea room to prepare some tea. Would you like some coffee? Yes, please. Remember to add 3 spoonfuls of sugar. Upon returning to the research institute, every person he encountered greeted him warmly, and Chu Zhengqing reciprocated with equal enthusiasm. It was evident that as the director of the research institute, he was quite approachable, fostering a congenial atmosphere between superiors and subordinates. Don't run. No. No running in the research institute. Haha, you can't catch me. You can't catch me. As Chu Zhengqing walked, a little girl, no more than 4 or 5 years old, brandishing a lollipop, dashed down the corridor and collided with him. Ouch! The impact sent the little girl tumbling to the floor, her lollipop slipping from her grasp. Oh no! My lollipop! Upon hearing his daughter's cries, the little girl's father rushed towards the source of the commotion, exclaiming, Director Chu. Seeing that his daughter had bumped into Chu Zhengqing, the father's expression shifted dramatically. Chu Zhengqing ignored the father's alarm and knelt down, gently stroking the girl's head. I'm sorry. I wasn't watching where I was going and knocked your lollipop away. Then, reaching into his pocket, Chu Zhengqing produced 2 candies, one red and one blue. Let me make it up to you. Which would you like, the red one or the blue one? Director, is that appropriate? Before the father could finish, Chu Zhengqing shot him a glance that silenced him. This is a child's matter. Adults should interfere less. The little girl gazed at the candies in Chu Zhengqing's palm, hesitant as both appeared delectable. Brother, I can't decide which one is tastier. Could you help me choose? I can only guide your choice, not make it for you. Her eyes sparkled with delight. It's strawberry flavored. So delicious. Tasty, isn't it? I adore strawberry flavor as well. He unwrapped the other candy and popped it into his mouth. Blueberry flavor. Quite delightful. The little girl's father looked on helplessly. Director Chu, don't you worry about your sugar intake? Consuming such quantities could lead to elevated blood sugar levels. Chu Zhengqing, an unabashed sweet tooth, insisted on 3 spoonfuls of sugar in his coffee and always carried an assortment of candies in his pockets. A day without sugar left him feeling unwell. With a mischievous grin, he replied, I haven't yet addressed your bringing a child into the research institute, and here you are, seeking to reprimand me? Please, I'm sorry. I acknowledge my mistake. Today, Elder Liang emphasized the importance of safety in our institute. As you know, we have been dealing with some rather hazardous matters. The little girl's father scratched his head in distress. Director Chu, before the sun sets, it is best to be with those you cherish, lest you leave your life with regrets. The little girl's father appeared to make a firm resolution. All right, I will seek out my wife for reconciliation tomorrow. Chu Zhengqing beamed with the warmth of a good neighbor. I'll grant you a 2-day leave, 1 day for reconciliation and 1 for a honeymoon. Spend quality time with your child. Thank you, Director. I appreciate you. Do not express love for me. My orientation is quite normal. After bidding farewell to the little girl and her father, Chu Zhengqing ventured into the innermost laboratory of the research institute. This laboratory was guarded by a multitude of heavily armed soldiers. Additionally, several individuals with distinctly different appearances were present. Survivor players sought by the Great Yin. Director Chu, they greeted, their respect for him palpable, even tinged with reverence, a stark contrast to the researchers. Chu Zhengqing warmly responded, Thank you for your hard work. He made his way to the far end of the laboratory, where an enormous floor-to-ceiling glass panel stood. Before it loomed an imposing elder, dignified and commanding in presence. Director Chu, you are late. I was delayed by unforeseen circumstances. This formidable figure was none other than Qin Taiwei, a high-ranking official of the Great Yin, of equal standing to Liang Sun. Qin Taiwei did not dwell on the tardiness, but instead inquired about the experiment. How goes the trial with the Even more horrifying, its skull had been opened, the stark whiteness of its brain laid bare. Chu Zhengqing adjusted his glasses. We are nearing completion. Chapter 55. Sin and Commitment, Betrayers and Saviors. As Wei Gong perused the memories of Rongyu, the latter's transformation reached its conclusion. Am I still alive? Rongyu opened her eyes, gazing at the pitch-black night sky, filled with confusion. You are not dead. I have brought you back, came the reply. Turning towards the voice, Rongyu found Kalen's gun barrel pressed against her head. Following the transformation, Wei Gong conducted loyalty tests on his subordinates, and Kalin was no exception. Rongyu naturally could not be overlooked. Not only was Wei Gong unscathed, but even the playground of Shaotan University remained intact, clearly indicating the failure of the scorched earth plan. With a resigned sigh, Rongyu remarked, "Has it failed?" There was a poignant sense of futility, akin to drawing water with a basket. She turned to Wei Gong. "You resurrected me to compel my servitude, did you not?" Under normal circumstances, Rongyu would have launched an immediate attack on Wei Gong. However, she refrained. For within her mind resided a binding constraint. Betrayal of Wei Gong was forbidden. As long as this constraint existed, Rongyu could harbor no malice towards him, nor could she initiate any aggression against him. Clearly, is it not? Rongyu scoffed coldly. "I am the guardian of Dian. How could you expect me to harm Dian itself?" Her reaction aligned perfectly with her character as anticipated by Wei Gong. Rongyu would not resist him. Her loyalty was absolute, yet she could engage in passive resistance, an outcome Wei Gong wished to avoid. Wei Gong adjusted his posture to a more comfortable position, facing Rongyu directly. "You are aware of my identity, are you not?" Rongyu paused, her expression turning grave. What had previously been mere speculation was now confirmed. Wei Gong and his ilk are extraterrestrial beings. There exist higher dimensional deities behind this calamity. What are you trying to say? This world, this catastrophe, is to me merely a sequence of code, a game. Wei Gong unreservedly introduced Rongyu to this death game, unveiling the truth of the world before her. Upon learning all this, rather than crumbling under the collapse of her worldview, Rongyu exhibited a fierce anger. What a joke! We are living beings. We experience joy, sorrow, and have loved ones. Why should we become mere toys, manipulated by others? Anger, rightfully so. Code? A game. They would not accept such a notion. They were vibrant individuals, and this world was their home. If they were to be enslaved, reduced to play, my employer commands me to annihilate the world. I have no choice but to comply, lest I face death myself. It is akin to the predatory relationships in nature. You are the harmless sheep of the grasslands, while I am the great wolf, and the deity above me embodies the cruel laws of nature. To avoid starving, to survive, I must devour you little sheep. That is a fallacious argument. Rongyu glared at Wei Gong in fury. Waging war is evil. To seize the lives of others and destroy their homes for the sake of survival is the very definition of malevolence. In response to Rongyu's accusations, Wei Gong remained calm. I do not seek to absolve myself. I confess I am evil, a villain beyond redemption. Once war is waged and harm inflicted upon others, regardless of the justification, it is inherently wicked. However, Wei Gong paused, his tone growing stern. To me, this world is merely a sequence of this disaster is but a game. No matter how real this world may appear, no matter how lifelike the NPCs seem, to Wei Gong, it remains nothing more than a game, a fleeting dream. In this dream, within this game, no matter how many lives Wei Gong extinguishes, he will never feel guilt, for it is merely a game. Rongyu fell silent. Waging war is evil. Invading others' homes is the mark of a demon. These statements are irrefutable truths, yet you are merely a game is also an undeniable reality. The ultimate fate of this world is of little consequence to Wei Gong and his extraterrestrial ILK. In the end, it is the world and its indigenous inhabitants who will suffer. Yet, this is merely a game. The essence of this world is but a string of code. Wei Gong raised 3 fingers. This is the 3rd time I emphasize this point. What exactly are you trying to convey? As long as it is a game, it can be saved, it can be rewound. Wei Gong extended his hand towards Rongyu. I can offer you a promise. If you aid me in winning this game, I will find a way to rewind it, back to a time before the disaster ever occurred. Why should I trust you? It is not a matter of why you should trust me. Rather, you have no choice but to trust me. The life or death of the game world holds no significance for Wei Gong, yet to gain a devoted subordinate, he is willing to make this promise. The disaster has struck, countless lives have been uprooted. This is a fact. She cannot defeat Wei Gong, nor prevent this calamity. This too is a fact. From the current perspective, Wei Gong is indeed a formidable contender for the ultimate victor of this game. This promise may seem like a transaction compelling her servitude, but in reality, it is a concession from one in power. If she wishes to save this world, Rongyu has no alternative. Creak. Rongyu clenched her silver teeth tightly, producing a grinding sound. This choice is excruciatingly painful, akin to being drawn into a suffocating whirlpool. Rongyu reached out her hand, but halfway there, she halted. If she were to agree to Wei Gong, she would bear the infamous title of betrayer. For before she could save the world, she must first assist Wei Gong in its destruction. Even if she ultimately succeeds and Wei Gong rewinds the world, no one would remember her contributions. The world would only recognize the betrayer, Rongyu, but not the hero, Rongyu. Rongyu's clenched teeth continued to exert pressure until her gums bled from the strain. Bang! Rongyu struck her chest with a heavy fist, the force sufficient to injure her own organs. Crimson blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, symbolizing her resolve. I stake the glory and the future of this world upon your shoulders. I believe in you. Rongyu firmly grasped Wei Gong's hand. For the sake of saving this world, what does it matter if she allies with a demon? For the sake of saving this world, what does it matter if she becomes an unrecognized sinner? P.S. This chapter took considerable thought, as it revolves around the protagonist fundamentally being an evil antagonist, engaging in heinous acts I considered directly erasing memories or establishing a condition that would force Rongyu's submission, but I found it unsatisfactory, as it would diminish the character's value. After much contemplation, I arrived at this outcome, which I find relatively satisfactory. Lastly, I declare, invasion is evil, and any war that destroys the homes of others is wicked. Armored. Chapter 56. Go on, kill me. Regarding this outcome, Wei Gong was quite pleased. Excellent, a delightful cooperation. After this round of negotiations, Rongyu hoped more than anyone else that Wei Gong would emerge victorious, for only then could she salvage this ravaged world. Subsequently, Wei Gong opened Rongyu's zombie panel. Dependence. Rongyu, level 5 zombie master. Wei Gong destructive power. Magnitude of pure physical strength a defensive power. Magnitude of pure physical defense of vitality. Regeneration speed after injury. A agility, mobility of pure physical form. A intellect, capacity for independent thought. A special ability. Purgatory armor, a great equipment, the fallen form of the heavenly fire armor. Upon utilizing the purgatory armor, the user's attributes will elevate to S grade, and they will gain the unique capability of high temperature flames. Purgatory core. The purgatory core operates in an overloaded state, enhancing all attributes to SS grade. Since the user has fallen, they can activate the overload state without hesitation. Thus, after engaging in this state, there will be no adverse effects, with the duration extending from 3 minutes to 1 hour, and the cooldown period reduced from 30 days to 7 days. After examining Rongyu's panel, Wei Gong could only slowly issue a 6. The phrase, blackened strength triples, washed white weakens by 7 points, now seemed undeniably accurate. The mere thought of activating the overload state without reservation sent shivers down one's spine. As for the attributes of the purgatory armor, even the formidable war god hunter would have to concede. You truly are the most powerful numerical anomaly in this version. Aside from direct attacks like Space Slash that inflict real damage, there are hardly any attacks that could pose a threat to Rongyu in her overloaded state. Wei Gong spoke with a serious demeanor. Rongyu, I am assigning you your first task. What task? Rongyu was the type who took her work very seriously. Having decided to follow Wei Gong, she immediately entered work mode. I need you to, Rongyu was momentarily taken aback. What kind of task was this? She couldn't help but recall the comics that Luo Wan had once shared with her, those rather risque, colorful narratives. In those comics, the villains would coerce the female knights into performing degrading acts after capturing them. At this moment, the female knight would typically struggle in vain, only to utter the classic line, "Go on, kill me." After delivering that line, a series of paywalled scenes would unfold. If one were to be honest, Rongyu's appearance did indeed align perfectly with the archetype of a female knight in those comics. Her long, golden hair cascaded down to her waist, swaying in the night breeze, complemented by a strikingly beautiful, ethereal visage that imbued her with an air of exquisite grace, reminiscent of a Valkyrie from myth. Despite her slender figure, the exposed parts of her fair skin revealed the taut, elegant muscle lines beneath, beautifully accentuating her refined physique in the moonlight. Below her delicate waist and voluptuous hips were long, flawless legs that would evoke envy in any woman. It would not be an exaggeration to say, I could marvel at these legs for a year. With her stunning looks and alluring figure, combined with her predicament of having to submit to the enemy after defeat, this was undeniably a classic go on, kill me scenario. Do we have to do this here? Rong Yu's face flushed crimson. Despite her commanding presence on the battlefield as a warrior goddess, she was nearing 30 and had never held a boy's hand. One would expect such a perfect woman to have countless admirers, yet Rong Yu's formidable aura sent men fleeing. There exist 3 tiers among women: girls, female PhDs, and female saints. While female PhDs are already unparalleled heroines, Rong Yu transcended even them as a terrifying female saint. To command such a master, one would likely need a golden saint. For Rong Yu to engage in such acts in public would be akin to a 3-second speedrun for Wei Gong. Very well, if you insist. Wei Gong's words exerted a kind of spiritual pressure over her. She could only comply with his wishes. Just a task from the master. Rong Yu steeled herself, reaching for the hem of her garment, only to hear Wei Gong complete his sentence. I need your transformation device. Lend it to me for a moment. Wei Gong extended his hands towards Rong Yu, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Truth be told, he had long coveted her transformation device. Rong Yu fell silent for quite some time, finally managing to utter 3 question marks. When I express a single question mark, it indicates I have doubts. But when I express 3, it signifies that you are the one with issues. Witnessing Rong Yu's stunned expression, Kalin, who had silently stood by Wei Gong's side, couldn't help but chuckle. Kalin was professionally trained. She would never laugh unless absolutely necessary. Yet, this was simply too amusing. Wei Gong rubbed his hands together like a fly, eagerly proclaiming, "This is the master's command. You cannot defy it. Hurry and lend it to me." In that instant, Rong Yu's petite face turned a deep shade of red, steam visibly rising from her head. Warning! Warning! Red alert! Red alert! Rong Yu shot Wei Gong a fierce glare, her eyes filled with a mix of 7 parts anger, 2 parts shame, and 1 part regret. What do you mean? Is my allure not worth more than a metallic shell? Ashamed and indignant, Rong Yu shouted, No way! There's no way I would lend it out. Wei Gong shrank back, pouting in dissatisfaction. If you won't lend it, then just say so. Why are you shouting so loudly? How petty. Rong Yu's teeth nearly ground to dust in her anger. The purgatory armor is bound to me. It cannot be lent out. So it's a bound equipment. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wei Gong stroked his chin. Since I can't transform, could you perform that move again? Which one? That one. Wei Gong gestured animatedly, mimicking a cool transformation pose. I shall burn the heavens. Rong Yu glanced at Wei Gong, then at Kalin, her expression seemingly questioning. Has he always been this ridiculous? Kalin said nothing, merely nodding in affirmation. Indeed, he is a rare sight, a true spectacle. Rong Yu silently clenched her fists. I suddenly have the urge to smash this guy's head in. Kalin nodded again. Same here. Come on. Hurry up. Unable to withstand Wei Gong's relentless urging, Rong Yu could only transform on the spot. I shall burn the heavens. For reasons unbeknownst to her, while these lines felt invigorating during combat, uttering them now made Rong Yu feel painfully awkward, as if she were about to dig a hole in the ground and hide. Chapter 57. I believe in the power of bonds. The seething flames ignited once more, but this time, the fire blazed a sinister black, and Rong Yu's armor transformed from its sacred silver to an ominous crimson black. If the previous heavenly fire armor symbolized a holy knight descending from the celestial realm, embodying judgment and justice, then the current infernal armor resembled a demon from the depths of hell, seemingly poised to bring devastation to this land. Wei Gong immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, stylish. While the silver-clad holy knight was undoubtedly impressive, the red and black motif of the demonic armor resonated more with the aesthetic of a youthful rebel. May I touch it? Before Rong Yue could respond, Wei Gong eagerly reached out. The texture of this metal is simply exquisite. And these lines, it's the epitome of violent beauty. As Wei Gong enthusiastically explored his armor, Rong Yue found herself questioning her life choices. How could I have been so impulsive as to wager the future of the world on this person? At that moment, Kalen's radio crackled to life, transmitting a message from Zheng Xiaoyu. Master, please refrain from touching it. We have prepared a special gift for you. Wei Gong's interest was piqued. Oh, another surprise? I assure you, you'll love it. However, upon arriving at the location of Zheng Xiaoyu and Cheng Ming, Wei Gong fell silent. Before him hung a completely naked girl, bound and suspended from the beams, comically resembling a large... Wei Gong pointed at Luo Wan, turning to Zheng Xiaoyu and Cheng Ming. Is this your idea of a test? What sort of cadre could withstand such an ordeal? He had expected them to present him with something impressive, only to be confronted with a woman who was devoid of clothing. TCH, what a letdown. Zheng Xiaoyu and Cheng Ming exchanged glances, cautiously inquiring, Master, is this not to your liking? Wei Gong gazed at Luo Wan, speechless. This one is as appealing as a file. Who would be interested? Luo Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. Moments later, she erupted in fury. To kill a soldier is one thing, but to desecrate the corpse of the deceased is unforgivable. In her memories, Rong Yue was the type who would rather die standing than live on her knees. The mere presence of Rong Yue here meant that this group of brutes had seized control of her body. It had to be. Desecrating a corpse? You find it amusing to use that phrase against a horde of zombies? Wei Gong cast a glance at Luo Wan. Moreover, that individual chose to accompany me willingly. At that revelation, it felt as though the ground had crumbled beneath Luo Wan's feet. Is this true? Luo Wan could face death with equanimity, but she could not accept the reality before her. Are you deaf or mute? Answer me, Rong Yue. Luo Wan's furious roar nearly sprayed Wei Gong with spittle. Wei Gong glanced at Rong Yue. Care to explain? No need. Perhaps it would be best to clarify. Otherwise, she may not rest in peace. Beware, she might come to your bedside at midnight to strangle you. No need. Rong Yue shook her head, fully prepared to shoulder the burden alone, unwilling to drag Luo Wan into this turmoil. Should she learn the truth, she would undoubtedly seek to join in the betrayal. Point. One despised traitor was sufficient. There was no need for another. Rong Yue, I am on the brink of death. Can you not allow me to die with clarity? I beg you. I beg you. I beg you. Gradually, Luo Wan's furious outbursts transformed into desperate pleas. You should silence yourself. Just as Kalen prepared to eliminate Luo Wan, Rong Yue grasped Kalen's hand. Master, could you grant me a moment? Ultimately, Rong Yue could not withstand her dear friend's entreaties. Her heart softened. Very well. Wei Gong waved his hand, plopping down into the sofa, rummaging through his belongings until he unearthed an old comic book. It mattered little. He had ample time and was content to indulge in some amusement. I betrayed. Rong Yue recounted her experiences to Luo Wan, detailing the climactic battle. Luo Wan fell silent. Rather than cast blame upon Rong Yue, she turned her gaze to Wei Gong, roaring with fervor. I implore you, transform me into your subordinate as well. I will do anything. Rong Yue was momentarily stunned. Don't. Compared to becoming a reviled traitor, Rong Yue preferred that her dear friend pass away as a hero. Luo Wan shot a glare at Rong Yue. Don't overthink it. I am merely afraid of death. Is it truly fear of death? Both Rong Yue and Luo Wan understood the answer all too well. Wei Gong lifted his head slightly, casting a glance. To become my subordinate? Do you believe you are worthy? I am the foremost hacker. If I desire, there is no firewall I cannot breach. Observing Luo Wan's relentless self-promotion, one might mistake it for a job interview. Wei Gong tossed the comic book aside, crossing his legs. No, you are still lacking. It was not that Wei Gong held a bias against the file. The system had informed him otherwise. Rong Yue's ability to be transformed into a subordinate was due to her unique identity. As the savior, her soul's strength far exceeded that of other natives, rendering her eminently qualified for transformation. Luo Wan, however, could not be, as her soul's caliber was on par with Zheng Xiaoyu's. Despite Zheng Xiaoyu's unwavering obedience to Wei Gong, if she were to contract the zombie virus, she would ultimately become a mindless fool, merely uttering, Abba Abba. I beg you. Allow me to become your subordinate. I will do anything. In her determination to accompany her dear friend, Luo Wan was prepared to risk everything. Oh, is that so? Suddenly, Wei Gong revealed a cunning smile. Do you truly believe you can do anything? Wei Gong's grin sent shivers down Luo Wan's spine, an ominous premonition flooding her thoughts. I can, I suppose, that is your claim. Do not come to regret it. From seemingly nowhere, Wei Gong produced a gooey, viscous substance, the writhing appendages barely discernible within. Consume this, and you shall be qualified to become my subordinate. What is this? You cannot possibly intend to feed me excrement. No, this was undoubtedly more repulsive than feces. The parasitic mother nest, this was the reward Wei Gong received after vanquishing Rongyue. This entity lacked independent power and could only unleash its full potential once it had a host. However, the conditions for parasitism were stringent. The host must possess an unwavering will to survive. Should the host lose their resolve during the process, the mother nest would become useless, rendering the host as mindless as the others. At present, Luo Wan was the prime candidate, for she and Rongyue shared an unbreakable bond. While Wei Gong was a mother zombie, he believed in the profound strength of human connections. So long as he invoked the notions of friendship and bonds, Luo Wan would surely endure with her formidable will. To this end, he had orchestrated this entire scene, aiming to amplify the bond between the two to its maximum potential. Chapter 58. A grasp on reality, be good, consume it, and the power shall surge forth. Wei Gong maintained a gentle smile, advancing step by step towards Luo Wan. With each step he took, viscous slime dripped from his hands, ultimately forming a putrid stain upon the ground. Do not come any closer. The more tenderly Wei Gong smiled, the deeper Luo Wan's terror grew. It was truly the smile of a demon. In a frenzy, Luo Wan struggled in vain to escape. Yet Chang Meng's binding skills were far too proficient, and no matter how fiercely she fought, the ropes showed no sign of loosening, and after a tumultuous struggle, her strength was waning. Master, grant Luo Wan a swift end. This was the first time Rongyu addressed Wei Gong as her master. Wei Gong did not halt his steps but continued to approach Luo Wan. She is willing to do anything. This is her own declaration. I have not coerced her. Luo Wan cast a glance at Rongyu, as if having made an immense resolution. Come on. It is merely a lump of filth. Watch me consume it. Wei Gong was taken aback for a moment, then displayed an approving smile. Impressive. Smack. Wei Gong forcefully slapped, shoving the entire mass of parasitic mother nest into Luo Wan's mouth. Luo Wan closed her eyes, her mind relinquishing thought, and swallowed the parasitic mother nest whole. To her astonishment, the anticipated wave of nausea did not manifest. Instead, the texture was smooth and tender. If one overlooked the disgusting exterior of the parasitic mother nest, the flavor was surprisingly pleasant, akin to consuming a large piece of jelly. As for the foul odor, Luo Wan had often indulged in snail noodles and durian, and the stench of the parasitic mother nest was not vastly different from those. But, just as Luo Wan was about to express her triumphant sentiment, an excruciating pain radiated throughout her body. It was a torment that felt as though it would tear her apart. In an instant, Luo Wan's screams echoed throughout the room. Thud, 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 thud. Her back was rent asunder, flesh churning, as a multitude of wicked, filthy tendrils writhed forth from within. In mere minutes, her body swelled grotesquely, expanding dozens of times. Her petite form was ensnared and devoured by countless tendrils, ultimately submerged beneath an unending tide of them. Luo Wan. Upon hearing her friend's anguished cries, Rongyu activated her infernal armor, intending to rescue her. Do not move. However, Wei Gong's icy voice was like a glacier, pinning her firmly in place. This is her own choice. Regardless of the outcome, she brought this upon herself. Wei Gong's tone was unnaturally calm, as serene as a corpse. Rongyu stared blankly at Wei Gong, her consciousness in the next, he transformed into a heartless overlord, indifferent to all life, evil, apathetic, regarding all things as mere fodder. For the first time, Rongyu felt a tremor emanating from Wei Gong, a shudder from the depths of her soul. Doubts began to creep in. Was their previous battle truly a 50-50 affair? No. A rather absurd thought suddenly blossomed in Rongyu's mind. When this fellow fought her, was he merely toying with her? Reflecting on the battle, she realized Wei Gong had consistently engaged her head-on. Yet, the question lingered. Could a man who had annihilated an entire city through cunning truly possess such a straightforward fighting style? Unthinkable. He Rongyu suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh. Were it not for the fervor of that moment igniting Wei Gong's fighting spirit, she would have likely been outwitted and disposed of long ago. Abandoning the notion of attacking the tendrils, she could only place her trust in her dear friend. Master, Luo Wan's body continues to swell. This place is unsafe. Allow me to take you away. Wei Gong cast a sidelong glance at Rongyu, stating coolly, let us depart. Clad in her infernal armor, Rongyu lifted Wei Gong, the black flames surging, and they left the scene. Hey, Sister Kaylin, do not forget us. Zhang Xiaoyu and Cheng Ming called out urgently to Kaylin. Even though they had undergone enhancements, they remained fragile mortal forms. Should those frenzied tendrils ensnare them, their fate would undoubtedly be reduced to mere pulp. Kaylin glanced at the two, then effortlessly lifted one in each hand. Guaranteed hit activated, target rooftop 3 kilometers away. Kaylin tossed the duo as if they were sandbags. Ah! Like birds soaring freely, the two emitted elongated screams. Sister Kaylin, you are absolutely avenging my earlier plan. Sister Kaylin, it was her terrible idea. I am innocent. Kaylin glanced back at the direction where Luo Wan had vanished before. Thud, thud. Zhang Xiaoyu and Cheng Ming crashed heavily onto the rooftop, rolling several times upon impact. Wow, wow, wow. They clumsily rose, clutching a nearby pillar and retching rainbows. Your move, Sister Kaylin, was utterly cathartic. Zhang Xiaoyu gave Kaylin a disheveled thumbs up. Kaylin's roller coaster was undeniably exhilarating, leaving no room for complaint. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from below. The weight of the tendril mass, transformed from Luo Wan, had collapsed the ground, creating a bottomless pit. Gulp, Zhang Xiaoyu and Cheng Ming exchanged glances, swallowing hard. They had heard of beds collapsing, of platforms caving in, but never of ground collapsing. Could this be the legendary, heavy woman? Rongyu released her infernal armor, standing beside Wei Gong. Master, is Luo Wan all right? Wei Gong remained unfazed. Wait and hold hope. Rongyu lowered her head. Though this was Luo Wan's own choice, she had embarked on this irreversible path to accompany her. Should Luo Wan ultimately perish, another burden of guilt would weigh upon her shoulders. Was this the punishment befitting a traitor? Meanwhile, at the bottom of the pit, ensnared by countless tendrils, in a place forever devoid of light, Luo Wan weakly shifted her head. Merely moving it 1 centimeter exhausted the remnants of her strength. It no longer hurt. Not at all. Why did it not hurt? Because every part of her body below the neck had been reduced to a pulp. So tired, so desperately wanting to sleep. An endless tide of drowsiness surged over her, threatening to swallow her tiny vessel whole. Rongyu, I am truly so weary. Let me just take a nap. Good night. Chapter 59. The Zombie Armory, Sleep? How can you possibly find rest at your age? Wow. Just as Luo Wan was about to close her eyes, the thunderous inquiry jolted her slumbering spirit awake, leaving her gaze alarmingly clear. Who's there? Luo Wan awoke with a start, akin to a university student who had overslept through an early morning class, frantically searching for her alarm clock. Then, she beheld a figure clad solely in black and white, gnawing on a corpse. Cautiously, Luo Wan approached the figure, stealing a furtive glance. What she witnessed was utterly horrifying. This monochrome individual, in both stature and visage, bore an uncanny resemblance to Luo Wan herself, as if a specter had crawled forth from a portrait. The deceased belonged to none other than Luo Wan. I watched in disbelief as I consumed my own body. Overwhelmed, Luo Wan's feet involuntarily retreated, as this ghastly scene shattered her reason. Suddenly, a hand rested upon her shoulder. Luo Wan stiffly turned her head, only to find that black and white visage almost touching her own. Zzz. I have found you. Zzz. The voice of the monochrome specter was hoarse and eerie, fragmented, resembling sounds emanating from a long-neglected radio. Why you? What are you? Luo Wan stumbled and fell to the ground, gazing at the specter in terror. The specter loomed over her, whispering, Zzz. I am you. ZZZZ, or rather, I am about to become you. The parasitic nest, this was the essence of the black and white specter. According to the system, the parasitic nest was not only physically incomplete but also spiritually deficient. To survive, it required not only to devour the host's flesh but also to consume their soul. It would obliterate the host's memories, assimilate their personality, ultimately replacing the host and becoming a new entity. As it spoke, the parasitic nest opened its maw and lunged toward Luo Wan. Stay away. Luo Wan attempted to push the parasitic nest away. Please, don't. The process was devoid of pain, yet steeped in despair. The helplessness of merely watching oneself being consumed was suffocating. Ah, ah, ah! Luo Wan's cries dwindled until they were no longer audible. With her disappearance, the parasitic nest transformed from black and white into vibrant colors. Rising from the ground, she declared, I am Luo Wan. Luo Wan is me. Whether Luo Wan triumphed over the parasitic nest or the nest consumed her remains a mystery to all, for they shared the same appearance, memories, and emotions. Parasitic nest fusion complete, currently at level 1. As the system, let us proceed. Rongyu was elated, for this signified Luo Wan's success. She eagerly embraced Wei Gong and soared toward the immense pit. Kawan glanced back at Zheng Xiaoyu and Cheng Ming. Are you two coming along? No, it's too taxing on the body. Their heads shook like rattles. Kawan disregarded the pair and moved independently toward the abyss. The pit Luo Wan created was profound, measuring at least 20 to 30 meters deep, and when the moonlight reached this place, only a feeble beam remained. Within that beam stood a slender figure, bare and lost in contemplation, gazing up at the moonlight as if pondering the meaning of life. Luo Wan. Rongyu called out to her dear friend. Yet Luo Wan offered no reply, instead kneeling before Wei Gong, my lord father. The current Luo Wan was a fusion of both Luo Wan and the parasitic nest, possessing Luo Wan's memories and cognitive abilities, along with unwavering loyalty to Wei Gong. This loyalty transcended the master-servant dynamic between Rongyu and Wei Gong, embodying a bond of blood between father and daughter. Rongyu sensed something amiss and questioned, You are not Luo Wan. Luo Wan gazed calmly at Rongyu. I possess Luo Wan's body, memories, and emotions. Am I not Luo Wan? She tilted her head playfully, looking at Rongyu. If you doubt me, I can recite your measurements right now, why dearest friend. With that, Luo Wan winked charmingly at Rongyu. The gesture and tone were unmistakably Luo Wan's. Especially that playful wink, flawlessly replicating Luo Wan's vivacity. Yet, Rongyu could not shake an unsettling feeling. Wei Gong interrupted their exchange. The charade of the true and false Monkey King ends here. Please showcase your talents. Very well, my most beloved father. Luo Wan raised her hand lightly, and 3 tendrils shot forth from the pit with remarkable speed, soon returning with 3 ordinary zombies that happened to wander by. A woo? The 3 zombies, bewildered by the abrupt turn of events, were yanked into the unfathomable depths of the tendril nest. To be precise, the tendril nest beneath their feet was the true essence of Luo Wan. The figure of Luo Wan, with its youthful appearance, was merely a vessel conjured at whim. Even if her body were to be severed, sliced, or shredded, Luo Wan could instantly manifest an identical form. As long as the tendril nest beneath them existed, Luo Wan could generate bodies without limit. Stay tuned. With a flourish of her hand, a towering figure, 3 meters high, was drawn forth. Wei Gong focused intently and gasped. Was that not the formidable hunter? How had it been summoned after just a few days? Indeed, this was the parasitic nest, the manifestation of Luo. By delivering a certain number of ordinary zombies to the parasitic nest and activating the fusion ability, various types of zombies could be summoned. Not only could the parasitic nest produce value-based creatures like the hunter, but it could also manufacture mechanized beings with special abilities in bulk. Impressive. Wei Gong nodded in satisfaction. After engaging with the regular army, the shortcomings of the zombies' combat power became glaringly apparent. Having mere numbers without strength was akin to being fodder for the harvesters. Now, with the parasitic nest, Wei Gong could mass-produce hunters. Thousands of 3-meter-tall hunters would charge forth, their imposing presence rivaling the steel tide of the Great Yin army. Father, under the right conditions, I could even mass-produce flying zombies. Chapter 60. The children at home are starving mad. What does this mean? Erecting high walls, turning into iron turtles? After several days, Wei Gong once again arrived at the Shaojiang Bridge. However, this time, the bridge had undergone a tremendous transformation. The Diyin military had not only severed the connection between the two cities, but had also constructed a towering steel wall, 50 meters high, at the other end of the bridge. If one wished to cross the Shaojiang Bridge, it could only be done through the grand gate beneath the steel wall. This gate stood 10 meters tall, crafted from high-strength alloys with a thickness of 3 meters. Even the bombardment of a tank's shells would leave merely superficial marks upon its surface. Tio put it bluntly. This wall and gate epitomized the pinnacle of Diyan's material and infrastructural capabilities. As long as this formidable barrier stood, they were confident in their ability to keep all zombies at bay. Is such a grand display truly effective? Though the imposing presence was undeniable to Wei Gong, this was merely a fortified line akin to the Maginot Line. If he so desired, he could effortlessly send a horde of zombies into the mirror world, bypassing this iron curtain, and directly airdrop them into Pingjiang City. However, Wei Gong's purpose for visiting today was not to engage in such actions. He had come to procure sustenance for Luo Wan, the parasitic mother nest. Luo Wan had informed Wei Gong that the current level of the parasitic mother nest was merely level 1, capable only of generating value monsters such as hunters. To manufacture flying aberrations, it needed to be at least level 2. The sole means of upgrading the parasitic mother nest was through the consumption of living humans. The deceased and zombies would not suffice. Only the untainted living were acceptable. According to Luo Wan's preliminary estimates, the parasitic mother nest required the consumption of no fewer than 10,000 living beings, a figure that posed a considerable challenge for Wei Gong. While he could easily kill or infect tens of thousands, the task of abducting 10,000 living individuals was a daunting endeavor. After all, given his current strength, ordinary people would likely succumb before he even exerted himself. Moreover, the complication arose from the fact that the parasitic mother nest was a stationary entity, not a mobile unit. Even with the use of tendrils, its attack range barely covered half of Shaotan City, rendering it incapable of reaching Pingjiang City. He had contemplated placing the parasitic mother nest within the mirror world and then airdropping it into Pingjiang City. However, he soon realized that the mother nest was too large. Even with the use of the mirror flower, water moon technique, Wei Gong found it impossible to fit it into the mirror world. Wei Gong also considered abandoning the parasitic mother nest altogether. With his current prowess, declaring himself the strongest in this world would not be an exaggeration. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in his ultimate goal, to infect the entire globe. Relying solely on his strength would yield painfully slow progress. Therefore, Wei Gong needed to regroup his forces. Furthermore, he contemplated another issue, the survivor players. While the core players enhanced their power through the infection of humans, it was evident that survivor players upgraded their abilities by slaying zombies. Given the feeble nature of these zombies, even NPCs could easily trample them. If one day they encountered survivor players, these zombies would no longer serve as mere punching bags, but rather as experience points. Treating his subordinates as experience fodder for brave warriors, only for those upgraded warriors to turn around and slay the Demon King, was a storyline that must not unfold in his presence. To prevent such a scenario, Wei Gong had already commanded his subordinates to hunt down survivors. Yet, 3 days had passed, and they had only managed to locate a few hundred individuals, far from satisfying the appetite of the parasitic mother nest. Reluctantly, Wei Gong turned his attention to Pingjiang City across the river. Forget it. Let us go take a look at Pingjiang City. Do you have a prostate issue? Frequent urges, unable. Why does it take so long to urinate? Don't rush me. I'm washing my hands. At the sink, a soldier was preening his hair in front of the mirror. How did I let it grow so long without noticing? Suddenly, a ghostly pale hand emerged from the mirror, yanking the soldier. The speed was so swift that the soldier barely had time to utter a sound. Where is this place? The soldier, having fallen to the ground, looked up in confusion to see a black-haired man coldly gazing down at him. Who are you? Upon recognizing the face before him, the man's pupils dilated in terror, panic overtaking his features. He recognized this visage. It was the most wanted individual on the Diyin list, the most perilous and malevolent entity in all of Diyin, the mother zombie of Shaotan City. You know me? It seems my caution was well-founded. Wei Gong's finger pierced through the soldier's throat, infecting him and turning him into a zombie. This time, Wei Gong had come to gather intelligence, not to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Thus he needed to maintain a low profile and employ some disguise. Flatten the nose a bit, elongate the face, and widen the forehead a tad. As Wei Gong's mother level increased, his control over his body became increasingly. He watched as his bones and muscles began to reshape, gradually matching the soldier lying on the ground. Wei Gong then stripped the soldier of his uniform and donned it himself. It was as if he had become the very same person. Wei Gong pulled out the soldier's identification card and glanced at it. All right, from now on, I shall be Luo Mingcheng. Just as Wei Gong exited the mirror world, he encountered a soldier entering the restroom with evident impatience. Luo Mingcheng, have you fallen into a pit? Why so slow? Wei Gong rubbed his stomach, forcing a smile. It's just that my stomach hurts. I had a big one. The soldier frowned. Luo Mingcheng, why does your voice sound a bit different? Cough, cough, cough. I've been feeling a bit under the weather lately. My throat is inflamed. The soldier thought nothing of it. After all, the appearance before him was indeed that of Luo Mingcheng, and the voice difference could simply be attributed to a dietary mishap. Come on, it's time to patrol. Wei Gong followed the soldier out of the restroom, embarking on the patrol mission. Along the way, he witnessed countless soldiers, armored vehicles, tanks, and helicopters. The area had undeniably transformed into a heavily fortified military base. Suddenly, Wei Gong spotted two individuals dressed in casual attire approaching him. This is so annoying. Why did they have to assign us to guard this place? That task from Chu Siyuan. Do you dare to refuse? TCH. Wei Gong had been patrolling the military base for nearly an hour, encountering only soldiers in uniform, save for these two in casual wear. Moreover, their demeanor was exceedingly laid back, starkly contrasting with the disciplined military environment. They even seemed to mention Chu Siyuan. I recall that the fellow named Chu Zhengqing in Rongyue's memory also wore glasses. What a peculiar coincidence. After the two casually dressed individuals departed, Wei Gong tapped the soldier beside him. Aren't those two supposed to be apprehended by the inspection team for not wearing uniforms? The soldier cast a glance at the two before whispering, You don't know? They aren't soldiers. They are special personnel dispatched from above. Feigning surprise, Wei Gong responded, Special personnel? Whose child are they? Why such grandiosity? The soldier glanced around cautiously before leaning closer to Wei Gong's ear and whispering, Indeed. These fellows live quite differently from us. We sleep in barracks, while they reside in villas. Wow. Is there no justice left in this world? Wei Gong's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you know where their villa is located? The soldier eyed Wei Gong suspiciously. What do you intend to do? Damn it, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to hurl excrement at their windows. Let them understand what it means to be of noble birth. Chapter 61. The Night Killer, 17 cards. Can you take me out in an instant? If you can eliminate me, Lu Jinghao, with those 17 cards today, I shall devour this table on the spot. Airplane. You truly are a little glutton. Go ahead and indulge. Damn, I'm off to get Andy a cup of cappuccino. Though it was already 2:30 in the morning, the gaming room in the villa remained brightly lit. How have I lost again? I've lost 20 consecutive rounds. They can't possibly be conspiring to cheat, can they? A young man with bleached hair, Lu Jinghao, emerged from the gaming room, shutting the door behind him as he lit. In an instant, the eye vanished. Lu Jinghao rubbed his eyes. What is going on? I haven't been drinking lately, have I? Why am I seeing things? Yet, in the next moment, he sensed something was amiss. Where did the sound go? He hurriedly turned back, pushing open the door to the gaming room. Sizzle. The room was empty, the lights flickering ominously. No one was there? No, it's I who am absent. It seems your reaction time has not yet deteriorated to an irretrievable extent. A man with black hair approached leisurely, his crimson eyes strikingly noticeable in the gloom. Mother body. Realizing the situation, Lu Jinghao immediately activated his ability. The hair on his skin began to grow wildly, standing erect like the spines of a porcupine. So slow. Before Lu Jinghao could complete his transformation, Wei Gong struck with zero delay, landing a powerful punch squarely on Lu Jinghao's face. The force of the blow not only shattered the spines on his face, but also twisted his nose. Ah! Lu Jinghao cried out in agony. The spines were merely his hair, and the pain inflicted by Wei Gong felt akin to having half his hair forcibly ripped away. You truly disappoint me. Wei Gong had taken special precautions before entering the villa, wary of skilled players like Karen among the survivors. Yet, he was taken aback by how utterly inept these individuals were, lacking even the slightest sense of vigilance. They seemed oblivious to the fact that the enemy was just across the bridge, a foe 1,000 times stronger than they. In a situation where an attack could occur at any moment, they remained engrossed in their games, utterly careless. Hey, yellow hair, don't underestimate me. Wei Gong delivered another kick to Lu Jinghao's chest, just enough to incapacitate him without leading to his demise. Useless. Wei Gong refrained from killing them, not out of concern for their abilities, but rather for their nutritional value. Luo Wan had mentioned that the nourishment from survivor players was tenfold that of ordinary individuals. This premium sustenance was something Wei Gong intended to take back for his child. Suddenly, the wall behind Lu Jinghao seemed to come alive, resembling a slime that, in the gaming room, a middle-aged man, Li Bei, lit a cigarette. Why hasn't he Lu Jinghao returned yet? That little glutton is probably off indulging at the table, replied He Tingyan, a young woman in her early 20s, as she checked her reflection in a mirror. Oh dear, I've stayed up too late again and have broken out. A sudden realization struck him. Just as he opened his mouth to shout, a pale hand covered his mouth. The man with black hair and crimson eyes had appeared before him, one hand sealing his lips while the other pressed a finger to his own. Shoo, it's late. Disturbing others' sleep is quite uncivilized. Ugh. Li Bei felt an irresistible force emanating from the man's gaze, as if 1,000 hands were pulling him into another realm. Night has fallen. Quietly disappear. Li Bei. Just as Li Bei was trying to comprehend what had occurred, he heard his companion's voice. Turning around, he saw He Tingyan tugging at his shirt. Tingyan, didn't you vanish? He Tingyan, in a state of panic, pointed in a direction. Forget about disappearing. Look over there. Following her finger, Li Bei noticed Lu Jinghao lying unconscious, but more horrifyingly, his entire body appeared fused with the wall, leaving only his face visible. Uncle Li, what should we do? He Tingyan looked anxiously at Li Bei. As the eldest in their group, Li Bei often checked in on the younger members, earning their trust and reliance. Don't panic. Let us see if we can rescue Lu Jinghao from the wall. No need to trouble yourselves. You'll soon join him in the wall. The glass on the table rippled as Wei Gong stepped back into the mirrored world. Upon seeing Wei Gong manifest, Li Bei wasted no time, activating his ability. He took a deep breath and expelled a thick cloud of white smoke, which quickly engulfed the entire gaming room. This was Li Bei's power. He could exhale various types of smoke, each possessing unique effects. The white smoke not only obscured vision, but also reduced the speed of enemies within it. Your performance is slightly better than that yellow-haired fool. Even amidst the dense fog, Wei Gong remained unfazed. 3 blades of air sliced through the smoke, aimed directly at Wei Gong's vital points. This was He Tingyan's ability. She could manipulate airflow within a limited range. However, such an attack posed no threat to Wei Gong, who effortlessly crushed the 3 air blades with his bare hands. First, you obscure my vision with white smoke, then attempt to strike me with silent air blades. A commendable strategy. Wei Gong paused, glancing in a direction. But that's where it ends. With a sudden surge of power, he launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Got you. Ignoring the smoke, Wei Gong seized Li Bei by the head and slammed him forcefully into the ground. Boom. Uncle Li. Chapter 62. A devastating blow to your teammate, don't mind me. Li Bei gritted his teeth against the pain and dizziness, taking a deep breath before unleashing a plume of black smoke towards Wei Gong's face. This was the second type of smoke Li Bei could expel, coal smoke. This noxious fog not only contained the toxic gas carbon monoxide but was also rife with unburned coal particles. He Tingyan immediately grasped Li Bei's intent. Under her manipulation, the air currents enveloped the coal smoke, encasing Wei Gong's head in a layered shroud. Burn in hell, you beast. Li Bei ignited his lighter and hurled it towards Wei Gong and the swirling smoke. Flame on. The coal smoke ignited, transforming Wei Gong's head into a blazing fireball in an instant. Quite an impressive combination, but slightly lacking in intensity. Compared to the flames conjured by Rongyu, this fire on Wei Gong's head was akin to the warmth of a lamp. Ignoring the flames licking at his head, Wei Gong delivered a powerful headbutt to Li Bei, a true rocket headbutt. Wei Gong's formidable physique allowed him to disregard the searing flames, yet Li Bei was not so fortunate. He suffered grievously from Wei Gong's rocket headbutt. Uncle Li. Witnessing Li Bei being mercilessly assaulted, He Tingyin could only watch in despair, utterly powerless. Tingyin, take Xiaoxiong and run. Don't worry about me. The only course of action left was to escape as many as possible to minimize their losses. I understand. After a brief moment of hesitation, He Tingyin fled. The wooden plank beneath He Tingyin transformed into a massive hand, gripping her right foot tightly. With a slight twist of his wrist, the wooden hand snapped her ankle. He Tingyin fell to the ground, emitting a piercing scream. A segment of bone protruded grotesquely through her flesh, starkly exposed to the air. Tingyin, you are becoming rather bothersome. With a flick of his wrist, Wei Gong sent Li Bei's body crashing into a nearby wall, merging it with the structure. To prevent Li Bei from continuing his anguished cries, Wei Gong thoughtfully sealed his mouth. As Wei Gong approached, He Tingyin trembled uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down her face. Please, don't kill me, don't kill me. Wei Gong squatted before her, gently wiping away her. I assure you, as long as you are being devoured, your consciousness will remain intact. Upon hearing the horrific fate that awaited her, He Tingyin's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. TCH, these individuals are not only weak, but also lack psychological resilience. Wei Gong tossed He Tingyin aside with disinterest. It seems players like Kaluan are. She was the last member of the team. Xiaoxiong.at merely 17. She was the youngest and the weakest among them. Typically, she played no role in combat, serving as the team's mascot. Having been deep in slumber, a sudden nightmare jolted her awake. I should probably go to the restroom. However, as soon as Xiaoxiong opened her eyes, she noticed a figure standing silently at the foot of her bed. He did nothing but stand in the darkness, watching her. In that instant, Xiaoxiong's heart skipped a beat. If one were to inquire what was most terrifying during the night, it would be awakening to find someone standing beside one's bed, even if they were utterly still. Why must you wake up? Wouldn't it be better to drown in a beautiful dream? Wei Gong reached out and grasped Xiaoxiong's neck, rendering her unconscious. Satisfied, Wei Gong tossed Xiaoxiong into the mirrored realm. I've captured 4 nourishing prey. This outing has proven quite fruitful. Thus, the survivor players stationed at the Xiao River Bridge camp were all annihilated, while Wei Gong sustained only minor singed hair. Stop sleeping, it's time to rise. Li Bei, still unconscious, was doused with a bucket of ice water. He opened his eyes to find himself partially embedded in concrete, with only his head protruding. Before him stood 3 figures. Rongyu, Luo Wan, and Wei Gong. Of course, Kaluan was present as well, though she typically remained hidden in the shadows, rarely revealing herself. Wei Gong lounged in a chair, his feet propped up on the table, radiating an air of comfort. You must realize why you are still alive, no? Li Bei, though inexperienced, was not foolish. He understood Wei Gong's intentions. You want to extract information from me, don't you? Then why not be expedient and share? The sooner I divulge, the sooner I meet my end, correct? From the moment this game commenced, the rift between survivor players and the core players had become irreparable. It was a matter of life and death. The enemy would not spare him simply because he confessed. At this juncture, delaying was prudent. As long as he possessed information the enemy sought, they would refrain from striking too swiftly. A tough nut to crack. Torture must not be effective on you. Wei Gong waved his hand dismissively, bring his teammates forward. Uncle Li. Uncle. Before long, He Tingyin and Xiaoxiong were unceremoniously tossed before Li Bei by the hunters. It's clear you play the role of a dependable father figure within your team, and your teammates trust you immensely. Upon hearing Wei Gong's words, Li Bei's heart sank. Panic-stricken, Li Bei roared, "What do you intend to do? I demand to know. Since you are so steadfast in your silence, I shall have to torment your teammates." Wei Gong raised his hands innocently. Hunters, break one leg each. Roar. At the command, the hunters let out a low growl, their sharp bone claws piercing the ground as they unearthed a massive stone weighing hundreds of pounds. He Tingyin and Xiao Xiong, overwhelmed with despair, shook their heads and wept, "Please, don't come near." They wished to flee but found themselves shackled by chains, powerless to do anything but watch as the hunters approached with the boulder. Ah! He Tingyin and Xiao Xiong simultaneously. Chapter 63. Feeding the young master pancakes. What are you doing, you big fool? Wei Gong was rendered speechless. He had instructed the pursuer to crush one of her legs, yet it had ended up shattering both. The pursuer dropped the stone and glanced at the nearly unconscious He Tingyin and Xiao Xiong, then looked back at Wei Gong. Its thick eyebrows and large eyes seemed to convey a message. Indeed, they are crushed. No errors here, my friend. Wei Gong, in utter disbelief, slapped his forehead. You've smashed both legs. Does that not deprive me of the chance to torment them further? Seeing the pursuer still wearing its adorably foolish expression, Wei Gong waved his hand dismissively. With an intellect like yours, you ought to change your name to Murphy. Sorry, brother, I miscalculated. As compensation, shall I smash them again? Wei Gong turned to Li Bei, offering a forced smile. This time, I will do it myself, ensuring it is precise and merciless. Li Bei's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this even human language? Could a person utter such words? Furious, Li Bei roared, his eyes filled with crimson veins of rage. Are you even human? Do you possess any semblance of humanity? I am a zombie. What humanity could a zombie possibly have? You. Li Bei was so enraged that he felt his teeth might shatter. Oh, right, you have a teammate here. Grumble, grumble, grumble. A cylindrical. Upon closer inspection, this cylindrical figure was none other than Lu Zhenghao, whose limbs had been severed. Thanks to the remarkable vitality of survivor players, he had not yet succumbed to death, still clinging to a breath of life. Yet, in such a state, what meaning did life hold? Death would be a release. Buddy, let me be frank. Is it my fault they are enduring such torment? No. The fault lies with you. Wei Gong paused before continuing. If you had been honest, you wouldn't have suffered so much. If you had been honest, they could have died a more painless death. Li Bei glanced at the remaining upper bodies of He Tingyin and Xiao Xiong, then at Lu Zhenghao, his eyes brimming with anguish and regret. Uncle Li, kill me. I beg you, kill me. Lu Zhenghao, barely clinging to life, made his final plea to Li Bei, seeking liberation. This last request became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Li Bei collapsed in a wail of despair. He had always been the most trustworthy elder brother of the entire team, with his comrades entrusting their lives to him. Yet, what had he brought them? Endless torment. What kind of elder brother was this? Did he not see the devastation around him? Could he still be deemed a trustworthy leader? He had utterly failed to protect them. Seeing Li Bei's spirit shatter completely, Wei Gong smiled indifferently. After all, I am not a demon. If you confess sincerely, I may just grant you a chance at survival. Wei Gong turned his head to the shadows behind him. Kalen stepped forth from the darkness. I am here. Allow me to introduce our employee number 011. Kalen. Wei Gong sprang from his chair, rushing to Kalen's side, arms spread wide as if showcasing a magnificent sculpture. Like you, Kalen was once a survivor player. She demonstrated her abilities to me, successfully joining our ranks and becoming my right-hand woman, ascending to the pinnacle of her life. In that moment, Li Bei seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope within the boundless darkness. What? Survivor players can transform into zombie players. Let the person involved say a few words. Wei Gong held his fist up as if it were a microphone, presenting it to Kalen's lips. Kalen shot a glance at Wei Gong, feeling an inexplicable surge of irritation. What was this sensation? It was akin to being dragged into a mandatory team-building exercise on your day off. You absolutely loathe the event, yet your boss, oblivious, asks you with insufferable cheer. Are you having fun? Did you gain much? You yearn to curse and punch this foolish supervisor, yet you cannot. You must force a smile. Kalen, wearing a facade of discontent, replied, "Indeed, joining the company was my wisest decision." Li Bei paid no heed to whether Kalen was genuinely pleased. He only knew he had grasped a lifeline. "I'll speak. I'll share everything. Just let me and my teammates live." "Ha." Wei Gong scoffed inwardly, well aware that the bait had been taken. Whether it be familial upbringing, corporate organization, or the machinery of the state, they all favor employing the carrot-and-stick approach. First, they strike you fiercely, shattering your will, and then they dangle enticing promises before you, assuring that if you comply, you shall be richly rewarded. Those whose minds have been eroded. Yet, upon reflection, one realizes that these treats were originally rightfully theirs. Returning to his chair, Wei Gong reclined comfortably, placing his feet back on the table. As long as you contribute, the rewards will be abundant. Will the rewards truly be plentiful? Ha. Just think back to whether the promises made by your boss were ever fulfilled. I will speak without reservation, holding nothing back. Good, young man. I have high hopes for you. Wei Gong turned to Rongyu. Begin the questioning. Rongyu shot a glance at Wei Gong. It felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of a recent encounter. She couldn't help but wonder if this fellow had previously dabbled in pyramid schemes, employing a slew of brainwashing tactics, almost as if waiting for the final cue of, "Did you all understand?" But what could she do? She had wagered everything on following Wei Gong. Even if the dreams he painted were fabricated, she had to treat them as reality. Rongyu stepped forward. Which troop is currently stationed across the bridge? Who is the commander? Li Bei, with a bitter expression, replied, "I'm not entirely sure. I only know it is the 66th Legion." As an outsider, he had little knowledge about the military of this nation, and with survivor players being directly managed by Chu Zhangqing, he only grasped the surface details. The 66th Legion? Rongyu frowned. Wei Gong sensed the disturbance and inquired, "What is the matter?" "The 66th Army is stationed at the northern border. They shouldn't be appearing in the southeast. Isn't it normal to temporarily relocate northern troops due to manpower shortages?" "No, the difference is significant, for it indicates a substantial shift in the decision-making power of the Great Yin Army." Rongyu turned to Wei Gong and said, "You've seen my memories. You should know that the highest commander in this crisis is Liang Sun." "I know. What of it?" Chapter 64. The training room has arrived. The army of Diyin is divided into 5 major war zones according to regions, with Liang Sun in charge of the central, southern, and eastern areas. The remaining northern and western zones are stationed at the borders, managed by another leader, General Qin. Upon hearing this, Wei Gong immediately understood. The Northern War Zone's troops have stationed in Pingjiang City, which was originally under Liang Sun's management, indicating that the command of the army has shifted from Liang Sun to General Qin. General Qin differs fundamentally from Liang Sun. He is a general stationed at the borders. In contrast to Liang Sun's emphasis on human life, General Qin's methods are far more ruthless. If he were to take the lead in this situation, he might well resort to deploying hydrogen bombs to obliterate all opposition. At this point, Rongyu cast a glance at Wei Gong. In the past, she too would have believed that unleashing nuclear weapons would resolve everything. However, it is now evident that this notion is profoundly misguided. Take Wei Gong, for instance. He could simply retreat into the mirror world when the nuclear bomb fell. The zombie crisis in Shaotan City would undoubtedly be resolved. After all, the entire city would be no more. Yet, this would serve no purpose as long as Wei Gong remains alive. The zombie crisis in Diyin will inevitably resurface. What then? Drop another nuclear bomb. Even if Diyin were left devoid of a single city, Wei Gong would still survive. The only solution lies in confronting Wei Gong directly. Yet, as it stands, no one has managed to defeat him. The fact that no nuclear bomb has yet been deployed indicates that the power still resides with Liang Sun. Wei Gong mused, stroking his chin and letting out a meaningful chuckle. It seems that an internal power struggle is on the verge of erupting within Diyin. With external enemies at the gates, internal strife is the most foolish course of action. Yet, history has taught us that humanity will never relinquish its penchant for infighting. From the perspective of the zombies, Wei Gong is quite pleased to see events unfolding in this manner. Power struggles often necessitate achievements. General Qin's reassignment of the 66th Army to Pingjiang City is merely an attempt to garner merit for himself, subsequently kicking Liang Sun to the curb. Since those across the divide seek to earn accolades, they are not a monolithic entity. Given the opportunity, they will readily strike out to eradicate me, this cunning villain. The second question: what is Chu Zhengqing up to? Compared to the stationed troops across the bridge, Wei Gong was far more intrigued by Chu Zhengqing's activities. Do not underestimate Chu Zhengqing as merely a cultured researcher. The threat he poses to Wei Gong is no less significant than that posed by anyone else. Li Bei hesitated momentarily before finally uttering a few words. Director Chu, he is cultivating corpses? Wei Gong was somewhat taken aback. What on earth? Is he raising little ghosts? Li Bei continued. Director Chu regularly brings a batch of death row inmates from the prison, infecting them to turn into zombies. Survivor players gain rewards and points by killing these zombies. Cunning fellow, quite the game player. He has even set up a training room. Wei Gong was all too familiar with this concept. Many RPG maps he had played previously featured similar mechanics. First, one farms minor monsters endlessly to level up, and once 1's skills are perfected, they venture forth to wreak havoc. Of course, not every Survivor player has the opportunity to enter. Those Survivor players integrated into Dian's framework must adhere to their own set of regulations. Periodically, Chu Zhengqing conducts evaluations of the Survivor players, and those who perform exceptionally are granted access to the training room. Additionally, there exists a point system. Chu Zhengqing regularly issues tasks. Survivors who complete these tasks can earn points, which can then be exchanged for time in the training room. These tasks range in difficulty, from rescuing important individuals in heavily infected zones to slaying high-risk zombies. Simpler tasks include assisting researchers with experiments or routine patrols. For instance, Li Bei's current deployment to Pingjiang City is a commission issued by Chu Zhengqing. Wei Gong regarded Li Bei and his companions with a look of disdain. You Survivor players are being ridden by an NPC. Don't you feel humiliated? There was a previous headstrong individual who provoked Director Chu, and the next day, he was found as a corpse. It is rumored that he was not killed by other players, but by Director Chu himself. As Li Bei recounted this, a clear trace of fear crept into his gaze. It appeared that the Survivor players within Dian were quite wary of Chu Zhengqing. Does the higher echelon only we Survivor players know? Oh, so he has been quietly conducting his affairs. How intriguing. After hearing Li Bei's account, Wei Gong found himself increasingly admiring Chu Zhengqing. He perceived were he in Chu Zhengqing's position, he would undoubtedly engage in similar undertakings. Of course, Wei Gong also began to recognize the threat posed by Chu Zhengqing. If his training room continued to operate, it was uncertain how many formidable Survivor players would emerge. Should the opportunity arise, he must eliminate this potential hazard at the earliest convenience. The third question: are there any particularly formidable figures among the Survivor players? Upon being asked this question, Li Bei suddenly found him. He displayed visible discomfort, explaining, I truly am not sure. To prevent Survivor players from banding together and ultimately revolting, Chu Zhengqing implemented a squad system. Survivor players are forbidden from interacting with those outside their squads. Any violations result in immediate expulsion from the organization. As it stands, it seems that Chu Zhengqing's actions have another motive: to prevent Survivor players from betraying their companions and divulging information to the enemy. Very well. I have no further inquiries. Wei Gong waved his hand dismissively. From the capabilities of Li Bei's squad, it was evident that they ranked among the weaker tier, and it was unlikely they would yield any useful intelligence. Upon hearing this, Li Bei's spirit soared. I have been entirely forthcoming. Does that mean I can join you now? This was the moment he had been waiting for. You are correct. However, before that, we must conduct an entrance test. Wei Gong snapped his fingers. Luo Wan. Luo Wan eagerly stepped forward. Sure thing. She had been waiting for this moment. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Bei panicked, sputtering. You deceived me. Didn't you say that as long as I was honest, I could join you? Wei Gong feigned innocence, waving his hand. It's perfectly normal to have. Awaiting them there would be the insatiable hunger of the parasitic mother nest. Chapter 65. You are truly starving with a complete loss of interest. Wei Gong carelessly tossed his phone to the ground, exclaiming, boring. I want to witness rivers of blood. He had just perused various mainstream websites of the Great Yin and discovered that the entire nation was flourishing, brimming with confidence in overcoming this calamity. There was no mention of the military's defeat or the fall of Shaotan. Evidently, such negative news had yet to surface, having been swiftly suppressed by the Great Yin authorities. The reports regarding the conditions of the affected cities had also been heavily sanitized, with photographs bearing little resemblance to reality. I came to see rivers of blood, and yet you present me with makabaka? For heaven's sake, refund me. Father, I have brought you what you asked for. Luo Wan flicked her tentacle, and a grimy-faced man was unceremoniously thrust before Wei Gong. Despite his disheveled appearance and sallow complexion, this man was merely a college student who had recently enrolled. The trials of survival in Shaotan City had taken a severe toll on both his mind and body, rendering him a wretched shadow of his former self. The man clumsily rose, fear etched across his face as he scanned his surroundings. What do you intend to do with me? Wei Gong smiled and assisted him to his feet. Fear not, I am here to offer you a chance to survive. As he spoke, Wei Gong produced a bottle of mineral water and a bucket of instant noodles that had already been prepared. Upon seeing these two items in Wei Gong's hands, the man's mouth watered uncontrollably. 4 days, he had been evading capture, barely managing to scrounge a morsel of food every 3 or 4 days. The steaming bucket of noodles in Wei Gong's possession seemed like something out of a dream. Man is iron, rice is steel. One meal skipped leads to hunger. Brother, it is time to eat. Though the man was ravenous, the moment Wei Gong presented the water and food before him, trepidation set in. I can see at a glance that you are not human. Food and water for monsters. Can such things be consumed by mortals? Noticing the man's hesitation, Luo Wan's expression darkened instantly. A tentacle shot forth, tightly constricting around the man's neck and lifting him off the ground. Father commands you to eat. Otherwise, I shall feast upon you. The man had initially been destined to be a part of Luo Wan's dinner. It was only at Wei Gong's behest that he had been granted a reprieve. Now, it seemed, a mere morsel dared to defy Father's command. Truly, he was courting death. Luo Wan's tentacle tightened, causing the man to turn crimson, his eyes glazing over. If this continued, he would either suffocate or have his neck snapped. Luo Wan, do not act thus. He is the crucial male lead in our upcoming live broadcast. Understood, Father. Luo Wan released her grip, and the man collapsed to the ground, gasping desperately for air. Hiss, hiss. Luo Wan regarded him with disdain, akin to viewing refuse. Your life was bestowed upon you by Father. It would serve you well to behave like a docile pup. Wei Gong placed the mineral water and noodles before the man. If you follow my instructions, you may indeed survive. I am no liar. The man glanced at Luo Wan, then at Wei Gong, and finally at the food and water on the ground. He might perish if he complied, yet refusing would surely lead to death. It seemed wiser to take a gamble. Perhaps there truly was a path to survival. Suddenly, the man seized the bucket of noodles, disregarding the scalding broth, and began to devour the noodles with his filthy hands. Hiss! Hiss! Before he had even swallowed the first handful, he stuffed another into his mouth. In that moment, the bucket of instant noodles, priced at a mere 3 yuan 50, was the most delectable dish in the world to him. Glug, glug, glug. Once the noodles were devoured, he lifted the bucket to drink the broth. When the broth was gone, he began to suck the remnants from his fingers, oblivious to the thick layer of grime that coated them. When he had consumed every last morsel, he licked his lips with a sense of lingering desire, casting an expectant gaze at Wei Gong. Wei Gong chuckled, retrieving a bag of dry toast. Prepare yourself. There will be strenuous work ahead, so you must eat well. In that instant, the man's craving for food eclipsed his fear of Wei Gong, and he audaciously snatched the toast from Wei Gong's hand. Delicious. Delicious, delicious. He babbled incoherently while shoving the toast into his mouth. This was the finest meal he had enjoyed in over half a month. Cough, cough, cough. In his haste, the man nearly choked on his food. Observing his frantic pounding on his chest, Wei Gong thoughtfully opened the bottle of mineral water and brought it to the man's lips. The man immediately dropped the toast and gulped down the water. Glug, glug. In no time, he had emptied the entire bottle. Discarding the empty vessel, he reached for the remaining toast and began to gnaw on it, disregarding the thick layer of dust that had settled upon it. Throwing away the now empty packaging, the man reclined contentedly on the ground. The sensation brought back memories of his university days, when he would often indulge in all-you-can-eat buffets with his roommates, eating until they could scarcely move. If only he could return to those times. Are you full? Wei Gong's voice struck like a hammer, shattering the man's nostalgic reverie and drawing him back to the grim reality of his existence. The man hastily knelt before Wei Gong, panic evident in his nodding. I'm full, I'm full. In that moment, he resembled an ancient servant, utterly devoid of the demeanor expected of a highly educated individual in the modern age. Wei Gong looked down at him. You long to return to the past, to that carefree, worry-free time of abundance, do you not? Yes, yes. The man nodded a couple of times before realizing he should not respond so readily. He quickly shook his head. No, no. Do not be anxious. I am here to offer you a chance to survive. Wei Gong crouched beside the man, patting his shoulder. Do you see that door on the other side of the bridge? Yes, I see it. Beyond that door lies the normal life you yearn for. As long as you can reach it before the zombies catch you, you shall live. Wait, zombies are chasing me? The man turned, only to behold hundreds of zombies staring hungrily at him, occasionally emitting furious growls of hunger. He was satiated, but the zombies behind him were still ravenous. Could you perhaps not release the zombies? Wei Gong displayed a kind smile. What do you think? The man instantly broke into a cold sweat, yet felt utterly powerless, swallowing hard. Fine. Then why are you still staring at me? Shouldn't you be running? With a swift kick to the man's back, Wei Gong sent him tumbling towards the door on the other side of the bridge. This bridge was his sole path to survival. Wei Gong signaled, and the ravenous zombies surged forward like hungry tigers, pursuing the man with fervor. Wei Gong took a sip of ice-cold cola, relishing it. Brave young man, go forth and create a miracle. Chapter 66. The broadcast begins. What do you mean you can't find them? For living individuals couldn't possibly vanish into thin air. Inside the command center of the 66th Legion, a middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table in frustration. He was Luo Yongnian, the commander of the 66th Legion. Luo was in a state of turmoil over the mysterious disappearance of the Li Bei team. 4 fully alive individuals had simply vanished without a trace. And this incident occurred within a heavily guarded military base. We investigated the villa where they were staying, but found no evident signs of a struggle. It appears as though no combat took place. The day after the Li Bei team went missing, the military conducted a thorough investigation of the scene. Aside from a set of unidentified footprints, no other clues were discovered. Even more bizarrely, they searched the vicinity of the villa and found no trace of these footprints, indicating that they had inexplicably appeared within the villa itself. In addition to the Li Bei team, we have also received reports of conduct roll calls every 3 hours. Just as Luo Yongnian was issuing his directives, a soldier burst into the command center in a state of panic. Report, Commander. A serious situation has arisen. What now? With the previous issue unresolved, yet another dilemma emerged, igniting Luo Yongnian's ire. The soldier activated a tablet, displaying a live broadcast to Luo Yongnian. On the screen, a disheveled man was sprinting frantically across the Shaojiang Bridge, pursued by a horde of ravenous zombies. Luo Yongnian erupted in fury. Preposterous. How could such a live broadcast be allowed online? What is the network regulatory department doing? In these extraordinary times, the Diyin government maintains stringent control over the internet, swiftly censoring any discourse deemed detrimental to public morale. In more severe instances, officials from the regulatory department would pay a visit for a chat. This rigorous oversight had kept public sentiment relatively stable, with societal panic kept at bay. The citizens outside the affected cities, the crisis was merely perceived as a severe influenza outbreak. However, This live broadcast acted as a detonator, igniting the powder keg of public emotion. Within just 30 seconds of the stream commencing, the viewer count soared to over 1 million, with a barrage of panicked comments flooding in. "Ah, those zombies are terrifying. I thought it was just talk. I can't believe there's actually a zombie crisis. Why are you showing me this? I want to be able to sleep tonight. May the Bodhisattva bless us. May Buddha bless us. May the Jade Emperor bless us. May the Supreme Old Lord bless us. May Jesus bless us. May the Virgin Mary bless us. May Allah bless us. Retreat, retreat. Weren't we How can there be so many zombies? Isn't the official channel always broadcasting victory after victory? What is going on? So everything on the official relief channel is fake? Is this a scam? Hey, don't play dead. Come out and talk. Damn it. I donated a substantial amount. Are you just pocketing the funds without taking action? Refund me. Useless. You're all a bunch of useless fools. Watching V1 17-inch. Not only was there panic regarding the zombies, but a crisis of trust in the government also erupted at this moment. In just 30 seconds, every communication line associated with the authorities was overwhelmed. Even the city sanitation bureau's phones were busy. Watching the frenzied barrage of comments in the live chat, Luo Yongnian felt as though his head might explode. Quick, cut off the live stream. Are the people in the network regulatory department off eating dung? The network regulatory personnel are already on the case, but it seems they can't shut it down. Not only were the regulatory officials unable to terminate Luo Wan's stream, but they could only watch helplessly as Luo Wan continued her live broadcast. If any foreign hacker victims from years past were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly leap for joy, exclaiming, "Ah, this is familiar. This is the feeling." Just as the Dian authorities were in disarray, the man on the bridge had reached the gates. Of course, his ability to reach the gates was due to Wei Gong deliberately restraining the zombie's speed. Otherwise, he would have been bitten long ago. The man desperately pounded on the alloy gates, crying out in a heart-wrenching plea, "Open the door! Open the door!" This was his last hope for survival. The man's cries for help resonated through the live stream, reaching the ears of every viewer. That sheer sense of despair and terror transcended space, striking at the very core of each individual's heart, sending chills down their spines. The chat exploded with frantic comments. "Open the door! Are you really going to let him die?" Faced with the queries online, the soldier hesitated and looked at Luo Yongnian. "Commander, should we open the door?" Luo Yongnian, equally exasperated, failing to open the gate now would amount to solidifying the perception that the military does not save lives. Should matters escalate to that extent, the credibility of both the government and the military would utterly collapse, plunging the entire Dian into chaos and panic. That would be the true onset of disaster. But would Wei Gong really allow them to have their way? Luo Yongnian's command was promptly relayed to the guards at the gate. "You have 10 seconds to pass through. If you exceed this time, regardless of whether you make it or not, the small gate will close." The soldier stationed at the gate prepared to open a small access door within the alloy gates for the man. As long as he could get through, the small door would immediately shut, keeping the horde of zombies at bay. Meanwhile, the soldiers behind the small door were all on high alert, ready to prevent any zombies from breaching the entrance. All right. Seeing the small door gradually opening, a glimmer of hope ignited in the man's eyes. If he could just get through that door, he would escape the depths of despair and survive. The man scrambled towards the small door, as long as he could reach that spot. As long as he could get to that spot, with the man drawing closer to the small door, an unidentified object whizzed past his hair, slipping through the narrow gap just as the door opened. It landed on the ground behind the gate. The soldiers stationed behind immediately spotted the object and surrounded it. Can you guess what it is? Chapter 67. To open or not to open? Glass bead. Just as the soldiers were engulfed in confusion, the marble-sized glass orb suddenly shattered. Roar! A monstrous creature, towering at 3 meters, abruptly materialized before their eyes. The beast unleashed a spine-chilling roar, its bone-like claws sweeping through the AI or die in an instant. It cleaved through the ranks of soldiers, severing them in half. The hunter makes its grand entrance. Alert! Alert! It's a special mutated entity. A special mutated entity. Quick, shut the door. The surviving soldiers, hearts pounding with terror, hastily closed the door that had only been ajar by a few centimeters. The glass bead had come flying in from outside, and who knew what other surprises awaited them should the door remain open. Don't close the door. I'm still out here. Just as the door that had barely creaked, in mere minutes, his emotions swung like a pendulum, one moment on the brink of paradise, and the next plummeting into an abyss of despair. He glanced back at the horde of relentless zombies pursuing him, and madness overcame him. He was unraveling. The man pounded desperately on the reinforced door. "Help me! Help me! Help me!" As the zombies drew nearer, his voice shifted from anger to panic, and finally to despair. "Help me!" He resorted to ramming his head against the door, hoping to signal to the soldiers within, "I'm still outside." Simultaneously, his desperate cries were broadcasted into the live stream, igniting a frenzy among the viewers. What the hell is the army doing? Why has the door closed again? Did you not see that monster? The moment the door opened, it charged in. Who will save him? Who will save him? Open the door. Let him in. Are you a fool? Can't you see this as a zombie ambush tactic? If the door opens, monsters will invade. Zombies don't eat people and have mastered military tactics. The door absolutely cannot be opened. Are you heartless beasts? Just watching a man die without doing anything. His life matters. Are soldiers' lives worthless? Letting that monster into the camp, do you know how many soldiers will perish? Pingjiang City firmly opposes opening the door. Who do you think you are to represent Pingjiang City? You don't even live in Pingjiang City. Of course, one faction demanded the door be opened, standing on a moral high ground, believing one cannot stand idly by while another faces death. The opposing faction, primarily residents of Pingjiang City, insisted that opening the door would turn their home into the next Xiaotan city. For the sake of their own safety, the door must remain shut. Consequently, the argument escalated, devolving into insults that span generations. Under normal circumstances, moderators would intervene to maintain order in the live stream. However, since this live stream belonged to Luo Wan, they could only watch the chaos unfold. Meanwhile, behind the metallic door, the soldiers were in a frenzy as the hunter wreaked havoc. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. It's a special mutated entity. Bring in the tanks. Firearms are ineffective against this. Hundreds of soldiers formed a temporary barricade, unleashing a torrent of bullets at the approaching hunter, attempting to halt its advance with an overwhelming barrage. Yet, this hunter was no mere creature. It was a product of the parasitic mother nest, a formidable adversary. Its mouth unfurled into 4 petals, resembling a grotesque flower of flesh and blood. Then, a thick white smoke billowed from the hunter's maw, rapidly enveloping the surroundings. Within mere seconds, the silhouette of the hunter vanished into the dense fog. Target lost from sight. All personnel, remain vigilant. Just as the soldier finished speaking, a sharp spike pierced through the smoke, impaling his chest. The zombie virus surged through the spike, infecting the soldier and transforming him into one of the undead. Swish, swish, swish. More spikes shot through the haze, targeting the remaining soldiers. The smoke obscured their vision, leaving them unaware of when or from where the spikes would strike. In a heartbeat, numerous soldiers succumbed to the infection. This was yet another function of the parasitic mother nest. After consuming its target, it could assimilate their genetic sequence and abilities, as long as the mother nest desired. Any zombies it produced thereafter would inherit such powers. This white smoke, originally belonging to Li Bei, appeared on the hunter after being consumed by the mother nest. Of course, this came at a price. Firstly, the zombies produced by the mother nest, despite possessing such abilities, could only wield 80% of their true potential. Secondly, the more abilities a zombie was endowed with, the stronger it became, necessitating a greater sacrifice of ordinary zombies for the mother nest. The current hunter, endowed with the abilities of both Li Bei and Lu Zhenghao, required the sacrifice of 50 ordinary zombies to be birthed. Retreat. Retreat. This is no longer an enemy we can confront. One soldier turned to flee but found his feet ensnared by something. He looked down to discover a tentacle as thick as an arm, coated in a viscous substance, utterly repulsive. The tentacle yanked fiercely, dragging the soldier to the ground in a frenzy. By the time the tentacle halted, his face was a gruesome mess from the friction. The soldier groaned, eyes fluttering open, only to realize that the tentacle had emerged from the hunter's maw. In addition to him, 3 or 4 comrades were ensnared by other tentacles, being pulled toward the hunter. What do you want? The zombie grasped him but refrained from ending his life. This unexpected mercy filled him not with relief, but with a gut-wrenching horror. The hunter cast a glance his way, and the tentacle tightened, propelling him and his comrades toward the glass bead. The surface of the bead was smooth and reflective, serving as a mirror. The portal to the mirrored world opened, and the soldier along with his comrades plummeted into this alternate realm. Where is this place? The black-haired, crimson-eyed mother zombie had been waiting for them all along. Wei Gong had orchestrated this live stream not only to incite fear among the populace, but also to provide sustenance for the child at home, who weighed several hundred tons. Alas, the child was growing, demanding a substantial appetite, and there was no other choice. Chapter 68. The defeated general does not speak of valor. Where are my many subordinates? What about that colossal special variant? Upon Luo Yongyan's arrival at the scene, the pursuer number 2 had already vanished, along with hundreds of soldiers. Some of these soldiers had succumbed to infection, transforming into zombies, while others had been captured alive by the pursuer number 2 and dragged into the mirror world. All that remained were the remnants of destruction and pools of blood, bearing witness to the ferocity and bloodshed of the recent battle. Luo Yongyan struggled to suppress his fury. Report the casualty figures. 3 armored vehicles are inoperative, 567 soldiers are missing. The enemy has 0 casualties. As these numbers were relayed, the soldiers' expression grew increasingly grim. This confrontation had essentially been a one-sided massacre. Aside from heavy firepower such as rockets, they had not even managed to breach the enemy's armor. Against ordinary zombies, these soldiers could put up a fight. However, when faced with such a special variant, they were like fish on a chopping board, utterly at the mercy of their adversary. Damn it! I have never fought such a disgraceful battle since I joined the military. Luo Yongyan, enraged, threw his hat to the ground. What about the survivor outside? He was bitten to death by zombies shortly after the battle commenced, the soldier replied, activating the tablet to display a video that had gone viral online. Though Luo Wan's livestream had concluded, she had edited it into a video and posted it across various platforms. Within a mere hour, her video had amassed millions of views. The cyber regulatory authorities of Dian were frantically deleting the videos. Yet, for every one they removed, Luo Wan would upload 2 more, an unending cycle. Even more troubling was that not only was Luo Wan uploading videos, but numerous netizens had saved the footage and were secretly reposting it. Some were marketing accounts seeking attention, while others were mere spectators reveling in the chaos. Some were outraged citizens denouncing the government, and others were antisocial elements seizing the opportunity to disrupt societal stability. If only a few hundred netizens were uploading videos, the regulatory authorities could manage the situation. However, now thousands were uploading every minute. Public opinion had spiraled completely out of control. Luo Yongyan gazed at the barrage of criticisms aimed at the Dian government and military in the comments section, seething with anger. He wanted to lash out, yet found himself at a loss for words. After all, the defeated general does not speak of valor. Having lost the battle, he could only accept the scorn in silence. At that moment, yet another soldier rushed over. Report, Legion Commander. There is a large crowd gathered outside the military base demanding an explanation. What explanation? The soldier hesitated, stammering, If not, they want us to quickly send in another unit. Damn it. Luo Yongyan was so furious he felt his blood pressure rising. I will go find Liang Sun. If we do not turn this battle around, I shall not bear the name Luo. Luo Yongyan, stationed at the northern frontier, had long battled terrorist factions and foreign forces, his temperament far more volatile than that of generals in the inland. He could not swallow this humiliation. And what about the people outside the base? Tell them that I, Luo Yongyan, will annihilate those scoundrels in Shout-An City within a month. Make sure they know it's coming from me. Luo Yongyan spoke into the phone to Liang Sun. Liang Sun, we must fight this battle, or I will be infuriated even in my sleep. How do you propose to fight? What will you use? How else? We will first deploy bombers to clear the area, then mechanized forces will push forward. I refuse to believe these scoundrels can withstand it. Range is justice. Caliber is truth. Once the area is bombarded, I care not what kind of demons or monsters they are. They shall perish. Old Luo, you are merely acting out of anger. Wait until you have calmed down, then call me. Hearing Luo Yongyan's fervent remarks, Liang Sun realized he had not yet grasped the true horror of the enemy he would face. The best strategy for handling Shout'an City was to hold firm and not present any more targets for the mother entity, to stall until the survivors on Diane's side could develop their strength and unite to eradicate the threat. Then will we fight? Remember, my orders are: completely seal off Shout'an City. No one is allowed in or out. With that, Liang Sun ended the call with Luo Yongyan. The secretary, looking troubled, said, "Minister Liang, what about the media outside?" Not only was Luo Yongyan's side in disarray, but Liang Sun was also overwhelmed. As soon as the live stream began, various media rushed toward him like hyenas sensing prey. If no explanation was provided today, there was a real risk of protests and riots erupting across Dian the following day. Liang Sun furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before rising. "I had not intended to reveal this so soon, but we must expedite our plans. Go summon Director Chu. We need to hold a press conference." Meanwhile, in Shout'an City, Wei Gong and Luo Wan stood in a deep pit, watching as pursuer number 2 continuously discarded live humans into the parasitic mother nest. "Once this batch is consumed, you must help me produce more powerful soldiers." Yet, Wei Gong had not revealed this terrifying army. Instead, he concealed them within his mirror world. As a multitude of ordinary zombies was devoured by the parasitic mother nest, the newly produced pursuers remained hidden, creating the illusion that the number of zombies in Shout'an City had significantly decreased. At that moment, Rongyu descended from above with a tablet in hand. "Master, Liang Sun is making moves." Rongyu opened the tablet, revealing a live broadcast of a press conference. It was evident that, apart from Liang Sun, Chu Zhengqing was also present. This was the first time Wei Gong had seen Chu Zhengqing in person. He looked exactly as Rongyu had described, wearing black framed glasses and a white lab coat, exuding the demeanor of a refined researcher. However, beneath that refined exterior lay a multitude of perilous and undisclosed experiments. As for Dian and humanity, Wei Gong could not ascertain the threat level. Yet, to the zombies, he was undoubtedly a dangerous figure. Once the relevant personnel had gathered, Liang Sun began to speak. "Since everyone is here, we shall commence the press conference." As he spoke, the screen behind him began to display images. "I have watched today's live stream and understand what you wish to convey. I am aware of your intentions. However, I assure every citizen of Dian that the situation is not as dire as it appears." Chapter 69. The Press Conference. Although our military operations in Shout'an City ultimately ended in failure, we successfully evacuated. A closer inspection revealed that these individuals resided in the suburbs, far from the epicenter of the disaster, and had fled the city promptly as the crisis erupted. Liang Sun had arranged for these successful evacuation videos to be recorded in advance, serving as a means to soothe public sentiment. According to official statistics, this evacuation operation successfully rescued over 1 million citizens, marking it as an exceptionally effective and successful rescue mission. Observing Liang Sun's speech on the screen, Wei Gong couldn't help but chuckle. Is that really the case? Clearly, Liang Sun was exaggerating the numbers. But what of it? After all, no one could verify the accuracy of these figures. The ultimate authority rested in Liang Sun's hands. However, we have also paid a considerable price. Liang Sun's voice grew heavy. In this rescue operation, tens of thousands of soldiers sacrificed their lives. It was their flesh and blood that built the walls, paving a path of life for the civilians. Here, I propose we observe 3 minutes of silence to pay our highest respects to the fallen heroes. With that, Liang Sun stood up first. The highest-ranking individuals present rose in solemnity, and others followed suit, joining Liang Sun in silent tribute. After 3 minutes, Liang Sun resumed his seat. That moment, his gaze sharp. "It is sacred and must not be tarnished. I do not wish to hear any rumors defaming this operation anywhere." Undoubtedly, this was a warning. Should anyone dare to voice dissenting opinions, they would face the most severe repercussions from the Dian authorities. The lightest punishment would be a stern reprimand, while the gravest could lead to dire consequences. Impressive, truly impressive. No wonder you are among the upper echelons of Dian. Your rhetoric is masterful. He then skillfully reframed the narrative from the failure of the encirclement operation to the success of the rescue operation. Much like the renowned Dunkirk evacuation in history, which, despite being a hasty retreat after a defeat, was transformed into a successful evacuation that preserved vital forces for future battles. The ability to transform a failure into a success is indeed a remarkable skill. Subsequently, Liang Sun emphasized the sacrifice of the soldiers, implying that our soldiers bravely rushed to the front lines and made the ultimate sacrifice to save ordinary citizens like you. By occupying the moral high ground with the notion of they died for your sake, he swiftly silenced any discontented voices. After all, they too were ordinary people who, when faced with calamity, would rely on the army for salvation. If such criticism continued, who would come to their aid in the event of a zombie crisis? Thus, Liang Sun and the Dian authorities positioned themselves atop the moral high ground. To voice opposition now would not merely be to oppose the Dian regime, but to stand against the populace, thus legitimizing their control over public opinion. I am detaining you not for speaking ill of me, but for speaking ill of the people. Wei Gong shook his head in disbelief. In just a few short sentences, they have perfectly stabilized the out-of-control discourse. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. Father, should I infiltrate their ranks and expose their lies? With Luo Wan's skills, this task would be a mere trifle. Wei Gong, however, shook his head. It's futile. They have already dominated the narrative. At this point, nothing will change that. Moreover, we are the antagonists. Do you believe the public will side with the authorities protecting them or the perpetrators seeking to harm them? It is akin to Wei Gong being a tiger on the mountain who, one day, grows hungry and devours a person. The following day, rumors will spread that the fierce tiger has consumed 100 individuals. At this point, no explanation will suffice. Even if you were to cut open your belly and display your intestines, you would still be deemed a 100-person devourer. People are always inclined to believe narratives that favor their interests. So, what shall we do next? Patience. Let them finish speaking. Controlling the narrative alone is insufficient to quell the public's panic. It merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Prolonged tension can easily incite social unrest. As Wei Gong had anticipated, someone in the audience immediately raised a question. If the military cannot contend with the zombies, does that not spell doom for our world? Liang Sun had foreseen this query and replied, in the face of zombies, we are not without countermeasures. He cast a glance at Chu Zhengqing and, with renewed vigor, declared, Next, let President Chu introduce to us the heroes capable of combating the zombies. Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone present widened in astonishment. What? There are still masters? Chu Zhengqing stood up. Hello everyone. I am Chu Zhengqing, the president of the Dian Research Institute. Even at this moment, a bashful smile graced Chu Zhengqing's face. Following the outbreak of the zombie crisis, the Research Institute immediately initiated an in-depth study of the zombie virus and ultimately extracted a mysterious substance never before discovered, which I have dubbed the X element. For the next 10 minutes, Chu Zhengqing embarked on an elaborate explanation, concealing the players' identities and transforming them into a mysterious and unknown element. Research has shown that a minuscule portion of individuals exhibit adaptability to this element. We refer to them as saviors. This declaration sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. The title savior sounded rather daunting, yet in these apocalyptic times, they truly needed saviors to rescue them. Each savior possesses extraordinary abilities. They are undoubtedly our saviors. As Chu Zhengqing spoke, the screen behind him began to display footage of several survivor players vanquishing zombies and rescuing civilians. The players, moreover, they treated civilians with utmost kindness, embodying the essence of true heroes, alleviating any fears of them becoming terrifying aggressors with their newfound powers. Next, our saviors will rush to various disaster-stricken areas to provide aid and eradicate the zombies. Bravo! Bravo! Chu Zhengqing's impassioned speech invigorated the audience, prompting applause and cheers. Heh. Behind the screen, Wei Gong chuckled softly. At first glance, Liang Sun and Chu Zhengqing's press conference appeared to be a resounding success, yet in reality, it was a desperate and reluctant strategy. Chapter 70. Visitors from Donghai City. Prior to this moment, the Great Yin could have allowed survivor players to cultivate fervently within the training rooms, developing to a point where the zombies could no longer pose a threat. However, a series of actions by Wei Gong ignited widespread societal panic, forcing Liang Sun to hasten the deployment of survivor players to the battlefield. The combat capabilities displayed by Li Bei's squad revealed that the growth rate of the survivor players currently pales in comparison to that of the core players. Given their present strength, facing Wei Gong would likely result in a swift demise. Of course, The reason for humanity's passive stance is largely attributed to the loss of a crucial combat force in the early stages. Rongyu, who played a significant role in suppressing zombie development, was eliminated by Wei Gong. Without Rongyu's restraint, not only did Wei Gong's power surge, but the development of other zombie cores also experienced explosive growth. After the press conference concluded, Liang Sun's secretary approached him, saying, "Minister Liang, Mr. Chun has been waiting for you in the reception room for quite some time." Upon hearing the name Mr. Chun, Liang Sun furrowed his brow. He must be here regarding that matter. Understood. This Mr. Chin, whose full name is Qin Yun, is the chairman of the leading internet company in Great Yin, Qinshuan. The headquarters of Qinshuan is situated in Donghai City. Liang Sun quickly tidied his appearance and stepped into the reception room. On the sofa sat a short man with graying temples, appearing to be in his 60s. He was none other than Chen Yun, the chairman of Qinshuan. Despite his modest stature, his influence is formidable. When he becomes irate, the entire internet industry of Great Yin trembles. Liang Sun extended his hand to Chen Yun. "Mr. Chun, it has been a long time." Chen Yun rose to his feet and politely shook Liang Sun's hand. "Minister Liang is truly a busy man. I've sought you out several times, yet have been unable to meet with you." Liang Sun's expression stiffened, and he could only manage a dry laugh. "You know how it is. There has been an overwhelming amount of matters to attend to lately. Given your busy schedule, Minister Liang, I shall be direct." Chen Yun released Liang Sun's hand. "When will you send someone to rescue my son?" During the outbreak of the zombie crisis, Chen Yun was not in Donghai City, but his son, Chun Tong, remained there. "As you know, I am getting on in years and have entrusted the company to my son. He is my lifeline and the lifeline of Qinshuan." Chen Yun's gaze sharpened, resembling that of a hawk. "Would you not agree, Minister Liang? In this crisis, given such assistance, it would be unreasonable for Great Yin to neglect sending help. However, the issue lies not in a lack of willingness, but in the inability to effectuate a rescue. Intelligence from the front lines indicates that Chen Tong has been captured by zombies and is being held in their stronghold. Great Yin has dispatched several special forces teams for the rescue, as well as 2 squads composed of survivor players, but all efforts have yielded no results. Clearly, Chen Tong is being used as bait by the zombie core of Donghai City, awaiting Great Yin's ill-fated attempt to rescue him." After a brief silence, Liang Sun replied, "Very well, I shall organize a team immediately. This time, we will certainly bring your son back from Donghai City." Chen Yun's face broke into a smile, and he clasped his hands in gratitude. "I look forward to good news from you, Minister Liang." Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Qinshuan will certainly provide unwavering support. Once Chen Yun departed, Liang Sun's secretary approached him. "Minister Liang, is it truly worth sacrificing so many lives for one person?" Liang Sun sighed helplessly. "What choice do we have? Great Yin is currently in a tumultuous period, with countless citizens enduring immense suffering. Should the forces allocated for Chen Tong's rescue be redirected to assist other citizens, one can only imagine how many lives could be spared from despair." However, Liang Sun finds himself in a bind. Great Yin desperately needs the support of leading companies like Qinshuan. If Qinshuan were to withdraw, other companies would surely follow suit, which would deal a devastating blow to the already precarious situation in Great Yin. Liang Sun gazed up at the ceiling and sighed deeply. It is often said that all lives are of equal value, yet in times of disaster, the wealthy can leverage their resources to compel the military to rescue their own, while who comes to the aid of the children of the poor? In the night sky of Shouten City, a crow circled incessantly. Upon closer inspection, one would observe that this crow was festooned with rotting flesh. Indeed, it was a zombie crow. Target locked. Guaranteed hit engage. Wei Gong observed the fallen creature with keen interest. It truly is a zombie. This crow was discovered by Kaluan, who reported that it had appeared 3 days prior, hovering over Shouten City. For the past 3 days, it had done nothing but scout the area, seemingly gathering intelligence. Rongyu remarked, "This crow must be from Donghai City. Each city's core has its unique characteristics, and the forms of zombies vary accordingly." The core of Donghai City leans towards a beastly nature, and its infected zombies bear some resemblance to wild creatures. Wei Gong chuckled. Ah, the big shots from Donghai City seem to have taken an interest in our humble Shout-An City. From what Wei Gong understood, the number of infected individuals in Donghai City had reached a staggering 2 million, surpassing even his own numbers by several tens of thousands. However, he was not the least bit surprised. After all, as one of the core cities of Great Yin, Donghai City's population is 5 times that of Shout-An City. Under such favorable conditions, if the number of infected were to be lower than his own, it would only imply that the zombie core of Donghai City is truly lacking in strength. Moreover, should a confrontation arise with the zombie core of Donghai City, Wei Gong does not feel intimidated. With Rong Yu and Ka Luan as 2 premier combatants at his side and possessing the parasitic mother nest that can produce advanced units, Wei Gong holds a distinct advantage in both individual strength and large-scale conflict. More importantly, after his victory over Rong Yu, Wei Gong had amassed a considerable number of points. Instead of redeeming them for other rewards, he chose to enhance his own physical and mental capabilities. With his current power, his strikes can now be wielded with the same ease as basic attacks. If a single space slash fails to eliminate his opponent, he would simply deliver 10, 50, or even 100 strikes until his foe is vanquished. Should the individual from Donghai City wish to engage in amicable discourse, Wei Gong would gladly indulge for 3 days and nights. However, if they seek to instigate trouble, Wei Gong would not hesitate to methodically dismantle them. Chapter 71. Midnight Visit. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. On a rain-soaked night, a woman, with a black umbrella in hand, traverses the desolate streets, shrouded in dim light and enveloped in silence, save for the rhythmic patter of raindrops. A month has elapsed since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, and Shout-An City has irrevocably transformed into a ghost town. Humanity has succumbed to the infection, becoming zombies, while the undead, for a time, it seemed nearly impossible to find anything capable of independent movement in Shout-An City. Yet, amidst this bleak landscape, a woman walks with her umbrella, an eerie sight indeed. Do not move. The woman with the black umbrella halted, confronted by a figure clad in black and red armor. Rong Yu stood in her path. Not far behind the woman, Ka Luan lurked within the shadows. Should the woman dare to make any sudden movements, the crimson spear in Ka Luan's grasp would swiftly pierce her skull. Faced with the impending threat of the two, the woman with the black umbrella merely smiled languidly. Please inform your master, the matriarch of Donghai City, Su Xilan, has come to pay a visit. Both Rong Yu and Ka Luan were momentarily taken aback. They had surmised the woman was merely a zombie, yet they had not anticipated she was a matriarch zombie. What brings you to Shout-An City? Su Xilan's delicate, pale fingers unfurled gently. There's no need to be so tense. I am but a frail woman, lacking the strength possessed by you two. Despite her reassurances, Rong Yu and Ka Luan remained on high alert. After all, she was a bona fide matriarch zombie. At that moment, Wei Gong's voice echoed in their minds. Bring her to me. Understood. With their master's command, Rong Yu and Ka Luan ceased their obstruction. Rong Yu opened her palm to reveal a finely crafted mirror. Your master awaits. Su Xilan unveiled a captivating smile as she placed her delicate hand upon the mirror's surface. What a romantic ability. Drawn by an invisible force, Su Xilan stepped into the mirror world. Thud, thud, thud. As soon as Su Xilan entered the mirror world, she witnessed a procession of hunters pass before her. Over a dozen towering monsters, each standing 3 meters tall, moved in perfect unison, an overwhelming sense of oppression washing over her. Even Su Xilan, the matriarch zombie, found herself momentarily startled. Diverting her gaze, she discovered these colossal creatures pervading every street. The exterior facade of Shout-An City was merely a deceptive veil. The mirror world was the true paradise of zombies. Su Xilan had naturally observed the previous live streams and was aware of the remarkable achievements of the second prototype of the hunter. However, she had not anticipated that Wei Gong commanded such a vast number of hunters. Likely instinctively, Su Xilan compared her own forces to his and found herself utterly lacking. If those 10,000 hunters charged forth, her zombie subordinates would stand no chance, and even she herself would be unable to withstand their onslaught. There would be no need for Wei Gong and his minions to intervene. Even the lower-tier soldiers could annihilate her and her legion of zombies. A melodic laugh escaped Su Xilan's lips. Hee, it appears I have come to the right place. Follow me. Rong Yu led the way for Su Xilan. Even within the mirror world, Rongyu did not relinquish her infernal armor. Behind Sue's island, Ka Luan's watchful gaze remained fixed upon her, both women maintaining their vigilance. The trio proceeded until they arrived at a grand hall, a creation of Wei Gong's abilities, as it had not existed prior. After all, a villainous overlord must possess a throne befitting their status. Upon entering the hall, Su Xilan gracefully lifted the hem of her black veil dress and bowed elegantly to Wei Gong. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Su Xilan, the matriarch of Jianghua City." Wei Gong reclined in his chair, crossing one leg over the other. How surprising. The matriarch of Jianghua City is such an exquisite beauty. Adorned in a lavish black silk gown and a black veil, Su Xilan exuded an air of elegance. Particularly, the beauty mark at the corner of her mouth radiated an enchanting allure. With a playful chuckle, Su Xilan covered her mouth. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, who could have guessed that the fearsome matriarch of Shaotan City would be such a strikingly handsome young man? Wei Gong appeared to be only in his early 20s, while Su Xilan exuded the charm of a mature woman, rendering the term young man quite fitting. A lovely elder sister visiting late at night, surely isn't here merely for a rendezvous with me, is she? As soon as Wei Gong's words fell, the door behind Su Xilan slammed shut with a resounding thud. Moreover, both Rongyu and Ka Luan had taken positions not far behind her, awaiting Wei Gong's signal. No need for concern. My ability allows me to manipulate the emotions of those around me through song, provided their mental strength is inferior to mine. Su Xilan's enchanting gaze swept over them, and your mental strength surpasses mine. In response, Wei Gong remained silent, instead snapping his fingers. A colossal steel sword manifested from thin air, piercing through Su Xilan's chest. She did not flinch, nor did she express anger. A smile graced her ruby lips, a trickle of crimson blood accentuating her already alluring visage with a haunting beauty. Wei Gong's casual strike had penetrated Su Xilan's form, indicating that her physical defenses were indeed lacking. Even with her concealed strength, Wei Gong was confident of her demise. After all, this mirror world belonged to him. With a flick of his wrist, the steel sword vanished into thin air. My apologies. Rather than rely on hearsay, I prefer to trust my own eyes. Though her strength may have waned, the resilience of a matriarch zombie remained intact as the wound upon Su Xilan's chest healed at a visible pace. While her recovery could mend her injury, it did nothing to restore her black silk gown, revealing expanse after expanse of her pristine skin, the ivory curves blushing with a hint of red, appearing irresistible. Su Xilan made no attempt to conceal her voluptuous figure, no matter. Being assertive and suspicious is a plus in my book. Very well then, can you elucidate the purpose of your late-night visit? As I mentioned at the outset, I have come to extend an invitation for you to join me for a rendezvous. Wei Gong furrowed his brow. A rendezvous? What sort of rendezvous? A hint of surprise flickered across Su Xilan's face beneath her veil. Did you not receive the invitation? Chapter 72. Survival is success. With a deft flick of her wrist, Su Xilan conjured a pitch-black invitation as if performing a magic trick. This is an invitation from Donghai City. Did you not receive it? Wei Gong stroked his chin, a perplexed expression crossing his face. Am I the only one who hasn't received an invitation to the party? Alas, I have fallen victim to American-style bullying. A hint of confusion flickered in Su Xilan's enchanting eyes. That shouldn't be the case. Before issuing invitations, Donghai City assesses the strength of the host and its factions, allowing only the powerful to partake in this affair. Yet, given Wei Gong's prowess, it seemed implausible that he had not received an invitation. Su Xilan pressed on. Have you ever encountered a black crow? Wei Gong's expression grew increasingly peculiar, and he awkwardly scratched his cheek. Not only have I seen one, but I also shot it down. And where is that crow now? Wei Gong's countenance became even more awkward, and he could only manage a forced chuckle. The child didn't know better, so I let her have it. After shooting down the crow, Luo Wan approached Wei Gong. claiming that the creature possessed a unique genetic sequence, which, if consumed, could potentially yield flying zombies. Since the child had a penchant for it, he decided to oblige her. After all, she was still growing and needed balanced nutrition. Now it was Su Xilan's turn to be taken aback. She chuckled behind her hand. Many have shot down crows, but I fear only you, dear brother, have actually eaten one. Wei Gong turned to glance at Luo Wan behind him. Is it possible to bring it back up? Luo Wan leaned back slightly, her expression seemingly saying, Are you jesting with me? Well, Wei Gong began to comprehend why he had not received an invitation. Donghai City had indeed sent crows to inspect Xiaotan City, but before they could even take a good look, they were shot down by Kaluan, leaving only scraps of fur behind. During this time, the ordinary zombies of Xiaotan City had been cast into the parasitic mother nest, while the enhanced predator army was hidden away by Wei Gong. Coupled with Liang Sun's statement during the press conference that 1 million survivors had been evacuated, the mother body of Donghai City mistakenly concluded that the entities from Xiaotan City were mere small fry, unworthy of being invited to the table. Moreover, they had not only dismissed the food but had also boiled their carrier pigeons, making it all the more improbable for them to extend an invitation. However, setting aside the facts, did Donghai City truly bear no fault in this matter? If you lack an invitation, you may accompany me as my partner, Su Xilan said, winking at Wei Gong, exuding an air of charm. Lingering, Luo Wan narrowed her eyes, fixating intently on Su Xilan. Could this woman be contemplating becoming my stepmother? Luo Wan discreetly leaned towards Wei Gong's ear, whispering, Father, you must not be deceived by this wicked woman. Wei Gong glanced at Luo Wan in exasperation. You, my dear, are filled with nothing but yellow paint. This is a piece of advice. A warning. With a flick of his head, Wei Gong pushed Luo Wan aside. Adults are conversing. Children should refrain from interrupting. Ignoring Luo Wan, Wei Gong redirected his attention towards Su Xilan. I am quite curious about the true intent behind your unmasked goodwill. Su Xilan revealed her intentions without reservation. I seek an ally capable of protecting my formidable allies. Su Xilan's abilities were rather awkward. The power to manipulate others' emotions through song sounded impressive, yet in practice, it was somewhat comical, as she could only control those weaker than herself. As Survivor players gradually became stronger, the combat capabilities of enemies also surged. If this trend continued, Su Xilan, whose abilities could only prey on the weak, would undoubtedly become a prime target for extermination among the survivors. Thus, she required a reliable and powerful ally, and Wei Gong was the optimal choice. How can you be certain that I am the person you seek? Because of her, Su Xilan indicated Rongyu. Her strength is formidable, yet she fell at your hands, indicating your superiority. Zhonghai City was not far from Litai City, so Rongyu was privy to more information regarding the battles involving the mother body of Litai City than others. The achievement of killing Rongyu was something even the ostensibly strongest zombie faction, Donghai City, could not boast of. Yet Wei Gong had accomplished it. Especially after witnessing Wei Gong's predator army, Su Xilan's conviction in her hypothesis solidified. Within the realm of Dian, Wei Gong stood as the strongest. Wei Gong crossed his arms, a slight smile gracing his lips. You possess a discerning eye. Su Xilan returned the smile, her laughter melodious. As a mere weak woman, lacking in strength, I must naturally rely on keen observation to compensate. An alliance is agreeable, but what can you offer in return? Wei Gong was no benevolent savior, and he had no habit of protecting the weak. To earn his protection, one must demonstrate sufficient value. Zhonghai City is willing to become your vassal. Whether human or zombie, all may serve as your sustenance. Wei Gong possessed a plethora of elite zombies, yet ordinary ones were seldom seen, indicating that the creation of elite zombies required a significant number of common ones. Since you are in need of sustenance, I shall become your source. Wei Gong was taken aback. Oh? By making this declaration, Su Xilan had willingly closed off her own avenues for growth, content to become Wei Gong's subordinate. If you still doubt my sincerity, I am willing to surrender my life box to you. Wei Gong exchanged glances with Rongyu, who stepped forward to accept Su Xilan's life box. To ensure there were no traps, Rongyu opened the box and examined its contents for Wei Gong. Once assured of its authenticity, Rongyu presented the life box before Wei Gong. Inside lay a stunning red crystal, resembling a drop of blood congealed into a beautiful garnet, breathtaking in its allure. This was Su Xilan's crystal core. To verify its legitimacy, Wei Gong had the system appraise it, receiving an affirmative response. With the system's confirmation, Wei Gong found little cause for doubt. After all, the only further means of verification would be to crush the crystal core and see if Su Xilan perished. Wait, can you and your brain operate independently? Su Xilan's cheeks flushed crimson. After all, Wei Gong's remark was somewhat impolite for an elegant lady, hee. Merely a few little life-preserving tricks. Do you trust me so readily, laying everything bare? Su Xilan's gaze dimmed slightly, because I wish to survive. In the torrent of the apocalypse, the weak can only cling to the stronger for survival, even if it means being used as cannon fodder and sacrificed. Yet, at the very least, it grants them a little more time to live. As long as one lives, there is hope. With hope, there is a future. Wei Gong accepted Su Xilan's life box. I accept your request for an alliance, but I will not deprive you of your growth potential. At least for now, I have no need to. What he sought were capable allies, not burdensome liabilities. Even if he was currently in need of sustenance, he would not consume Su Xilan, as the logic was akin to raising pigs. A piglet could never compare in value to a fully grown hog. Now, let us discuss the matter of Donghai City's forthcoming visit. Chapter 73. Me? To be frank, Wei Gong was not particularly inclined to attend the gathering. Firstly, he held little interest in this feast of the zombie progenitors, and secondly, he had not received an invitation. Inviting oneself unbidden would certainly seem like a disruption. Although Wei Gong was unafraid of any faction, he preferred not to cultivate too many adversaries, especially among the other progenitors. After just mocking humanity as penchant for infighting, to then engage in conflict with other progenitors would only provide an opportunity for humans to exploit. Honestly, I am not particularly eager to attend this banquet. Wait a moment. Infighting? An opportunity for humans to exploit. Just as he was pondering, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Wei Gong's mind. I have a rather dubious idea. Wei Gong revealed a mischievous grin akin to that of a little demon. No, I have a splendid plan. If this scheme were to unfold smoothly, the living souls across the river would not require his intervention. They would leap into the river one by one like sows queuing to jump in. Apart from Su Xilan, the corners of the mouths of several of Wei Gong's subordinates twitched involuntarily. Whenever Wei Gong smiled in such a manner, it was a harbinger of mischief. Wei Gong rose from his seat. I have changed my mind. I will join you for the gathering. I am delighted to accompany you on this journey. Wei Gong turned to his few loyal followers. Kalin, you shall accompany me, while Rungyue and Luowan stay behind to guard our home. I am so tired. Why must there be another meeting? In a military facility within Donghai City, a middle-aged man, his face plastered with the word sleepy, sat in a corner of the conference room. The middle-aged man lit a cigarette for himself, grumbling in dissatisfaction. I joined this game just to escape work. Why must I still work while in the game? A woman beside him questioned, why do you look like this so early in the morning? Be honest, what time did you go to bed last night? For in the morning. The woman stared at the middle-aged man in astonishment. 4? Did you stay up all night gaming again? The middle-aged man shrank deeper into his seat, arms crossed over his chest, appearing as if he intended to close his eyes and rest. In this wretched base, what else is there to do besides gaming? Although the progenitor of Donghai City had indeed seized the city, he had only conquered 2/3 of the territory. Moreover, the areas occupied were primarily the old city and civilian districts, while the affluent districts and corporate zones had long been secured by the Diyin army. Presently, over 5 million survivors of Donghai City had been sheltered within this region, protected by 100,000 Diyin soldiers and several survivor players. Furthermore, the outer layer of this refuge was shielded by a special protective dome sent by Chu Zhengqing, rendering the zombies of Donghai City incapable of breaching it. Additionally, as the zombie forces had already secured air superiority over Donghai City, Diyin was unable to evacuate the survivors. The zombies could not infiltrate, and humanity could not escape in this stalemate. Both factions found themselves merely glaring at one another. Noticing the woman in the corner whispering, the person in charge on stage grew displeased and sternly admonished, "This is an important meeting. What are you muttering about over there?" "Oh." The woman recoiled slightly, then lowered her voice to ask the man, "Are you really going to sleep? Aren't you going to listen to what the mission is?" The middle-aged man closed his eyes, the corner of his mouth, still holding the cigarette, slightly parting as he lazily responded, "What's there to hear? Even if there is a mission, it has nothing to do with me." The middle-aged man possessed very little strength, ranking near the bottom of the entire base. Due to the peculiarity of his abilities, the base generally refrained from assigning tasks to him, allowing him to maintain his leisurely existence. In his view, he was merely an ordinary person without any extraordinary capabilities. Muddling through life was quite satisfactory. After all, in the event of calamity, there were taller individuals to shoulder the burden, leaving him, an ordinary person, free from worry. The mission this time is to rescue the trapped Chen Tong. Given the significance and uniqueness of this task, we must select a suitable candidate. The person speaking on stage glanced at the dossier. The individual responsible for executing this mission is Song Chong. The speaker raised his head, searching the conference room for Song Chang's presence. Where is Song Chong? Has he not come to the meeting? Upon hearing the name Song Chong, the middle-aged man suddenly shuddered, as if reacting instinctively, sitting upright. Indeed, this middle-aged man's name was Song Chong. His eyes widened, and he pointed at himself with his index finger. "Ah, me?" Upon his own initiative, Song Chong drew attention. "I am to go rescue someone? Is this for real?" It should be noted that Chen Tong was imprisoned within the Empire Building in Donghai City, which had now become the stronghold of the zombies. From Song Chang's understanding, several squads had already perished in their attempts to rescue Chen Tong. Moreover, among the entire Donghai City base, Song Chang's combat prowess was among the lowest. If it came to direct combat skills, Song Chong would even struggle against a professionally trained soldier. To send Song Chong into such peril to retrieve someone was akin to asking Bin Borba to eliminate the Tang monk and his disciples. The speaker glanced down at the mission assignment document, where the name Song Chong was indeed inscribed. "That's correct, it is you." Song Chong shook his head, glancing around as he continued to inquire. "For such a formidable task, surely I am not the only one?" The corners of Song Chang's mouth twitched slightly as he desperately reassured himself. However, the speaker's next statement shattered Song Chang's final hope. "You will be the sole individual responsible for this mission." "No." Song Chong was rendered speechless, immediately rushing to the speaker's side, snatching the mission assignment document, flipping it back and forth, only to find that Song Chong raised his hand. "Report, boss. I request a replacement." To assign him such a daunting task alone was no different from sending him to his doom. Earning a few thousand a month, what was the point of risking his life? "No way. I refuse to do it." The speaker promptly rejected Song Chang's request for a replacement. "You cannot be replaced. This mission was personally assigned by Director Chu, who designated you as the best candidate for this task, and it must be executed solely by you." The moment Song Chong heard the name Chu Zhongqing, he broke into a cold sweat. Offending anyone was preferable to offending Chu Zhongqing. This was a consensus within the survivor player community. With a sorrowful expression, Song Chong dejectedly nodded. "Fine, I suppose I shall do it." Chapter 74. Woohoo, ascend. Is this really Donghai City? That was rather swift, wasn't it? The surface of a glass panel in Donghai City rippled as Wei Gong and Su Xilan materialized upon the rooftop of a towering skyscraper. The journey from Xiaotan City to Donghai City had taken them scarcely an hour. Isn't this distance approximately 200 kilometers? Even on the highway, it should take at least 2 hours. It's merely a unique application of my abilities. In truth, it was quite straightforward. Wei Gong directly manipulated the ground of the Mirror Realm, crafting a highway that connected them to Xiaotan City. Wei Gong and Su Xilan needn't walk. This road functioned like an escalator, propelling them towards Donghai City at an astonishing speed. Speaking of which, what on earth is this weather? Wei Gong gazed upwards, observing the massive dark cloud that enveloped the entirety of Donghai City. The weather was utterly unnatural, a tempest of rain and wind, reminiscent of a typhoon. Yet, the issue was that Dian had not experienced any typhoons recently. This meant that the tumultuous weather was the handiwork of the Donghai City's core zombie. The ability to manipulate the weather of an entire city suggests that the entity in Donghai City is no ordinary FOE. As Wei Gong contemplated this, the cloud above began to churn violently, as though a colossal creature were stirring the tides within. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking a distant milky white barrier. Boom! The deafening roar of thunder echoed across the sky, reminiscent of divine wrath. What is that? Wei Gong narrowed his eyes, fixated on the roiling clouds. In the instant the lightning struck, he perceived the presence of an immense being stirring within the cloud. Was that bolt its method of attack? Was it targeting that milky barrier? Wei Gong shifted his gaze to the barrier. It was evident that this milky white shield was no ordinary construct. Enduring such a strike, it merely lost a fraction of its luster, showing no signs of shattering. Perhaps disheartened by the ineffectiveness of its assault, the creature within the clouds ceased its onslaught, and the swirling darkness returned to a state of desolation. Was that just a coincidence? Su Xilan, who had witnessed the scene, recognized that the lightning was anything but a natural occurrence. However, she hesitated to solidify her suspicions. If it were indeed a man-made phenomenon, then the strength of the assailant was truly terrifying. It was no coincidence. That strike was likely the work of Donghai. Approaching the edge of the rooftop, he surveyed the overcast sky. I suspect the core of Donghai City invited you here not merely for a meeting, but also for that eggshell-like object. Not long ago, Luo Wan had infiltrated the internal network of Dian, and combined with the publicly available intelligence, it became clear that the core had not completely seized control of Donghai City. A substantial number of survivors, approximately 5 million, remained hidden in shelters. An entire city's worth of inhabitants, coupled with the 100,000 soldiers guarding the base and the survivor players, this was essentially a treasure trove of points. The core of Donghai City would undoubtedly covet such a resource. The dilemma, however, lay in the fact that the core was powerless against that eggshell-like barrier, compelled only to intermittently unleash lightning strikes to deplete its energy. This invitation extended to other city cores was likely a quest for a means to breach the shield. Given that he was the only one in all of Dian capable of overcoming that barrier, the situation was quite favorable for him. Since we are here, let us pay a visit. Su Xilan, grasping Wei Gong's implication, was instantly struck with fear. That high up? How are we supposed to get there? I can't fly. Wei Gong smiled enigmatically. The wise have their own clever plans. In his palm, a glass orb materialized. You shall be the chosen one, zombie crow. With the grace of tossing a pockball, Wei Gong hurled the glass orb into the air. Caw, caw, caw. As the orb shattered, a colossal zombie crow emerged from within. This special zombie was created after the parasitic nest consumed the crow of Donghai City. Lacking combat prowess and with a flourish, Wei Gong struck a pose that was both dramatic and somewhat pretentious. Merge. Caw, caw, caw. After flying 3 circles around Wei Gong, the zombie crow suddenly dove towards him. During the descent, its form contorted and morphed until only a pair of talons and enormous black wings remained. Thud. The talons pierced into Wei Gong's back, establishing a close connection with his nerves. Thus, he effectively acquired a pair of external wings. Gently flapping the black wings, he found himself moving with unparalleled ease, as if they were extensions of his own limbs. Wei Gong was thoroughly satisfied. If Groudon saw this, it would surely weep tears of envy. Su Xilan, filled with, should this become known, the upper echelons would likely descend into madness. Should a confrontation arise, the mere aftermath could spell her demise several times over. In such a scenario, Su Xilan dared not involve herself. No need. You wouldn't withstand the cold and lack of oxygen at such heights. With that, Su Xilan sighed in relief. All right. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, Wei Gong cast a glance at the abyss below, a sheer drop of 100 meters. The height alone could induce fainting in those afflicted by acrophobia. To be honest, I've never experienced the sensation of jumping from such a height, Wei Gong remarked with elegance, turning to face the void behind him before as his feet left the ground. The sensation of weightlessness and the pull of gravity surged upon him, drawing him towards the earth from a height of over 100 meters. Wei Gong spread his arms wide, surrendering to the gravitational pull as he plummeted. With less than 10 meters to the ground, Wei Gong flashed a grin and shouted, "Woo-hoo, ascend?" The black wings behind him beat powerfully, propelling his body skyward like a rocket. Woo-hoo, ascend. Chapter 75. I come to discuss terms as the altitude gradually increased. Not only did the air grow cold and thin, but the howling winds intensified as well. Were it not for Wei Gong's remarkable physical resilience, he would have likely been swept away like a kite severed from its string. lost to the vastness of the skies. Whoosh! At last, Wei Gong broke through the torrential rain and fierce winds, plunging headlong into the roiling mass of dark clouds. However, the moment he breached the cloud layer, two colossal eyes, akin to ancient bells, suddenly flared to life, fixating intently on this unexpected visitor. A voice boomed forth, resonant as thunder. Who dares? Boom! Tornadoes ravaged the skies as thunder cracked, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Illuminated by the flashes of lightning, the enormous form concealed within the cloudscape was finally revealed in all its— It was a creature of myth, a monster stretching several hundred meters in length. Faced with such a behemoth, Wei Gong felt no trepidation, maintaining a faint smile as he declared, "I hail from Donghai City, here to discuss terms. What stature do you possess that grants you the audacity to negotiate with me?" In the monster's eyes, Wei Gong appeared no larger than a chick, easily blown away with a single breath. Not qualified. Wei Gong remained unperturbed, casually flipping his wrist to reveal an ancient black longsword resting in his palm. With this, might we converse while standing? Grasping the sword's sheath with his left hand and firmly clutching the hilt with his right, he exerted a sudden force, and the blade, shimmering with an eerie crimson glow, was drawn forth in an instant. The other shore slash. With a powerful swing of his right hand, he unleashed a devastating strike. The black spatial slash extended hundreds of meters, as if to cleave the entire cloud sea in two. A blow capable of severing the clouds could certainly decapitate the colossal beast. This blade. The moment it appeared, the beast's vigilance was piqued, and the ensuing spatial slash thrust it into a state of heightened alertness. It sensed that even with its monstrous physique, it could not withstand such a strike, destined only to be bisected. Wei Gong aimed the blade of the other shore at the beast's head. Are you qualified now? Strength, after all, is the most persuasive bargaining chip. Words, no matter how eloquent, pale in comparison to the weight of a single strike. Who exactly are you? The beast's gaze remained fixed on Wei Gong, unwilling to allow even a moment's distraction. I am Wei. According to the crow's reports, the progenitor of Shaotan City was a mere waste, incapable of managing even a third-tier city. Yet, the individual before it bore not a trace of such ineptitude. The crow's intellect must have been severely lacking, or it would not have drawn such a preposterous conclusion. The beast's voice rumbled deeply, "Wei Gong, what is it that you seek from me?" Since the other party was willing to engage in civil discourse, it would be discourteous to continue brandishing the sword. With a flourish, Wei Gong twirled the blade before gracefully sheathing the other shore, a friendly smile returning to his face. "I propose a friendly transaction. I shall assist you in breaking open that eggshell, and in return, you will cooperate with me in staging a performance." Phew! The Empire State Building is truly enormous. I might be searching for ages. Though Song Chong feigned reluctance, he effortlessly infiltrated the Empire State Building. At that moment, he was darting through the labyrinthine rooms, peering here and there, in search of the cell where Chan Tong was imprisoned. Thud. Existence dilution, as its name implies, drastically reduces the user's presence, causing those nearby to subconsciously overlook Song Chang's existence. In addition to lowering his own presence, Song Chong could also diminish the presence of others through touch. It was precisely due to this ability that Chu Zhongqing had specifically assigned Song Chong to execute this rescue mission. Pant, pant, pant. As the heavy footsteps rounded the corner, their true form was revealed. A zombie dog, its size nearly indistinguishable from that of a wild wolf. What on earth is this dog doing here? Song Chong, a middle-aged man, stood at attention. Observing the entirety of Donghai City, one would notice that the zombies here exhibited varying degrees of animalistic traits, with some resembling quadrupedal animal zombies entirely. This phenomenon stemmed from the evolutionary path of the progenitor of Donghai City. The progenitor followed a route of beastly enhancement. Its body was infused with the genetic sequences of various wild animals. Zombies influenced by the progenitor inherited these beastly genes, resulting in a transformation. If an ordinary person were to be infected by such a beastly zombie, they too would inherit the wild gene. The more evident the signs of beastliness, the more powerful the zombie. The zombie dog before Song Chong was at least of the small leader level. Pant, pant, pant. With an acute sense of smell, the zombie dog was tasked with patrolling the Empire State Building's security. Previous rescue teams had mostly been discovered by this very creature, leading to countless zombies pursuing them, resulting in utter annihilation. You cannot see me, you cannot see me. This exemplified the uniqueness of Song Chang's ability, not invisibility, yet its efficacy surpassed that of mere concealment. Had he been invisible, the zombie dog could have detected him through smell, but with existence dilution, even the scent itself was rendered inconspicuous. I should find a room to hide in and continue tomorrow. If a task can be avoided, it should be. If it can be postponed, it should be delayed indefinitely. Regardless of the endeavor, Song Chong adhered to the principle of exerting only 60% of his effort. Even if he had the stamina to continue searching, he had no intention of doing so today. With only a few thousand to earn in a month, why risk his life? Consequently, Song Chong selected a relatively secluded room to conceal himself. Chapter 76. The innate laborer's sacred body. Much to my surprise, this group of individuals resides in quite a splendid place. Song Chong mused as he unlocked the door with the base's provided device, only to discover both the room's dimensions and its decor epitomized opulence. If one were to calculate the cost based on pre-apocalyptic market rates, a night's stay in this suite would easily amount to no less than 5,000 yuan. However, it is no wonder, considering that the Empire State Building was once a 5-star hotel before its fall, now reduced to a den of zombies. What a tragic waste. The thought that he was living in conditions inferior to those of a horde of zombies sent a chill through Song Chang's heart. Upon entering the room, Song Chong promptly locked the door and secured the chain. For added safety, he refrained from powering the room and instead curled up in a shadowy corner for a brief respite. Perhaps a moment of closed eyes would suffice, he thought, yawning and drowsily shutting his eyes. Just as he did, the glass in the room suddenly shimmered with ripples. Master, shall we eliminate this survivor player? Unbeknownst to him, from the moment he stepped into the suite, he had been under the vigilant watch of Kalen. The suite's actual tenant was Wei Gong, who had opted for the safety of residing in the mirror world rather than the suite itself. There's no rush. Let us first observe what this individual intends to do, Wei Gong remarked with intrigue as he watched Song Chong, who was resting peacefully. The fact that this person had infiltrated the Empire State Building undetected indicated he possessed some remarkable abilities. Kalen, inform Su Zailan to notify the zombies in Donghai City that patrols in this area are unnecessary for the next few days. According to Wei Gong's script, it was not yet time for him and Kalen to make their appearances, hence the need for Su Zailan to relay the message. Understood. Under Wei Gong's meticulous arrangements, the area became exceptionally secure, allowing Song Chong to comfortably treat the suite as a safe haven. For the next few days, he would venture out promptly at 9 each morning to seek Chun Tong's whereabouts, scurrying about the Empire State Building like a mouse. He returned at 11:30 for a quick bite, which he deemed lunch. After his meal, he often indulged in a brief nap of an hour. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he would set out again in search of Chun Tong. He returned to the suite punctually at 5:30 each day. Once again, he returns precisely at 5:30. Does he believe himself to be at work? Wei Gong observed, unable to contain his amusement as he watched Song Chong lying on the bed. Regardless of the events or adversities he faced within the Empire State Building, Song Chong consistently returned to the suite at the same time each afternoon. It was almost as if he were a celestial being. Wei Gong's lips twitched slightly. Could this fellow truly be the embodiment of an innate laborer? Always clocking in and out on time, never staying late. Despite his jesting, Wei Gong held a deep respect for Song Chang's abilities. The fact that he could navigate this perilous abyss without detection spoke volumes of his extraordinary talent. Through his observations over the past several days, Wei Gong surmised that Song Chong likely possessed a talent for stealth. While his combat prowess might be lacking, his skills in evasion were undoubtedly exceptional. Meanwhile, Song Chong, reclining on the bed, initiated his daily report. June 13th, clear skies. Once again, I have failed to locate Chin Tong. The Empire State Building is becoming increasingly perilous. Today, I encountered the mother body of Zhonghua City. Were it not for my unique abilities, I would have surely become a lifeless corpse by now. For the sake of my personal safety, I hereby request to terminate my mission." After completing his report, he casually tossed his phone aside, disregarding it. From the day he embarked on this mission, he had been requesting its termination, yet the responses were invariably the same: "Mission continues." Although he anticipated the reply, he felt compelled to continue his lament. Perhaps one day, success might be within reach. In life, one must always harbor dreams. Without them, what distinguishes one from a mere fish out of water? As he lay on the plush bed, Song Chong scratched his rear. "Perhaps I should take a shower today? I feel as though I am on the verge of becoming odorous." Initially, he had been too fearful to turn on the lights, opting instead to hide in the shadows for a brief rest. However, he soon realized that this area was devoid of patrols, gradually lowering his guard. Now, not only did he dare to sleep openly on the bed, but he even watched children's programs on television. Of course, he kept the volume muted, his courage not yet reaching that level. Just as he prepared to undress for a shower, his phone, carelessly discarded at the foot of the bed, suddenly illuminated with new notifications from the base. Could it be that I have truly succeeded?" Song Chong exclaimed with delight, eagerly picking up the device. He noted that this response was considerably lengthier than previous ones, perhaps indicating a favorable outcome. However, the moment he read the reply, his optimism shattered. Instead of a termination approval, he was met with an additional mission directive. The message read, "According to reliable intelligence, the mother body of Donghai City has summoned several mother zombies for a meeting to be held at the Empire State Building. Mission appended. Infiltrate the Empire State Building and ascertain the purpose of the mother zombies gathering in Donghai City." The message concluded with a dismissive note. "Termination request denied. Continue executing the mission." Fuming, Song Chong hurled his phone onto the bed, feeling akin to a jester. "Just when I thought I had a chance, you make me lose utterly, damn it." His frustration boiled over. Knowing full well that the Empire State Building is teeming with mother bodies and fraught with danger, you assign me such a perilous task. My life is worth something too. It was reminiscent of a company sending you to work in Africa for 3 years, only to continuously deny your request to return home, instead instructing you to subdue the local tribes. Is that a reasonable expectation for any person? Enduring for a moment only leads to greater loss. Retreating only breeds more anger. Enough is enough. It was time to confront his superior. Without regard for the potential of attracting zombie attention, Song Chong dialed the phone. "Damn it. I'm done. This mission is no different from suicide. Let whoever wants to do it, do it." His emotions surged, and he unleashed a torrent of vitriol. Yet, the voice on the other end remained calm. "Complete this task, and you will be able to retire." In that instant, Song Chong froze. One must understand the allure of the word retirement to a laborer. It is a dream cherished by all. Will there be a pension after retirement? Are there any benefits? Song Chang's voice trembled as he posed the question. Chapter 77. Can you keep up? After your retirement, you will be stationed in the capital, where your daily duties will be minimal. In fact, you won't even need to clock in. No one will be monitoring you, allowing you to do as you please. As for the remuneration, it is 20,000 a month, complete with all 5 social insurances and a housing fund. Should you wish to enhance your skills further, we can also prioritize your access to the training facilities. Is what you are saying truly reliable? Song Chong was on the verge of tears. He had entered this deadly game specifically to experience such a life. This conversation will be recorded for posterity. Do you have any further inquiries? I will do it. If I don't take on this, however, dreams can be bountiful, while reality often proves starkly different. Song Chong soon encountered his first formidable challenge. The Empire State Building, with its vast expanse, housed not merely thousands, but at least 8,000 rooms. Locating the meeting place of the matrices among such a multitude was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. More critically, with so many perilous matrices present, how could he eavesdrop on their discussions without being detected? In the mirrored realm, every action and utterance of Song Chong was meticulously observed by Wei Gong. He stroked his chin with intrigue, remarking, "Our little mouse appears to be..." The assignment bestowed upon Song Chong likely pertained to eavesdropping on this clandestine meeting. Callan's tone remained unruffled. "He will perish." Without the aid of a benefactor, Song Chang's attempts at eavesdropping would be tantamount to suicide, given the overwhelming number of matrices present. Even if Song Chong possessed extraordinary stealth capabilities, sustaining them indefinitely was implausible. Should he be discovered, his demise would be inevitable. In response, Wei Gong merely smiled nonchalantly, saying, "No matter. We shall become his benefactor." Just moments ago, Wei Gong had been searching for a camera capable of broadcasting the impending spectacle live to the Dian authorities. Now, fortuitously, Song Chong had presented himself on a silver platter. "What shall we do?" Wei Gong mused, stroking his chin and chuckling softly. "If he is unaware of the meeting time, we shall serve as his alarm. If he does not know the venue, we will be his guides. And if he fears detection, we shall divert the attention of the entire assembly." At 3:53 p.m. on June 15th, within the confines of his chamber, Song Chong anxiously glanced at his phone. "There are only 10 minutes left until the matrices meeting commences, yet I remain blissfully ignorant of its location." Earlier that day, he had inadvertently eavesdropped on a conversation between the matrices of Zhanghuai City and other zombies, learning that the meeting would commence at 3:47 p.m. on June 15th. Now, with the meeting imminent, he still had not discerned where it would be held. "Song Chong, oh Song Chong, think of a solution quickly. Otherwise, you may miss out on that precious retirement." Ow ow ow. Just as Song Chong flitted about like an ant on a hot skillet, a sudden cacophony erupted outside his room, capturing his attention. What is that commotion? Song Chong stealthily approached the door, peering through the peephole with utmost caution. He beheld a dark-haired man gripping a zombie dog by the head, and with a sudden exertion of force, he crushed the creature's skull with his bare hands. What the hell? Witnessing such a gruesome display of violence, Song Chong instinctively gasped. Who was this formidable figure, exhibiting such ferocity? The man in the corridor seemed to have heard Song Chang's exclamation, turning his gaze toward the room where Song Chong was concealed. Damn. The moment the dark-haired man glanced back, Song Chong felt a jolt of terror, hastily activating his abilities to minimize his presence. Wei Gong chuckled softly in the corridor. "Song Chong, you are watching me, aren't you?" Wei Gong was fully aware that Song Chong was clandestinely observing him from behind the door, as he had deliberately exposed himself. Feigning ignorance, Wei Gong raised his voice slightly. "Heh, the local gangsters are quite rude. Not only did they hold a gathering without inviting me, but they even set dogs upon me. Just wait until I smash their little party to pieces." With that, Wei Gong dragged the corpse of the zombie dog forward. To ensure Song Chong did not lose track of him, Wei Gong deliberately left a trail of the zombie dog's blood as a marker. As Wei Gong distanced himself, Song Chong finally exhaled in relief. That fellow must be a Matrix from Shouten City. As a member of the Dian organization, Song Chong had certainly heard of Wei Gong's notorious reputation. Is he here for the meeting as well? No, judging by his earlier tone, it sounds more like he intends to disrupt it. Suddenly, Song Chong paused, realization dawning upon him. Wait, if I follow him, I can discover the meeting's location. Finally grasping the situation, Song Chong flung open the door and dashed out. Once he departed, Callan stepped forth from the mirror within the room, stating, "Master, the little mouse has set off." Heh, it seems our little mouse isn't quite as dim-witted as I had feared. Prior to the plan's commencement, Wei Gong had worried that Song Chong might lack the sense to follow along. However, it appeared he had been overly cautious. "Callan, remember to protect our little mouse. We mustn't allow him to be devoured by the wild dogs lurking along the way." "I will ensure it." Wei Gong forged ahead, eliminating every zombie that posed a threat to Song Chong. Callan followed closely behind, silently dispatching any zombie daring to approach within 10 meters of Song Chong. They escorted him as if embarking on a pilgrimage, ultimately guiding him to the conference hall located on the highest floor of the Empire State Building. This was the very venue where the meeting of the matrices was to be held. Meanwhile, within the conference hall, the 8 matrices who had received invitations were already seated, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the meeting. One of the matrices, evidently growing impatient, posed the question, "The meeting is set to begin in 3 minutes. Why have the representatives from East Sea City yet to arrive?" The grand circular table in the conference hall featured 9 chairs. All but the principal seat were occupied. Clearly, the host, the East Sea City Matrix, had yet to make an appearance. Indeed, why the delay? Su Xilan anxiously cast her gaze toward the entrance. Her anticipation was not for the East Sea City Matrix, but rather for Wei Gong. According to his plan, it was now his turn to make an entrance. That moment, an audacious voice erupted from beyond the door. "So you thought you could hold a gathering without inviting me?" The lavish sandalwood door, valued in the thousands, was abruptly kicked open, and a dark-haired youth with crimson eyes strode confidently into the room, proclaiming, "Hello, did you miss me?" Chapter 78 Dubon Rating 5.0 Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Wei Gong swaggered into the conference hall. "Oh, how delightful. They've even reserved the main seat for me." He showed no hesitation, treating the space as if it were his own home, and plopped down in the prominent position, casually resting his legs on the table. One couldn't help but wonder if he was there to disrupt the proceedings. Apart from Su Xilan, the remaining core zombies shared this unspoken thought. It was evident to any discerning observer that the esteemed seat was certainly not intended for him. "Who the hell are you?" At that moment, a brash core zombie stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Wei Gong. This zombie's skin resembled the dry, wrinkled bark of a tree, topped with a lush green tuft, resembling a walking dead tree. His name was El Binshu, a core zombie from Danlin City. Among the many core zombies, El Binshu's strength was considered somewhat mediocre, roughly on par with Su Xilan. His primary reason for attending the core zombie conference in Donghai City was to curry favor with its powerful figures. Although he had no knowledge of Wei Gong's identity, he recognized this as an opportunity to showcase himself, perhaps winning the goodwill of Donghai's core zombies. Wei Gong cast a glance at El Binshu. "What sort of plant person are you? Have you been deprived of organic fertilizer, leaving your mouth unrestrained to babble nonsense?" Pfft. Several core zombies in attendance erupted into laughter. Some were amused by Wei Gong's words, while others found El Binshu's audacity laughable. These core zombies, each possessing their own network of intelligence, were aware that Wei Gong was the core zombie from Shout'an City. They had all witnessed the video of the formidable Hunter No. 2 wreaking havoc. With such astounding combat prowess displayed by his subordinates, it was clear that Wei Gong was not someone a mere El Binshu could provoke. Realizing that his attempt to stand out had turned him into a laughingstock, El Binshu was instantly infuriated. He raised his right hand, which transformed into a twisted, elongated dead branch, lashing out at Wei Gong. This was one of El Binshu's abilities. Upon contact with this desiccated branch, he could drain the life force of his target. If a mere human were to be struck by this branch, they would be reduced to a lifeless husk within 10 seconds. Facing El Binshu's assault, Wei Gong remained nonchalant, his legs still resting on the table, showing no intention of dodging. "Isn't your size a bit too small? I hope you're not using the same model as your little brother." As he spoke, a crimson spear shot forth from behind him, colliding head-on with El Binshu's branch-like arm. The spear surged forward with unstoppable force, tearing El Binshu's arm in two and ultimately piercing through his shoulder. Before El Binshu could mourn the loss of his girlfriend, another crimson spear arrived on the battlefield, this time targeting his chest. Not only did this spear cause El Binshu to feel a chill deep within, but it also impaled him forcefully against the wall. Why? Why won't the wound heal? As a core zombie, El Binshu possessed the ability to absorb life force from others and had formidable regenerative capabilities. Even having half of his body blown away would be merely a trivial injury for him. However, this time was different. El Binshu was horrified to discover that the wound caused by the crimson spear could not heal, seemingly cursed, as if a malevolent force was relentlessly gnawing at it. This spear was known as Death Thorn, a name bestowed upon it after a series of battles led Wei Gong to realize that while Kalen's ability to hit was formidable, its destructive power was rather limited, especially when confronting high defense units. Thus, Wei Gong had Kalen exchange points for this spear, Death Thorn, which bore 2 curses. The first, Tier, allowed it to ignore all defenses below Class A, capable of penetrating even the armor of a tank. The second, severe injury, ensured that any wound inflicted by death thorn would be tainted with a death curse, severely impeding the healing process. Heh. Wei Gong pointed at El Binshu, now pinned to the wall like a dead dog, and chuckled to Kalen behind him. Look at that fellow. He resembles a dog. I'm not a dog person. Kalen conjured another death thorn, this time aiming for El Binshu's head. Having established enmity, Kalen was determined not to allow him to leave the conference hall alive. This was her unwavering modus operandi. Who dares to wreak havoc on Donghai's territory? Following the voice, a man donned in a raven-beaked mask burst into the conference hall. He was one of Donghai's core zombies and the one responsible for issuing invitations, Crow. With such a commotion erupting in the conference hall, it would be unreasonable for Donghai's zombies to remain unresponsive. As Crow entered, he spotted Chang Wei engaged in a brawl with Lai Fu. What are you doing? In order to prevent any mishaps in their plan, the dealings between Wei Gong and Donghai's core zombies were known only to the two of them, and thus, Crow perceived Wei Gong and Kalen as mere troublemakers. Kalen shot a cold glance at Crow, disregarding his warning, and hurled the spear she held. The incoming death thorn instilled a sense of impending doom in El Binshu, prompting him to scream, "Quack! Save me, my teeth! I command you to halt. Can't you hear me?" With a wave of his hand, Crow summoned a multitude of crows to intercept Kalen's death thorn. You cannot stop death thorn. The Crimson Spear, imbued with both the abilities of Guaranteed Hit and Death Thorn, was not so easily thwarted. Ga. Death Thorn. With a piercing scream, El Binshu's eyes rolled back, his legs kicked out, and he fell silent, never to move again. Damn, he's dead? The atmosphere shifted dramatically as all the core zombies in attendance sprang to their feet in shock. They had come with the mindset of spectators, expecting only a minor scuffle, never imagining a fatality. Yet now, El Binshu had been executed in cold blood. The core zombies were dumbfounded, and even Song Chong, who had been peeking from a corner, stood agape, his mouth agape enough to fit an apple. What the hell? Is the plot this intense? Glancing at his phone, Song Chong exclaimed, "What the hell? This movie has only just begun, and there's already been a death, and it's not some nameless extra or cannon fodder, but a bona fide core zombie." To draw a comparison, it was akin to a character from the Detective Conan series meeting their demise within the first 2 minutes of the film. Chapter 79. The Child's Delight. Such explosive plot twists, I cannot indulge in this alone. I must rally everyone to witness. Song Chong immediately retrieved his phone, fervently tagging his colleagues. Oh my gosh, this is sensational. You'll regret it for 1,000 years if you miss it. He was akin to someone scrolling through Douyin, captivated by a beautiful visage. The head of the base promptly inquired, Song Chong, what on earth are you babbling about? Suppressing his excitement, Song Chang's fingers danced over the screen. A colossal scoop. The mother entity of Danlin City has been vanquished by the mother entity of Shout'an City. The head stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Song Chong, while we may indulge in history, we must not speak frivolously. I'll stream it live for you. This provoked Song Chang's obstinate nature. Undeterred by the risk of being discovered by other zombie mother entities, he initiated the live broadcast. Through the live feed, viewers beheld the mother entity of Danlin City, gruesomely pinned to the wall, resembling a lifeless dog, with a crimson spear protruding from its head, utterly motionless. My word, it's truly dead. The head sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Immediately notify all senior officials of Dian. There is a grave situation regarding the mother entity meeting in Donghai City." Upon hearing this, the upper echelons of Dian were thrown into disarray. One mother entity, slaying another was an unprecedented mega-event. Within 2 minutes, all senior officials of Dian had joined the conference call to witness Song Chang's live broadcast. During the call, Liang Sun posed a question, "Yang Xiangdi, what is the situation?" Here's how it unfolded. Yang Xiangdi, the head of the Donghai base, promptly recounted the series of events. Director Chu, what is your perspective? Chu Zhengqing scrutinized the live footage. The distance is too great, and the image lacks clarity. I cannot ascertain whether the mother entity of Danlin City is indeed deceased. As a researcher, Chu Zhengqing refrained from making any judgments without concrete evidence. Can the camera zoom in any closer? Chu Zhengqing shook his head. I fear not. This is already the maximum range. He was acutely aware of each survivor's abilities, including Song Chang's limitations. Should they attempt to get closer, Song Chang would surely be detected. Alas! Liang Sun despondently thumped the table. Such pivotal intelligence was frustratingly obscured. Chu Zhengqing's glasses glinted as he fixated on the footage transmitted by Song Chang. Let us continue to observe. If the mother entity of Danlin City is indeed dead, this is merely the beginning. More sensational events are bound to unfold. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the Empire State Building, Wei Gong lowered his voice and addressed Kaluan. Hey, you didn't actually kill that vegetative state individual, did you? I controlled my strength. He won't die. Kaluan's mastery over his power was exquisite. The precise shot had damaged El Binshu's brain nerves without harming his core. As long as the core remained unscathed, El Binshu would live. Moreover, due to the curse imbued in Kaluan's dead thorns, El Binshu's self-healing speed was curtailed, leaving him incapacitated like a lifeless dog. Okay. With Kaluan's assurance, Wei Gong felt no further concern and resumed his performance. With a twinkle in his eye, Wei Gong enthusiastically greeted the crow. Well, is that not our dear crow? It has been far too long. How I have missed you. What do you want from Shoutan City? The crow's face turned an ashen green. Wei Gong had just slain a mother zombie before him, an affront not only to him but to his master. Ignoring the crow's query, Wei Gong continued unabated. The pigeons you sent were simply delightful, both nutritious and plump. My dear child relished them. Pfft. The crow felt as if blood might erupt from his mouth. It was one thing to mention it, but recalling the incident incited his fury. Every crow avatar he created was essentially an extension of his being. Thus, every injury inflicted upon the avatars resonated painfully within him. The torment experienced when a crow avatar was devoured by the parasitic mother nest echoed back to his original form, casting a shadow over his tender psyche. This unbearable memory was the true reason the crow did not invite Wei Gong. Seeing the crow's face darken, Wei Gong pressed the advantage. By the way, do you have any more of those free-range pigeons? My little glutton would love for me to bring back a few. The price is negotiable. Ugh. Those present gasped in shock. The mother entity of Shoutan City wielded words like lethal weapons, striking at the heart. You overstep your bounds, Shoutan City. The crow, now thoroughly enraged, transformed into hundreds of crows, launching an assault on Wei Gong, eager to let him experience the sensation of being utterly consumed. Kaluan, can you capture him? I have already locked onto his original form. Kaluan hurled another dead thorn, piercing through the dense swarm of crows, nailing an inconspicuous crow to the wall. As the crow's original form was dispatched, the multitude of crows vanished without a trace, leaving not even a feather behind. Song Chang, attempting to lower his voice, exclaimed, Goodness, the mother entity of Shoutan City has gone mad. Whether among the present mother entities or the senior officials of Dian watching the live stream, a singular thought pervaded their minds. This fellow has lost his mind. The previous aggression toward the mother entity of Danlin City was merely a slight against Donghai City. However, Wei Gong had now directly slain a crow, essentially declaring war against Donghai City. Liang Sun slammed his palm on the table, rising to declare, Relay my orders. The Donghai City base and the Pingjiang City base are to enter a state of heightened readiness immediately. Years of political experience informed Liang Sun that a significant event was imminent. As Dian commenced its mobilization, Wei Gong in the conference hall also sprang into action. He finally rose from his seat and approached the crow, seizing him by the collar. Such a delectable pigeon. Pluck every feather, coat it in egg wash, roll it in breadcrumbs, and fry it until golden and crispy, beloved by both the elderly and children alike. Even the neighbor's child would be weeping for a taste. Observing Wei Gong salivating as he spoke, all present were rendered speechless. Was he filming a cooking show? Suddenly, thunder roared and fierce winds howled. The skies above Donghai City seemed to herald a cataclysm. A resounding voice echoed through the air. Shoutan City, whom do you wish to obliterate? Chapter 80. Whether you are a dragon or not, as the tumultuous sea of clouds parted, an immensely colossal beast's head emerged from the depths of the mist. Its antlers resembled those of a deer, its head akin to that of a camel, its eyes reminiscent of a rabbit's, its neck like a serpent's, its belly akin to that of a clam, its scales akin to fish, its claws resembling those of an eagle, its paws akin to a tiger's, and its ears resembling those of an ox. This form was indistinguishable from the dragons depicted in legendary myths. Wei Gong grinned widely. "Ho, this dragon appears rather striking." The creature was a pitch-black dragon, seemingly forged from molten iron, and every movement it made exuded both power and grace. The dragon spiraled high in the sky, its body entwined with lightning, as if a deity had descended upon the earth. Its massive form, stretching over 100 meters, writhed within the sea of clouds, and each motion summoned fierce winds and thunderous roars. Dragon transformation. This was the A-class ability that the mother of Donghai City had acquired after amalgamating numerous beast transformation capabilities. Unlike ordinary A-class abilities, dragon transformation was a reward skill bestowed upon the mother of Donghai City after gathering all 9 designated beast transformation powers. In simpler terms, it was akin to a set skill. This skill could not be obtained through conventional means. It required the collection of specified abilities and weapons, necessitating not only the expenditure of substantial points to draw these powers and weapons, but also a fair amount of luck to hence, the difficulty of acquisition was exceedingly high. To illustrate, possessing the ability of dragon transformation would grant the mother of Donghai City a colossal physique stretching 100 meters, coupled with indestructible dragon scales capable of withstanding bombardments from bombers. Beyond its impervious physicality, dragon transformation also endowed the mother with the ability to fly and manipulate the weather. Lightning strikes, fierce winds, and torrential rains had become its most frequently employed. With such a multitude of capabilities, in terms of direct combat prowess, the mother of Donghai City stood on equal footing with the fully armed Rongyue. From Shouting City, whom do you wish to obliterate? The massive dragon's head, wherever its gaze fell, everything seemed diminutive, causing a palpable sense of pressure to envelop everyone, except Wei Gong and Kalen, leaving others breathless. Is this the mother of Donghai City, Kai Yunting? The oppressive aura emanating from this behemoth was utterly suffocating. Were an ordinary person to be scrutinized by this dragon, they might well faint on the spot. Wei Gong smiled nonchalantly and tossed the crow in his hand. Do you wish to be deep-fried as well? To his surprise, Wei Gong genuinely entertained the thought. The parasitic mother nest had only consumed a crow clone to produce a crow zombie. If it feasted upon this dragon, might it not give rise to a zombie dragon? The thought of wielding a zombie dragon to wreak havoc was simply exhilarating. Upon hearing this, the assembled mothers broke out in a cold sweat, exclaiming, "Brother, please, do not speak further. Spare us." As the saying goes, when deities clash, mortals suffer. Whether Wei Gong would be slain by Kai Yunting was of no concern to them. They feared the collateral damage resulting from their battle. Kai Yunting, enraged yet amused, retorted, "Arrogant fool, you overestimate yourself." With that, the dragon opened its gaping maw, crackling lightning dancing within, as a potent bolt of thunder prepared to Please do not take us down with him. Observing the mothers, who were caught between the desire to flee and the fear of doing so, Wei Gong couldn't help but chuckle. Look at them, so anxious. He stepped forward, approaching the glass, challenging Kai Yunting. Whether I survive your foul breath remains uncertain, but your joy shall undoubtedly be extinguished. Kai Yunting paused, realizing the truth in Wei Gong's words, and swallowed the lightning back down. So what do you propose? Wei Gong beckoned with a finger. By the rules of the realm, let us ascend to the rooftop for a one-on-one duel. Those who refuse shall be deemed curs. A profound silence enveloped the assembly of mothers. The phrasing sounded akin to a childish brawl. Very well, let us not linger after school. Kai Yunting withdrew his head, evidently prepared to await Wei Gong atop the rooftop. Wei Gong turned to the mothers with a smile. What say you? Care to join the front row for the spectacle? The mothers shook their heads in unison. No, no, that would be detrimental to our health. To risk their lives merely for a bout of entertainment would be sheer folly. How dull. Wei Gong shook his head in disappointment and exited the conference hall. As Wei Gong and Kai Yunting departed in succession, Song Chong, who had been covertly filming from a corner, found himself in a quandary. Should I follow them? Liang Sun immediately issued a command. Follow them. Wait, you mean truly follow? Song Chong was neither blind nor foolish. Should those two titanic beings engage in combat, the devastation would be cataclysmic. A stray AoE attack could leave him in fragments. Complete this task, and you shall be free to do as you wish, unimpeded by anyone. And my salary? Salary doubled, with the same benefits. Ah! Song Chong gasped, his heart racing with excitement. At that moment, Chu Zhengqing interjected, Song Chong, should you successfully complete this task, I can grant you one wish, any wish you desire. This wish may also be transferred to another. Song Chang's eyes widened. With such a promise, it would be tantamount to possessing the finest resources in the entirety of Dian, a coveted dream for every survivor player. Even if Song Chang chose not to utilize it, he could bestow it upon another survivor player. At that time, all survivor players in Dian would vie for his favor in exchange for this promise. In that instant, Song Chang felt as though he were the protagonist of a fantasy novel, with this task serving as his opportunity for ascension. Should he succeed, he would ascend to the pinnacle of life, reveling in the glory of a lead character. A voice echoed in his mind. To succeed, one must dare to be reckless, charging forth without regard. Strive for wealth across generations, for only through relentless effort can one avoid failure. Sleep on the floor today, be the boss tomorrow, go for it. Marx once remarked that if there were a 50% profit, individuals would take risks. If 100% profit were at stake, they would disregard all laws. If 300% profit loomed, they would commit any crime, even risking execution. Song Chong, pursue greatness, pursue greatness. Go! With eyes closed and teeth clenched, Song Chong dashed out after Wei Gong. Chapter 81. The Duel of Titans. As Song Chong ascended the heavenly platform, Wei Gong and Kai Yunting had already commenced their exchange of banter. With a colossal dragon claw, Kai Yunting beckoned downward, "Come here." Despite the fact that his opponent's stature dwarfed him by 1,000-fold, Wei Gong's aura remained unyielding. He extended his hand, mimicking the gesture, "Come here, come here, come here, come here." Just as Kai Yunting continued to taunt, Wei Gong suddenly unsheathed the blade of the other shore, unleashing a wave of black wind towards him. Damn it! You re-ambushing me. You can't play fair, you little trash. You have no strength. Kai Yunting swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping the blade's gust. Wei Gong summoned a raven zombie, merging with it. Enough of the chatter. This is about seizing the moment. With a powerful flap of the black wings behind him, he soared like a falcon into the sky. You dare to take flight? Truly overestimating yourself. Wei Gong merely smiled faintly. Ha! Watch me slice through your so-called 8th-level frenzy. With relentless slashes, the blade of the other shore sent forth multiple waves of black wind, obliterating the tornado. With a flourish, Wei Gong twirled the blade. Your winds lack force. My grandmother's fan produces stronger gusts than that. You bastard, Kai Yunting grimaced. Wei Gong's insults were utterly unbearable. Were it not for the fact that this battle was essentially a performance for the higher-ups of Dian, he would have long since wished for a thunderbolt to strike this scoundrel dead. Since your attack has concluded, it is now my turn. Wei Gong sheathed the blade and assumed a stance for a draw. Cut. Na, Ju Ding. A formidable wave of black wind, extending over 100 meters, surged forth from him. Kai Yunting's dragon eyes widened in alarm. No, my friend. The might of this strike was on an entirely different level from the previous attacks. If struck by this wind, he would not merely be injured. He would surely perish. Thunderlord, aid me. Kai Yunting roared, summoning dozens of massive bolts of lightning to counter the black wind. However, the black wind targeted the very fabric of space, shattering the lightning upon contact, utterly incapable of providing any defense. In that instant, panic gripped Kai Yunting, and he shouted in distress, Wei Gong, why are you deviating from the script? Initially agreed upon, this battle was staged for the higher-ups of Dian, leading Kai Yunting to underestimate the situation, and it dawned on him that the scoundrel had intentionally aimed wide to frighten him, relishing the chance to witness his embarrassment. You son of a... Kai Yunting's dragon mouth gaped wide, unleashing a colossal though the lightning breath missed him, it struck a skyscraper adjacent to the Empire State Building. Under such cataclysmic force, even a towering edifice crumbled, reduced to a mound of rubble in an instant. Good heavens, is this any single attack that fell upon them would spell certain doom? Song Chong cowered in a corner like a mouse, trembling as he beheld the two powerful beings. In this moment, He truly grasped the meaning of, when two emperors battle to the edge of the universe, even the great paths are obliterated. Observing the live stream, Liang Sun fell silent. The combat prowess displayed by Wei Gong and Cai Yunting had transcended the capabilities of the Dian forces. Liang Sun turned to Chu Zhengqing. Director Chu, if our survivor players were to confront them now, would victory be possible? Chu Zhengqing adjusted his glasses. Rest assured, it is guaranteed. With a forceful thump on the table, Liang Sun's veins bulged with frustration. Is there truly no way for us to respond? Without the suppression of the defense tower, the evolution of the mother zombies had far surpassed that of the survivors. To overtake them, unconventional measures would be necessary. However, Chu Zhengqing cast a glance at Liang Sun. Knowing Liang Sun's disposition, he would undoubtedly refuse to allow such actions. Should they consider a change in personnel? Chu Zhengqing spoke, Minister Liang, there is no need for haste. This battle presents an opportunity for us. Liang Sun gradually regained his composure. Indeed, initially, he had harbored concerns that the skirmish between Wei Gong and Cai Yunting was merely a charade meant for their eyes. It now appeared, however, that genuine animosity fueled their conflict, as both were resorting to lethal force. The more fiercely Wei Gong and Cai Yunting clashed, the more jubilant Dian became. They yearned to witness one fall and the other gravely wounded, thereby allowing Dian to exploit the situation and eradicate the two most significant threats in one fell swoop. Notify the bases in Donghai City and Pingjiang City to prepare for battle at any moment. Once the fight between the two mother entities reaches a conclusion, they are to mobilize immediately. Received. The scene shifted back to the skies above Donghai City. Wei Gong glanced at the distant milky white protective barrier. This performance has reached its peak. If there are no casualties soon, it will appear too contrived. Are you certain you want me to unleash my full power upon you? Cai Yunting hesitated, fearing that an unintentional strike might lead to Wei Gong's demise, particularly since he still sought something from him. From their earlier confrontation, it was evident that Wei Gong belonged to the high offense, low defense category. Fear not, unleash your full might. I have experience in this matter, and I will not perish. Very well. Cai Yunting ascended into the air, his towering form vanishing into the sea of clouds. In an instant, the entire expanse of clouds erupted, transforming into a tempest of lightning, with countless bolts dancing within that moment. The cloud cover that had obscured Donghai City for an entire month dissipated, replaced by a colossal dragon, nearly 1,000 meters long, composed entirely of lightning. Lightning dragon transformation. The thunderous roar of the lightning dragon surged forth, carrying with it an ocean of relentless lightning towards Wei Gong. I must acknowledge your prowess. I shall dub you the strongest of Donghai City. Wei Gong inhaled deeply, channeling all his strength into the blade of the other shore. But I am destined to become the king of zombies. With a simple yet profound stroke, the blade of the other shore met the incoming 1,000-meter lightning dragon with a 1,000-meter gale of blade wind. Chapter 82. It's over, all your fault. Before the onslaught of the black blade's wind, the formidable thunder dragon appeared as fragile as paper, effortlessly cleaving in two. The spatial slash was unstoppable, cutting alongside the deluge of dragon blood, plummeting to the earth. There fell a severed dragon body nearly 50 meters in length. With this strike, Wei Gong had decisively severed half of Cai Yunting, transforming him into Cai Yunting. Yet, even in this diminished state, he remained unperturbed, for he still possessed the Thunder Dragon. The bisected Thunder Dragon surged forth, engulfing Wei Gong in a single gulp, swallowed by the endless sea of thunder. Still trying to act tough? The incessant bombardment of lightning ravaged Wei Gong's form, intent on weaning this internet-addicted youth off his obsession. It must be noted, Cai Yunting's electrical prowess was indeed formidable, not only reducing Wei Gong to a charred mess, but also blasting his very essence into the air. Following the consumption of Wei Gong, the kilometer-long Thunder Dragon did not halt, but rather continued its relentless charge towards the Empire building. Don't come any closer. As the Thunder Dragon approached ominously, all within the Empire building erupted into terrified screams. With their petite frames, A direct hit from this thunder dragon would not merely result in dismembered corpses, but in ashes scattered far and wide. Are you insane? Who launches an attack towards their own home? Amidst the boundless sea of thunder, a faint sigh echoed. A streak of black blade wind suddenly appeared, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Its existence was so fleeting that no one noticed. Yet, it was precisely this blade wind that severed the space between the Empire building and the Thunder Dragon, sparing the building from utter destruction. Boom! Boom boom! The Empire building was shielded by a powerful force, but the surrounding structures were not so fortunate. In an instant, the ground near the Empire building was engulfed by lightning, countless edifices reduced to mere rubble. Before the cataclysm unleashed, this area had been one of the most prosperous in Donghai City, bustling with affluent merchants and an incessant flow of capital worth billions. Yet, in the face, I want to see the current state of the Empire building right now. Yes. Liang Sun, the highest commander of Dian, commanded with significant authority. Within 2 minutes, the satellite's footage was projected onto the large screen. As the sea of thunder gradually receded, the images on the screen became increasingly clear. Faintly, a figure could be discerned standing atop the Empire building. Liang Sun could no longer remain seated, leaping to it. He was a mountain of a man, broad-shouldered with a narrow waist, his powerful arms resembling those of a legendary beast, his shoulders akin to a double-door refrigerator. Despite having lost half his body, he could not conceal the aura of dominance that surrounded him. This was the human form of Kai Yunting. The injury inflicted by Wei Gong's blade had been so severe that it rendered Kai Yunting unable to maintain his dragon form, compelling him to manifest in his human guise. Were he human, losing half of one's body would undoubtedly result in certain death. However, for a zombie, as long as the core within the head remained intact, it was not a fatal wound, merely a temporary loss of combat capability. You should have aimed for my head. The body was charred black, devoid of any intact flesh, with wisps of smoke lazily escaping from its unyieldingly ajar mouth, indicating its complete demise. As Kai Yunting's flesh writhed, the severed half of his body rapidly regenerated. Clenching his powerful dragon claws, he declared, "I shall use this to crush your head." To ensure that the high-ranking officials of Dian could see clearly, Kai Yunting hoisted Wei Gong's body aloft. With a sudden, forceful grip, akin to crushing a watermelon, he obliterated Wei Gong's head into a pulpy mass, splattering red and white matter in every direction. Oh! As Wei Gong's head became nothing more than a puddle of mush, all high-ranking officials of Dian, save for Chu Jingqing and Liang Sun, leapt up in exultation. They embraced one another, sliding and cheering in the conference room, proclaiming themselves as brothers of different mothers. Anyone unaware of the circumstances might have thought they were caught in a euphoric frenzy. Yet, one could hardly blame them. After all, since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, they had received nothing but disheartening news, with only worse tidings to follow. Now that one of the two greatest scourges threatening Dian had been vanquished, how could they contain their jubilation? Such a splendid turn of events called for celebration. Let us raise our voices in cheer. Ahem. Liang Sun interjected. I understand everyone is thrilled, but we must not rejoice too soon. Until the information is verified, we must remain vigilant. Truth be told, Liang Sun longed to join in their merriment. However, as the highest commander of Dian, he needed to maintain composure and decorum. With Liang Sun's cold splash of reality, the euphoria in the conference room began to fade. Yes, Minister Liang is right. It is not yet time to pop the champagne. Dispatch scouts from the Donghai City and Pingjiang City bases immediately. The reconnaissance objectives are as follows. 1. Confirm whether the mother body in Shaotan City is truly deceased. 2. Investigate any changes in the zombie presence in Shaotan City. 3. Assess the injuries sustained by the mother body in Donghai City. 4. Ascertain the movements of zombies in Donghai City. Understood. Upon receiving the orders, the personnel in the conference room sprang into action. Liang Sun turned to the ever-calm Chu Jingqing. Director Chu, what is your perspective? Chu Jingqing inclined his head slightly. My lord, I will observe. Liang Sun was momentarily speechless. I am asking for your opinion. Chu Zhengqing adjusted his glasses, revealing a modest smile. Minister Liang, you are aware of my work habits. I refrained from commenting without concrete evidence. Liang Sun nodded. That is indeed sound reasoning. Suppressing his excitement, Liang Sun seated himself, awaiting further news. Reinvestigation and report. Report to Minister Liang. The drone from Pingjiang City has sent back visual evidence indicating a significant reduction in the number of zombies in Xiaotan City, along with a marked decline in their mobility. The large screen in the conference room instantly displayed the images captured by the drone. It was evident that the number of zombies in Xiaotan City had drastically diminished, with the remaining zombies standing motionless, resembling disconnected entities lost in a void. Liang Sun furrowed his brow. What could account for the decrease in zombie numbers? It may be due to the demise of the progenitor. The zombies in Xiaotan City would perish alongside it? A video was magnified, occupying the entire screen. The focal point of the video was an exceptionally ordinary zombie. Initially, this zombie wandered alone through the streets of Xiaotan City, but as it ambled on, its flesh began to decay rapidly, shedding pieces with each step. Eventually, the zombie's flesh dwindled to the point that it collapsed with a soft thud onto the road, transforming into a mere skeleton. As a gust of wind swept by, the skeletal remains dissipated into dust, vanishing without a trace. Zombies dying? What is happening? I might be able to elucidate this matter. Chu Zhengqing adjusted his spectacles. Recently, a friend of mine conducted an experiment at his research institute, discovering that survivor players infected by the progenitor are highly susceptible to being transformed into dependents. Once transformed, the life of the dependent becomes bound to that of the progenitor. Thus, upon the progenitor's death, the dependent also meets their end. The demise of the ordinary zombies in Xiaotan City likely stems from the death of its progenitor. Liang Sun knitted his brows. Director Chu, confess honestly, is this friend of yours actually yourself? Chu Zhengqing scratched his head, a bashful smile gracing his face. Minister Liang, you know me well. I would never engage in such perilous experiments without your approval. My friend is abroad. Abroad, you say? Even in the absence of a zombie crisis, foreign research facilities have occasionally been exposed for conducting ethically questionable experiments. Liang Su chose not to dwell on this further and stated, if the zombies in Xiaotan City are gradually dying, does that not imply that the progenitor in Xiaotan City is truly deceased? Chu Zhengqing stroked his chin. That is one way to interpret it. Report to Minister Liang. We have received the latest footage from the drone in Donghai City. Soon, several high-definition images were uploaded onto the screen. These photos captured real-time images from the vicinity of the Empire State Building. Aside from the debris strewn across the ground, numerous charred beast-like corpses lay among the ruins. These corpses belonged. The Empire State Building served as the stronghold for the zombies in Donghai City, consequently attracting a multitude of beast zombies as guardians. Furthermore, the extensive range of Kai Yunting's final attack had not only eliminated Wei Gong but also decimated a significant portion of his own subordinates. What is this? Liang Sun's attention was suddenly drawn to a particular photograph. The image depicted a woman clad in a lead gray coat lying motionless on the ground, appearing as though she were deceased. I recall this woman is a dependent of the progenitor in Xiaotan City, correct? Although the battle in Xiaotan City concluded with the complete annihilation of the Dian army, a wealth of intelligence was still gleaned, including information regarding Kalin. While her specific abilities remained unclear, it was certain that Kalin was indeed a dependent of the progenitor in Xiaotan City. Now that Kalin lay dead outside the Empire State Building, it effectively substantiated the speculation that the progenitor of Xiaotan City was no longer alive. Report to Minister Liang. General Luo Yongyan, the overall commander of the Pingjiang City base, is on the line. Put him through. As Liang Sun connected the call, he immediately heard Luo Yongyan erupting in a furious tirade. Liang Sun, are you aware of the current situation? I am presently in the conference room. How could I be unaware? If you know, then why aren't you hastily dispatching troops to engage? Ever since Wei Gong's live broadcast, pressure had been mounting on him daily. Among those pressuring him were residents of Pingjiang City demanding that Luo Yongnian swiftly eliminate the zombies across the river, along with online saints accusing him of neglecting the survivors on the bridge, claiming that the rampant zombie situation was a direct result of his dereliction of duty. As it must be noted that this was the first time in Luo Yongnian's extensive military career that he was subjected to such public scorn without the opportunity to retort. With his notoriously fiery temper and a belly full of frustration, he found himself sleepless and unable to savor a single meal, tossing and turning in a state of indecision. He was almost driven to the brink of a nervous breakdown. At that moment, news arrived from Donghai City. The progenitor of Xiaotan City had been killed in a failed display of bravado. Luo Yongnian's distress instantly vanished. It was akin to a medical miracle. With the progenitor of Xiaotan City dead, he could immediately set about reclaiming it. Upon regaining control of Xiaotan City, Luo Yongnian was eager to see who would dare to stab him in the back. Having known Luo Yongnian for decades, Liang Sun could tell from the tone of his voice what was about to unfold. Old Luo, I understand your urgency, but please hold your horses. There are still many matters that require confirmation. Exercise some patience. Patience? Patience be damned. Are you unaware of the adage time is of the essence in military affairs? Do you not recognize that this moment is the most opportune for both Xiaotan and Donghai City? Are you really going to let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away? Luo Yongnian spoke with fervent intensity. Saliva sprang across the screen. Old Luo, while you may speak passionately, do refrain from spitting. Liang Sun, having served in the military for several years and led several units, was well aware of the significance of time is of the essence. Indeed, for Dian, this very moment represented the pinnacle of opportunity. The two most perilous progenitors were now one dead and one gravely injured. To begin with, regarding Xiaotan City, all signs indicated that the progenitor there was genuinely deceased. Without a progenitor, the zombies in Xiao... Next, concerning the progenitor in Donghai City, having lost half its body to the progenitor from Xiaotan City, it could no longer maintain its dragon form. The ominous clouds that had shrouded Donghai City for a month had dissipated, and even the beast zombies surrounding the Empire State Building had been decimated by a single bolt of lightning. Undoubtedly, this was the most vulnerable moment for the progenitor in Donghai City. If they did not seize this opportunity to strike while it was weak, it would become exceedingly difficult to eliminate it once it regained its strength. Liang Sun, do not hesitate any longer. Issue the command. Finally, Liang Sun gritted his teeth and made a resolute decision. Very well. Relay my orders. The forces from the Donghai City base and the Pingjiang City base are to launch a full-scale assault. The objective: reclaim the cities of Xiaotan and Donghai. Chapter 84. The horn of counterattack sounds. Report, Commander. The troops have assembled completely. Behind the alloy gates of Pingjiang City, Luo Yongnian sat in an armored off-road vehicle, awaiting the report from his subordinates. This time, Luo Yongnian was personally heading to Xiaotan City. His expedition was not to showcase his prowess, but rather to convey to the nation that what the great Yin had lost, he would undoubtedly reclaim with his own hands. What about Director Chu's team? After the disappearance of Li Bei's squad, Chu Zhengqing had dispatched a new four-member team to garrison the area. The survivors were certainly expected to participate in the operation to retake Xiaotan City. A soldier hesitantly replied, Commander, they said we were too dilatory. They couldn't wait any longer and have already set off. Luo Yongnian, angered, slammed his fist against the vehicle door. I, Luo Yongnian, utterly detest such insubordinate hotheads. He glanced back at the formidable steel tide behind him. Forget them. Let's depart. For this reclaiming operation, Luo Yongnian mobilized an impressive force of 40,000 soldiers and hundreds of tanks, leaving only a handful to guard the base. This under his determination to succeed in this endeavor. Within Xiaotan City, a motionless zombie suddenly turned its head, sensing the approach of the living. Roar, the zombie emitted a low growl, staggering towards the source of the footsteps. However, after only a few steps, it stumbled and fell heavily to the ground, face first. Roar, upon looking down, the zombie discovered that its legs had inexplicably vanished. Were it human, it would have likely screamed in terror. Yet, the zombie felt no pain and remained oblivious to its loss. Its only instinct was to reach the living and sink its teeth into them. If it had no legs, it would crawl with its hands. Just as the zombie prepared to crawl, it realized that both of its arms had also disappeared. Confused, the zombie was then startled by a small black insect landing on its nose, no larger than a fingernail. Shortly thereafter, the zombie witnessed a swirling black vortex rushing towards it, engulfing it entirely. The black whirlwind came and went in a flash. When it departed, only a pale skeleton remained on the ground, utterly devoid of life. B-Zone, clearance complete. A man clad in a trench coat and dark sunglasses emerged. His name was Lu Jing, a survivor player who replaced Li Bei's squad. With a slight gesture, the black whirlwind obediently retreated into his sleeve, leaving a fingernail-sized black insect perched on the back of his hand. This creature, known as the corpse-eating bug, was a particularly ferocious insect. Alone, it posed little threat. However, in numbers, it could easily strip a tank to its shell, consuming everything within. The swirling mass just witnessed was composed of thousands of these bugs. A zone, clearance complete. C-zone, clearance complete. A continuous stream of reports emanated from the with so few zombies, they aren't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. A voice crackled through Lu Jing's earpiece. Unlike Li Bei's squad, Lu Jing's team had been persistently applying to hunt zombies in Shout-An City since their arrival at the Pingjiang base. To them, Shout-An City was akin to a vast treasure trove, brimming with countless points waiting to be claimed. However, Luo Yongnian had consistently denied their requests, leaving them to languish in the base day after day. Now, having finally secured the opportunity to hunt in Shout-An City, they found the zombies pitifully scarce, each appearing as dull as a wooden puppet. The thrill of zombie hunting was utterly absent. Focus, Yang Wu. Our mission this time isn't merely to hunt zombies. Lu Jing opened his phone, revealing a map of Shout-An City along with the mission issued by. Following the failure of the Shout-An City campaign, the Great Yin had been monitoring the area via extraterrestrial satellites. The commotion caused by Luo Wan's fusion with the parasitic nest could not have escaped their notice. Yet, due to the presence of the formidable Wei Gong, the Great Yin had refrained from any rash actions. Now that Wei Gong was deceased, the zombie horde in Shout-An City was leaderless, prompting Chu Zhongqing to dispatch Lu Jing's team for reconnaissance. Yang Wu merely nodded dismissively. All right, since the zombies surrounding our target have been largely cleared, let us gather and prepare to enter the pit. Acknowledged. Before long, Lu Jing's team, Yang Wu, a brash young man sporting a mohawk and peculiar tattoos on his arms, exclaimed, "What in the world? This pit is enormous. How is it even formed?" Lu Jing raised his hand, and a black corpse-eating bug flew out of the pit, landing on his palm. Everyone be cautious. This pit is exceedingly deep, far exceeding my maximum control range over the corpse-eating bugs. The Great Yin had previously attempted to capture images of the pit using extraterrestrial satellites, but due to its incredible depth, clarity was unattainable, leading to the necessity of human exploration. Yang Wu scoffed. What is there to fear? The core of Shout-An City is long gone. What remains are nothing but harmless experience bags. A wise sailor avoids perilous waters. Lu Jing turned to the girl beside him. Yang Wu, you and I will descend first. Zhang Xiaochun, use your abilities to lower us down, while Leng Zhe, you stay above to protect Zhang Xiaochun. A damp-looking, shadowy man nodded in agreement. Understood. Okay, this was Zhang Xiaochun's ability. She could manipulate her hair to attack others. She wrapped her hair around Yang Wu and Lu Jing. Xiaochun, make sure to tie it tight. I have a bit of a fear of heights. Zhang Xiaochun shot him a disapproving glare. A grown man afraid of heights? How embarrassing. So what if I'm afraid of heights? You're scared of ghosts, aren't you? Lu Jing, unable to tolerate their bickering any longer, kicked Yang Wu in the rear, sending him down. Enough with the chatter. Ah! Captain, how could you betray a mere 16-year-old like this? Lu Jing glanced back at Zhang Xiaochun and Leng Zhe. Be careful, we're heading down now. Chapter 85. What lies at the bottom of the Why this sudden cowardice? Yang Wu looked down. It's not cowardice. I just have this unsettling feeling that something down there is watching me. Lu Jing glanced down as well. There's nothing down there. Stop scaring yourself. I'm not scaring myself. Haven't you heard the saying? When you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you. Yang Wu's words instilled a similar unease in Lu Jing, as he too felt the sensation of being scrutinized from below, as if a predator. They secured one end of the rope to Jiang Xiaochun's hair and the other to themselves. After descending several dozen meters more with the rope, they finally made contact with the ground, which felt slick and viscous beneath their feet. Yang Wu, ILL signal for the others to come down. All right. Though Yang Wu's words often lacked reliability, his strength was commendable. With a fierce shout, a thick layer of metallic skin enveloped his body. This was Yang Wu's ability. Not only could he generate a metallic skin to cover himself, but he could also enhance his muscle density, transforming him temporarily into an indestructible Iron Man. Xiaochun. After several minutes, Jiang Xiaochun and Long Zhe, who remained above, descended to the bottom of the chasm via hair and rope. My goodness, this place is astonishingly deep. The depth of the pit rendered even light a scarce commodity, forcing the four to rely on their power. Yang Wu crouched down, illuminating the ground with his flashlight, revealing that the surface was not only black but also exceedingly slippery. Curiously, he poked at the ground, only to find it yielded under his touch and then bounced back. This ground feels like muscle. Wait. Lu Jing's expression shifted dramatically as he realized that the flesh-eating insects he had dispatched had lost contact. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing reverberated in the pitch-black void, as if someone clad in iron armor was approaching them. A feminine voice suddenly echoed, for individuals, for survivor players. Accompanying the voice were flickers of black-red flames, illuminated by the ominous glow. A suit of armor, exuding an aesthetic of brutal elegance and metallic sheen, came into view before the four. Lu Jing immediately roared, "All units alert!" The quartet from Lu Jing's team instantly fell into a combat stance. The black-red armor exuded an aura of formidable strength merely by its presence. Summoning his courage, Lu Jing inquired of the armored figure, "Who are you? Are you another survivor player, or a mother entity? The adventure game has concluded. You should not be here." Just as Rongyu was about to elaborate, a powerful melody abruptly filled the air. Dun dun dun, if you don't, I'll smash your speaker. All right, you win. Reluctantly, Luo Wan shut off the music, plunging the dark abyss back into a suffocating silence. The only sounds now were the heavy breaths of the four and the crackling of flames. We mean no harm. Can we talk? Ignoring Lu Jing's query, Rongyu continued to advance step by step. With each movement, a red pattern illuminated the infernal armor, as if a demon from the depths of hell was gradually awakening. Sensing Rongyu's ominous approach, Lu Jing shouted, "We need to leave now. Do not attack us. Your arrival here seals your fate." As her words echoed, Rongyu lunged forward like a cannonball. "Damn it, Yang Wu." "Got it." Yang Wu roared, amplifying the hardness of his metallic form to its peak, and positioned himself before Rongyu. "You wear iron armor, and so do I. My steel is no less formidable than yours." Before Yang Wu could finish his declaration, Rongyu's fist collided with his chest. In an instant, Yang Wu's metallic armor shattered like fragile glass, and he was sent flying like a marionette with severed strings, his fate uncertain. "Is that all?" Rongyu glanced at her fist. As was her custom, her initial attacks were exploratory, and she had only exerted 1/10 of her strength. Yet, that mere fraction had severely wounded Yang Wu. Seeing his comrade thrown aside, Jiang Xiaochun cried out in desperation, Yang Wu will be fine. Focus on the enemy before us." Indeed. Just as Rongyu lifted her foot to continue her assault, she discovered that her foot had become ensnared in the viscous black liquid. This mysterious substance, akin to a swamp, relentlessly sought to drag her down. This was Long Zhe's ability, dead water. Within the dead water, not only could it effectively restrain the enemy's movements, but it also corroded their bodies like acid, inflicting damage. From a distance, Yang Wu, who had been rendered nearly incapacitated by a single punch, spat blood and, upon seeing Rongyu trapped in the dead water, couldn't help but erupt in triumphant laughter. "Long Zhe, your dead water is truly wicked." Chapter 86. But this is reality. The stagnant water is still ominous. The corners of Long Zhe's mouth twitched as he gazed at Rongyu, standing amidst the murky depths, a wave of trepidation washing over him. According to the feedback from the stagnant water, it appeared that Rongyu was not, perhaps, truly trapped. Her immobility was not due to an inability to move, but rather a choice to remain still. Lung Zhe furtively glanced at Lu Jing and Jiang Xiaochun. Should he inform them of the situation? No, perhaps it would be wiser to keep them in the dark. Xiaochun, take advantage of her immobility and strike swiftly. Understood. Jiang Xiaochun immediately unleashed her powers, her once flowing locks transforming into long, rigid strands, wrapping around Rongyu like a zongzi, ensnaring her in layers. Captain, I've got her. Excellent. Leave the next part to me. Lu Jing raised his hands, and a swarm of flesh-eating insects surged forth from his sleeves. This was the entirety of his army of voracious insects, now unleashed solely to vanquish the foe before them. Upon witnessing the black whirlwind of insects engulf Rongyu in an instant, Jiang Xiaochun erupted in cheers. We did it! They were well aware of the terror Lu Jing's insects invoked. Once amassed, they could devour even a tank in the blink of an eye. No matter how formidable their adversary, could she withstand the might of a tank? Seeing Rongyu utterly subdued by the swarm of insects, Lu Jing let out a sigh of relief. This is our fiery combination attack, cough, cough. Just as Lu Jing's team reveled in their triumph, a chilling voice broke through the din. Is this it? Has it come to an end? Seething black flames erupted into the sky. The black whirlwind of insects met the infernal fire, disintegrating like snow in the face of molten lava. As Rongyu stood unscathed, Lu Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible! Why didn't the insects devour you? This was the first instance of someone withstanding the assault of the voracious insect's head. Rongyu pinched one of the insects between her fingers, and with a gentle flick, the creature, reputed to crush steel, was reduced to a mere heap of dust. While I am uncertain of your expectations, this is the grim reality. It was laughable. These insects could not even touch the hellish armor, for upon approach, they would be incinerated by the intense heat emanating from its surface. Before Lu Jing could comprehend why Rongyu remained intact, he heard Jiang Xiaochun scream of terror. He turned to see the black flames creeping towards Jiang Xiaochun's hair. Captain, save me. Lung Zhe, use your stagnant water. Without hesitation, Lung Zhe unleashed the stagnant water upon Jiang Xiaochun's hair, attempting to extinguish the strange black flames. Yet, the result was catastrophic. The flames remained unquenched, and Lung Zhe's stagnant water evaporated entirely. How can this be? You will never extinguish this flame. Standing amidst the stagnant water, Rongyu lifted her foot with ease, as if raising it from a shallow brook. Throughout, she had never been restrained by Lung Zhe's stagnant water. She remained still merely to observe the survivor's capabilities. Disappointment, ugliness. She felt like a jester. If they could not even defeat her, they were unworthy of even meeting Wei Gong, let alone protecting this world. Indeed, only deeper darkness can vanquish darkness. Rongyu stepped forward once more. Be careful, Lu Jing started to warn his teammates, only to find Rongyu's hellish armor standing mere inches away from him. Boom! Without the need for Rongyu to lift a finger, the black flames emanating from the armor turned Lu Jing to ash. Captain! As Lu Jing was obliterated in an instant, Jiang Xiaochun cried out in desperation. Focus on yourself. With a mere glance, Rongyu intensified the flames on Jiang Xiaochun's hair, causing them to blaze even fiercer. In an instant, the black flames engulfed Jiang Xiaochun, leaving behind a charred, lifeless husk. At that moment, Luo Wan sprang forth from the shadows, a music-playing speaker slung over her shoulder. Oh no, you can't kill all these precious treasures. I want them alive. Though these survivor players were somewhat lacking, their abilities were still quite useful, particularly Lu Jing's. If she could consume him, the parasitic mother nest could produce new specialized zombies. Do not worry, I am well aware of my limits. Despite turning them to ash, Rongyu had intentionally spared a breath of life. You are rather fortunate. Please cook them to medium. With a flourish of her hand, two tendrils emerged from the ground, swallowing Lu Jing and Jiang Xiaochun whole. Rongyu turned her gaze towards Yang Wu's location, only to find it empty. He had likely been captured and consumed by Luo Wan's parasitic mother nest. Only one remains. Rongyu's eyes settled on Lung Zhe, only to discover he had also vanished. However, he had not been taken. Upon realizing that the stagnant water could not confine Rongyu, He had already entertained thoughts of fleeing. He had withheld the truth from his teammates, hoping to use them as a distraction to buy himself time. Rongyu approached the spot where Long Zhe had disappeared, finding only a long, black trail of water, stretching into the depths of darkness. This was another use of the stagnant water. Long Zhe could dissolve his body, transforming into stagnant water to escape. Once he reached a safe location, he could reconstruct his body with the stagnant water. Abandoning your comrades to flee? How disgraceful! As a former soldier, Rongyu despised nothing more than cowardly deserters who left their companions behind. With a cold snort, Rongyu entered an overloaded state, preparing to engulf the entire pit in flames. No matter how insidious Long Zhe's stagnant water, she would incinerate it to ashes. Let us see if it remains ominous. As Rongyu prepared to ignite the pit, Luo Wan hastily intervened. Wait, don't. It was essential to note that the ground beneath their feet was not true earth, but rather There is no need to grow closer. Leave the rest to me. Can you handle it? Luo Wan pointed to herself, her nose nearly reaching the heavens. No joke, I am incredibly brave. You should consider whose territory this is. Chapter 87. No place to escape. I should be safe here, right? Cold Zhe emerged from a pool of murky, stagnant water, his head dripping wet. After a careful search of his surroundings, he finally dared to drag his entire body out of the foul water. Phew, thankfully I ran fast. Cold Zhe took a couple of steps and encountered a slick, hard wall. Since I should be able to rest easy for a while. As Cold Zhe's mind began to relax, a wave of intense fatigue washed over him, compelling him to lean against the wall and sit down. Although this peculiar ability of stagnant water was both offensive and defensive, its consumption was quite substantial. Just as Cold Zhe's eyes began to close, the light, bouncing footsteps echoed like the ominous toll of a death knell. Luo Wan appeared, her charming smile radiating as she skipped into view. Keep running. Why have you stopped? Cold Zhe jumped up as if he had seen a ghost. I've run so far. How can you still find me? Luo Wan tilted her head in confusion. Run far? You've been spinning around my five-finger mountain all this time, haven't you? As her words fell, the wall behind Cold Zhe suddenly opened a myriad of eyes. What he had been leaning against was not a wall, but an extraordinarily thick tentacle. The darkness at the bottom of the pit was so profound that Cold Zhe had failed to notice it. Cold Zhe was drenched in cold sweat, frantically fleeing deeper into the darkness. You still have strength, huh? Running this far? Surely you can't catch up with me now. Cold Zhe glanced back, only to find no trace of Luo Wan behind him. Finally shaken her off. Just as Cold Zhe breathed a sigh of relief, Luo Wan appeared upside down in front of him. Hee, were you looking for me? Cold Zhe screamed as he recoiled, only to find a hand resting on his shoulder. He stiffly turned his head, discovering yet another Luo Wan standing behind him, gazing at him with a grin. Hee, were you looking for me? That smile resembled a ravenous wolf eyeing a succulent lamb. Another one. Cold Zhe attempted to change direction to escape, only to find a Luo Wan waiting for him in every direction. Why are you everywhere? Cold Zhe was on the brink of madness. Countless Luo Wans emerged from the shadows, their voices a cacophony, chattering in disarray. We told you, you can't escape. The voices were not only chaotic, but emanated from all directions. Cold Zhe clutched his head and howled towards the sky. My brain is shaking. Faced with the multitude of Luo Wans, he felt his mind trembling. With Cold Zhe's roar, the pitch-black depths of the pit suddenly illuminated. Yet, sometimes, it is better not to see certain things. Cold Zhe beheld a multitude of tentacles, not only surrounding him but also composing the very ground beneath his feet. Scattered across the tentacles were countless eyes, all turning in unison to fixate on Cold Zhe. Ha. Cold Zhe let out a miserable laugh, his knees weakly collapsing to the ground. He gradually came to terms with the grim reality. From the moment they set foot in this deep pit, the fate of death had already been sealed for the four of them. No, it wasn't just upon entering the pit. From the moment they entered Shaotan City, their doom was inevitable. The death of the mother entity of Shaotan City had been a ruse. A complete and utter deception. The moment Cold Zay recognized this reality was the moment of his demise. Hee hee. He watched as the tentacles before him opened like the gaping maw of an eel, devoid of any courage to resist. Ack! The tentacles of the parasitic mother nest swallowed Cold Zay whole. Luo Wan, you ought to reconsider your habit of toying with your prey. Rong Yu emerged from the darkness, standing beside Luo Wan. Luo Wan playfully stuck out her tongue. Hee, I promise to do better next time. Rong Yu shook her head in resignation. Luo Wan always said that. She was all about feigning remorse yet never changed her ways, always returning for more. The survivor players have been dealt with. It's time to address the army on the ground. According to the plan, I will destroy the Shaojiang Bridge while you take care of them. With that, the infernal armor on Rong Yu's back erupted with scorching black flames, soaring towards the pit's surface. Luo Wan adorably winked. Just leave it to me. Report, Commander. The urban area has been cleared. Luo Yongnian sat in the armed command vehicle, awaiting updates from his subordinates. From the information that had been relayed, the situation appeared promising. The total number of zombies in Shaotan City was merely around 20,000. In stark contrast, Luo Yongnian commanded an army exceeding 40,000 soldiers. 1 tank could be equated to 100 soldiers, meaning 200 tanks equated to 20,000 soldiers. With 20,000 zombies against 40,000 soldiers, the odds were heavily in his favor. He could easily win. Luo Yongnian inquired, what of Director Chu's team? Since departing from the Pingjiang base, Lu Jing's team had gone silent. Have the signal troops continuously call for them. Inform me immediately upon receiving any news. A sense of foreboding surged within Luo Yongnian. Unexpected incidents in warfare often began with a unit inexplicably losing contact. Report, Commander. The northern troops have relayed information. Proceed. Report, Commander. The northern region has completed its cleansing mission and is now establishing a forward base. Good, continue. Just as Luo Yongnian was about to speak, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the communicator. Ah! What happened? Report, Commander. A sudden and violent earthquake has struck the northern region. Countless tentacles have erupted from the fissured ground. We are suffering heavy losses. We need reinforcements. The transmission was abruptly cut off amid static. Boom! Just as Luo Yongnian stood to issue commands, a violent tremor shook the area he occupied. Ah! Accompanying the quake were the anguished cries of soldiers outside. What is happening? Luo Yongnian rushed out of the armed command vehicle. Confront. Chapter 88. The atrocities of massacre. How could it come to this? Luo Yongnian, having served in the military for decades, stationed at the borders and participated in numerous battles, considered himself seasoned in the face of adversity. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before him, a flicker of astonishment and dread crept into his heart. The earth was rent asunder, and countless ancient godly tendrils descended from the abyss, rampaging through the camp. Run! Run! Soldiers, fully aware of their impotence against such an opponent, fled in terror, but their speed paled in comparison to the tendrils, which swiftly impaled them. As the tendrils pierced through their bodies, robust soldiers deflated like punctured balloons, visibly wilting away. With crimson blood seeping into the tendrils, the eyes adorning their surfaces narrowed in ecstasy, as if indulging in a delicacy of the highest quality. After claiming one soldier, the tendrils lunged for a second, third, fourth. Soon, they were festooned with the withered forms of soldiers, resembling skewers of lamb. There were hundreds of such tendrils within the camp. They stood ominously, like a dark forest conducting some malevolent rite, the desiccated soldiers dangling from them serving as living sacrifices to the ancient gods. Luo Yongnian seized a panicked soldier, bellowing, "What the hell are you doing? Quickly, blast those tendrils with tank shells." The soldier's face was a mask of indescribable terror as he stammered, "See, Commander, the people on the tendrils are still alive. If we use shells, won't that mean?" Luo Yongnian's pupils dilated in horror, a chill piercing through his steely resolve. "What did you say? They are still alive." He looked incredulously at the tendrils, realizing that although the soldiers clinging to them had been reduced to mere skin and bones, they were indeed alive. More horrifically, they were conscious. "Help me, save me. Please, I don't want to die." The tendrils had not granted them a swift release, but forced them to witness their vitality ebb away agonizingly. This was no longer a battle. It was an inhumane slaughter. "Beasts, You wretched beasts. Luo Yongnian had never felt such rage. Dodging a nearby soldier wielding a rocket launcher, he prepared to obliterate these malevolent creatures. Commander! Don't act impulsively, we must withdraw. An officer beside him quickly restrained Luo Yongnian, who was consumed by fury. Let go of me. I will fight these beasts. Quickly, take the commander away. We will buy you time. With a throng of soldiers dragging him, Luo Yongnian was forcefully shoved into an evacuation armored vehicle. Inside the armored vehicle, Luo Yongnian managed to regain a modicum of composure. Report on the status of the troops. The units dispatched to various areas of Shouthan City have lost contact. Preliminary estimates indicate that the casualty count has surpassed 30,000. 30,000. Luo Yongnian's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. Just 10 minutes ago, each unit was reporting victories, and Shouthan City seemed to be within their grasp. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the tide had turned. Countless tendrils tore through the earth, as if some malevolent ancient god had descended from the abyss, annihilating his pride, the 66th Army, with overwhelming force. That was the culmination of decades of his dedication. Suppressing the tremor in his voice, Luo Yongnian inquired, "Have we identified the assailants?" The tendrils emerged suddenly from the ground, infesting all of Shouthan City. We have yet to encounter the true form of the attackers. Upon hearing this, Luo Yongnian felt blood surge in his throat, spewing forth crimson. Commander! Commander! Soldiers quickly supported him as he nearly collapsed. I, the commander of the illustrious 66th Army, have been annihilated without even seeing the enemy's visage. Such a disgrace, such a disgrace. Luo Yongnian's complexion drained of color, utterly pallid. The once vibrant leader of the army appeared to age 20 years in an instant, crushed by the weight of this calamity. Even if he were fortunate enough to escape back to the base in Pingjiang City, his days were numbered. Notify all surviving soldiers to withdraw. As long as we can return to Pingjiang City, there remains a glimmer of hope. The tendrils were terrifying indeed, yet they had yet to assault Pingjiang City across the river, indicating that their maximum range of attack was confined to Shouthan City. Luo Yongnian slumped in the vehicle, letting out a deep sigh. Tio flee, ha! After decades of military service, he had never imagined the word escape would escape his lips. The armored vehicle carrying Luo Yongnian roared to life, reaching Shaojiang Bridge in less than an hour. By then, a number of surviving soldiers had gathered at the bridge. Look, it's Shaojiang Bridge. We will soon escape this cursed place. Ah, this place is utterly horrifying. I never wish to return. As long as we can, as long as we can reach that place, I can survive. Unquestionably, these soldiers, having encountered such terror, were mentally shattered, becoming paranoid and neurotic. Their trembling hands clutched their already loaded weapons, their vacant gazes darting anxiously around. Any sound could provoke them into fire. Everyone, run. If we can cross this bridge, we will live. Upon sighting the tall walls across the bridge, the soldiers surged toward Shaojiang Bridge, frenzied to the point of disregarding their comrades' safety. Some, in their desperation to escape, even shoved their fellow soldiers aside, trampling over them to advance. Others driving vehicles, feeling obstructed by those in front, pressed the accelerator, careening into the soldiers ahead and crushing them beneath their wheels. Ah! You bastard, do you want to die? Bang bang bang. Chaos bred casualties, and casualties incited further chaos, with soldiers turning their weapons on their former comrades in their haste to flee. Wah! Witnessing the pandemonium outside, Luo Yongnian's heart pounded with fury. How had his proud 66th Army devolved into such a pitiful, frenzied state? Luo Yongnian seethed with rage, loathing the mindless, inhumane creatures that had wrought this havoc. He also despised his own impotence, unable to retaliate against such an enemy, forced to abandon his subordinates in a frame. How could he return home, facing the families of the fallen? How could he face the people who had placed their hopes in him? Chapter 89. to live or to die. We shall soon return home. Ha ha ha, home at last. As the leading soldier approached the midpoint of the Shaojiang Bridge, a black meteor of fire descended from the heavens, crashing violently onto the bridge. The impact of the infernal armor's descent was so immense that it left a significant dent in the very ground of the Shaojiang Bridge. Amidst the black flames, Rongyue slowly rose, her voice icy as she declared, "This path is impassable." According to the original plan, Rongyue had already intended to destroy the Shaojiang Bridge, but Luo Wan suggested that they hold off for the time being. The Shaojiang Bridge, being the sole route for retreat, was to be used as bait to gather all surviving soldiers together, allowing them to be captured in one fell swoop. This would spare her the trouble of dragging those soldiers out from their hiding places. The leading soldier, undeterred, attempted to force his way through, shouting, "Get out of the way!" Faced with the specter of death, he cared not for the repercussions. However, as he neared the infernal armor, the searing heat instantly ignited him, transforming him into a flaming figure, his demise tragically horrific. Witnessing the first foolhardy individual meet such a grim fate, at that moment, Luo Yongyan approached, saying, "Might we converse, esteemed one?" After the tumultuous events of the day, this once vibrant commander was now reduced to a frail shadow of his former self, struggling even to walk. Huff, huff, Luo Yongyan gasped as "I am, in fact, the commander of the 66th Army." Rongyue remained silent, standing still. Although she recognized Luo Yongyan, the once mighty general, yet, sentimentality aside, Rongyue had no intention of emulating Guan Yu by allowing Luo Yongyan and his troops to pass through this Huarong path. "I have a humble request." Luo Yongyan boldly knelt before Rongyue, addressing the assembled crowd. "I wish to exchange my life for the safe passage." No one could fathom that a man of Luo Yongyan's stature would kneel publicly. It was well known that he held honor and dignity above all else. "Commander! Commander!" The soldiers behind Luo Yongyan rushed forward, eager to assist him, but he barked at them, "Stay back." Turning to face, "Grant my subordinates a chance to live." Seeing the soldiers who had resorted to killing one another in a desperate bid for survival filled Luo Yongyan with profound sorrow. It pained him more than the prospect of losing the battle itself. In defeat, they would have merely succumbed to a stronger foe, dying with honor on the battlefield. But to turn on one another in the name of survival would be an unbearable disgrace, a mark of unworthiness for a soldier. Luo Yongyan could not bear to see his proud 66th Army reduced to such humiliation. The fault of this defeat lay solely with him, and if it were possible, he would shoulder the entirety of that failure himself, sacrificing his own dignity in the process. "Is it not shameful to scurry back with your tails between your legs?" Why did that voice sound so familiar? No, that person had perished in Shout and City. Do you believe you can walk away with a clear conscience, having traded the commander's life for your own? That is your only choice to maintain whatever dignity remains. With Rongyue's declaration, the atmosphere shifted, and all present, including Luo Yongyan, felt the weight of her words settle heavily upon them. With a single hand resting behind her, she proclaimed, "I accept your challenge. Should you defeat me, you may triumph with honor." In the entire expanse of Shaotan City, only Luo Wan and Rongyue remained as valuable targets. If they could vanquish Rongyue, they would undoubtedly claim victory. Naturally, there was a slim chance of survival in battling the tendrils within the city, but facing Rongyue head-on would surely lead to annihilation. Boom, boom, boom. As she spoke, countless tendrils erupted from the earth near the Shaojiang Bridge, poised but not yet attacking the survivors of the 66th Army. Instead standing, suddenly, Luo Yongyan rose, throwing his head back in laughter. Ha, 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 ha. His eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, reclaiming his former stature as it dawned on them that beyond being the commander of the 66th Army, Luo Yongyan was also a rare and exceptional warrior. He slowly turned to face the bewildered soldiers behind him, declaring, "Soldiers? Do you hear me? Will you choose to die standing or live kneeling? I have no authority to make this choice for you, nor do I wish to." Pausing for effect, he took a deep breath and shouted, "But if you desire to die with dignity, then follow me as we charge back." His voice resonated with conviction, echoing like a thunderous bell that stirred the... They raised their weapons high, their blood surging with fervor as they shouted, "Let us charge back! Let us charge back! let us charge back. Indeed, to defend their homeland and die valiantly on the battlefield had been their initial dream and their sole destiny. Forward! Annihilate these beasts. As the commander, Luo Yongnian led the charge, embracing the specter of death. Behind him stood all the soldiers of the 66th Army, prepared to face their fate without a hint of fear, their eyes filled solely with the resolve to protect their homeland and die honorably in battle. The clash was fervent, yet devoid of suspense. In less than an hour, the remaining 10,000 soldiers perished upon the battlefield, becoming sustenance for the parasitic mother nest. Thank you. Rongyue was aware that the tendril just agree to let me play music the next time you take the stage. That is unacceptable. How stingy. Before departing, Rongyue cast a final glance at the distant Pingjiang city, the next target of Wei Gong. Enjoy your last moments of tranquility. Perhaps to afford the people on the opposite side of the bridge a final respite, Rongyue unleashed her full power, delivering a crushing blow to the Shaojiang bridge. In an instant, the colossal structure was severed in two. Chapter 90. Are you singing? Ding. 4,000,000 points have been credited. Ah, I simply adore the sound of that. As the mechanical voice of the system resonated in his mind, a legion had been dispatched from Shaodang City, and Donghai City had matched that effort, deploying a full 100,000 infantry and over 1,000 armored tanks, with the number of survivor players participating reaching as many as 30. Their objective was not only to uproot Cai Yunting and his forces, but also to eradicate the other corps within the Empire State Building, thereby bringing a definitive end to the zombie crisis plaguing Great Yin. However, they had severely misjudged the strength of the zombie faction in Donghai City at this moment. Setting aside Wei Gong and Cai Yunting, who had yet to engage in battle, the other corps within the Empire State Building posed a significant challenge. After luring the Great Yin army into their trap, Cai Yunting and the newly reformed Wei Gong united to inform the other corps in the Empire State Building about the plan's intricacies. Cai Yunting promised the other corps that if they could assist the Donghai City zombies in combating the Great Yin army, an alliance would be forged with Donghai City. Should the Great Yin ever threaten their city, Donghai City would undoubtedly come to their aid. Moreover, Cai Yunting pledged to reward them based on their contributions in this battle. It was worth noting that any points earned from infecting humans in Donghai City would go to them, not to Cai Yunting. Thus, infecting a single human would yield double the rewards. Upon hearing such an enticing offer, the other corps surged forward, energized as if they had been injected with adrenaline. With numerous corps uniting to fight, their collective perched at the edge of the rooftop, Wei Gong casually swung his legs. Kai, your generosity in rewards is truly commendable. Cai Yunting, standing beside Wei Gong, took hearty swigs of high-purity liquor. It's merely a drop in the bucket. Because he understood that no matter how much the corps scrambled, the largest share of the pie remained firmly in his grasp, a testament to his confidence in his own power. What the other corps claimed was but a trifling portion. He was willing to sacrifice small gains to have them work for him. An astute prophet indeed. Seeing Cai Yunting's response, Wei Gong immediately rolled up his sleeves, eager to participate. That's what you said. Upon witnessing Wei Gong's exuberance, Cai Yunting nearly spat out his drink. You're not allowed to join the silver party? Damn it. Wei Gong was a cunning fellow, full of devious schemes. If this guy were to get involved in sharing the spoils, it wouldn't just be about dividing the cake. He would take it all. Wei Gong pouted in disappointment. Teach how dull. Although Wei Gong feigned disinterest, he had little desire for the Donghai City spoils. After all, he had another harvest awaiting him in Pingjiang City. While Pingjiang City may not rival the illustrious Donghai City, it remained a burgeoning first-tier city with a population exceeding 10 million. If he could seize control of Pingjiang City, the rewards he ultimately garnered would certainly not pale in comparison to those of Cai Yunting. Look to the sky, way up on high. There in the night, stars are now right. Eons have passed. Now then at last. Prison walls break. Old ones awake. As Wei Gong conversed with Cai Yunting, a melodious yet eerie song drifted from the Empire State Building, carried by the wind to every corner of the battlefield. Upon hearing this song, the zombies seemed to be invigorated, their combat prowess soaring. A zombie that could previously take down a single human now boasted, "I can take on 10. However, for the humans, the song incited palpable emotional turmoil, significantly slowing their reactions. Some of the more mentally fragile individuals, upon hearing the melody, fell into panic and chaos, ultimately standing vacantly like fools, succumbing to the infection. A song? Wei Gong chuckled, even without turning around. He knew who was singing. Su Xilan? Is it you who sings? Standing behind Wei Gong and Cai Yunting, Su Xilan gracefully lifted her skirt and curtsied. I may lack combat prowess, but I can sing to uplift everyone's spirits. Such was Su Xilan's ability, manipulating the emotions of her targets through her song. Enemies would suffer mental damage, leading to erratic states, while her own zombies would become more vigorous and formidable. Cai Yunting crossed his arms, observing the invigorated zombie army below. To provide such potent buffs and debuffs through mere song, your ability is quite remarkable. Indeed, while Su Xilan's direct combat capabilities were modest, as a support, she proved to be exceptionally competent. With the assistance of someone like Su Xilan, top-tier warriors like Wei Gong and Cai Yunting would truly be like tigers with wings. Su Xilan smiled sweetly. Yet, no matter how powerful, my own strength remains too feeble to make any substantial contributions. Wei Gong grasped the implication of her words. Even if Su Xilan provided formidable buffs to her allies, the points accrued when humans were infected would not be credited to her. Ultimately, her efforts would be in vain. Wei Gong chuckled. I see. You're here to borrow someone, aren't you? Cai Yunting was taken aback. Borrow someone? Su Xilan winked enticingly at Wei Gong. Wei Gong, dear brother, could you lend me your lovely and capable Miss Kalen for a while? As a token of gratitude, I shall offer you a generous reward. Wei Gong waved his hand dismissively. Go on, Kalen. Kalen emerged from the shadows. All right. As Su Xilan was the first ally to forge a partnership with him, Wei Gong had no reason to refuse her request. Moreover, this arrangement would only serve to benefit him. I love you, Su Xilan exclaimed, planting a kiss on Wei Gong's cheek before skipping away with Kalen. Only then did Cai Yunting, a promising future Wei Gong, innocently shrugged his shoulders. The one who was stealing points is Kalen, who is working for Su Xilan. What does that have to do with me, Wei Gong? Out of consideration for his own reputation, Wei Gong could not overtly snatch points from Cai Yunting. By lending Kalen to Su Xilan, it was ostensibly Kalen who was assisting her in earning point rewards, leaving Wei Gong uninvolved. Yet, in reality, the points accumulated by Kalen, influenced by the human element, eventually found their way into Wei Gong's pockets. Su Xilan received the rewards from Cai Yunting, while Wei Gong benefited from the system's allocation of points. Ultimately, it was only Cai Yunting, the unwitting victim, who was left reeling in this world. Cai Yunting was seething with anger over Wei Gong's underhanded dealings. However, when it came to verbal sparring, he was no match for the cunning Wei Gong, who left him with no choice but to exclaim in frustration, I have never encountered such a brazenly shameless individual. In Donghai City, devoid of Cai Yunting's stormy weather, the Air Force of Dian experienced an illusion of the sun has emerged, the rain has ceased, and we are capable once more. They prepared to showcase the might of modern firepower to the zombies below. Wei Gong raised an eyebrow, watching Cai Yunting with keen interest. Oh ho, what shall it be? Shall I take action, or will you? Wei Gong was certainly willing to intervene, albeit his services came at a rather steep price. Cai Yunting glared at Wei Gong with malice. If you take action, you might leave me in such a state that I am left with nothing but my undergarments. I have no interest in your undergarments, Wei Gong retorted. Cai Yunting then raised his hand, conjuring a small storm cloud above the battlefield. Although Wei Gong's previous strike had severely weakened him, preventing him from transforming, summoning a localized storm cloud was still within his capabilities. In a flash, several bolts of lightning descended, obliterating the fighter jets that had just arrived on the scene. Eager to show off, Wei Gong cradled his head in admiration, gazing enviously at Cai Yunting's storm cloud. How splendid! How magnificent! When shall I acquire such impressive skills? Although the strength of the mirrored world and the other side was not inferior to Kai Yunting's dragon transformation, and perhaps even surpassed it in functionality, the sheer style of his abilities was irresistible. One could hardly overstate the allure of transforming into a divine dragon soaring through the skies, and the ability to command the elements with a mere gesture left Wei Gong salivating. In other novels, only the most formidable of characters possessed such miraculous powers. Do not envy. Once you have gathered your set of skills, yours will undoubtedly be more formidable and striking than mine. Kai Yunting scoffed at Wei Gong. While the evolutionary path of the beast-type technology tree was relatively easy to establish, its upper limits were correspondingly low. The dragon transformation represented the pinnacle of Kai Yunting's evolution. Any further advancement hinged on whether the system would grant him further opportunities. In contrast, Wei Gong's trajectory was markedly different. His exhibited skills indicated he was on the path of the spatial technology tree, and the ultimate set of skills he would acquire would certainly be top-tier spatial abilities. There is a saying, when time stands still, space reigns supreme. As long as Wei Gong could obtain the set of spatial skills, he would undoubtedly carve a path of dominance. Moreover, one could discern the high potential of Wei Gong's future through his rank on the other side. As part of the puzzle for obtaining set skills, his rank was already at the same level as Dragon Transformation, classified as A grade. Once the set was completed, the magnitude of Wei Gong's transformation was beyond Kai Yunting's imagination. When faced with such a limitless potential for growth, one typically has two choices: to eliminate the threat before it fully develops or to cultivate a favorable alliance. However, the dilemma for Kai Yunting was that he currently lacked the confidence to defeat Wei Gong. Should he fail to vanquish him, given Wei Gong's nature, it would likely be Kai Yunting who ultimately met his demise. Thus, he found himself compelled to form an alliance with Wei Gong. This was one of the key reasons Kai Yunting was willing to risk significant energy loss to collaborate with Wei Gong in this charade. "I relish hearing those words," Wei Gong proclaimed as he rose, stretching his neck and loosening his muscles. "Since you have rendered me such invaluable assistance, it is time I honored my promise." Their initial agreement entailed Kai Yunting assisting Wei Gong in his performance, while Wei Gong would aid Kai Yunting in breaking the protective shell of the egg. Now that Kai Yunting had fulfilled his part, it was only right for Wei Gong to reciprocate. Kai Yunting regarded Wei Gong with suspicion. "Can you really break it after just reconstructing your body?" Having lost half of his own body had already left him severely weakened, while Wei Gong had been completely disintegrated, leaving only a crystal. Logically, he should be in a worse state than Kai Yunting. "Heh, I am not as feeble as you are," Wei Gong quipped, mocking Kai Yunting before merging with the zombie crow, soaring into the skies. Observing Wei Gong, who had become a mere black in the distance, left Kai Yunting fuming. This outsider is utterly lacking in manners. The wings formed from the zombie crow flew swiftly, and soon Wei Gong had traversed half of Donghai City, arriving before the milky white protective shield. Upon his sudden appearance, the anti-aircraft missiles within the shield immediately targeted him, and dozens of Patriot missiles surged forth in unison. "How bothersome," Wei Gong grumbled, brandishing the otherworldly long knife as he unleashed several waves of black blade wind, obliterating all the incoming missiles. This protective shield is not only remarkably resilient, but also capable of launching counterattacks from within. It seems that Chu Zhangqing, who devised this shield, possesses considerable skill. Yet, a pressing question lingered. As an indigenous NPC of this game world, where did Chu Zhangqing acquire such a device? Could it possibly have been exchanged by a survivor player through the system? If so, that survivor must be exceptionally generous. One must recognize that the points required to obtain this protective shield would undoubtedly be no. It would be more prudent to witness the situation in Yindu firsthand. It appeared that a visit to the capital of Dian was now imminent. Taking a deep breath, Wei Gong channeled his power into the otherworldly long knife. As he infused energy, the long knife erupted with a colossal blade shadow that pierced the heavens, visible throughout the entirety of Donghai City. Otherworldly funeral. The massive blade shadow descended, striking the protective shield with tremendous force. Under the spatial slash, the seemingly eggshell-like shield shattered, as if it were indeed made of fragile eggshell. Chapter 92. Are you really prepared to fry? Children, I have returned. Wei Gong strode through the mirror, finding him. Are you trying to save on the electricity bill? If you wish for streetlights, I can arrange that, Rongyu replied, illuminating the pit with the flames of her infernal armor, standing alongside the ever-energetic Luo Wan. Upon seeing Wei Gong, Luo Wan rushed towards him in a flurry, exclaiming, "Father, I've missed you dearly." Just as Luo Wan was about to transform into a clingy creature, Kaelin emerged from the shadows, seizing her head with a powerful grip. "That's enough." With Kaelin towering over Luo Wan and her arm raised, it left Luo Wan dangling in midair. Her little legs flailed helplessly. "You sly cat, let me down. Just because you're allowed to be by father's side 24 hours a day doesn't mean I can't be close to him. I'm on a mission. A duel. I challenge you to a one-on-one match. Whoever wins becomes father's bodyguard." Ugh. Wei Gong rubbed his ears, feeling a headache coming on. The presence of multiple women around him was proving to be quite a nuisance, their incessant chatter overwhelming. He already had 3 women by his side, creating a perfect storm of drama. Perhaps he should seek out a male companion. But no, I am a man, attracted to women, and not inclined towards the other side. That's enough. Rongyu tugged Luo Wan by the back of her collar, leading her away from Kaelin. "You returned quite early, didn't you?" Indeed. Not only had Wei Gong returned, but he had also utilized the powers of the mirror world to send Su's island back to Zhonghua City. As for the other entities, Wei Gong was unfamiliar with them. They would have to find their own way back. The commotion in Donghai City was quite significant. You didn't partake in any of it? Given Rongyu's understanding of Wei Gong, she had anticipated that he would return with a bounty from such a substantial. Yet, it appeared he had returned empty-handed. Wei Gong waved his hand dismissively. "If it's not mine, I have no interest in forcibly taking it." After breaching Donghai City's protective barrier, he had bid farewell to Kai Yunting and returned, indifferent to whatever transpired thereafter. As for the spoils, the 40,000 troops from Pingjiang City had become sustenance for the parasitic mother nest, yielding 400,000 points, sufficient reward in his eyes. Most importantly, the entities within the Great Yin realm had successfully formed an alliance without infighting, which brought Wei Gong a sense of relief. This indicated that some allies were merely inexperienced rather than foolish. It was not the incompetence of allies that worried him, but rather their incompetence coupled with insubordination. Having collaborated in battle once, there would surely be a second and third time. Thus, the zombie forces within Great Yin would flourish and thrive. Moreover, who said Wei Gong returned empty-handed? He had indeed extracted a significant portion from Kai Yunting, leaving the latter grinding his teeth in frustration. Luo Wan wriggled free from Rongyu's iron grip and leaped before Wei Gong, raising her arm as if to answer a question in class. "Father, we devoured the 40,000 soldiers of Pingjiang City together." Impressive, right? Luo Wan gazed at Wei Gong with the innocence of a kitten, her face pleading, "Praise me, praise me." Very impressive. Wei Gong responded perfunctorily, ruffling Luo Wan's hair. "As a reward, I've brought back some local specialties from Donghai City." With a snap of his fingers, several glass orbs materialized from the mirror world. Upon shattering, enormous segments of a monstrous body appeared at the bottom of the abyss. What is this? Snake, meat, eel, or perhaps the favorite of streamers, yellow eel. Luo Wan approached the remains, poking and prodding as if she were an adorable and lively archaeologist. She struck the scales with her tentacle, only to find their strength astonishing. These scales are incredibly tough. They could withstand a rocket launcher blast. Rongyu's expression shifted to one of intrigue. "You didn't bring back the body of the Donghai City entity, did you?" Knowing that the Donghai City entity had taken the evolutionary path of a beast, her suspicions were confirmed by the extraordinary strength of the remains. "Indeed, this is half of the dragon's body that I severed. Due to the immense size of Kai Yunting's dragon body, it was unable to fit into the mirror world, leading Wei Gong to dismember it and pack it into the mirror world." Upon learning that Wei Gong intended to fry his dragon body for the children, Kai Yunting was infuriated, ready to engage Wei Gong in a fierce battle. He had initially presumed Wei Gong's remark about frying him was merely banter to lighten the mood. Little did he know, this was no jest. Although the half-dragon body was of no further use to Kai Yunting, it was still a part of him. The thought of his body being used to feed children left him feeling utterly unsettled. Thus, Kai Yunting could somewhat understand why the crows held disdain for Wei Gong. Who wouldn't he feel irked by such an audacious act? Will consuming this allow me to summon a complete corpse dragon? If I cannot transform into a dragon, then I shall have— Is that too much to ask? Luo Wan pondered for a moment, stroking her chin. Since this dragon body is fundamentally lifeless and only half intact, as long as the physical strength was comparable to Kai Yunting's, he was satisfied. Moreover, should the parasitic mother nest inadvertently replicate the ability to control the weather as well, it might provoke Kai Yunting to confront him. After all, the powers he had painstakingly developed over time were not something to be casually appropriated. However, Luo Wan circled the dragon body 3 times clockwise and then 3 times counterclockwise. I can incorporate the abilities of several recently consumed survivor players into it. Li Bei's genes could bestow the corpse dragon with the ability to exhale smoke. He Tinjian's genes could grant the corpse dragon the ability to manipulate airflow. Though its potency might be limited, it would at least allow for some wind manipulation. Long Zhe's genes could endow the corpse dragon with the ability to release stagnant water. Although such a large body couldn't move like Long Zhe, it would still possess some control over water. Combining the hardened body hair of Lu Jinghao, the hair manipulation of Jiang Xiaochun, and Yang Wu's steel-like skin would also provide the corpse dragon with an indomitable dragon body. Chapter 93. Damn capitalist Luo Wan shared her design concept with Wei Gong, who clapped his hands in approval. Truly deserving of the title of a top hacker, your prowess in designing and coding is remarkable. He, flattered by Wei Gong's praise, Luo Wan beamed with delight. Oh, by the way, since we are preparing to synthesize the Blue Eyes White Dragon, I shall add another attribute for you. With a casual flick of his wrist, Wei Gong summoned a person from the mirrored realm. The individual clumsily scrambled to his feet, gazing at the dim abyss below. Where the hell have you brought me? Is this still the country? Who else could it be but our innate laborer, the holy body Song Chong? As a pivotal figure for the smooth execution of the East Sea City plan, Wei Gong deemed it necessary to invite him over for a visit. Wei Gong appraised Song Chong with a playful glint in his eyes. Oh, you're surprisingly unafraid? Song Chong brushed off the goo from his clothes. What is there to fear? It's just death, right? Ever since entering this deadly game, Song Chong had never harbored the illusion of surviving until the end. He possessed a keen awareness. At best, he would be a mere background character, a disposable pawn, certainly not the protagonist. Since he was destined to be a mere passerby, he might as well endure as long as he could, perhaps even reaping some rewards if humanity triumphed. As for that incident at the Empire State Building, it was merely a fleeting thought of rebellion. The price for such thoughts? Death, of course. Song Chong's nonchalance genuinely surprised Wei Gong. You acknowledge your inadequacies and maintain such a pessimistic outlook. Why did you even enter this death game in the first place? I have my story. Do you have wine and cigarettes? Perhaps aware that his time was limited, Song Chong boldly made a request to Wei Gong. Ha ha ha. Wei Gong was not offended. Rather, he found Song Chong to be quite intriguing and tossed him 2 glass beads, one containing beer and the other a fine cigarette. Oh, premium cigarettes. I've only had a few packs during banquets. Song Chong lit one, his face reflecting sheer enjoyment. It was evident he was an old smoker. After a few puffs, he opened the beer and downed an entire bottle with gusto. Refreshing. Having smoked and drunk, please commence your performance. Taking a drag, Song Chong exhaled a cloud of smoke. Work is exhausting. The mortgage and car loan are overwhelming. I just don't want to live anymore. Is that it? Nothing more? Song Chong shrugged. That's all. In just 3 brief sentences, he encapsulated the plight of a beleaguered worker crushed under the weight of exploitation. Rather than toiling for capitalists in the real world, he preferred to take a gamble in the game. If victorious, he could sing songs of triumph. If defeated, he would treat it as an opportunity for a vacation, perhaps even meeting an untimely end in an accident. At least he would die on a journey, not at a dreary desk after a night of overtime. What is that saying? The world is vast, and I wish to see it. Ha! Wei Gong chuckled and then burst into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha, you are truly a source of amusement. Wei Gong had no intention of mocking Song Chong. Instead, he found him increasingly likable. He opened a can of beer for himself. Here, let this one be my toast to you. Song Chong also opened a bottle. So, is this a farewell drink? Whether it was a farewell drink or not, Song Chong was indifferent. After clinking bottles with Wei Gong, He downed it in one go. Tossing the empty bottle aside, he remarked, "The drink is finished, the story is told. Once I finish this last cigarette, you may send me on my way." "Very well." Wei Gong glanced at Luo Wan. Luo Wan nodded obediently. Understood. Song Chang's cigarette quickly burned down to the filter, which he discarded at his feet, taking care to stamp it out to prevent a fire hazard. Wei Gong inquired, "Any last words?" "Last words? Let me think." With a playful smirk, Song Chang raised two middle fingers to the sky. "Damn capitalists." Wei Gong mirrored his gesture. "Damn capitalists." With his final words spoken, Luo Wan immediately summoned tendrils that engulfed Song Chang whole. True to her word, she devoured him in less than a second, leaving no trace behind. Her speed was so swift that Song Chang did not even have to endure a moment of suffering before his demise. Once she consumed him, Luo Wan instantly acquired Song Chang's ability to dilute presence. With this power, even a corpse dragon could serve as a formidable ally. The physical prowess of Kai Yunting, combined with various special abilities, would result in a corpse dragon's strength rivaling that of a survivor with an A-grade ability. An undeniable small boss-level combat unit. However, just as Luo Wan reveled in her newfound power, her expression soured. Wei Gong inquired, "Why the frown?" "It will take a week and require 10,000 ordinary zombies." Time isn't an issue. Wei Gong was not in a hurry to assault Pingjiang City, for he awaited reinforcements from Dian. The more troops stationed in Pingjiang City, the more points Wei Gong would accumulate. But 10,000 ordinary zombies is indeed a dilemma. He had no surplus of zombies left to create the corpse dragon. During this time, he had already fused the ordinary zombies from Shout-An City into stronger hunters, including the remaining zombies in Shout-An City and those infected by Kalin in East Sea City. There were barely 5,000 or 6,000 left. Who would replenish those remaining ordinary zombies for him? Just as Wei Gong pondered this conundrum, he received a message from Su Xilan, who had not been in touch for just a few hours. "Little brother, sister has encountered some trouble. Could you please make another trip to Jianghuai City?" Upon reading Su Xilan's message, Wei Gong chuckled. "Look, ordinary zombies are practically delivering themselves to my doorstep." He quickly replied, "Perfect timing. I have some troubles to discuss with you as well. I'll be there in an hour." "All right, sister will freshen up and wait for your arrival." After sending the message, Su Xilan even added a flying kiss emoji. Observing the exchange between Su Xilan and Wei Gong, Luo Wan furrowed her brows. "This vixen, is she still trying to seduce my father? This time, I must go." Wei Gong lightly tapped Luo Wan's forehead with his finger. "Forgive me, Luo Wan, but you must stay home this time." Chapter 94. The transaction of friendship. Unlike other entities, even as a zombie, Su Xilan remains exceptionally mindful of her appearance and hygiene. She exclaims that she has truly bathed and freshened up in anticipation of Wei Gong's arrival. Su Xilan, languidly reclining in the bathtub, stretches, her fair skin partially concealed by a plethora of petals floating in the bathwater. Wei Gong, perching on the edge of the bathtub, retorts, "Sneaking? No, I am observing quite openly." As a normal male, he naturally does not shy away from the opportunity to admire beauty. Su Xilan, casually resting her upper body against the rim of the tub, inquires, "Would you care to join me for a bath?" "Bathing is out of the question. I have come to discuss serious matters with you." With a graceful movement, Su Xilan extends her pristine arm from the tub to pour a glass of red wine from a nearby bottle for Wei Gong. "Then let us converse while we drink." Wei Gong accepts the glass and takes a sip as if it were a mere beverage, lacking the refined etiquette of wine tasting. "I intend to take away 20,000 ordinary zombies from you." Su Xilan's demeanor stiffens momentarily, but she quickly regains her poise. "No problem. What is mine is yours. Take as many as you desire." Her city, Jianghuai, pales in comparison to Shout-An and Donghai, with her subordinates numbering just over 200,000 zombies. Wei Gong's request for 20,000 is indeed a significant loss for her. However, she had previously pledged her loyalty, promising Wei Gong unconditional support for whatever he required. It is now time to fulfill that promise, and she cannot refuse. Of course, my assistance will not come free of charge. Wei Gong snaps his fingers, and the previously open mirror portal reveals the towering figure of a 3-meter-high hunter number 2 stepping through. The sheer size of hunter number 2 causes a gaping hole in the bathroom ceiling. I will exchange 20 hunters for your 20,000 zombies. Wei Gong is well aware of the situation in Jianghuai. Su Xilan's combat prowess is woefully inadequate. The only means for Jianghuai to counter the formidable Yin army lies in those ordinary zombies. While Wei Gong may not value these zombies, they are the backbone of Jianghuai. The removal of 20,000 ordinary zombies would be a tremendous blow to Jianghuai's defense, as allies. Wei Gong cannot allow Jianghuai to be vulnerable to an assault from the Yin army. Thus, he opts to trade 20 hunters for the zombies. 20. Su Xilan gasps in astonishment at the sight of hunter number 2. Having seen footage of the hunter wreaking havoc at the Pingjiang base, she is well aware of its ferocity. Moreover, the efficacy of her enhancement varies with the target. The more powerful the individual, the more pronounced the amplification effect. The combat prowess of these 20 hunters under Su Xilan's enhancement would far surpass that of the 20,000 expendable zombies. This exchange is undoubtedly a lucrative bargain for her. Sister Su, what is happening? Just as Su Xilan utters her exclamation, the bathroom door is flung open violently, and a seemingly innocent girl rushes in. Upon seeing a stranger seated at the edge of Su Xilan's bathtub and a fearsome creature blocking the bathroom, compounded by Su Xilan's shriek, the Na'vi girl instinctively assumes Wei Gong is a villain intent on wrongdoing towards her sister. What do you intend to do to my sister? The girl, in a fit of rage, lunges at Wei Gong. Let me go. She resembles an irate little puppy. Wei Gong glances at the girl held down by Karun. Your child seems rather lacking in intelligence. Yu, they are my guests. Do not cause a ruckus, Su Xilan replies. Wei Gong nods in acquiescence. Let her go. Karun then relinquishes her grip. Yu promptly scrambles to her feet. Sister Su, are you all right? Su Xilan smiles gently. I am fine. I am merely discussing business with a guest. Yu sneaks a glance at Wei Gong. Are you really okay? I am fine. All right. Once reassured, Yu immediately bows deeply to Wei Gong. I apologize. I acted rashly. Please do not blame my sister. If there is any fault, direct it at me. Haha. Wei Gong chuckles coldly. Then you are in trouble. I am quite upset, and the consequences will be severe. Yu gulps, summoning her courage. It's fine. I can handle it. Very well. I want you to run 10 kilometers right now and then complete 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats, all within a 10-minute time limit. If you fail to finish in 10 minutes, your sister will have to do another set with you. Yu blinks in confusion. Huh. Wei Gong checks his phone. Huh. Even Aha counts as time. I'm starting now. Yu exclaims, frantically dashing out, clearly in a hurry. Su Xilan shoots a disapproving glare at Wei Gong. You don't expect me to run alongside her, do you? Indeed. But I am not dressed. Then wrap yourself in a towel to run. Of course, running naked is also an option. Su Xilan playfully pinches Wei Gong's arm in mock anger. Pervert. Wei Gong pays no heed to Xiaoyu's sudden intrusion. After all, what adult would allow a child to provoke them? Before long, Xiaoyu returns, having completed the 10 kilometers, and begins doing push-ups in front of Wei Gong. Observing Xiaoyu's intense focus as she performs push-ups, Wei Gong remarks, by the way, how did you end up with such a subordinate? In terms of strength, Xiaoyu pales in comparison to Karun, and when it comes to intelligence, she is also outmatched. If it were Wei Gong, he would certainly not have taken any interest. The only commendable trait of Xiaoyu is her obedience. With just a word from Su Xilan, she would dash headlong into battle against even the most formidable of foes. After all, what malice could a little puppy harbor? Chapter 95. Jianghuai Prison. Su Xilan gazed affectionately at the diligent Xiaoyu as she exercised, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Wei Gong, I wonder if you've ever had a similar experience. At first, I only intended to visit a pet shop, not planning to purchase anything, just to admire the dogs and cats, to lighten my mood. While wandering, a dog looked at you with longing, and you met its gaze. Then, almost inexplicably, you found yourself telling the owner, "I'll take this dog." In the end, you couldn't quite fathom why you made that decision. Wei Gong chuckled lightly. I understand your sentiment. He had once cared for a Siberian husky in the real world, sharing a similarly perplexing journey. Each day was a trial, as the foolish dog drove him to the brink of insanity, often lamenting. The tears I shed now are merely the water that filled my brain when I made that decision. Yet, despite the trials, he had nurtured it for over a decade. In essence, Xiaoyu seemed to Su Xilan like a stray dog she had taken in out of pity, merely keeping it close for companionship. Moreover, my little Xiaoyu isn't foolish. I summoned you today because she has uncovered something peculiar. On the outskirts of Jianghuai City, nestled among the hills, a heavily fortified prison came into view. Wei Gong pointed towards the distant structure. Are you suggesting that this prison harbors issues? Jianghuai Prison is situated at the border of Jianghuai City and Yunlu City. Its remote location meant that Su Xilan's zombies had only recently ventured into this area. Strangely, when Xiaoyu led her horde here, she was astonished to discover that the prison had already been overrun by zombies. Surrounding cities remained untouched human settlements, devoid of any traces of maternal activity, making it improbable that the zombies had wandered in from elsewhere. The few cities overtaken by maternal forces were far removed from Jianghuai City. It would be utterly foolish for those maternal entities to risk incurring Su Xilan's wrath just to travel hundreds of kilometers for a mere prison's points. Wei Gong inquired, Aren't these zombies yours? I attempted to exert control over them, but to no avail. These zombies belong to other maternal entities, Su Xilan replied, shaking her head. What's even stranger is that I've noticed not a single prison guard among these zombies, as if they received advance warning and evacuated. Evacuated in advance. Wei Gong narrowed his eyes, recalling what Li Bei had once mentioned about Chu Zhengqing training little ghosts for survivor players. This prison could very well be one of those training grounds. It must be said that Chu Zhengqing had chosen an excellent location. Placing a training facility near a city overrun with zombies meant that even if this secret were discovered by the higher-ups of the Dian, the blame could easily be shifted to other maternal entities. When did you discover this prison? Just yesterday. A smile played on Wei Gong's lips. I never expected that a visit to Jianghuai City today would yield such unexpected findings. Clearly, this prison served as a point accumulation site for survivor players at the behest of Chu Zhengqing. But due to unforeseen circumstances, these players had not been able to claim their bounty of points in time. Wei Gong merely needed to wait in this prison, lying in wait for the survivor players to come knocking. Furthermore, it would take some time for Su Xilan's 20,000 ordinary zombies to enter the mirror world. As a master of time management, Wei Gong certainly wouldn't squander this precious opportunity. Let us take a look. The four did not directly enter the prison, but rather accessed it through Wei Gong's mirror world. Structurally, this prison was no different from others, except that instead of inmates, it housed menacing zombies. Wei Gong frowned slightly, noticing that the zombies within the prison were not dispersed throughout the facility but rather congregated in the exercise yard. These zombies stood there like scarecrows in a field, motionless and vacant. Wei Gong cautioned, Let us not rush out just yet. Something felt amiss with these zombies. It was as if someone had, I will fetch you an orange. Only a maternal entity could issue such commands. Could it be that a maternal entity is aiding Dian? Initially, Wei Gong believed that Chu Zhengqing's method of cultivating little ghosts simply involved capturing an ordinary zombie and tossing it into a death row. However, it now appeared that the one assisting Chu Zhengqing in infecting death row inmates was not an ordinary zombie, but a maternal entity. Let us explore the prison. Since these zombies were being controlled, it was highly likely that the maternal entity was also present within the prison. At the outset, Wei Gong had no intention of physically entering the prison, preferring instead to inspect it through the mirror world. However, the unique nature of prisons meant that mirrors, which could be used as weapons, were subject to stringent control. This limited the availability of reflective surfaces, making thorough inspection through mirrors nearly impossible. Consequently, the only option left for Wei Gong was to leave the mirror and conduct his examination within the reality of the prison. After a round, it seems that aside from an abundance of bloodstains, there's nothing out of the ordinary. Su Xilan skirted around the blood, careful not to dirty her delicate dress. However, the presence of blood is quite normal. Bloodstains were to be expected, as a human bitten would inevitably bleed. At that moment, a message came from Kalen, who was stationed at the prison entrance. Master, a helicopter has landed at the prison gate. Could it be that I was mistaken? Just as Wei Gong had anticipated, survivor players had arrived to harvest points from the zombies within the prison. Yet, the issue remained that there was still no sign of that maternal entity. Never mind. Let us deal with the survivor players first. Damn it, the higher-ups of Dian and their army are utterly useless. They always expect us to clean up their mess. The leader of the survivor players began to rant upon disembarking from the helicopter. According to their original plan, their team was supposed to arrive at Zhonghua prison yesterday to harvest zombie points. However, due to Wei Gong breaching the shield in Donghai City, Kai Yunting led a horde of zombies to attack the Donghai City shelter, forcing Dian to dispatch survivor players from across the nation for rescue. It was akin to being told during a holiday break, a mountain of bugs just popped up. You'll need to work overtime to fix them before you can take your leave. Such circumstances were infuriating. Suddenly, a survivor player at the back of the group turned pale. Chapter 96. The vampire encounters injury. What happened? Captain, I have a stomach ache. May I excuse myself to the restroom? The command. Hurry up. All right. I'll be quick. After a brief farewell to his comrades, the survivor player clutched his abdomen and hastened towards a restroom outside the prison. As per usual, that fellow should have gathered the zombies in the playground. Let us head there and wait. However, as the three survivor players made their way to the playground, a flowing trail of crimson followed silently behind the one who had gone to relieve himself. Indeed, it is here. The lead survivor player pushed open the gate to the prison playground, revealing the zombies standing motionless like scarecrows. Wei Gong, hidden behind a mirror, squinted. Something is certainly amiss. Normally, as survivor players approached the playground, the zombies would become agitated, driven by their primal instincts. Yet now, even with the survivor players inside, these zombies remained as still as if afflicted by senility. This indicated that the maternal entity had issued a command. Do not move, no matter what occurs. Su Xilan inquired. Shall we take action? Wei Gong pondered briefly. Let us proceed. Perhaps by causing a commotion, the hidden maternal entity will reveal itself. Callan, you go deal with that isolated survivor player. Understood. The lead survivor player impatiently glanced at his phone. Why is he taking so long? Did he fall into the latrine? Another survivor, seated on the steps, chuckled while covering his mouth. That guy indulged in spicy hot pot and a large bowl of ice cream yesterday. He is definitely suffering from diarrhea now. Damn it, what a fool. As the lead survivor player began to curse, he suddenly found himself staring at his own back. His head rolled on the ground, still wearing an expression of disbelief, as he failed to comprehend how he had met his demise. Captain. The remaining two survivors broke into a cold sweat and swiftly stood up. Before they could mourn their captain's sudden death, two dark gusts of wind sliced through the air, severing their heads from their bodies. The battle had not even begun before it had already concluded. Still no sign of the maternal entity? Wei Gong emerged from behind a tempered glass window. Had this been Xiaotan City, Wei Gong would have left them barely alive, only to feed them to the parasitic nest, maximizing the survivor's value. However, here in Zhonghua City, to prevent prolonged complications, Wei Gong he glanced back at the dazed zombies. Perhaps I was merely overthinking. Meanwhile, in a restroom outside the prison, the last survivor player finally finished his business. As he fastened his belt, he approached the sink. Oh, so you all need to relieve yourselves too? How unusual. A silent figure entered the restroom, fixating its gaze upon the survivor player. The survivor player looked at the figure with disdain. What are you staring at? Did I get something on me? It was evident that this survivor player bore no suspicion towards the person before him. He would rather suspect a stain than consider that the figure harbored ulterior motives. The silent figure suddenly grinned, revealing a chilling smile. Hee hee hee. What? The survivor player's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down, only to find a crimson blade piercing through his body. The survivor player staggered back, clutching his chest in agony as the virus surged through the bloodied blade, invading his body mercilessly. How dare you attack me? Do you wish to die? He was acutely aware that he was not the only survivor in this prison. Should his demise be reported to his comrades, they would undoubtedly alert headquarters. If headquarters learned that this individual had assaulted a survivor player, they would surely eliminate him without hesitation. The figure smirked coldly. Rest assured. Your teammates have certainly perished by now. With that, the figure shrugged innocently. Moreover, this is all the doing of the maternal entity from Shoutan City. It has nothing to do with me. What do you mean? Before the survivor player could grasp the meaning, he succumbed to the infection and transformed into a mindless zombie. Whoosh! Suddenly, a scarlet thorn shot from behind, piercing through the figure's skull. Strangely, the figure did not perish but instead morphed into a pool of blood. The blood writhed and surged, and the figure re-emerged from the crimson pool. Is this how your zombies from Shoutan City? Quite rude. Callan's attack proved ineffective against him. Who are you? As you can see, merely a maternal entity passing through. Callan's onslaught did not waver. He continued to hurl thorns at the figure. Faced with Callan's assault, the figure merely chuckled. Muda, muda, muda. Your attacks are futile against me. The figure exhibited unwavering confidence in its abilities, standing. However, this pool was noticeably smaller than the previous one. Moreover, the figure's reconstruction speed had visibly slowed. The expression of the mysterious figure shifted, yet the figure could reform itself by becoming a blood pool. Though peculiar, it was fundamentally a form of recovery. Since it was a restorative ability, the debilitating effects of the thorns would be equally effective against it. If I cannot kill you in 1 or 2 attempts, then I shall slay you 1,000 times, 10,000 times, until you can no longer recover. Callan launched another thorn. Damn! Why is my luck so terrible today? I just happened to encounter my nemesis. The figure now sought to evade, but regardless of how it attempted to dodge, the thorns would inevitably find. Soon, the figure became akin to a hedgehog, pierced by Callan's onslaught of thorns. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to explode. This time, the figure no longer opted to restore itself through the blood pool, but instead inflated rapidly like a balloon. Blood explosion technique. With a roar, the figure detonated, blood transforming into countless sharp spikes, raining down upon Callan like a torrential hailstorm. Chapter 97. This is precisely my escape route. Callan shielded her head with her hands to protect her vulnerable eyes from the piercing blood needles. As for the rest of her body, she remained indifferent. After multiple enhancements by Wei Gong, Callan's physique had evolved from that of a fragile long-range marksman into a formidable heavy fortress, boasting immense firepower, high accuracy, and robust defense. The potential damage inflicted by these blood needles was exceedingly minimal. The sole issue was the sheer density of the needle's assault, which obscured Callan's line of sight, rendering her unable to pinpoint the location of that crimson silhouette. Yet, this was precisely the adversary's ultimate objective. Ha ha! How do you like this trick of blinding with blood? A portion of the blood needles hurtling towards Callan suddenly veered off course, heading straight for the drain of the squat toilet. These needles were also a part of that person's blood. As long as this fragment remained, he could restore his corporeal form. Buga! You've fallen for it. Stupid woman. This is precisely my escape route. Even if all the other blood were obliterated by Callan, as long as a single drop successfully slipped into the sewer, he could make a comeback. Callan, abandoning her assault on the enemy, redirected her focus towards the drain. Several crimson spears shot towards the drain, reducing the squat toilet to ruins. Nevertheless, gaps remained among the rubble, allowing the liquid-like blood to escape into the filth-laden sewer below. My mistake. I failed to capture him. Wei Gong squatted on the ground, surveying the splattered blood all around. "Are you injured?" "I'm fine. Just let him slip away." The explosive power of the blood detonation technique had wreaked havoc in the restroom. Fortunately, Kalen's body, having undergone numerous enhancements, withstood the damage without issue. The only regret was that the shadow had used the blood blinding technique to evade into the sewer, disappearing from sight. "This is not your fault. That person's abilities are quite unique. You would not have been able to detain him. Not only could he manipulate blood freely for attacks, but he could also assume the form of a blood pool to evade harm. Though this mysterious entity's offensive capabilities were not particularly strong, his survival skills were exceedingly peculiar. As long as a drop of blood remained, he could regenerate. Even Wei Gong would need to exert considerable effort to eliminate him. Sue's Island. Inform all the other entities about this matter. If any entity encounters this fellow, they must find a way to eliminate him. A glint of menace flickered in Wei Gong's eyes. An entity that aids human development cannot be spared. Understood. However, reflecting on this incident, Wei Gong realized one of his own shortcomings. His approach had been excessively extreme. While the mirror world was indeed wondrous, its limitations were substantial. Without drawing someone into that realm, he could not mount an effective attack. On the other hand, the other side was too. Aside from attacking, there was little else to offer. Perhaps it was time to elevate his own capabilities as well. During this period, Wei Gong had focused on enhancing the combat strength of his subordinates, while neglecting his own growth. In the dark, filthy sewers, droplets of blood converged from all directions towards a single point, ultimately coalescing into a small puddle of blood. The blood surged, and the mysterious figure crawled out from within. Due to the meager amount of blood, the body he formed was only the size of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Ugh, ugh, ugh. This place reeks horribly. The nauseating stench assaulted his senses, making him feel as though he would vomit up last night's meal. Damn it, the entity from Shout Ant City. I will remember this debt. The thought of being utterly powerless against a mere subordinate ignited a fury within him, and he slammed his fist into the wall. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Perhaps due to his heightened emotions, he inadvertently inhaled deeply. The revolting stench of the sewer rushed into his nostrils, nearly causing him to faint from the odor. Forget it. I should leave this place for now. The mysterious figure's body transformed once more into a pool of blood, swiftly moving towards the sewer's exit. Racing along the sewer, the trail of blood quickly found an outlet. The blood burst forth from the sewer pipe. Ha ha ha! The scent of freedom. Just as he prepared to reconstitute his form, a thin layer of froth. However, upon recognizing the figure before him, he could not help but exclaim, "What are you doing here?" Standing before the blood was a woman with long white hair, cold and aloof, coupled with an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. She exuded an air reminiscent of an ancient glacier. "Explain why the Gu Weiqing squad has lost contact," the white-haired woman stated, simultaneously conjuring a colossal ice-blue sword. Should the blood figure's response fail to satisfy her, she would not hesitate to end him. She possessed that capability. Did Chu Zhengqing send you? The moment he posed this question, he felt like a fool. For survivor players had suddenly perished within the prison he oversaw. How could Chu Zhengqing possibly refrain from seeking him out for retribution? As for how they located him, it was due to Chu Zhengqing's maniacal decision to implant nanobombs. These devices had fused with his core and every drop of his blood, as long as his core remained intact. Even if he reshaped his body using the blood pool, he could not escape their grasp. These things were akin to a curse placed upon him by Chu Zhengqing. Unless he met his demise, this curse would follow him to the ends of the earth. This was the fundamental reason he would act as a corpse puppet, serving the Dian. Listen to my defense. No, wait. Allow me to explain. It was the entity from Shout Ant City. He came to Jianghuai City and discovered the abnormalities within this prison. The blood figure panicked, hastily attempting to explain. Look, I've been battered to this extent. I must be innocent. Due to his unique identity, the blood figure was privy to much information concerning the Dian survivors, and the individual before him was the most formidable player among them. If she chose to act, he would not survive for more than a minute. The white-haired woman spoke into her headset communicator. Did you hear that? Some truths amidst the lies. Let him live for now. The decision-making body of Dian is about to undergo a significant overhaul. He may still prove useful. As Chu Zhengqing spoke, he poured 3 spoonfuls of sugar into his coffee. Chapter 98. The haunting terror of zombie domination resurfaces. Have you seen the news? Donghai City has completely fallen. I have. The government of Dian is utterly useless. Didn't they say a savior would emerge? How did it end up like this? I could do better. I managed just fine. Before you all discuss such matters, perhaps you should consider what to have for lunch. Such dialogues are commonplace among the citizens of Pingjiang, imbued with a sense of casualness. Over a week has passed since the annihilation of the 66th Army. Initially, the citizens of Pingjiang were engulfed in panic, fearing that the zombies across the river might launch a sudden attack. However, as the 69th Army took over the defenses in Pingjiang, that sense of dread gradually dissipated. This was primarily due to two reasons. First, the zombies in Shoutang City remained eerily silent. Second, Rongyue had destroyed the only route, the Shaojiang Bridge. Although the severing of the 66th Army's retreat path led to their tragic demise, to the citizens of Pingjiang, it was seen as a blessing in disguise. The zombies across the river could neither swim nor fly, and without the Shaojiang Bridge as their sole land route, they were rendered incapable of crossing. With the zombies unable to approach, what was there to fear? Let the music play on. Let the festivities continue. Wait, have you all noticed that the river seems to have risen a bit today? In the monitoring room of the 69th Army, a soldier observed the surveillance footage with a furrowed brow. Another soldier glanced over, dismissively replying, "Just an illusion." The first soldier shook his head vehemently. "No, I distinctly remember the water level being lower yesterday." The second soldier patted his comrade on the shoulder. "You're just scaring yourself? Surely, it can't be that zombies are lurking beneath the water." "That's not it. Look at this." The soldier who had sensed something amiss widened his eyes in disbelief, as if witnessing something terrifying. The other soldier turned his gaze to the screen. What on earth? But the moment he laid eyes on the surveillance video, his words faltered. The river, once calm, suddenly began to churn violently, as if some colossal creature was stirring the tides beneath. Roar! Accompanied by a thunderous growl, a massive column of water erupted from the river's surface. In the next instant, the head of a gigantic beast burst forth, lunging towards the shores of Pingjiang. This creature was utterly fearsome, resembling the legendary dragon of myth. Its serpentine body was overwhelmingly large, with the portion above the water already exceeding 20 meters in length, akin to a towering black edifice rising from the depths. Its entire form was cloaked in impenetrable black scales, and its back was adorned with razor-sharp, blade-like scales. These fan-shaped scales were, in fact, its hair, enhanced through the amalgamation of three extraordinary powers, rendering them one of its most formidable weapons. With its colossal frame, a mere collision could shatter a skyscraper. The abundance of blade-like scales gave the impression of an endless mountain of swords. What is it doing? The dragon, with its massive forelimbs, supported its titanic body. The black dragon gently lifted its foreclaw, then plunged it violently into the alloy wall at the shore. The alloy wall, a product of Dian's cutting-edge technology, crumbled before the dragon. Amidst the soldiers' astonished gazes, the black dragon began to ascend along the alloy wall, inching upwards with astonishing speed. In less than a minute, it was nearly at the very top of the wall. "It's climbing out of the river." Sound the alarm. Sound the alarm. Without needing a reminder, countless people were drawn outside by the colossal commotion. "Look, what is that thing?" Yet, as they turned their gazes toward the alloy wall, they were met with a pair of enormous foreclaws gripping the topmost edge, firmly anchored, reflecting a chilling glint in the sunlight. Countless onlookers were captivated by these gargantuan claws. Perhaps it was curiosity or sheer terror that rendered them motionless, as they stood transfixed by the sight. Crack, crack, crack. With a sudden surge of force, the foreclaws heaved, and a colossal dragon's head slowly ascended above. It appeared like a deity, gazing down upon the mortals below. In that moment, people wished to flee but found themselves paralyzed by fear, unable to control their legs. They yearned to scream, yet silence enveloped them, rendering their voices mute. In that moment, they were reminded of the terror that had once been dominated by zombies. Roar, roar, roar. The black dragon let out a soul-stirring bellow that resonated through the heavens. In a frenzy, people dashed backward, their primal instincts urging them to escape this monstrous being. While the civilians could flee, the soldiers stood their ground. Faced with this colossal creature, no matter their trepidation, they had to confront it. All missile vehicles, aim at that beast and fire. Fire! Just as the soldiers prepared to launch their missiles, the black dragon suddenly opened its maw, releasing a dense white mist that billowed forth in mere seconds. The dragon vanished from sight. The soldiers frantically searched, yet found nothing. Where did the monster go? They certainly could not find it. Under the influence of the white mist and the dilution of its presence, even if the dragon were close at hand, they might remain oblivious. Boom! Boom boom! Suddenly, massive blades descended from the sky, obliterating several missile and tank vehicles in one fell swoop. This was the manifestation of Liu Zhenghao and He Tinjian's powers, utilizing air currents to launch the blade-like hair from their backs, delivering devastating blows to the enemy. Launch flares! Launch flares! With the ascent of numerous flares, the soldiers finally caught a glimpse of the dragon's face. What they beheld were its glowing red eyes, chilling to the core. What is it planning? Amidst the haze, the black dragon opened its mouth, as if some liquid were dripping from its jaws. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dark, corrosive liquid splattered against the alloy wall. If it were Cold Zay's ability, the corrosion of the alloy wall would prove challenging. However, Luo Wan had modified the corrosive liquid, minimizing its controllability while maximizing its corrosiveness. Its saliva is corroding the alloy wall. Chapter 99. The catastrophe has arrived. By the time they realized it, it was already too late. The alloy walls had been corroded by the dragon's stagnant waters, creating a massive breach. Through this gap, the dragon successfully invaded the city of Pingjiang. Its colossal body, akin to a mountain, crashed to the ground, sending tremors throughout the earth and stirring up clouds of dust. The soldiers near the impact site slowly lifted their heads, only to be met by as they gazed at the creature, it too looked down upon them. Although its form remained shrouded in smoke, the menacing glint of its crimson eyes was enough to instill paralyzing fear. Advance! Just as the soldiers shouted the command to attack, they felt as though they had been struck by a massive truck. Their bodies, the sheer force obliterated their internal organs, leading to instantaneous death. That was the dragon's powerful tail at work. Not only did these soldiers, mere mortals, stand no chance, but even armored vehicles weighing several tons were sent hurtling away by the dragon's sweep. The armored car spun in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, its surface deeply dented, rendered nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. The soldiers rushing to provide support stood in stunned silence, gazing at the horrific behemoth before them, then at their weapons in disbelief. Will this thing really be effective? If the enemy were the previous kind of zombies, their firearms might have been considered formidable weapons. But this monstrous creature loomed as large as Godzilla. How could they possibly use 5mm bullets against a 50-meter beast? Was this a jest? A single volley would scarcely scratch its scales. If their bullets couldn't even mar its armor, what difference was there between their weapons and a mere stick? The soldiers immediately began to retreat. Fall back! Fall back! This creature is beyond our capacity to confront. Despite their bravery and their unwavering commitment to their mission of defending their homeland, they were not foolish. Dying in a battle of equal strength could be called heroic sacrifice, but perishing at the hands of a monster that could snuff out their lives with a mere breath was not sacrifice. It was delivering oneself to death. Like the victory team from Ultraman Tiga, they were acutely aware of their limitations. Thus, they merely made symbolic attacks with their aircraft before retreating, leaving the rest to Ultraman to resolve. All they could do now was shout, quickly summon the saviors from the base. The saviors were the official designation given to survivor players by the Daiyan regime. They were the experts in dealing with such monsters. But then the question arose. What were our saviors doing at that moment? Oh, they had already been reduced to mere sticks of humanity. The very moment the dragon launched its assault on the Pingjiang base. Wei Gong also attacked the survivor players stationed in Pingjiang through the mirror. It must be said that the Pingjiang base seemed cursed. With each wave that arrived, another wave met its doom. This was already the third team of survivors to be annihilated. Wei Gong discarded the now helpless survivor players into the mirror world, where the pursuer number 2 would send them to the parasitic nest. I have dealt with the survivor players, and the soldiers at the Pingjiang base have been drawn away by the corpse dragon's firepower. Thus, the armed forces in Pingjiang have been thoroughly suppressed, Wei Gong remarked, turning to Luo Wan at his side. Now, it is time for your little treasures to take the stage. Luo Wan blinked and made an okay gesture. All right. Honey, gather your things and wait for me at home. I'm heading there now. In one of the most bustling office districts of Pingjiang City, a man clad in a suit and shirt was driving while calling his wife. Aren't you at work? Why are you coming back? His wife, perhaps fatigued from household chores, was speaking in between heavy breaths. Work? What nonsense. The zombies are attacking. Just 5 minutes had those who learned of it abandoned their jobs, frantically rushing home. What? The zombies are attacking. What? The zombies are attacking. In addition to his wife's voice, another unfamiliar man's voice could be heard on the other. The suited office worker was taken aback. Why is there someone else at home? His wife quickly explained, the air conditioner at home broke down, and this technician is here to fix it. Oh, is that so? Then I must have misunderstood. No, wait. Why are we discussing this now? Hurry and grab the essentials. I'm driving over to pick you up. Pingjiang City spanned a vast area. At present, the zombies had only reached the Pingjiang base by the riverbank, and there was still some distance to the city center. As long as they could leave Pingjiang before the zombies arrived, it would not be too late. Okay, I'm packing my things. What is this? His wife suddenly let out a piercing scream, as if she had encountered something terrifying at home. Hearing her scream, the man panicked, urgently asking, what happened? What is going on over there? But no matter how he shouted, all he received in response was the sound of a dial tone. Clearly, his wife's call had been disconnected, or perhaps her phone had been destroyed. Damn it! The man pressed the accelerator, wanting to hasten his return home, only to find that the roads in Pingjiang were completely clogged. As word spread about the zombie attack, everyone was frantically trying to return home. Pingjiang was already a major city, with traffic jams lasting nearly 10 hours a day. In this atmosphere of panic, the city descended into utter chaos. Everyone yearned to return home, to escape Pingjiang as quickly as possible. Consequently, the traffic was paralyzed completely. Hey, isn't the sidewalk quite spacious? Suddenly, the man's eyes lit up with inspiration. He swerved the steering wheel, accelerating towards the pedestrian walkway. While vehicles were few on the sidewalk, there was no shortage of people. If the man drove onto the walkway now, he would undoubtedly endanger many lives. Yet, he couldn't afford to consider that. All that mattered was reaching home quickly to save his wife. Everything else was secondary. Seeing a car barreling toward the sidewalk, a little girl let out a terrified scream. Just as she was about to be struck, a man with black hair and red eyes emerged from seemingly nowhere, shielding the girl. Oh dear, how utterly rude.